cracked open. Johnson smiled, knowing that the man would be cared for, but reminding himself that he should be watched closely by someone with a bayonet handy until he was fully restored. He wandered to the building used as both the guardhouse, as it was the closest to the bridge, and because it was large enough to accommodate their sleeping needs, it was also the billet for the monkeys, or RMPs, seeing as they were neck-deep in unofficial terminology. Johnson found Swift, the beleaguered sergeant, and decided not to add the pressure of guarding an injured man located higher up the island to his list of worries. "Good work, earlier," he told him, not sure if he meant with the main quarantine work or because he'd had the balls to tell Johnson himself that he had to follow the rules. Swift nodded his acceptance of the ambiguous compliment and watched as Johnson turned to walk back uphill to find the headquarters building. There he found Palmer sitting beside the radio operator, who was now Corporal Daniels, having evidently replaced Mander at the shift change organised by another of his reliable NCOs. Palmer leaned back in the chair to stretch his aching spine as Johnson walked in, offering him a tired smile of welcome. "All is well, I trust, Mr. Johnson?" he asked. "It is, sir," he responded as he glanced around the room for anything hot and wet to ease his throat. "Ashdown's recovered." Palmer sat bolt upright and fixed him with an excited look. Keeping his eyes on the SSM, he spoke over his shoulder politely to Daniels. "Corporal, I'll keep an ear on the radio. Would you mind fetching up a brew from somewhere?" Daniels acknowledged him, rising to leave the room as he had clearly been ordered to act as servant and told to leave the room because the grown-ups were talking. But he did so happily, because Captain Palmer had a way of getting people to do things without ordering them about. "Fully recovered?" Palmer asked. "No infection from the bite?" "No bite," Johnson said, as he scraped chair legs on the floor to spin a seat around to face the officer. "The thing cracked his collarbone, but it bit him on the webbing strap and didn't break the skin. The scratches were a concern, but they don't seem to have spread the disease." "Interesting," Palmer said, as he put forefinger and thumb of his right hand to his top lip and picked in absent-minded gentleness. "And where is he now?" "Sergeant Maxwell is going to set him up in a billet where their families are, and I'm going to have a man with him at all times until he's recovered." Palmer nodded enthusiastically, glad that Johnson had evidently preempted his thoughts on the risk still remaining. "The Marine who patched him up did a good job, but he doesn't have the antibiotics we need," Johnson went on hopefully. "Any chance we could ask our new command structure for a doctor and supplies?" Palmer mused for a moment, opening his mouth once and closing it again, as though he changed his mind about what he was going to say. He went to speak again, but the door banged open, and both men turned to see Daniels backing his way into the room, using his backside to push the door ahead of him. He pivoted on the spot to reveal the two mugs in his hands before crossing the room and looking at each hand to decide which drink was which. His frown remained as he glanced between the left and right mugs, then handed one to each man. Daniels left the room, no doubt to retrieve his own drink and slip outside to smoke in peace and stretch his back. Both men bent their faces to the mugs, unable to differentiate between the strong, dark liquids by sight, but smelling that they had each other's drinks. Johnson passed the tea with 2 sugars to Palmer, who in turn passed over the coffee with 2 to Johnson. "I'm waiting for them to get back to me," he told the SSM conspiratorially, "and that's one of the things they are sending. The other is a new boss for all of us." Chapter 12. Ellie and Pauline kept quiet company, in the intervals when Ellie wasn't crying pitifully for the loss of her daughter, screaming murder at their captors, or sleeping off the blow to her head. The older woman tried to hush her, to comfort her, but she hadn't spoken a single conscious word for 3 days, other than to promise every vengeance known to mankind if they didn't take her back to get her daughter. When the tears finally ran out, when the crippling acceptance sunk into Ellie's mind, she became nearly catatonic. Pauline had initially misunderstood her when she had cried over the loss of her baby, assuming that the young woman, like so many, had seen loved ones pulled down and killed by the devil that now inhabited the bodies of the infected. After the rants against the guards, after the pleading to be allowed to go back and find her, She finally plucked up the courage to risk upsetting her and ask the question. "She isn't dead, is she? Isn't one of them?" she asked the girl. Ellie sniffed and turned her red, emotionless eyes towards her and stared, then rolled away. Pauline sat back, not wanting to push the issue any further, but the voice sounded low and soft from the bed opposite her own. "We hid in the house for almost a week," she said in a flat voice that croaked after the effort of her screams and tears. "We stayed upstairs, kept quiet, and I taught my baby not to cry and make a noise." She sniffed, pushed herself upright and cuffed at her face with both sleeves pulled over her hands. Sitting up and tucking her heels into her thighs, she hugged her knees tightly. "A massive crowd of them came through," she went on, her eyes staring at a spot of nothing on the floor. "They literally shook the houses, there were so many of them. More of them came on behind for about a day. They were late to the party, and 2 of them must have smelled us or something, because they camped outside and just kept walking into the front door like it would magically open for them. I threw a load of things out of the back window, to try and get them to go away, and it worked. The microwave made a massive noise, and they loved that. It gave us just enough time to get out of the front door and into the car." She sniffed again, wiping away the fresh tears of memory with her cuffs. "We got about 2 miles out of town when I ran over a few of them at once and the car got stuck. We had to run and leave the car." She stopped talking, never taking her eyes away from the spot she was staring at, as if it was the invisible anchor tethering her to reality, no matter how harsh it was. Pauline waited to see if the pause was an intentional one, then decided to prompt for more. "What happened?" Ellie's head snapped up to meet Pauline's gaze, startling her slightly with her sudden alertness and a fire behind her eyes that quickly extinguished itself. "What happened?" she spat. "We were doing fine. That's what happened. We moved around a short distance at a time, and, The word, the name, seemed to catch in her throat. "My baby was doing really well. She never made a noise to attract them. Then, these—" She pushed herself up on her hands and shouted, "Fucking bastards!" came and dragged me away from her. She buried her head into her knees and sobbed again for a long time, until the reserves of tears ran dry again. She raised her head, the same vacant, capitulating look in her eyes. "My beautiful baby, my Amber. She's gone now. There's no way she'd be able to survive on her own," she intoned flatly. Pauline didn't know what to say, but blessedly the door banged open and a man stood in the doorway. "Time for work," he said, leering as Pauline stood and smoothed down her clothes. As she passed by, she reached out a hand and placed the lightest touch of her fingertips on Ellie's knee. Pauline Earle, widow and manager at a historical site with its own hotel, had been rounded up early on after the world fell apart. She had survived the initial phase of apocalyptic proceedings on simple geography, sheer luck alone, as her modest home was part of the hotel-cum-museum on the windswept seafront on high ground far from the town. She'd lived there ever since her husband had passed away, selling their house and accepting the job with its accommodation and company. There, she'd anxiously watched the news reports as she sat alone on the day when only 2 of the employees arrived for work to care for the single pair of guests present. In her unthinking panic, she had stopped off via the village shop a few miles from her home, and for a week she lived on the overstocked amount of bread and milk that her subconscious brain forced her to buy. She had nothing to drink in the house, not that she ever drank much anyway, and wouldn't think of going to the hotel wing to drink their stocks. The stress of the situation made her think of turning to alcohol for a solution. It was probably a good idea she hadn't found anything, as that night she saw the first one of them. Had she drunk most of a bottle of wine, as she'd felt like doing, she probably would have gone outside to investigate and ask why they were trespassing. She probably wouldn't have noticed the curious way they were walking, their jerky movements, and the way that the head snatched from side to side whenever different sounds echoed around her little hilltop haven. That decision not to drink, the possession of her full faculties, inevitably saved her life as she made the choice not to go out there. She had stayed frozen still in the window and watched as the thing walked up to the glass and banged its face into the rain-smeared pane. Pauline gasped in horror, unable to move through a morbid fascination and fear, and couldn't believe it when a bird flew down to land lightly on the grass nearer the sea. The thing in front of her, wearing a green waterproof and walking gear with one gaiter torn away above its right boot to show a ragged chunk of blackened flesh missing, turned and watched intently as the bird hopped along. It lurched towards the cliff edge, head cocked to one side and hands reaching out for the pastel-grey dove as it went about its business, undisturbed by events unfolding in the wider world. It remained utterly undisturbed until almost too late, when the sudden burst of movement behind it forced a panicked leap out over the edge of the drop towards the sea and freedom. The person, the thing, chasing the dove, fell headlong over the edge and made Pauline shriek out loud in shock. She ran outside, lay flat on the damp, wind-swept grass to peer over the edge, and saw the body only 30 feet down, and stuck in grotesque parody of a ballerina with legs and arms broken in different directions. The face showed that it recognized her appearance, and a shriek rang from the mouth in between the snapping of teeth. She almost thought to try the telephone again to bring help, until her mind registered what her eyes had seen. The face looked up at her, full of malice and hate, but the body was still face down on the rocks. Only then did she realize what the world was facing. 3 days passed by without any updates on the static screen of her television, and a nervous young man working in the hotel knocked on the door of her small cottage to ask if she would join them for a meeting. The meeting, such as it was, comprised Pauline and 2 young local men who worked there, and the couple of guests who had been caught out while on a walking holiday along their famous Jurassic coastline. The silence had been awkward, the introductions stilted, until they started to relax around one another, and they all agreed that they had to shed the bounds of normality and wait at the hotel for the whole unpleasant business to all be over. That bubble of British stoicism burst spectacularly when one morning, about a week after the television stopped broadcasting, 3 men drove arrogantly up to the very front of the main entrance to the visitors' centre of the historical hilltop monument and ruins. They walked around, appearing to be conducting an appraisal, apparently liking what they saw. Pauline looked out of her window, barely able to hear the exchange of words with the 2 employees who walked out of the front door of the hotel to greet the visitors. Pleasantries were given and received, hands were shaken, and questions asked. Questions that, at least in their current suspicious frame of mind, would raise the alarm. Questions like how many people were there, what supplies they had, and what weapons were in the building. Questions which, when answered, prompted the bearded man loitering by his car to turn and wave his hands in an exaggerated gesture down the hill. The 5 members of the reluctant group, who had yet to realize the cruel world they were now living in, watched in confusion. That confusion turned into fear and disbelief as the noise of a loud engine rattled up the hill to them. The throttle surged, whistling and growling in peaks and dipping low to rise up again until the most unexpected sight burst into view. A tank. A dark green tank, with wide, irregular swaths of black and brown painted over it. The tank, so unnatural and out of place in the idyllic setting, was followed by 6 other vehicles, including 2 vans and a digger, forming a ragtag collection that oozed danger. The tank stopped, the engine rattled into silence, and a hatch opened to let a man climb out. Everyone watched in terrified awe as he jumped lightly down, holding a machine gun with a long magazine sticking out of the left side horizontally. He held the weapon by the grip in his left hand, letting it swing casually and recklessly. Everything about him screamed a warning of violence and cruelty. As if to compound the implied sense of doom, the man surveyed the area and smiled crookedly. The next few weeks were tough. Every room was thoroughly searched and ransacked for the items the 6 men wanted, and the carefully maintained grounds of the historic site were systematically ruined as the centuries-old defences were deepened and widened in their neat rings which had once been dug to the same depth and width to prevent Vikings from reaching the hilltop. One of the reasons the site was so important, and had been for as long as humans had graced the south coast, was that the hilltop had its own natural water spring. The Anglo-Saxons of Wessex could hold that hilltop for a fortnight, with only 250 men, given that they only had to carry their weapons and food on their backs, and they could not be starved out easily. Each day the besieging army would be forced to raid further and further away for their own food and water. Each day those besiegers sat impotently at the bottom of the hill meant another boat crew melting away for easier spoils, or prompted impatient men into ill-conceived attempts on the steep hill. Fast forward to their current war, their plight against the violent invaders of today, and the routine had not changed much, other than the defenders now had a small hotel and visitor centre to keep them comfortable. They also had the added bonus of a vast underground store of heating oil, installed when the visitor centre had the gift shop added about a decade before. What they didn't have was a food supply, but the daily runs sent out in cars and vans brought back more than enough, and about 1 in 5 outbound cars brought back someone new. Those new people were in varying states of dishevelment, and not all of them seemed totally willing to be there. Anyone coming back in via the single-track road that led up to the ruins and the buildings would find themselves staring down the barrel of the tank for an unnervingly long time. It wasn't a tank, not in the sense that most people associated with the main battle tanks synonymous with the military might of each country, but it was, in fact, one of the newly introduced warrior tracked fighting vehicles. It was a bigger version of the tracked vehicles the yeomanry used in their assault reconnaissance troop, with the addition of the brutal 30mm cannon from the Fox and a section to carry infantry, like the Saxons. It was better armoured, more mechanically reliable, but it had one flaw, according to the man who had driven it there. One small part of the wagon that was inferior to the older vehicles they had been invented to replace. The new chain gun, which fired the same 7.62 as the GPMGs, was prone to jamming and had a far slower rate of fire than the tried-and-tested weapon it was due to replace. The man who had driven it there, the man with the machine gun, the one with the cruel eyes who had made the unwilling acquaintance of most of the women there already, who gave his orders to other people to follow and dished out their rewards like some petty lord. He didn't mix with many of them, electing instead to stay inside the biggest room in the hotel, which he had taken over as his own space, and he only kept company when he wanted it. He demanded company, and the implied threat meant that he didn't have to force himself on anyone. They were protected by him. He kept them all safe, and they didn't have to go out where the monsters were. But that protection obviously came at a price, which they willingly paid, wearing false smiles so that everything stayed amicable. Pauline was spared those unwelcome attentions, as there were younger women who caught his eye before her. For that she was both relieved and grateful, yet felt guilty and responsible that others had to endure being used when she was left alone. Michaels. That was what the others called him. He occasionally went out, but other men were left there in charge. None of them would ever think of trying to depose their self-styled leader, mainly because he was the only man who knew things. Things like how to get into an army camp and find guns. Things like the exact building that contained a gleaming new tank, and even more miraculously, how to start it up and drive it out. Even more mind-bendingly, he knew where the ammunition was that the cannon took, and after he had stared at the racks where it was stored for a long time and counted the empty sections with his fingers, he selected ones with glossy black tips as he muttered to himself. He filled the rear section with the 2 rows of horizontal seats with box upon box of ammunition of various types and caliber. He added to that other pieces of equipment and tools, fitted himself with a belt that had straps over each shoulder and multiple pouches, and drew the bayonet from the sheath to check its edge. When they were equipped to his requirements and ready to leave the army camp, one of the 2 men he had recruited to assist him asked, "Why don't we just bust our way out of here?" They were sitting in the rear seats, the position of the gunner and commander, with strict instructions not to touch anything as Michaels drove. "Because," he said, dragging out the word into the headset that linked them over the rumble and roar of the engine and tracks, "we don't want anyone to know we've been here, and if we need to come back, it would be nice if the place wasn't full of dead people because some idiot drove through the gate instead of opening it. Dickhead." So they had left the camp and the nearby ammunition dump as though nobody had been there, and when the army had returned, they failed to notice the missing vehicle and the ammunition taken from the rearmost sections away from the entrance. Now that warrior, that dominant vehicle that was impervious to almost anything other than the mighty chieftain tanks miles away down the coast, sat hidden in the ruins of the old fort, partially obscured by a collapsed wall of heavy stone, and camouflaged the rest of the way using cut branches. Unless anyone approaching in a vehicle knew it was there, they would be well within deadly range of the 30mm cannon for far too long to make any assault anything other than a bloodbath or one-sided losses. They were nestled in, and they had no intention of being dug out. Chapter 13. The first morning they woke up together, the two children sat up and looked at each other awkwardly. They had slept remarkably well given the tumultuous events of the previous day, but the morning air was chilly thanks to the small, high window they had left open during the night. They hadn't noticed the cold when they slept wrapped up inside a double duvet each, but now that they were out of those cocoons, they shivered in the cool air. Still, the cost of leaving that window open was repaid by what it had brought back to them in the darkness. The yellow eyes, the black and brown mottled fur, and its eager, expectant look. The cat stood and stretched up to arch its back, before sitting down and turning its head far to the right to desperately lick behind its own shoulder blade, then stopping just as rapidly to look at them again. Peter and Amber looked at each other, both wearing small smiles, then back at the cat, who regarded them with its big eyes that closed in slow blinks as the loud rattle of a purr wound itself back up to full volume. Amber held the single finger out to it, giggling as the cat pushed itself forward to rub the entire length of its left side along the digit and spin delicately in front of her face to look at Peter. This had an unwelcome side effect of placing its back end, with the upturned tail, directly in Amber's face, and making her lean back to move her eyes away from the display. They both laughed softly, and the cat looked at them both in turn to show them it was unimpressed, to the extent that it was almost ashamed of them. Peter had never had a cat, mostly because any cat hanging around the farm would be seen as food by the working dogs that walked obediently at the heels of their masters. He decided that he liked this cat, as presumptuous and intrusive as it was, and held out his own finger towards it. Shuffling the position of all four paws, it carefully balanced to reach out one paw and try to span the expanse between the two settees to step across. Try as it might, it had no possible way of extending a single paw to bridge the gap of at least 2 feet and still make it, but that didn't stop the ridiculous, wobbling display of balance until the realization finally dawned on it, and it stepped lightly down to leap back up on Peter's side, and purr loudly as it snaked its body up and down his hand. Both children smiled at the display, not realizing that they were being manipulated into providing more food, just as they had done the previous night. From the cat's perspective, 2 people had arrived and didn't scream at it and try to catch it, and they fed it. The biggest draw for the cat was that these 2, even if they were small, were warm and smelt like people instead of dead things. Peter stood and stretched, slipping his arms into a sweatshirt that was too big for him after being liberated from a house he couldn't remember being inside. He stepped lightly over the cold floor of the kitchen and looked over the contents arrayed on the worktop, as he always did when he cleared a house. He found tinned meatballs, cans of soup that promised to be thick and creamy, and dried pasta. He thought, then stepped quickly and quietly to the stairs, where he carefully peered through the windows, front and back, to be sure that there were no monsters loitering in the street. He couldn't be sure if any of the houses were nests, like the 2 he had discovered by bad luck, and only survived through a moment of good luck, but a decent indication of those places was a wide-open front door. Deciding to risk it, as he was now bizarrely responsible for not only a kid, but apparently a cat too, he returned to the kitchen and ran a pan of water from the tap. When the pan was half full, the water began to cough and splutter from the pipe as though air were trapped in there somehow, and then it stopped altogether. Peter set down the pan and frowned. Going through the cupboards, he found another container and went to the other tap in the house in the main bathroom upstairs. He managed to fill most of that smaller pan, which in itself was deceptive, since, being smaller, it held much less water anyway, and he carried it carefully downstairs. Amber was watching him in silence, crossing her legs and leaning forward to wear a look of discomfort. Peter saw this, recognized the look, and in that same moment realized that the girl had been conditioned into this violent new world and would not pee without being told it was safe to do so. He held out a hand to her, beckoning her towards him, and pointed her towards the toilet. "Just don't flush it," he murmured to her. Peter had faced that quandary himself in the early days. He had flushed the toilet out of habit alone in the first house he had occupied, and was rewarded with 3 callers at his door within as many minutes. He'd stolen silently out to the back door and reminded himself not to do that again. A week later, he decided to try another method and peed in a bucket instead. Through trial and error at a couple of houses, he came to study the effects that his bodily functions had on his survivability, and found that the smell of fresh urine outside was about as sensible as flushing the toilet. But if he kept the bucket inside and tipped it into the toilet carefully, or just used the toilet without flushing, then neither the smell nor the noise would bring unwanted attention. Suffering the eye sting of ammonia from his own pee was an easy trade-off when balanced against having his body torn apart and eaten by people. Turning on the gas to the stove, he stepped back and struck a long match before leaning his body away to light the burner. It caught with a whoomph, and he instinctively shook the match in his hand before dropping the smoking stem of thin wood into the sink. He boiled the water, intermittently checking beyond the drawn curtains to be sure that nothing had detected the subtle atmospheric change caused by a pan of water boiling, and he watched Amber from the corner of his eye as she fussed the cat, who was still trying to encourage her to feed it. He tested the pasta, scalding his fingers as he pulled a single piece from the pan to chew it, deciding that it was soft enough. He drained it with some difficulty, then replaced the pan on the burner and opened a can of meatballs to tip the contents in and stir it messily around with a wooden spoon. When that had warmed through and begun to sizzle and catch on the bottom of the metal, he turned off the gas and let the pan rest, while he found 2 wide china bowls in an off-beige colour with a ringed flower pattern encircling the lip. He selected them a spoon each and set the table, then opened another tin of cat food and used a fork to spread half of the contents out on a small plate of the same pattern and colour. As soon as the can opener had made its unique sounds on the tin of meatballs, the cat abandoned Amber as though she no longer existed, stepping away so suddenly and without even a glance of farewell that the girl deflated. It jumped up on the kitchen worktop and made itself a nuisance until the cat food was presented on the plate, then followed the boy like he held in his hand cat ambrosia. Peter placed the cat's dish on the kitchen table at the head and pulled out a chair before beckoning Amber over. They sat up and ate their mostly cooked breakfast of meatballs and pasta shells, with the thin tomato sauce barely covering their portions, as the cat ate noisily, sitting up at the table with them. It purred as it chomped on the chunks of unidentifiable smelly goodness and jelly, making more sound than both children combined as they slurped their own food. The cat finished first, despite its repeat of the ventriloquist act, and remained sitting up to lick its paws and wash its face, while it seemed to wait for the others to finish. Amber became full fairly quickly, as did Peter, who had survived for a month on snacking, and some days didn't get to eat for hours and hours on end if the houses he had chosen to rest in were poorly stocked with tinned goods. Peter rose to take the dishes away, using plates to cover their bowls for the rest to be eaten later when they had room in their bellies. The cat seemed to have room for more and meowed pitifully at him as he stood in the kitchen, until he relented and scraped out the remainder of the tin and chopped it up with a fork. The cat licked the jelly off a chunk for less than half a minute, then abruptly turned and flashed the circle of light skin at the base of its tail in Peter's direction as it got down and trotted to the settee, where it jumped up, without invitation, to knead Amber's legs through the duvet again. "You didn't want food, then?" Peter thought in annoyance. "You just wanted me to feed you." He cleaned up in the kitchen, leaving the dirty pans in the sink and reorganizing the supplies he had found in the cupboards, before returning to his settee. The cat, curled into a neat circle with paws and tail tucked in, raised its head and opened both eyes to glare at him as he sat down. Peter was taken aback by the unexpected look of hostility and watched with his mouth partly open as the cat jumped down and stretched, before walking to the kitchen and jumping up to look at the open window, as it calculated the precise physics of the intended stunt. Leaping up and wobbling in balance on the frame, it dropped outside and disappeared once more to leave them alone. Amber looked saddened by the animal's exit, but she expected the cat to return in its own time. The two of them sat in silence until their boredom made them fidget and somehow feed off each other's inactivity. Peter cracked first, standing up to begin a more thorough search of the house for something to do. Again he arrived at an assumption about the woman who lived there. She must have catered for having kids visiting her occasionally. Perhaps she was an aunt, and saw something in a charity shop one day to keep by for when nieces or nephews visited, but the faded and yellowed cardboard of the box made him smile. He took it back and sat on the carpet between the settees, smiling at Amber as she watched what he had in his hands expectantly. He lifted off the lid, feeling that sticky dryness where old sellotape had yellowed more than the once white cardboard beneath. He shook the box lightly, pouring out the stiff pieces of the game and arranging them on the carpet, where Amber slid down from her seat to join him. They played in silence, after Amber had shown Peter how to play the game using a simple demonstration. The girl had still not spoken a word since the previous night, and Peter had given up trying to get her to talk, assuming that she would speak to him in her own time if and when she was ready. They played the game, filling their plates with the good food and rejecting the bad as they made each other laugh quietly by pulling disgusted comedy faces at the worms and mud on the cards they picked. "Oh, tummy ache," Amber said softly when she had collected a full plate of bad food. The sound made Peter jump, and he chose then to ask her what had happened. "Was that your mum?" he asked her. "The woman with you in the other house?" Her face dropped, and her eyes glazed over instantly. She nodded slowly, then began to cry. Tears ran from both eyes, and her bottom lip quivered uncontrollably. Peter leaned over to her and put a hand on the carpet beside her. She put her own hand on top of his as he spoke. "Don't cry," he told her. "I'll look after you." He kept his hand there, leaning awkwardly forwards until she decided to break the contact. Just then they both snapped their heads towards the kitchen as a half-familiar sound erupted there. The cat dragged itself back inside the open window and dropped down to trot over to the scene without recognizing the important emotions on display. With its tail held vertically, it stepped lightly between them and nuzzled Amber's face and began to purr again. "Sir," Johnson said in simple greeting as Captain Palmer nodded to him from the map he was hunched over. He had been summoned to assist in mission planning and walked in at the same time as Lieutenant Lloyd, who had his sleeves rolled up and his green beret worn proudly. "Gentlemen," Palmer said to the assembled men, including 3 of the 4 Navy pilots, "good morning. As you know, the powers that be are planning to send us some more assets and supplies." He held up a hand to stem the flow of questions from 3 of the men. "I know we have our priorities and they have theirs," Palmer said to change the subject away from the circuitous conversations they had already had. "They are going to give us a CO, he said, with an uncommon touch of annoyance creeping into his voice, "and his own admin team as well as some other military assets which they have been very tight-lipped regarding," he added, leaving the intimation clear in the room. "Sneaky-beaky stuff, sir?" Lloyd asked. His own status as leader of elite infantry would be knocked down the ladder, should someone more elite be ordered to their island. "Your guess is as good as mine, Lieutenant," Palmer said, "but that isn't the priority for today. If we are sent any specialist troops, I doubt they would fall under our domain anyway. For now, we are tasked with planning and executing a mission some 60 miles inland to escort an engineering team to and from a target." Looks were exchanged, but everyone kept quiet to wait for the rest of the information. "You may have noticed, gentlemen," Palmer went on, "that as disciplined as we are being, our lights are still on." He looked around the room to see the admission on their faces that they hadn't considered that fact, so often taken for granted. To keep from attracting any unwelcome and cannibalistic attention, they had been operating good light discipline and only using lights that couldn't be seen from the outside. That prompted the central switch for the street lamps on the island to be switched permanently off, and this led them to live their lives mostly in the dark anyway, so the lights remaining off wasn't that noticeable. "This is courtesy of a nuclear power station, and yes, you guessed it, 60 miles inland," Palmer finished. "Where's the engineering team coming from?" Lieutenant Commander Barrett asked. "America," Palmer answered simply. Lieutenant James Morris, Barrett's co-pilot, smiled and affected a Brit's attempt at a Southern States accent and said, "Now what can they teach us about our own power station?" "A good deal, I should imagine," piped up a nasal voice from behind the Navy pilots as Second Lieutenant Palmer walked in to hand a sheet of paper to his older brother, "seeing as they designed and built it for us about 10 years ago." Johnson's eyebrows lowered slightly as he fought against the natural urge to narrow his eyes in suspicion that the most junior officer was in possession of information that the others had not yet been given. The balance of power was tentative, although the officer classes were too polite to mention the vulgarity of who should be in charge, as the Navy pilots were Army-equivalent ranks of majors and captains themselves. Command of ground activities, however, had been devolved to Palmer as the most qualified. For all the men present, all of them were very aware that the captain's younger brother was tolerated under sufferance only due to his older brother, just so long as he didn't get in the way of anything. For him to swan into a senior officers' meeting and act as he did set every spine in the room firmly on edge. "Thank you, Second Lieutenant," Captain Palmer said with a chilly tone of official annoyance, then scowled gently at his brother's back as he left the room. He was too well-bred to offer an apology for his sibling's words, so he continued to explain. "The Yanks have sent a carrier," he said, his expression meaning nothing derogatory, as he clearly had an affinity with the Americans after working with them in Germany. "And they've apparently preempted our nuclear needs. They built 2 for us, and they believe that both of them will be at risk of overheating or some such problem in the near future. We need to get them there safely, clear out the place, then keep them safe until they can stabilize the reactors and do some kind of witchcraft with cooling." Lieutenant Commander Murray whistled low, looking to his naval colleagues, who seemed to understand. He saw the 2 Army men looking at them expectantly, and explained. "If the Americans have sent a carrier, that must mean they've sent an entire carrier strike group," he said, seeing that this news still hadn't sunk in. "That means a carrier," he said as he checked off, on one finger, "at least 1 destroyer, a pair of frigates, half a dozen support ships, and," he glanced at the other pilots, "a nuclear attack sub." Then it sunk in, and their faces showed fresh nervousness. "Any word from the Soviets?" Johnson asked in an uncharacteristically taut voice. "Nothing," Palmer said with equable seriousness, "and nothing from the Chinese either. It appears that communism doesn't want to speak to democracy, even when hell empties and all the devils are here." Palmer's lapse into Shakespearean prose betrayed just how much time he had spent glued to the planning board and the radio. He was tired, not just physically but emotionally, and his own personal war was being swallowed by the global politics in play. Everyone around the table understood the potential severity of the response that the Soviet Union could feel forced into. Even though the Cold War was, as they all believed, in its dying stages, and intelligence reported that the Union was close to collapse, none of them could even begin to predict what a desperate government would do, given the current climate, if they felt threatened. The arrival of a carrier strike group and an American nuclear attack submarine, only a few hundred miles away in the English Channel, ran the obvious risk of disaster. "Why haven't we spoken to them yet?" Lieutenant Lloyd asked the room rhetorically. "Surely they can see that what's going on is bigger than countries fighting each other?" "One would have hoped so, but that is somewhat beyond our control for now," Palmer answered to move the conversation onwards. "Now they should be here tonight, I'm assured, to rendezvous with the Joint Fleet in the Channel, and will send their men in tomorrow morning to us. I assume via helicopter, even though the means haven't been confirmed to us as yet. I can only presume that we might be expecting our new commanding officer and his entourage at that time, so I would fully anticipate being evicted from here. Whatever other personnel come with them, if any, it will be our responsibility to house and feed, but I highly doubt they will become our men to instruct. So," he paused, "assuming the mission will go ahead, I propose that I lead it via one of the Sultan wagons," he said, as he kept his eyes down and away from Johnson's. "I'm sure we can all agree that taking my chieftain would be slow-going, and possibly be a touch of overkill. But I want a troop of the Fox cars with me, and 1/4 of your Marines," he added, looking up to Lloyd and receiving a nod. "Your sergeant will suffice, and I presume he can spare a man to drive them in a Saxon?" he asked, finally making eye contact with Johnson, who was just waiting to be told he was sitting that one out. He nodded, going over the particulars, which mainly encompassed routes and alternatives, and left the actual entry, assault and clearance of the power plant as general intentions rather than specific actions, as the men coming from America knew the plant intimately and would be needed to make those calls. "If I may, sir," Johnson asked politely, having calmed down from his initial annoyance of not being allowed out to play. Palmer gestured for him to speak. "I'd suggest splitting your Marines over 2 Saxons, with an engineer in each," he said simply, leaving the obvious reasons out of his explanation. "Very good, Sergeant Major," the captain answered with a nod, as he saw the logic in the recommendation instantly. "Tomorrow, then, we should know more when they arrive, but I'd like men ready and briefed. Thank you." Johnson left, trying to decide whether to throw Sergeant Strauss back into the lion's den or to put trust in others he wasn't totally certain of. Chapter 14. Pauline finished her allocated work duty of cooking and cleaning in the hotel's modest kitchens. There were over 30 people there now, half of whom would leave if they could guarantee success in finding somewhere safer to be. It was the lesser of 2 evils. When she returned, she found Ellie in the same position, sitting on the bed with her heels tight into her thighs and her forehead rested on her knees. She didn't look up when Pauline was shown back into the room, not even when she placed a wrapped meal of fresh bread sandwiches in front of her. Pauline went into the bathroom of their hotel room cum cell, and when she came back out, she saw Ellie eating the food with her cheeks puffed out, and her jaw working almost desperately as she raised the fingertips of one hand to her lips. "Sorry," she said through her full mouth. Don't be silly, my lovely," Pauline told her kindly as she sat down opposite her. "I brought it back for you anyway. You need to get your strength up." Ellie chewed and winced as she swallowed her mouthful too soon and had to force the lump down her throat. "The bread," she gasped before snatching another bite. "Where did it come from?" "I made it," Pauline said simply. "The kitchens here still work fine, and all I have to do is make food. They don't make me do anything else," she went on, pausing hesitantly before continuing and speaking faster to change the subject. "And they keep the people out, so it's a fair enough trade." Ellie looked at her seriously with dark, red-rimmed eyes. "You think it's fair?" she asked dangerously. "They snatch people away from their families, and you think it's fair?" "No," Pauline said carefully, dropping her own smile. "I don't think what they've done is fair at all. But I don't know what I'd be doing if they hadn't come here. I'm just trying to get by, and I don't think I can kill people." "Well, I'm bloody ready to," Ellie responded. Eager to change the subject, Pauline pointed at the battered paperback book on the low bedside table beside her. "Did you read any of that?" she asked, hopeful that she had been given a lover of literature to share a room with. "No," Ellie answered through another mouthful of food. "I haven't got my glasses, and I can't hold it far enough away to see it." Her words were full of regret and annoyance, but any response Pauline could make was stopped by the knock at the door. The 2 women looked at each other before Ellie shrugged, and Pauline shouted for whoever it was to come in. One of the first men to turn up there stood in the doorway, not stepping inside, and politely asked for Ellie to come with him. "Why?" she shot back, full of venom. "Because our boss would like to talk to you," he responded. Pauline expected more anger, more revolt, and even imagined them having to drag the woman out of the room, but Ellie simply stood, brushed off the crumbs from her dirty and stained clothes, and followed him. Ellie walked tall, pride and anger keeping her from unravelling. She was shown to the door of the big hall in the historic building, and the man who had escorted her there gestured for her to go inside. That was evidently as far as he was taking her. She walked in, looking around at the high ceilings and decorated walls, and a voice cut through to her. "Good afternoon," came a man's voice from her right. She looked to see a man of average height and build, with an unremarkable face. His voice had nothing unique about it either, but there was something intangible about the man that made him appear strong. He didn't ooze malevolence or physically dominate her. In fact, he kept a respectful distance as he spoke. "I owe you an apology," he said, "but I know a simple apology won't help you at all. Believe me when I say that I know the loss you feel right now." He gestured to an ornate chair beside one that he took, inviting her to sit with him. She sat, her face a mask of neutrality. "I want you to know that I sent men back to where you were, and had them search until they were forced to come back, but they found no sign of her. My own daughter was lost very early on," he said, with eyes turned down, "even before most people realized what was happening. We'd been visiting family near Portsmouth and, well, I don't need to tell you." "I'm very sorry," Ellie said, seeing him look up to smile at her. That smile faded when her face contorted, and she spoke again. "But your daughter wasn't left for dead by thugs who knocked her mother out. Your daughter didn't die alone and terrified. My daughter did. She's dead because of you," she finished, spitting the words at him with a jab of her right index finger. When she had finished, her body betrayed her and brought on angry tears caused by adrenaline, and it opened the floodgates once more. The man sat back and just watched her cry. He didn't force his words on her, didn't tell her that the men were simply being clumsy and ham-fisted about following his orders to bring back survivors to the safety of their hill. They had never encountered anyone who didn't want to be rescued, so the thought never occurred to them that people might want to be left alone. He wanted to say that he would have done things differently, that he would have brought the girl back with them and listened to her, but felt the words were empty, so he didn't say them. He also didn't tell her that his men had found a dead zombie in the house, which he doubted a little girl could have achieved. He didn't tell her that he believed someone had found her before his men had got back to them. She appeared to have decided and accepted that the girl was gone, so he saw no need to drive her insane with renewed hopes and fears, deciding that it was better to let her accept the loss and move on. "I know there's nothing I can say to make this better," he told her, "but you have my word that nothing like this will happen again." "You're right," she sniffed. "Nothing you can say will help." With that, she stood and walked from the room with steps that gathered pace until she broke into a run just before the doorway. The man, John Michaels, leaned back in the chair and sighed. He longed for men who had the intelligence to follow orders, but reminded himself that he had to adapt and work with what he had. The tale about his daughter was true, but he left out some pertinent facts. Facts such as his daughter turning in the car as he sped home, his wife in the back seat, holding her as she convulsed with the fever. He left out that the girl had opened her eyes suddenly and bitten her mother hard, tearing out a golf ball-sized chunk from her neck and sheeting the inside of the car with arterial spray from her torn blood vessels. He didn't tell her that he had crashed the car in his sudden and terrifying blindness, and that his unrestrained daughter had flown through the windscreen on impact to roll to a bloody and broken mess 30 feet from the wreck. He didn't tell her that when he came around from the blow to his head, that his wife was reaching for him, but unable to do more than hook a single fingernail into his clothing and tried to pull him towards her milky eyes and gnashing teeth. He didn't say that he fell from his car in terror, scrambling backwards on his backside to put distance between himself and the horror. He didn't say that the horror only grew infinitely worse when a crackling, gargling sound came from the ground behind him, and he turned to see his daughter dragging her shattered and twisted frame towards him an inch at a time, as though sheer determination and hunger could force her ruined body to move. He was ashamed of himself for what he did afterwards, and when he went back over, a week later, with the resolve to end their perpetual suffering, he found his daughter had moved close to a mile away from where she had last reached out to him. Her minute progress had been unceasing as she followed the direction that her last meal had gone in. He dispatched her, freed her from her useless body with a single shot to the back of her head from the Browning semi-automatic he had removed from the armory. He used the same method to kill his wife, shooting her in the temple through the back windscreen of the car as she turned to try and locate the source of the sound. He left their bodies where they were, no longer considering them to have been the people he loved, and satisfied himself that whatever part of them that was left had been set free. He returned to where he had parked the van he was using and drove back to the place they had fortified, having narrowly avoided being swept away by the massive horde that had inexplicably gathered and stormed across the countryside, leaving filth and destruction in their wake. He used the van because the other vehicle he had scavenged was a little too high-profile for everyday use. He couldn't explain why he hadn't reported to the camp, not that he had been home to receive the call anyway, and instead he'd watched it until it was empty and sneaked in to steal weapons and the warrior tank. He didn't know why he felt it necessary to abandon his duties, especially seeing as the army was the only family he had left, and the men of his saber troop would have been his responsibility as much as his daughter had been. He decided that he'd had enough of being part of the machine, as he illogically blamed that machine and its masters for his family dying. Instead, he drank until he was sick, drank again, and dreamt up a new way of life. Chapter 15. The alarm went up shortly before 3 a.m. The alarm, such as it was the massively loud mechanical metallic chattering of the coaxial machine gun on the turret of the chieftain tank blocking the road. The radio sparked to life, fire support was requested, and the standby troops poured from their billets to form up at the threshold between the island and the bridge. The direction of the enemy was given, and the 2 Fox cars, stationed permanently on the 2 bluffs of higher ground, erupted into life as they added their own bursts of automatic fire to the fray. Sergeant Horton, taking his turn to sleep in the tank with all but the commander's hatch down to preserve their heat in the dead of night, was woken by the 2 members of his crew who were awake and taking turns to look through their handheld optics to stare at the empty roadway. Only at that time it suddenly wasn't empty. The thin tripwire rigged at the far end activated the flares attached to the bridge with an echoing pop to bathe the area in a soft glow. The reticuled display hazed into a grainy collection of shapes as a stumbling, shuffling group of zombies materialized, making the man babble a string of incoherent noises in surprise before he got his brain into gear and snatched up the controls of the weapon to stitch a burst of 7.62 into them. The 2 sleeping men, one being the tank's commander, leapt instantly to life, and in seconds the second machine gun on the tank rattled out its own shots. Horton looked through the optics, snatched up the radio and called the 2 Fox cars. Within 30 seconds, their 2 guns added a devastating additional weight, and the impetus of the advance had been halted. The optics flared brightly as the standby force behind them had set up and fired a 51mm illuminating mortar round, which sank slowly through the air behind the onslaught, showing it to number well over 100. With 4 guns firing on them, the slow-moving infantry of the dead found their attack rendered safe in less than a minute. But that didn't mean the island defenders were out of the woods straight away. As the guns stopped, when no further targets remained standing, Captain Palmer emerged wearing his camouflaged trousers and boots, with a white T-shirt under his webbing that was still unfastened. He had a Browning pistol in the holster on his belt, his Sterling submachine gun in his hands with the bayonet already fixed in place. The man must have woken, dressed, and been ready to fight inside of 30 seconds to make it to the bridge before the firing had fully stopped. Directly behind him came Lieutenant Lloyd, similarly dressed and equally ready to bring the fight to their enemy. 5 of yours, 5 of mine? He asked Lloyd, who nodded and shouted 5 names into the night to have his Marines come to him. Palmer turned to look at the men of the yeomanry, picking out the first 5 men that he knew by name. The 12 men stepped up, fixed bayonets and readied themselves, as Palmer turned to the men of Maxwell's assault troop who had set up their mortar. "Hold! Just stand by with an illumination round," he told them, not waiting for a response but turning back to his assembled team. "Bayonets! Unless you see obvious bullet wounds to the head, then you make damn sure, before you step close to them, 1 in the head, dump them off the road and stay close to each other." They waited, staring off into the dark, past the tank that they trusted to keep their night optics trained on the approach. After an hour and a half, the sun began to rise off to their right. In that time, others had come to check the situation, and everyone not directly needed was sent away. They didn't go far, and one of the men even returned to the officers' quarters and fetched Palmer's uniform smock for him. When the sun had risen enough, he turned to his team and addressed them. "Ready?" They were. "Let's go," he said, calling up to the now open hatches of the tank to give the order to cease fire. Horton confirmed the order with a thumbs-up gesture and watched as the 12 men went to work. Palmer spread them out in a line, calling for a slow approach to the first of them, which lay face down. The back of its skull was missing, indicating that the body posed no risk to them by then. She, was kicked off the side of the roadway to drop and splash into the water below. They moved carefully, never taking chances with the unmoving ones, and making sure with those still squirming with whatever intact body parts they still possessed. None of them was fast-moving enough to make the soldiers fire a shot, and the only burst of adrenaline came from the time when a knot of them had fallen on top of a smaller one, who was freed after the weight fell away. A smaller one. That was a better way to say it. Having rendered safe a smaller one was far easier to live with, made it slightly better when sleeping at night, instead of saying that they had killed a child. It went down to the bayonet of a Marine with the slightly longer reach of his rifle and was sent over the edge with the others in uncomfortable silence. The sun was fully up when their exhausted group filed back through the small gap made by the tank, and just then the sky above the sea filled with the sound of helicopters. Rushing back over the bridge, the 12 men were subjected to a rapid body search to establish no wounds, then allowed to carry on into the island as per their revised standing orders. Chapter 16. Shortly after dawn, the island, or at least those not already woken by the earlier gunfire, was woken by the shatteringly loud noise of helicopters swooping in and hovering to land. Johnson, expecting the early morning arrivals, as he was privy to the information, was alarmed as many others were from where they toiled near the bridge. He craned his neck up towards the higher ground, where the only flat, open space, large enough to accommodate the aircraft, lay. He allowed himself a crooked smile as he watched the 2 recognizable silhouettes of a pair of Sea Kings dropping in. The other silhouette was unique, and made his mouth hang open slightly. The aircraft had been escorted by another helicopter that hovered high over the island in overwatch. An Apache, with its stubby wings sprouting pods of rockets, loomed almost malevolently in the air as the 2 transport helicopters disgorged their contents. As the 2 aircraft rose to take off only 30 seconds after landing, with their engine notes dialing up intensity, another helicopter flew in from the direction of the sea, only this time it was the profile of a bell. Johnson wasn't knowledgeable enough to tell who it belonged to, but had to guess that it was American. That helicopter flew directly over them, heading inland, and when the Sea Kings had turned their noses back out to sea to fly away, the Apache moved from its unnervingly steady hover, dipped its own nose, and followed the bell. Frowning, Johnson walked towards the headquarters building and prepared for the influx of experts. The Bedford truck that had been coaxed up the steep roads in anticipation of bringing down their new guests returned to the lower slopes shortly after the air had returned to still silence. The canvas flap at the back was in its normal position of up, and a small unit of camouflaged, uniformed soldiers hopped down and retrieved various heavy kit bags and weapons. The last man down, crisply uniformed and mustached, with thickly rimmed glasses between mustache and beret, strode to Johnson and waited for a salute. The SSM's eyes ran over the insignia, the crowned rose, and the crowns on the shoulders. "Sir," he said as he drew himself up to attention and saluted briefly. "Squadron Sergeant Major Johnson, I presume," said the man as he returned the salute in acknowledgement. "Yes, sir. Major Hadlington," he said smoothly, before unnecessarily adding, "Intelligence Corps." Johnson had known in less than a heartbeat that the man was a major, and that he was green slime through and through from the insignia and the look of him. Johnson, like just about every member of Her Majesty's Armed Forces employed in a combat arm, had a deep mistrust of the Intelligence Corps and often made the common jest about Army intelligence being the world's biggest oxymoron. The Corps had only recently been bumped up from being a support arm into a combat support arm, and although the difference sounded small, it served to elevate the men and women of the Intelligence Corps from rear echelon to something closer to the sharp end of the spear in their eyes. He knew that elevation was due to the work they had evolved into over the water, and he had met a few of them who were part of something known simply as the Detachment, which was their elite counter-terrorist surveillance unit. The men and women, he reminded himself, of those units were respected and revered in certain circles, because they put their lives on the line just as the troops on the ground did. The one thing that Johnson was wrong about was his guess that the mustached major would have a double-barreled name. He was expecting something utterly Etonian, like the Simpkins-Palmer boys he had to endure, then felt a stab of guilt for thinking that, as only one of those men was a useless fop of an aristocrat in his book. Major Raymond Hadlington, while in possession of the breeding and accent associated with the mockery of the enlisted ranks, was a hard-working man who demanded precision and efficiency from those under his command. He felt that he had the right to demand this, as he led by example. His team, some of whom he had worked with previously, had been working effectively from their cramped quarters on board the Royal Navy frigate. Their panicked flight from their base in Germany 2 weeks previously, as the fence line was swarmed by a flowing, roiling mass of corpses, was still fresh in their collective minds, as was the helicopter ride that evacuated them minutes before the fence collapsed and the dead poured inside. That desperate escape was another story, and not one that Hadlington wanted to remember, because to him it signalled that the army had abandoned the continent that held the majority of their forces. Being a major in the intelligence arena, he was far from the mushroom status of most force personnel who claimed to be kept permanently in the dark and fed bullshit. He knew that continental Europe was all but gone, and he knew that the Soviets were unleashing hell on the eastern borders to stop the flow of infected bodies walking over the expanse of land borders, with flight after flight of bombers laying waste to the Hordes. To the west, the Americans stopped all traffic heading in their direction, and ran near constant aerial surveillance by using 2 of their AWACS, refueled in mid-air with as many personnel on board as they could manage. The drain on that constant air surveillance had been alleviated with the arrival of the U.S. carrier fleet. Hadlington was also hearing rumours that forces were being dispatched to Iceland, and they had even struck some kind of deal with the remaining Spanish government surviving on their cluster of islands off the western coast of Africa to begin sending vessels and aircraft. Seeing as the islands had shut their borders entirely, allowing the U.S. forces to take over the airports in exchange for the promise of financial reparations was an easy decision for them to make. In other parts of the world, they were preparing to strengthen their own defences and effectively hunker down until the terrifying mess sorted itself out. When Major Hadlington was told he would be returning to the UK, he was confused at first. Then he was informed of the pockets of resistance which were mainly military-led. He was given the information regarding the UK's strength, then tasked with taking a team to conduct operations on the south coast for the newly formed Joint Command at Sea Group. He was given the personnel list, assembled them and brought them all up to speed on the global situation, and then laid out his own personal rules for how they would operate as a unit. Now, as he strode confidently into the low, dark building that purported to be the island's headquarters, he wrinkled his nose at the stale air and ordered the windows opened to purge it. He walked over to the radio operator, Corporal Daniels, and cleared his throat. "Stand by, one," Daniels said into the mic, before standing and offering a salute. "Daniels, sir," he introduced himself, then waited to be given permission to resume his duties. Hadlington kept him waiting on his feet, before turning to look at his own personnel. "Ward," he said, and a female corporal stepped towards them. "Take over from Daniels here. Make sure you get a full disposition before you relieve him." "Sir," she acknowledged, turning to look at Daniels expectantly. "And Corporal," Hadlington said over his shoulder, "there will be no smoking inside this control room from now on, in case you are recalled to duty here." Daniels looked at his replacement, who stared at him blankly. Feeling awkward and admonished, as his comfortably dark and smoky surroundings were transformed, he put the cigarette out in the cold remains of his coffee cup and sat back down to hand over his station. Hadlington spread a new map over the central table, showing the target location in finer detail. He had been told that the armoured unit was on standby to move out and waited for their commanding officer to report to him. After 5 minutes he had not appeared, so he called for a runner. A lance corporal arrived before him, and he sent the man, or the boy more like, away with curt instructions. "Ward, any update from Charlie 11 yet?" he asked the new radio operator, who was tidying the workstation, wearing a look of distaste. "Stand by, sir," she said, then reached for the set to turn dials and transmit using her clear radio voice. "Charlie 11, this is 0, Charlie 11, 0, over," she said almost robotically. A pause extended to almost 10 seconds before she repeated the line using the exact same precise intonations and rhythm for each word. "Nothing, sir," she said after her second attempt. "Stand by." "Jeeves 5-3, Jeeves 5-3, come in," she said, visibly grimacing at the vulgarity she suspected would follow. "Jeeves 5-3, receiving," came the static reply from the speaker in what neither of them recognized as a Virginia accent. The background noise behind the words was a screaming, chattering whine. 5-3, Ward said, refusing to use the American aviator's call sign, which she suspected had been chosen specifically to annoy the British. "Update on Charlie 11 progress?" "Your boys are on the ground as of 6 minutes ago. Jeeves is en route." Both Ward and Hadlington winced at his pronunciation of the terminology. "To the next objective, and the cab is RTB." The lead pilot in the Apache signed off from the Brits and smirked a small smile of satisfaction to himself, because he had annoyed the female operator into not using the call sign he had picked intentionally for the purpose of pissing off his allies. Cruising along at a steady 400 feet and 160 miles per hour, the ground below him sped by in a blur. He saw occasional snippets of detail if he glanced down, but each time he did so, he usually saw something he didn't want to remember. Blasting over the low, rolling, lush green of the countryside, in between small pockets of habitation, he saw those snippets now. A white car, sitting at an unnatural angle with its nose in a ditch. A small knot of people standing around aimlessly and staring upwards at the same time in response to the sound of his engines. A building, blackened by fire and almost entirely without a roof. Then a sight that upset him. 2 kids, one small and one smaller, carrying bags and walking in the middle of a single-lane road with hedgerows on each side, wandering aimlessly, or so it seemed. Hadlington, as offended as his very British sensibilities were, straightened and nodded. He now knew that the ground team, Charlie 11, who he knew only as a 4-man team that he hadn't met, which spoke volumes as to their identity, was now at the objective. The annoying Apache pilot was currently flying east towards the gathering swarm outside North London for their own mission, and the cab, being the approximation of Charlie 11's taxi, was returning to its base out on the English Channel. They would not see either aircraft again. Hadlington knew that he had seniors and counterparts in other places, mostly still on the gathering flotilla of giant cruise ships in the Channel, which were a mixture of British, French, American, and Norwegian. He knew that there were other Charlie teams out there from the allocation of call signs alone, and wondered what their objectives were. The door opened, and his pondering ceased as he turned to face a smiling young captain with the red eyes of a man who had probably drunk to excess the previous night and who had yet to shave that morning. He sketched a salute without waiting for it to be acknowledged and held out his hand. "Julian Simpkins Palmer, Household Cavalry," he said, introducing himself. "Hadlington, Intelligence," he responded brusquely as he shook the offered hand. Palmer learned everything he needed to from that simple exchange. Hadlington, he guessed, was a man without humour who had no time in his busy schedule for human interaction that didn't directly involve something tangible and achievable. He probably made an instant judgment about the captain from both his age and his appearance, but Palmer was not so insecure as to offer an explanation or an apology. He reckoned that Hadlington would probably disapprove of his spending time with the men under his command and mucking in with the dirty work when the timing was right. He would probably think that Palmer's internal database of the men's first names, as well as their surnames, was an ineffective waste of time for an officer, along with the few personal details he tried to recall for any man under his command. He felt as though he had failed himself when Trooper Harris died, because he didn't know his first name. He only recalled that he wasn't originally from the area, but had moved because his father was in the Navy, and that his signing up to the army had caused a family disagreement which he guessed would never be resolved now. The major hadn't even abbreviated his unit to the accepted int corps that was the norm, and Palmer didn't even want to consider his opinion on the capabilities of the men, given that they were predominantly reservists and not full-time soldiers. "Captain," Hadlington said, "I was informed that your men were equipped and ready to move. Is that not the case?" "It is, sir," he said, "and they are. We had a spot of bother in the night, is all." "Bother?" Hadlington asked, taken aback. "Yes, sir. Seems a few of the blighters got wind of us here and made a concerted effort to come in uninvited. Been at it since about 4 this morning, clearing them out, and only just finished. If that's all for now, sir, I'd like to get cleaned up if you don't mind." "Yes, of course," Hadlington answered, a little shocked. Just then, the Bedford returned from its second journey to the top of the hill to squeak to a loud halt outside the building just as Johnson greeted Palmer. "The usual slime," Johnson opined about the unsmiling Major. "Now, Mr. Johnson," he admonished the man gently with a smile of his own, "but I don't think we will have a problem getting around him." Johnson opened his mouth to agree, to offer his opinion on being under orders of a major who would suffer the runaround from the troops, but at that moment their problems were compounded. The last man to climb down from the bed of the truck, among his personal entourage, wore the uniform of the Royal Scots. He had 2 privates in the same uniform caps attending him as his bagmen, and, as though some portent of imminent bad luck, wore the 2 stars and a crown of a full colonel. Both Palmer and Johnson deflated as one, the latter even letting a small groan of disappointment escape his lips. The colonel noticed them at that point and stepped towards them, beaming a smile. He walked with a curious gait, looking to pause on the ball of each foot before lifting the limb quickly, as though to catch up and make good the time lost from the hesitation. His face seemed genuinely happy to see them, but had an air of falsehood to it, as though he were on display for the film crews in some backwater country, giving out fake smiles to support the foreign interests of UK plc. "Colonel Tim Munro, Royal Scots," he introduced himself with the same broad smile and no hint of a Scottish accent. Both men swelled to attention and offered salutes, Johnson with his right hand to his eyebrow, and Palmer with his submachine gun held vertically in his left hand against his body, and performing his salute with his right hand held against the weapon. "At ease, chaps," he said. "And you are?" "Captain Palmer, sir, Household Cavalry." Colonel Tim nodded affably and muttered, "Splendid, splendid," then looked expectantly to Johnson. "Squadron Sergeant Major Johnson, sir," he said woodenly. "Sea Squadron Yeomanry." "Splendid," Colonel Tim said again, then seemed to grow bored with their company and turned away only to swing back and offer a mutter of advice to Palmer. "Captain, perhaps you'd prefer to shave and change before we meet again. Show a better example for the men, eh? Good lad." "Yes, sir," Palmer said. "Sorry, sir. Won't happen again." The 2 men sank again as the kindly old fool walked away. "Well, bugger me," Palmer said in a low breath, as his hands ran over the scratchy stubble on his chin. "Rather not, sir," Johnson said automatically, "but I suspect we've just crapped in our own mess tin, getting that shower of shit land on us." "Mess Tim," Palmer responded dryly. And the 2 of them finally realized the double blow their command structure had just dealt them. The Intelligence Corps Major was too junior to be a wrinkle to the Army personnel, let alone the Royal Marines. But the combination of the meticulous Major and the blustering buffoon of a full colonel was a true fait accompli. One made the suggestions, but the other gave the orders. The Major could be circumvented, given his status with the men, and the colonel could be handled, but the combination of them rendered the forces already on the ground powerless. Palmer, as exhausted as he was, led the 7 vehicles of his expedition across the road bridge within an hour of the arrival of their new commanding officer and his staff. He took 2 troop under the command of Sergeant Rod Sinclair. Johnson had flatly refused to allow Maxwell's assault troop to go for 2 reasons. Firstly, that their Spartans needed maintenance, and secondly, that Maxwell had been in the vanguard of almost every mission they had run since the whole lunacy began. For a similar reason, he left Strauss's troop off the menu, as they hadn't a chance to fully recover from losing a man on their last venture outside the safety of the island. That left his 2 other Sabre troops, and of those, Sinclair's was deemed the steadiest. 3 Troop was a mixture of troopers moulded into one team of 12 that hadn't yet obtained that kind of fighting unit cohesion they needed, at least not in Johnson's opinion anyway, and that was what mattered. He had relented and borrowed a reliable man from both Maxwell's and Strauss's troops to drive the 2 Saxons and taxi the 8 Royal Marines under the leadership of their sergeant, Bill Hampton. In each of those armoured personnel carriers were 4 Marines and a single nuclear engineer from America. The suggestion to split the precious cargo was a sensible precaution, as each of the skilled men was effectively protected by his own brick, or 4-man patrol. Sticking to that template made it more likely that at least one of them would remain unharmed and capable of preventing the power station going boom. The last vehicle, sitting in the middle between the Saxons, with 2 Foxes fore and aft, was the Sultan vehicle that Johnson wished he had been in. He had lent him his radio operator, Corporal Daniels, as the man had been left looking for work after his ejection from the headquarters building. Johnson watched them out of sight, not knowing that they would face nothing of the resistance they expected. Chapter 17. Major Clive Downes stayed on one knee and looked over the iron sights and fat, suppressed barrel of the brand-new MP5SD he had been issued, along with his men. They were all familiar with the weapons, having used them extensively when their squadron rotated into the Black Team, but the sudden change felt slightly alien. They had just spent 7 months living in the caves and villages with the Mujahideen, as unsavoury as the experience was, and had been carrying the plentiful AK-47s that flooded half of the world. There was no need for heavy-caliber penetration with this strange new enemy, and their distance needs were catered for by one of his men who carried the rarest of possessions in the Western military, that of the Soviet Val 9mm silenced sniper rifle. That weapon had been one of the reasons that US and UK Special Forces had been in Afghanistan, as the Soviet technological advances, with an active war for testing, had been astronomical. Consequently, samples of new weapons were highly sought after to enable them to produce effective countermeasures should the Cold War turn hot. That captured rifle had never made it into the hands of the civilian masters, however, and would now be employed against the dead, instead of being rigorously tested and reverse-engineered. The arms race had become the new space race, with each side of the globe working tirelessly to develop new weaponry to beat the defences of their potential opposition. With their rapid-firing, suppressed machine guns and their silenced sniper rifle, their doomsday options were strapped to the backs of 2 men in the forms of shotguns, fully automatic shotguns, for when they had no option but to go loud. Their sidearms, as with many Special Forces teams, were a mixture, as they had access to a choice of weapons to suit their individual preferences. The regular troops, what the men of the Special Air Service referred to as the Green Army, would never be allowed to pick their weapons or show individual flavours as they did. 2 of them carried the Browning High Power, 1 carried the American Colt 45, and their major preferred the Sig Sauer P228. Those 4 men, with their weapon-based idiosyncrasies, possessed enough firepower and lethal training to perform as an entire platoon of regular soldiers. Now, kneeling in a rough circle facing outwards, they listened as the sounds of the helicopter blades faded away into silence. As if the 4 men had evolved to become streamlined instruments of warfare, even their names were mostly single-syllable. Their officer, nominally in charge, but in their arena at the peak of their chosen profession, every man had a say, was known simply as Boss, or the Boss, to the men. The men, a corporal and 2 troopers, were similarly named Mac, Desmond, or Desi, and Smithy. He introduced himself as Smithy with 2 Fs, in his cheeky South London accent. Desmond wasn't Desi's real name, but it was a joke at his expense from his parent unit, who said they would see him soon and dubbed him Desmond Tutu, as in 2-2 for Tutu SAS, when he left for Hereford on selection. The joke backfired, as he passed selection on his first attempt and retained the nickname in celebration. To outsiders, their curious, tight-knit nature seemed unnatural and very un-army-like, but outsiders didn't understand them, other than their major, who retained his rank when passing selection, when ordinarily he would have been forced to rotate out after 2 or 3 years, as he had done when he'd served his first stint in the regiment as a captain. The enlisted men lost whatever rank they held in their parent units, and often went from sergeants or corporals back to being troopers. The fact that the Major had been invited back for a second stint spoke volumes about his competency. The sound of rotor blades faded into silence, and Mac's soft Scottish voice drifted to the others from behind them as they covered their own sectors of fire. 3 slow movers, 100 yards, he muttered. Smithy, the Major said, on you. Trooper Smith said nothing, but turned and lay flat, pointing towards the direction Mac was facing. He slipped the long rifle from his shoulder and settled into the stock, pausing a few heartbeats before the 3 whistling coughs barked from the gun. All 3 zombies fell, and the Major called the move. They stepped towards the big power plant in bounds, 2 men covering and 2 men moving. The main access door was opened with a swipe card which had been coded and provided by their colonial cousins. The door opened with a tiny metallic buzz, and Mac held the handle of the door as he glanced back to see the other 3 stacked up in tight formation with their MP5s up and ready. They went in, clearing the building section by section, and finding only a dozen people inside the compound after 3 hours of thorough searching. Not people specifically, but undead lurching creatures who had been, up until fairly recently, people. "Call it in," Downs said to Mac, who was carrying their radio, and watched as he snaked out the antenna on the ground. 0, this is Charlie 1-1, 0, Charlie 1-1, over, he said in low, robotic tones. 1-1-0, send, came the female voice from the other end of the ether. 1-1, target secure. ETA on convoy? Stand by, 1, came the operator's voice before a brief pause. ETA, 19 minutes, over. Mac glanced at the boss, who nodded back. 19 minutes until the engineers arrived with their armoured escort to stop the plant from going critical. Mac acknowledged the information and signed off to pack up the radio gear. 19 minutes came and went in relative quiet, other than the 2 shambling callers at the gate. The 4 men still maintained cover and situational awareness. Ingrained habits they were unable to switch off after a life of considering incoming enemy fire. They had yet to see a zombie with the ability to bring a weapon to bear, but carelessness, as Mac liked to say, often led to a mild case of death. The 2 callers were allowed to come close, then both took single rounds in the skull as they coughed from Desi's MP5 at a distance of 20 feet. They had learned to be economical with their shots, unless faced with one of the rare, faster ones that usually denoted a sizable force of zombies would soon follow. This experience had been earned shortly after their return from the sub to the surface of the water, when told they would be employed for precision missions and would be inserted far behind enemy lines, such as they were. Downs requested a day in theatre for training, as the intelligence briefs held no mention or description of how to fight them. The powers that be allowed the request after a day of deliberation, evidently deciding that their small team was replaceable should they not return, and the intelligence they could bring back would be worthwhile. Given that they had already been told that sound attracted them, and that a tiny percentage of them acted differently and were more dangerous, Downs requested the suppressed MP5s. They flew by helicopter to a sparsely populated region of northern France, and spent 6 hours developing tactics which they reported back to command. Their rules were simple. Small groups, low noise profile. Use suppressed weapons whenever possible. Avoid large concentrations of enemy and drop the faster ones at distance as soon as identification made. Then clear out before arrival of their faithful followers. Their tactics were under the radar, invisible and quiet. The rest of the time was waited out in silence, until the whistling and squeaking of moving armor tickled the edges of their hearing. Nobody said anything, because they didn't have to. An armored convoy was the exact opposite of the warfare that they practiced, and although impressive and able to bring a staggering and devastating amount of firepower to bear, they also attracted every shuffling corpse inside of a mile radius just by driving along the road, even before they fired a shot. The diversionary tactic from the American Apache pilot should have helped, as he flew over 50 miles east before destroying a large road bridge to stem the flow of corpses and contain them. This also served to make a lot of noise and attract anything heading in the direction of the power station away towards the fast-flowing river and the sea beyond, where the bridge had collapsed. As the 7 vehicles stormed in and had the gates pushed closed behind them, The four men jogged into the entrance where the convoy formed a semicircle and faced their guns outwards. A man wearing a captain's insignia stepped down from a tracked light tank and met the four men as they arrived. "Captain Palmer," he said to the men, who weren't in the slightest bit breathless after their quarter-mile run from the gate. "Household cavalry." "Captain," acknowledged Mac, as the first man to have arrived, giving Palmer the incorrect assumption that he was the officer leading the group. Downes stayed back from the conversation, waiting to hear what transpired. "I presume you have been inside?" Palmer asked, guessing that the four men, with wild beards and piercing eyes, were clearly what his men would call sneaky-beaky, and probably wouldn't have felt it necessary to wait for half a squad of Marines to check out an abandoned building. "It's clear," Mac said simply. "You've brought the engineers?" In answer, two men were escorted towards the doors, with four Marines surrounding each one. "We'll take it from here," Downes said, stepping forward and speaking for the first time. Palmer's eyebrows rose slightly, indicating that his trained ear had picked up on the educated voice and had clearly misunderstood who the officer was. Given the man's age, Palmer also correctly surmised, in an eye blink, that the man was his senior and responded accordingly. "Of course, sir," he answered. "I shall set the perimeter and wait for instructions." Downes nodded his thanks to him and turned to indicate that the two engineers should follow. The 6 men disappeared inside after the door was swiped open, leaving Palmer with that cold sense of having been bypassed by some ghostly spirit and unsure of what he had experienced. "Sinclair? Hampton?" Palmer said loudly, waiting for the army and marine sergeants to report to him. "The Sultan is to remain here," he said, indicating a strong point by the doors, "with 2 foxes. Take the other 2 to the gate and switch off the engines. Hampton, perimeter patrols in opposing directions, if you please." The sergeants acknowledged their orders, gave their own to make it happen, and Palmer waited. "There and there," said one engineer, his accent alien in the English countryside. "We need to access that panel and recalibrate, then reset the coolant flow from up there," he finished, pointing to a glass bubble on the walkway level above their heads. The 4 men of the SAS patrol listened, but, in honesty, cared little for the technicalities, as they wouldn't be asked to perform the task, and thought it better to keep to their areas of expertise. They kept their weapons ready as the 2 Americans went about their work, draining the coolant and powering down the output to a more manageable level. The mostly depleted coolant had drained away, and the large pipes whooshed as more water pumped in. The 2 men worked for almost 40 minutes, far less time than Downes expected, before declaring that they were done. "That's it?" he asked them. "Sure. All we had to do was drain the system, power it down as much as possible, and top off the tanks," he replied. "This place is only kicking out about 30% of normal, but it's good for almost a year before we have to do anything to it. It ain't like there are a lot of folks around here using their microwaves, right?" he finished with a laugh. "Nah, mate," Smithy said acidly, "because most people in our fucking country are dead, so show a bit of respect." The man shut his mouth, packed up his tools, and waited to be led back outside. "Captain," Downes said as he looked up to where Palmer was sprouting out of the hatch on the Sultan. "Sir, is your man linked to your base?" Downes asked, wanting to know if they had open radio communication. "He is," Palmer told him. "Could you trouble them for our transport to be sent?" Downes inquired politely. Palmer frowned. "Of course, but," he said hesitantly, "aren't you hitching a ride back with us?" "They are," Downes said as he gestured to the engineers. "We're not." He said nothing else, telling Palmer that the subject was, at least as far as the irregular soldiers of the Special Forces were concerned, closed. Palmer instructed his radio man to make the call and received his own orders to return to the island. Palmer offered to remain until such time as a helicopter arrived for the 4-man team, but Downes quietly embarrassed him by pointing out that anything following the noise trail would be after them, and not the aircraft it would never find. He didn't embarrass himself further by inquiring where they were going, but wished the men well as he recalled his convoy to prepare to depart. "Don't worry, Captain," Downes said with a chilling smile that was probably meant to seem reassuring. "Something tells me we'll be meeting again soon." Long before the convoy returned, Johnson found himself summoned by the new commander of their island to deal with a civilian matter. He entered the room to find Colonel Tim looking remarkably flustered, and the 3 men of his entourage seemingly powerless to assist. "Thank God for that," said a young woman who appeared to be the spokesperson for the 3 civilians sitting at the table. "Someone with some sense at last. Mr. Johnson, would you please explain to this man that we aren't soldiers and that the army doesn't own us?" Johnson turned to his new commanding officer and saluted, which seemed to please the man. "Miss Perkins, perhaps if I understood the issue better," he said gently, meaning that he had no damned clue what was happening. "This gentleman," Kimberly said as she gestured towards the rather deflated-looking colonel, "wants us all herded up and catalogued. Perhaps we should have serial numbers tattooed on our arms to make life easier for you." "Sergeant Major," Colonel Tim interrupted, in what he thought was a placatory tone, but in fact bathed the room in arrogance and condescension. "All I simply said was that we need to record the details of every civilian living under our protection here, so that we can properly establish who can be of service." "That's not what he said," Kimberly explained, in a mirroring tone of talking down to him before glancing back at Johnson. "He said that we are all, what was it, suckling at the military teat, and that we have to show our gratitude." Johnson understood. He understood the point that both people were trying to make, and was firmly of the opinion that the elderly buffoon understood no concept of speaking to an audience that wasn't disciplined and duty-bound to call him sir and follow his orders. "Perhaps, Miss Perkins," he inquired politely, "if the colonel and I could discuss military matters in private for a moment." Kimberly understood, gave a nod to the 2 men there in support of her, who looked similarly offended, and retrieved a cigarette and lighter from her purse before stepping outside. "May I, sir?" Johnson asked, gesturing at a vacant chair. "By all means, Johnson, by all means," the colonel responded. Johnson sat, cast a cold glance at the 2 orderlies, which clearly translated as a polite request for them to make themselves scarce, and smiled at the officer. His aide, a lieutenant who probably had an advanced qualification in senior officer babysitting, and a tenuous family connection to the Royals, which elevated him above his years and rank, remained standing behind his colonel. "Sir, I don't want to overstep, but if I may offer a solution to dealing with the civilians that would save time and allow you to concentrate on command matters instead," Johnson said. The lieutenant smiled, acknowledging a fellow smooth talker. "What do you have in mind?" Colonel Tim asked, leaning forward in anticipation. "It's just that an officer from my squadron had done all the legwork before you arrived, sir, and if you'll permit me to say, sir, it's more of a junior officer's job, so that you can keep a tactical awareness of the situation as a whole, sir, and be ready to lead us, instead of being bogged down with the whys and wherefores of the rank and file, let alone the vagaries of civilian management," he said, baffling the man's brain with what seemed like the witchcraft of the working classes. He had used this trick more than once in his career when dealing with officers, and spouting total rubbish with a confident tone and a hopeful smile at the end of his official-sounding waffle never failed to confuse any senior officer. "Ah, I see," the colonel said, as he leaned back and gave a theatrically conspiratorial wink. "So you think this man would be better placed to smooth the waves, eh? Manage the herd a little?" "Absolutely, sir," Johnson said with a smile, happy that the man had seen the logical suggestion in his utter nonsense. "Very well. I trust you'll see to that?" he asked, as he craned his neck up to his aide. "Of course, sir. I shall seek out this—" He trailed off as he shot a questioning look at Johnson. "Lieutenant Simpkins Palmer, sir," he answered, investing the objectionable, jumped-up brat of an officer's name with as much aristocratic idiocy as he could muster. "I shall find him right away, assuming he can be spared from his duties," the aide replied. Johnson was dismissed and watched as the colonel stepped outside and slipped on his cap to clasp his hands behind his back and enjoy a relaxing stroll back down the hill, seemingly without a care in the world. Johnson followed, stopped next to Kimberly Perkins, and glared at the 2 orderlies, who were also smoking and standing close to the civilian woman. "Well?" he asked them. "Off you fuck, lads." They scurried away after their colonel, eager to flee the big warrant officer, even if they didn't fall directly under his command. He turned to face the 3 civilians as soon as they were alone. "I'm sorry about that," he said formally. "That's quite all right, Sergeant," said a man who Johnson guessed was perhaps in his early 50s. He bridled at the unintentional demotion the man gave him and tried to ignore it. "You'll have Lieutenant Palmer back acting as a buffer between yourselves and the new colonel," he said, feeling as though he was betraying his beloved British Army ever so slightly. "But I rather suspect that the man wants to feel more useful." "We understand, Mr. Johnson," Kimberly said to mollify the conversation, "and I apologize that you were called into that. But I suspected it might have got out of control had we not sent for you," she said, as she self-consciously brushed her hair down over the left side of her face, as she did often. It was only then that the squadron sergeant-major, a man who prided himself on being astute and living in the world between the lines, realized that the colonel had not sent for him to control the unruly civilian population, but rather that the civilians had sent for him to assist them. He wasn't entirely sure what that meant for the time being, so he squared it away until he could figure it out. He opened his mouth to say that he would provide Lieutenant Palmer with specific instructions, but his words were stopped in his throat. "Sergeant Major," Kimberly said, as she watched him out of the right side of her face, turning the left side away self-consciously, "we are having an informal meeting tonight to discuss matters. I wonder if you would join us. The Royal Arms at 5? Johnson was taken aback by the sudden invitation, but managed to keep his face from showing it. He regained his composure and said that he would try to make it if duty allowed. Embarrassed, he made his way to find the younger Palmer and tell him exactly what he needed to do. Chapter 18. Peter and Amber woke again that morning and went through the same routine of eating breakfast and feeding the cat, who had returned undetected at some point. The house itself was comfortable and secure, and there was enough food for another 2 days at least, but the water situation meant that they would be forced to find somewhere new that day. He told Amber this, and thought it was remarkable how such a young kid could take bad things happening in her stride without complaining. She didn't cry, she didn't complain or refuse to help, she just nodded and got on with everything. Peter filled his water bottle before they left, using a small cup to decant the water from the toilet cistern to pour it in a bit at a time, and then he asked Amber if she needed to use the toilet one last time before they left. She screwed up her face in thought, rolled her eyes up toward her left brow, and pursed her lips, before finally nodding that she did. Peter smiled at her, finding her silent ways of communicating with him both funny and endearing, and placed a hand on her head without thinking as she walked past. She didn't respond to the touch, and Peter didn't even register that he had done it. Such was the strength of the protective bond he felt for the girl already. It was as though she was more than just another person who had survived. It was as though he had saved her life, which he reckoned he had, because there'd been one of the things coming for the door when he'd found her, and that somehow made her his responsibility. She was his burden, but not with any sense of regret or reluctance. Her survival had somehow become his life's mission overnight, and the thought of abandoning her or failing in that mission was simply unthinkable to him. Amber was now his sole purpose in life, as he didn't seem to have any other pressing engagements on his calendar. His musings had gone on so long that she had returned downstairs from the bathroom and stood level with his stomach and smiled up at him briefly. She was ready to go. Peter had fed the cat, unloading 2 cans of food onto plates for it to give it a head start after they left. The window was left partly open, and they shut the back door after themselves when they left. The cat hadn't come back after breakfast to say goodbye to them. Peter had loaded up his backpack with as much of the heavier stuff as possible, leaving Amber with the shopping bag to manage. That kept his hands free to wield the pitchfork, and he crouched low to stalk along the rear path and around the side of the house. They saw nothing moving in the village, but Peter thought their luck had been pushed sufficiently to warrant moving on. Plus, he couldn't guarantee that there was any more water in the other houses. He looked up into the overgrown hedge, lifting the weapon to move a sprig of leafy branch out of the way of the road sign. Fingerboard, his mind told him out of nowhere when he saw it. He guessed that name, wherever he had heard it, made sense, as it was like a finger telling him how far it was to the next place and in what direction. The fingerboards gave him a choice of 2 places, both of which his inbuilt sense of direction said were okay, as he hadn't been to them yet. One said 4.5 miles, written in numbers and fractions. The other said 2 3/4. Looking down at Amber's little legs, he chose the second place and pointed out their direction to her. She said nothing, not that he expected her to, and just started stepping off in that direction. He set off beside her, both of them walking in the middle of the road, Peter sweeping his eyes left and right as they went. He looked down at her out of the corner of his eye, marvelling that someone so little could walk so well, given what she had been through. A high-pitched whine pierced the upper limits of his hearing, making his body tense in anticipation and his breathing grow rapid, ready to move if he had to. Before he had a chance to make a decision, a screaming, blurry, dark monster erupted overhead and shot over them at a deceptively low altitude. He expected it to blow them violently with a downwash, but instead only the noise reached them. Both of them flinched and ducked lower, as though the flying monster was much, much lower than it was. As quickly as it had burst into their world, it was gone again, straight over their heads and out of sight in another heartbeat, leaving behind it a brief, violent memory and the fading scream of the engines. The two children straightened and looked at one another, Peter with an open mouth and wide eyes, and Amber with a shrug and a look of bewildered amusement. Unable to think of anything appropriate to say for the occasion, Peter looked around their surroundings instead, in case anything unwelcome also wanted to see where the big, fast-moving helicopter had disappeared to. They had walked for what his blue and red watch face told him was just over 30 minutes, when they stopped, and now Peter saw a footpath intersecting the route they were on. The path to their left dropped down a slight hill, to where the very tops of chimneys showed. He glanced back to the road, reading from the direction of the trees ahead that the road looped to the left. At least, he guessed it did. He looked at the distant building, down the sloping path, back to the road and back again as he tried to figure out whether to risk the shortcut. As he was close to figuring it out, a small hand tugged at his trouser leg. He looked down to Amber, a sinking feeling in his chest, and wondered what fresh hell was heading their way. She pointed back down the road in the direction they had come from, and he squinted to see what she had. "What is it?" he asked her. In response, she just shook her outstretched finger in the same direction, meaning that he should look instead of talking. He squinted his eyes, straining to see anything, until a flash of dark movement made his breath catch in his throat, until he realized what it was. "Ha!" he blurted out loudly in shocked amusement. Amber let out a small giggle as he realized what her sharp eyes had already seen. Tail raised vertically and curled over at the very tip, the black and brown cat popped out of the long grass of the verge and trotted towards them. It meowed when it got close, walked straight in between their legs and began snaking around Amber as it rose up off its front paws to purr loudly and rub its cheek against her hand. Amber looked up at Peter, her eyes asking the question that her lips would not. Peter shrugged, seeing no possible way he could even enforce leaving the cat behind if he wanted to, and not having the heart to say no anyway. "I guess I'm just collecting strays now," he thought to himself with mock annoyance. "Come on, then," he said to both of them, and climbed the wooden posts in the hedgerow break to follow the footpath down the slope. He turned and reached out for Amber to pass him her bag, sticking the pitchfork into the dirt so that it stood up vertically, then held out his other hand after she had passed over the bag to help her over. She took his hand unthinkingly, much the same way as a child would when crossing the road with a grown-up, but the small gesture of trust and the warmth of her hand made him feel better somehow. After they had climbed over, they turned to look at the cat, who just stared at them blankly from the other side. Peter spoke to it, offering encouragement like it was a younger sibling who was refusing to walk another step. Amber made a kissing noise with her lips and patted her legs. The cat stared at both of them before abruptly craning its neck over its left shoulder to lick itself. "Come on," Peter told the girl. "If it's followed us this far, it'll follow us the rest of the way." Amber seemed to consider this and shrugged again, picking up her bag again, ready to move. When they reached the outskirts of the village, after another 20 minutes of walking down the gently sloping field, they found that the path they were on emerged into a graveyard. Peter's back crawled, threatening to make him shudder. His only experience of zombies was of them as cartoon characters, and then they were usually comedy characters with a hilariously low intelligence and easily foiled by the animated hero of the program he was watching. They were always represented as bursting out of their graves, one hand at a time, and shuffling off in search of brains, which made him question the effectiveness of burial in the first place. Weren't people in coffins when they were buried? How did they get out and stand up under the weight of the soil? How shallow were the graves in these cartoons, and why did they have green skin and crazy eyes? Thought of the eyes sobered him. Maybe some of the cartoons had been right, only they hadn't known or hadn't told the truth that instead of being funny characters, they were relentless and terrifying if they gathered in more than pairs. Flashbacks came to him of the mob, the horde of things who blew through his home and devoured everything living except him, through his quick actions and dumb luck. Maybe the cartoons should have shown the zombies as people the characters knew, maybe their best friend, and made them watch as they burned up and died, and then got up and ripped the heroes apart with their hands and teeth. Shaking those dark thoughts away, he looked for a way to skirt the graveyard, and found a small stone bridge over a tiny trickle of a brook, which he could easily have jumped. Amber couldn't, he guessed, so he led her over the little bridge. "Trip, trap, trip, trap," she whispered from the bank behind him as he walked over the narrow stones. Peter froze, instantly recalling the tale of the 3 billy goats and the troll under the bridge. His feet woke up before his brain, and he stepped fast over the bridge, and turned to snatch Amber up, but saw that she had stopped before the bridge and was pointing down. A hand, pale and bloated with wet skin, peeled away from where the blackened fingernails clawed at the bridge to haul a naked and milky-eyed monstrosity from the shallow water below. The first thought to strike him and run through his brain, almost conversationally, was about the exact circumstances that had led to a person who had turned into one of them being, at least mostly from what he could see, naked and hiding under a tiny stone bridge by a graveyard in a village with maybe 20 buildings. He wondered what possible scenario could have led to this happening, and he found himself at a total loss for a logical explanation. As this flash of thought ran through his brain, roughly a second had passed in the real world, and in that second, the pale and bloated skin of the thing's head rose up out of the shallow water, with globules of green algae plastered to its face and partly obscuring its mouth. Then, and possibly worst of all, the thing that struck him next was the smell. Afterwards, much afterwards in fact, he decided to recategorize what he had experienced at that moment and classified the smell as something worse than a stench, but not quite a foul taste. It was definitely up there with the time on the farm he had to try and stay quiet, with half of his mouth containing mud and slime, which was mostly animal shit, and he reckoned it might have actually been worse. Instead of wasting time considering all of these illogical and irrelevant thoughts, he decided to thrust out the pitchfork and solve the problem before it became any worse than a fright and a disgusting smell. As he lined up the weapon, the bloated mess let out a hiss that was mostly a gargle through a clogged mouth, but it was answered with another hiss of pure venom and aggression. On the low wall next to Amber, the cat had caught up and was voicing its opinion about the situation. Peter knew that cats had a much better sense of smell than humans, so he couldn't even begin to imagine what the cat felt about the bloated floater. Before the situation devolved any further, the pitchfork's prongs entered the thing's head just before and just behind its left ear, and ended the grand entrance before it had chance to get into full flow. Peter withdrew the weapon with a grunt and a sharp pull, and the repulsive lump flopped back into the low, murky water. The cat had stopped hissing, but stayed utterly motionless and kept its eyes on the thing, with only twitches of a hugely puffed-up tail betraying that it wasn't a statue. Amber just looked blankly at him. Then he remembered the warning she'd given him, as cryptic as it was, and he held out a hand for her to cross over to him. She didn't hesitate, and skipped across the bridge lightly to join him, then looked back at the cat, who hopped down and stalked over the bridge to follow. "How did you know?" he whispered to her, as his head swiveled to locate any other unwelcome surprises. "Did you see it?" he asked, worrying that he had looked and hadn't seen it there. She didn't answer, so he stole a glance at her to check. She shrugged, a genuine "I don't know" shrug, and smiled back at him. Peter didn't know what he expected, so he guessed the shrug was what he deserved. He pointed at her, then to his side, and waited for her to nod. Stalking out into the road with her beside him, he crept along in the open, so as not to be surprised by any more jack-in-the-box zombies in close quarters. He made for the largest house he could see, stopping once to listen intently as Amber stood still in total silence, as though she wasn't even breathing. The cat had disappeared again, but that was hardly his priority at that point. He saw 3 cars parked on the road at nearby houses, which seemed to be so old in construction that they didn't have driveways, and noticed something was somehow off about them. They were at unnatural angles, because people usually park their cars vaguely straight. Their wing mirrors were bent backwards or pushed in, depending on whether he could see the front or the back of the cars, and all of them were smeared with dried streaks of black. Sneaking towards the house and the taller-than-average front door, he pointed for Amber to wait on the other side of the big car, and waited until she moved. Exchanging a look, he left her there and tried the front door. He'd once seen a television program where the woman, with big curly hair, claimed that crime was up so high that people were afraid to leave their doors unlocked anymore. That struck Peter as a stupid thing to say, because if locks weren't necessary, why did every door have them? Personally, he was glad to live in the country for 2 reasons. 1, the only city he had ever been to was London, which had burned down in riots a month ago from what he had seen on the news, and 2, around there a lot of people actually did leave their doors unlocked. The big house was one of them. He turned the round brass doorknob and was rewarded by protesting springs until a click denoted it was open. Pushing it gently inwards, he stood back 2 paces and raised the pitchfork. "Hello?" he called into the house as loud as he dared, and heard no reply. He looked over to Amber, seeing the top of her head from the nose up as she peered over the front of the car, and tried to figure out what to do, to try and decide whether he should take her inside on a house search and put both of them at risk if they had to run away. Just then he realized what the signs outside had meant, and what had happened here. It also went some way to explaining how a naked zombie found itself stuck in a low brook, and he knew in that instant that there wouldn't be a single one of them there unless it was trapped. That horde which had nearly consumed him in a flood, that swarm of corpses that had steamed across the countryside like a roller, had been through here in some form. It had filled the road outside and swept inexorably onwards, and anything that was free to shuffle or walk or crawl would have been taken along with it. With renewed confidence in his logic, he called out louder into the house. "Hey!" he yelled. "Zombies!" He smiled to himself as he said it, knowing that he was showing off for Amber and not caring. He smiled because it was the first time he had used the word out loud, and when he did, it seemed to take some of the fear and stress out of the situation. Nothing happened inside the house, so he waved her to him and walked inside. It had 5 bedrooms, an office, wardrobes that seemed more like bedrooms in size, without windows, and a door to another room where the washing machine and a tumbled dryer were built into the same worktops as the kitchen had. There was a door from that room that led into the big garage, where there were tools and camping things and an old car with no roof. He checked every room, every cupboard, and every possible place that a person could hide in, as though it was a high-stakes hide-and-seek tournament. Loser gets eaten, he thought grimly, but he was right, and the house was empty. As impressive as it was, as huge and luxurious as the kitchen was, which he guessed was about the same size as the entire ground floor of his old house, it yielded about a day's worth of food for them, which meant that he would have to check the other houses in the village. He was happy to do that. Hell, he'd been doing it for a few weeks before he met Amber, but at least he would have somewhere for her to stay when he went. The one good thing was that the garage contained plastic bottles of water, which meant that they wouldn't be drinking from toilet cisterns for a while. They roamed the house looking for things, and Peter checked the flow of the taps to see if they worked, purely out of interest. To his utter disbelief, and by some miracle, the tap he turned flowed strongly with water. Water that, to his great delight, was getting hot. Chapter 19. "What? Where are we with comms?" Hadlington asked, with a hint of desperation in his voice. "Still nothing, sir," she said coolly, but inside she was screaming for a way to warn the two teams of SAS and SBS that they were heading directly into a complete shitstorm. She blamed the Americans, naturally, as they had been late in relaying the information to their own command, who had then passed it directly on to the land-based control room for that area. Had the information come only 30 minutes earlier, she could have contacted the helicopter pilot and ordered the abort, but the teams were on the ground and totally unaware what was coming for them. "Fucking hell!" Hadlington swore under his breath. "Get me command," he told her, "and send a runner to fetch me the colonel. I need him to sign an order for these men to drive into the lion's den." The 4 men comprising Charlie 11 had climbed in silence back aboard the helicopter that had been sent for them and held on to the hanging straps as the bird's nose tipped towards the east and powered away. Technically, they weren't back on board, as this helicopter, while being the same model, was a fully fueled one that had come via a gentler speed, as their first ride was blasting back to its floating home. This one was tasked with dropping them off in South London, where they were due to rendezvous with Charlie 12, who were infiltrating up the Thames, no doubt in order to provide additional options should any team have an issue getting in or out. The team and their boats would have been inserted by helicopter in the wider stretches of the river to the east for them to slip into the city quietly. The other team had been at their own small base on the south coast when the shit hit the fan, and as they were so few in number, they were forced to take to the channel in their rigid inflatable boats to escape the enemy masses on dry land. When the Navy began to congregate in the relatively narrow waterway between the English and French coasts, they were picked up and rapidly portioned off into individual patrols to be made available for use wherever command saw fit. Of that 4-man team, 2 had seen warfare in the East Falklands in 1982 and constantly reminded the others of that. All of them were formerly Royal Marines, as were all troopers of their 4 squadrons, but one had taken the unusual route of joining first the Royal Navy before becoming enamoured with the elite reputation of the Marines. He had quit after 4 years because he was told there was no possible way to transfer. His branch had been at manning balance and not surplus, so there was no way he could transfer, he was told. So he had left, signed out and walked off base to go straight into the Forces Careers Office to sign on as a Royal Marine recruit, then waited in cheap accommodation outside Plymouth for 5 weeks until the next recruitment process began. It never occurred to him that he wouldn't pass recruitment and selection. That confidence, which some of the training staff saw as arrogance, saw him through the commando course and onto an accelerated path to his first promotion due to his previous experience and capabilities. Some thought him career-driven, but those who worked with him knew him to be all work at work and all play outside. After another 4 years, in a new coloured beret, he again had his head turned when his unit had encountered members of the UK Special Forces in Northern Ireland. They were kept separate in the barracks, with its anti-mortar mesh and high walls, and they were ordered not to talk to them or ask about their activities. He had disobeyed that order, finding a man who had greeted some of the older Marines in his unit. Finding out that the man had previously been one of them, he asked him outright who he was with. The Special Boat Service became his next goal, and his request for selection followed as soon as he returned to the UK. In his usual style, he passed selection on his first attempt, relishing the grueling physical and mental pressure of being tested beyond the expected limits of human performance and resolve. Now, despite his previous experience and time spent as a Special Forces soldier, he was still referred to as the Matelot. Alex Bufford, Sergeant, Special Boat Service, preferred to be called Buffs. He was tall, fit, and strong as one would expect from a former Marine, but he found that the majority of his fellow Special Forces soldiers were often short and wiry, in contrast to his big shoulders and thick arms. His strength was overt, whereas others seemed more like tough goats or ants that seemed able to lift 10 times their own body weight. Buffs, a newly minted sergeant, through exceptionally hard work, led his team of 4 in 2 rigid inflatable boats up the filthy Thames River, which was thick with floating corpses that bobbed on the surface, bloated and rotting. Their engines were only turning at less than half their capacity for 2 reasons: to keep a lower noise profile and to allow them to avoid the worst concentrations of dead bastards. On more than one occasion they were forced to power up and then lift their propellers from the water to bump over the bodies without blending them. With 2 men in each boat, they were well below capacity, but the likelihood was that they were their own exfil, and a rescue was about as possible as finding a decent bar open in the city. They found the small pier they wanted by the GPS coordinates and cut their engines in unison to float the rest of the way in silence. Tying off their crafts, they slipped onto dry land and stalked effectively forwards as their guns came up to cover all angles. "Straight ahead, 3rd right, 2nd left, 1st right, 1st right," he repeated to himself, going over the map in his head, which correlated to the one in his leg pocket. The map was totally unmarked and folded to its original lines, so as not to even betray the area they were operating in case they were captured. Operational habits of basic mission secrecy were so deeply ingrained in them that even the inability of their enemy to read a map would not encourage procedure to be abandoned. They made the turns on his lead, taking each turn as they had in training and real life, until they reached the innocuous double doors of their target location. A bird noise, piercing and subtle yet alien to the environment, sounded to their right. It came from a fire-damaged corner of a building on the 1st floor, where the partly destroyed glass offered a wide view of the street below. Buffs stopped and dropped to one knee, looking up at the window, not at anything he could see, but at the place where he would have placed his own team if he had arrived first. 1, 2, he said softly, waiting for a response. 1-1, coming down, came the reply, before the slightest shift in the shadows moved behind the damaged glass. Moments later, 4 men emerged, dressed and equipped similarly to them, with the addition of beards that only served to make their eyes seem brighter as they were framed by unruly darkness. The man at their point nodded to him in a curt but efficient greeting, then stopped to take a knee beside him. "Downs. Hereford," he introduced himself. "Bufford. Poole," Buffs responded. Pleasantries exchanged, they stepped through the double doors and slowly descended the steps towards the underground lab that nobody knew was there, let alone responsible for the end of days. They clicked on the bright torches attached to their weapons to illuminate the pitch black, where sunlight could not penetrate, and found the outer door of the lab. The MP5 had no bayonet, so dispatching the single lurching corpse who stood resting its face against the thick security glass of that door could not be done at distance, unless with a bullet. Given that even suppressed shots make noises, especially in cavernous underground areas, Buffs dropped his weapon to hang on its strap and held up a hand to signal the other 7 men not to fire. Just as the zombie turned in response to the approaching lights and footfalls to leave part of its face glued to the glass and expose bright white bone on its forehead, Buffs slipped the small pioneer axe from the belt loop on his right hip and swung the small weapon to bury the pointed end downwards into the skull of the creature to crumple it down to the ground. Downs watched with evident respect for the display and the weapon, using his weapon-mounted torch to regard the short-handled axe to see a brightly polished head smeared with dark gore. The axe had clearly been a display piece somewhere, but questions about it would have to wait. He stepped forwards and tapped repeatedly on the glass, until a suspicious pair of wild eyes, set in a dishevelled face, appeared. "Open the fucking door," Downs said slowly, with a visible finger pointed downwards to the lock, carefully mouthing each word until the unmoving man inside finally snapped into reality and turned a ship-style handle inside to unseal it. The 8 men stepped inside, weapons up and scanning as they fanned out to search the collection of rooms which stank beyond compare. It was not enough to assume that the lab was made safe just because someone else was in there. They had to see for themselves. "Professor Grohl?" Downs asked, placing a hand on the shoulder of the man and crouching slightly to try and force eye contact. Professor Sunil Grual, he tried again, with a shake, as Buffs closed the door behind them. Sonny, Gruel said, as he seemed to emerge back into consciousness. Downes winced at the man's breath. Okay, Sonny, we're getting you out of here. Do you have the samples? He asked. Gruel nodded and pointed to a large specialist case. Downes nodded to one of his troopers, who picked the case up with evident difficulty. Mac, he said then, hearing the response from behind him, find the computers. Mac did, tipping over the heavy desktop units and smashing open their cases and prizing out the huge internal drives. Desi was collecting all of the 3.5-inch floppy disks and stuffing them into a black bag indiscriminately, while Smithy began to pour acrid-smelling fuel onto key things such as paperwork. Meanwhile, 2 of Buffs' team assisted by piling things into easier piles. Just then, the telephone on the wall rang, a shrill, chirping noise. Gruel giggled to himself, as though the telephone being real was a sudden shock to him, and Buffs picked it up. A short conversation ensued, during which pertinent questions were asked. How big? Location? Direction? How long? Understood. Just as he replaced the handset and opened his mouth, a shout came from the door they had come through. Company! Was all it said, and company didn't come close to accurately describing what was out there. How many? Buffs asked in a low voice, considering whether the 2 teams could cover the mile through the city to their boats and get out ahead of the leading edge of the wave. 8 men and 1 civilian who would probably need carrying, he imagined, along with the heavy sample case. Left, second right, third left, straight ahead to the boats, he thought to himself as he mapped the return journey in his mind. Just as the answer told him that making a run for it was out of the question. All of the fuckers, I think, came the bleak response, because the swarm was already in the city. Chapter 20. The AWACS patrolling the area had been diverted towards Poland, where the Soviets were apparently performing heavy carpet bombing of the whole eastern edge of the country to create a no-man's land of death and rubble, in a desperate bid to prevent the disease from walking into the motherland. The bombing, the incessant mortar and artillery fire, had served only to attract every hungry dead person on the European continent towards them, and it was becoming a question of what would run out first, the enemy or the ordnance. While that report was fed back to the US via their carrier fleet just outside the English Channel, the early warning aeroplane had its eyes off the mainland UK. The mission to recover the virus research from London had come via Joint Command, but was a direct order from the US forces, and, moreover, came from people who did not give their name with an order, simply where they worked. In this instance, Century House gave the orders, meaning that British foreign intelligence was calling the shots, despite its UK headquarters seemingly overrun and abandoned. It was simply beyond the pay grade of any one of the military personnel involved to know the truth, that the outbreak was a direct result of poor containment protocols, after the US and UK governments collaborated to produce a biological weapon to use as a doomsday option and an alternative to nuclear bombardment in the Cold War against the socialist states in the East. Had that AWACS been watching the southeast of England, they would undoubtedly have seen the gathering swarm moving fast back toward the city for no explicable reason, along with another massing in Bristol. The swarming seemed to be cyclical and unpredictable, but there weren't enough eyes and too many things to watch. The information came again too late from the American satellite images, but the real-time information told a far more worrying story. Out in the Channel, the response to the swarms started too late, and the desperate rush to recall the teams on the ground failed to make contact. The next plan was to send in a rescue, and that was where the control team on the ground was employed. "Palmer!" Major Hadlington shouted as he jogged awkwardly towards the returning convoy, waving a piece of paper that the captain suspected was a signed order. "Palmer! What on earth does this buffoon want?" Palmer asked himself out loud as the hatless intelligence officer stomped to a halt beside his wagon. "Palmer, you'll need to turn around," he yelled, somewhat inappropriately in Captain Palmer's opinion. Palmer climbed down and stood beside the major, wearing a look of annoyed confusion. "Captain," Hadlington said intensely, "we need to deploy to London immediately. In force." Palmer, ignoring the "we" part and deciding that he had the right to know why, turned to the officer. "Major, I'm sure there is a perfectly good reason, which I must ask." "Because there is an 8-man Special Forces team stuck in an underground laboratory with a scientist who may be able to shed light on the virus that's fucking up our country," he hissed angrily through gritted teeth, before getting himself under control. "Because there is another swarm coming for them, because we have been ordered to, because we have to. Don't you understand, man? This could be a cure." Palmer stared at him for a beat, then turned and fired off a string of orders. "Sergeant Sinclair," he bawled with confidence and alacrity, "your troop to remain here as guard with 3 troop. Send runners for Mr. Johnson and the troop sergeants immediately. Sergeant Swift?" "Captain," came the reply from the building used as the gatehouse. "Can I trouble you to get on the radio and have the re-sup fuel wagon here right away?" he said, giving the order politely, and making Swift feel as though he was doing the young officer a personal favour. "Sinclair, unload all your spare 7.62, ready for the outgoing troops." "Sir," he said, as he wheeled back to the surprised, moustached man in spectacles. "Where precisely are we going?" Maxwell was recruited by Johnson for support, and the 2 of them entered the Royal with more trepidation than they had going out into the apocalypse. They gave their name and rank to the landlord, who was keeping a full tab of the army's expenses for later reimbursement in the hopeful wish that the world would get back to normal one day. The men gave their thanks for their pint of mild bitter and joined 2 women who were waving politely to them. Johnson gave Maxwell a sideways look, suspecting an ambush, as one of the women was Maxwell's wife. They took the 2 spare stools at the round wooden table. The offered greetings were exchanged, and Kimberly Perkins brushed her hair down across her face as she always did when speaking to people. "I'm so sorry, I forgot to ask. How is your chap who got hurt?" she said to the 2 soldiers. "He's on the mend, thank you," Maxwell said. "But it's not us responsible, is it, my love?" he said to his wife with a genuine warm smile. "Oh, you didn't tell me you were on the payroll, Denise." Maxwell's wife shrugged and smiled self-effacingly. "We all have to do our bit," she said, then shook her packet of cigarettes and slid 2 out, to offer one to Kimberly without checking to see if she even wanted one. The subtle gesture told Johnson that the 2 women knew each other far better than they were letting on. Maxwell, saying nothing about not being offered one of his wife's cigarettes, simply helped himself to the packet and frowned to find it empty. The 2 women shared a single flame from a lighter, and Denise Maxwell's eyes showed amusement at her husband. Maxwell tutted with an exaggerated eye-roll and produced a packet of rolling tobacco and papers. "Have a tailor-made," Kimberly said with a smile, and slipped a packet out of her handbag, which hung on the side of the chair she occupied. Maxwell thanked her, put one in his mouth, and thumbed another up for Johnson. He declined, not feeling the urge for a smoke, as he would surely be getting enough of the smell and taste from the 3 others. "So, Mr. Johnson," Kimberly said as she looked at him sideways, "what is happening in the wider world?" "It's Dean," he said awkwardly as he invited her to use his first name, to signify both that he considered himself off duty and that he held no domain over the young civilian woman. Maxwell smiled but was careful to keep that from his boss, who he had never called by his first name. Only a handful of times had Johnson called him by his first name, and the 2 were simply satisfied with the Army's habit of surnames. They were as close as any of the senior men in the squadron could be, and were friends within the confines of their working restrictions. "Well, Miss Perkins," Johnson began, "Kimberly, please," she said, mirroring his own acceptance of informality with a smile that he was forced to mirror. "Kimberly," he began again, almost bashful, "the Americans are in the Channel. The Cloak and Dagger Brigade are up to their usual tricks, and we aren't going to die from a nuclear power station breaking down. Other than that, I'm a mushroom," he finished with a deprecative shrug as he took a gulp of his beer. Denise chuckled and leant towards Kimberly. "Mushroom," she explained, "means that he's being kept in the dark," Kimberly finished, intentionally leaving out the part about the bullshit. They giggled at the men's reaction to the non-military woman's knowledge, which the others attributed to the time she had spent around the men and families.
"Dean, I understand you aren't married?"
Kimberly asked innocently. Johnson almost spat his beer at the suddenness and the personal nature of the question. He wanted to counter with the questions about what had happened to her face, about the scars she'd tried to cover, and where the hint of steel and tenacity in her character came from, but he didn't. Instead, he coughed and shook his head in weak answer. The conversation bounced around with a little less awkwardness after the icebreaker, until Denise gave their excuses and the two women went to the toilets together. On the way, they took up a conversation they'd been having before the men had joined them. Mostly it was speculation about where the royal family might be and what had happened to them. More specifically, they were intrigued by Sarah Ferguson and Prince Andrew, their new baby girl, and the state of their marriage. Back in the bar, Johnson took another long pull on his beer, taking it past the halfway point and threatening to taste too good to stop after just one, then turned to Maxwell, who was similarly enjoying his pint. "Is this your idea, or Denise's?" he asked quietly with a hint of warning in his voice.
"Kimberly's,"
he responded with a smirk as he stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and raised his open hands in mock surrender.
"We're just conscripts."
"You're taking the piss, right?" Johnson asked incredulously.
"Hand on heart, Gov."
Johnson stared at him. The girl had to be almost 20 years younger than him, and he couldn't comprehend why she would have any interest in the old bull that he saw himself as. Just as the two women re-emerged, he was saved from being driven off the field of battle by the main door of the pub bursting inwards. All eyes turned to the young trooper, red-faced and out of breath as he stood there, panting. Johnson didn't press the man, didn't add fear of himself to the panic the trooper obviously already felt.
"Report to troops,"
he called into the pub.
"Senior NCOs to the bridge."
With that, he ran from the door, clearly needing to make his other calls at billets to rouse the men. Johnson and Maxwell exchanged a look, mixed adrenaline and dread, and on Johnson's part a hint of relief. Going to work was safer than the situation he had been dropped into. They finished their pints with synchronized actions and offered brief apologies before they headed back down the hill at a steady jog via Johnson's billet, where they had left their weapons and webbing. Arriving at the threshold of the bridge, they were met by running engines, running men, and an efficient-looking Captain Palmer at the centre of everything.
"Ah, Johnson,"
he said, as he saw the SSM approaching, not using the honorary Mr. in recognition of his warranted office status, and betraying that time was so short that even the impeccably mannered Captain Palmer didn't have time to observe the proprieties.
"And Maxwell,"
he added to the sergeant,
"how many of your wagons are fit to go?"
3, sir," he answered quickly, leaving out the irrelevant facts as to why one of the squadron's 4 Spartans was out of commission due to its gearbox being in the process of being rebuilt. Palmer nodded, turning back to Johnson. "You and I and the Sultans, 3 crews from Assault Troop in the lead, and Strauss's men. Maxwell, I need 2 drivers to bring Saxons for an exfil mission."
"Sir,"
Johnson said.
"if I may."
"Of course," Palmer said. "I'll ride in your wagon, no point in taking another. What's our target?"
"South London,"
Palmer said, 150 miles. "I'm having maps sorted, but we're looking at least 6 hours without obstructions, assuming the M3 motorway is passable. We'll need to roll in the dark for most of it, so we are looking at a dawn extraction. I'd love to take a chieftain, but I'm afraid time is of the essence, and we need the armour there as soon as possible. Can I ask you to arrange for rations for the men?" Johnson nodded, adding the number of men rapidly in his head and arriving at 27, then turned away to find a runner to send to the quartermaster and request 54 ration packs to be brought immediately. He told the runner to give his compliments to Lieutenant Lloyd and request some Marines to assist him. Johnson's own mind spun up, calculating distances and allowing for an additional margin of error. Deciding that the fuel held in the vehicles cut the 300-mile journey too fine. Looking around for an NCO, not preparing to leave in the convoy, his eyes landed on the RMP sergeant. He walked over to stand close to him, ensuring that there were none of the enlisted men around, before asking him for a favour. He could have ordered him, but making a sergeant from another branch fetch and carry for him was bad form in his book.
"Tim," he said, "can some of your chaps do me a big favour and sort some full jerry cans for the wagons?"
Swift understood the request for both what it was and how it was posed, and fetched up 4 of his men to begin arranging the spare fuel. 20 minutes later, fully loaded and equipped, their convoy rolled out to head east with an exhausted captain resting his eyes as Johnson took the helm for their rescue mission. Chapter 21. Peter woke early, not having seen or heard any sign of any dead people wandering around in the village. His bladder woke him, and he didn't want to wake the sleeping girl opposite him, so he slipped out of the upstairs playroom to creep downstairs to the toilet there. The cat, having followed them in the front door to check out their new accommodation, stood from its spot on Amber's bedding and arched its back in an exaggerated stretch, looked at him as he tiptoed to the door, and evidently decided that it was too early to harass him for breakfast, so it curled up back against the girl to go back to sleep. They had decided on the playroom and had manhandled 2 single mattresses into the room along with bedding. Peter had never felt overly comfortable sleeping inside a stranger's bed, and since their first awkward night together, the 2 had kept to the arrangement of sleeping in the same room. It felt like camping to him, and he had no idea what it felt like for her, because she hadn't spoken since her eerie warning about the bridge. He attributed the early wake-up to the plentiful supply of bottled water, which he had hit hard to make up for the days walking in the warmth. The house, despite its lack of food supplies, had been exactly what they needed, and if his suspicions were right, the village itself should be all but clear of any zombies. He reckoned he would start clearing that day, bringing back the food and stuff they wanted or liked back to the house, and hopefully they'd be able to hold up there for longer than he normally could, given that the smell of living people seemed to attract them inexplicably to the houses he occupied. As he stood and breathed out to release the stream into the toilet, he thought about the problems that would cause. Perhaps they had to start refilling the empty bottles with their waste, and wrapping up the solids to keep it from smelling and attracting unwanted attention. Grabbing another bottle of water and a packet of custard cream biscuits, he went back upstairs to find Amber awake and stroking the cat. Her eyes flickered to him as he walked back in, and then returned to the cat, who stretched out lazily against her side and purred loudly without opening its eyes. Peter opened the biscuits and took a handful before putting the packet next to her. "Need to start looking in the other houses today," he told her through a mouthful of biscuit. She nodded, chewing and still stroking the cat. "And we need to find some cat food for you," he said, looking at the cat. In response, it opened its eyes to regard him briefly with a look somewhere between loving contentment and judgmental loathing. He couldn't be sure. They ate the biscuits for breakfast. Then he emptied his backpack to allow him to carry the shotgun. He checked the road outside through the cracks in the curtains and saw nothing to raise any suspicion. Picking up the pitchfork from the side of the front door, he turned to tell her to wait for him to come back. The words caught in his mouth as he saw her pulling the velcro of her shoes tight and smiling at him expectantly. She was ready too. "No," Peter said. "You wait here, and I'll be back soon, okay?" he said reassuringly. He turned to leave, but she cleared her throat and waved him towards her, then walked towards the utility area, glancing back to check he was following her. He wasn't, so she waved him forwards until he traipsed after her in confused interest. She walked through to the garage, moved a blue plastic sheet aside, and wheeled forward a small trolley with a look of pride on her face. Peter smiled at the look she gave him and thanked her, misunderstanding that she was trying to get him to take the cart to make it easier. He helped her lift it over the lip of the door and wheel it into the house, stopping her to go back inside the garage and pick up the blue and yellow can to spray the wheel bearings and keep the trolley silent. He thanked her again and let her wheel it towards the front door, then turned to take it from her, but instead she frowned and refused to hand it over. She scrunched up her face, giving him her best grumpy face, and stayed resolute until he relented. "Fine," he said, "but you do exactly what I say, okay?" She beamed and nodded, turning the grumpy face into a satisfied one of triumph. Emerging into the daylight, they moved slowly, pausing to listen at intervals before stepping out onto the road and walking towards the nearest house. The downstairs windows were closed, the curtains open, and the scene inside appeared undisturbed, so Peter tried the front door. Locked. He turned to Amber and pointed to the floor at her feet, then turned the finger to point vertically downwards, to indicate that she should stay where she was. Her eyes locked onto his, illuminated in the morning sunshine, and for the first time in the few days he had known her, he saw that her eyes were a pale golden colour, with a darker, almost coppery ring around the edges of her iris. Temporarily taken aback by her striking eye colour, he recovered and slipped around the back of the house to find a way in. Amber waited, eyes and ears alert to any hazard, until the front door creaked open, and Peter bowed to invite her inside. They checked the ground floor, all modern and open plan around a central fireplace and chimney, and Amber's eyes rested on a big armchair with a wooden handle on the side. She seemed to know what it was, to recognize it when Peter didn't, and he watched as she sat on the chair and tried to manipulate the lever, but struggled to apply enough pressure to it. Peter helped, laughing gently as the chair tipped back and the lower part raised to support her little legs. In response to the small noises they made, a thud and a moan answered from the ceiling above. Looking up, both children froze until Amber spoke again. "Someone's been sitting in my chair," she whispered, drawing out the second-to-last word theatrically, with raised eyebrows and glancing up to meet Peter's gaze. They reached the western outer edges of the city around 1 in the morning. They had encountered knots of dead here and there, but never in a group bigger than 10, so they didn't stop to dismount and deal with them or bother using the guns. They simply rolled through at a steady but maintainable pace, neither dawdled nor risked engine failure. Captain Palmer, restored after an hour spent dozing in the cramped and uncomfortable interior of the command vehicle, called a halt and scanned the surroundings using night vision goggles out of the open hatch. He saw nothing but heard clear sounds in the far distance of what sounded to his ears like an artillery bombardment. "Daniels," he said, ducking back into the interior, "call home and ask if the ordnance dropping on London is ours, will you?" Johnson's eyebrows did a dance as he tried to understand. Then he poked his own head out of a hatch and turned his head as though his ears were the dish of a radar. Settling his eyes into the darkness past the city, he held his breath and stared into the night, before abruptly dropping back down to agree. "Bigger guns than we have," he opined, meaning the army. "Got to be from the water?" "That was my assumption also, Sergeant Major," Palmer responded as he watched Daniels working the radio. "Confirmed, sir," Daniels said, exposing his ability to listen to 2 conversations at once. "Navy are bombarding Greenwich as a diversionary tactic to draw the crowd south to the Thames." "Is it working?" Johnson asked him, seeing the man's eyes drift out of focus as he listened to his radio. "Appears to be," he said, nodding. "Appears to be?" Palmer repeated, catching Johnson's eye and exchanging a look that wasn't filled with confidence. "Fuck it," Johnson said. "Just roll in." "Fuck it, indeed," Palmer said, before calling into his own radio connected to the rest of his convoy. "Sergeant Maxwell, on your lead, proceed to target." They proceeded on Maxwell's lead into the city before the sun began to break over the horizon dead ahead of them. Twice the control room on the island called them for updated progress reports, and twice they reported a slower time to target than expected, due to the congestion of the city. Everywhere they looked out of the thin observation slits of thick glass, they saw destruction. Buildings were burned out, shop fronts destroyed, and blacked skeletons of cars and bodies littered the streets, forcing them to take a constantly deviating path to keep moving. In the third wagon back, Johnson counted the turns to their target with each lurching movement backwards or forwards for him. "Nearly there," he said, feeling the anticipation inside their vehicle heighten. "Yes," Down snapped, picking up the phone from the wall to stop its shrill chirping. He listened for a few beats, then put the phone down without another word. 2 minutes, he said, seeing the other 7 soldiers rise and get ready for action. The 9th man in the underground lab stayed on the floor and whipped his head around in a desperate attempt to understand what was happening. "What's going on?" he blurted out, struggling to his feet. "What's happening? We're not going out there, are we? What about them? We can't get—" As the man began ranting, the noise growing in volume, Downs and Puffs exchanged a look. The look reminded the SBS man that the human part of the precious cargo was his responsibility. He stepped close to the wild professor and locked him with a stare.
"Get a grip,"
he growled. "We have to go out there because we can't stay here. Someone is coming for us in less than 2 minutes, so be ready to move." He went to turn away and heard the intake of breath from the man, who was about to protest again. He whipped back and spoke savagely. "Every time you make a noise, you put the lives of everyone in here in danger, so shut the fuck up!" he snarled. The professor recoiled from him, shocked and scared.
"You can't talk to me like that. You're supposed to—"
"Do we look like palace fucking guards?" Puffs asked, with overt hostility, to control the man and force him into fearful compliance. "Our job is to get you and your research back, not look after your feelings, so get up, shut up, and get ready to move." He stood, keeping his eyes low and his mouth closed. "Form up," Downs called, watching the men stack by the exit door as though they were doing counter-terrorism training. The last man called ready, the heavy box of samples and the terrified scientist nestled tightly between them, and they quite literally waited for the cavalry to arrive. 300 yards. Left side, came Maxwell's voice from the head of the convoy. The first light of dawn had burst over the tops of the high buildings and shone harsh rays into the concrete canyons of the city. "Fast, Saxon, stop after the red doorway. Red doorway," Palmer barked into the radio. "When stationary, all wagons fire at will." Maxwell saw the doorway, overshot it intentionally to allow space for 5 vehicles behind to pass, then called the stop and spun the cupola to engage the shambling corpses approaching from the front. He cut them down with short, controlled bursts, not aiming to render them safe, but just destroy their legs so that they couldn't get to them. 2 armoured personnel carriers came to a squealing halt with the back doors just past the entrance to the underground lab. All around, the sounds of heavy gunfire barked and echoed to confuse the ears of all but the most experienced warriors. The 8 men filed up the stairs 2 by 2 with their burdens being dragged with them. The last thing Mac did, at the tail of the group, was to spill the last of the inflammable liquid they had around the lab. At the top of the stairs he turned, made sure that the others were clear, pulled a grenade from his webbing and pulled the pin. With an accurate but gentle underhand toss, he lobbed the small bomb to bounce off the second-to-last step and hit the door, intentionally left open at an angle, to skitter across the tiled floor and come to a rest. The grenade exploded, spewing the white phosphorus filler to burn intensely and ignite the inflammable liquid and the piles of paper in a violent burst that blew hot air and scraps of debris out of the entrance and up to street level, hot on the heels of the running men. As Downes's men split left with their heavy box and Bufford's turned right, the explosion erupted out of the stairwell behind them. The heavy double doors at the Saxons' rears were opened and men piled in, their MP5s making rapid popping noises as the covering men took rapid but measured shots at the closest zombies. "Last man!" came the twin shouts to tell the exposed soldiers that they could get inside the safety of the armoured cars. Almost simultaneously, the doors of both wagons closed and locked, and hands thumped the walls to tell the drivers to go. The convoy revved their engines, gears were engaged, and the convoy started to roll forwards with their guns still spitting flame. Palmer and Johnson exchanged a nod, neither of them outside the safety of their vehicle, as they alone could not bring their guns to bear without opening a hatch to use their pintle-mounted weapon. Daniels looked up expectantly, and Palmer told him to call it in. They had their objective, and they were going home. Chapter 22. "Yes, I understand. And that's confirmed?" Commander Briggs said into the telephone that linked him on the bridge of the U.S. Navy destroyer to the Royal Navy aircraft carrier that he longed to be back aboard. "Yes, leave it with me," he finished, replacing the handset. "Captain," he said, politely getting the attention of the man in the big chair.
"Commander,"
he drawled, one side of his mustache curling up to show his amusement. He could tell that the Brit hated being on his ship. Hell, anyone could tell that he hated it, but he enjoyed making the unsmiling man interact as much as possible. "That was confirmation that the armor has the precious cargo," he said, not wanting to tell the captain that he didn't know precisely what that cargo was, but suspecting that the Americans knew more than he had been told about the mission. "However, they are likely to be intercepted by the second anomalous gathering heading southwest." The captain knew what that meant. and Briggs was indeed correct in his assumption that information was compartmentalized and fragmented, with each person being given only the information that those above them thought they needed. He knew what the precious cargo was, as the man on board his ship, who was appointed as a civilian government advisor, had given him a top-secret briefing on the contents of that London laboratory. That man may as well have worn a baseball cap emblazoned with CIA. Not that Langley's Mr. Smith or Mr. White, or whatever he wanted to call himself, would say as much. "Commander," he said as he shifted in his chair, and kept his eyes on the empty horizon, "I'm not up to speed with your British vagaries. Please define likely to." Briggs swallowed down his retort that the American military personnel he was forced to work with were all blunt instruments to a man, and instead he took a deep breath and tried to keep the weary hostility from his tone. "Captain," he said carefully, "the swarm will almost certainly intercept the convoy before they regain the safety of their base, and even then their safety can't be assured." The captain stared at him for a moment before drawing in a theatrical breath through his nose, as he shifted again onto the other buttock, making Briggs think that the man in charge of the vessel he had been pressed into service on was suffering with hemorrhoids. That thought made him smile, to know that the captain had a serious pain in the arse too. "Helmsman, take us in close enough for shore bombardment. Crewman, get me command and advise them that it is my strong tactical recommendation that they launch a helicopter rescue. And get Castle Morton on the horn," he finished, preparing to deploy the most unlikely of weapons against the dead. The radio in the administrative building of Castle Morton training area rang loud and long, leaving a persistent ringing tone in the ears of the Panzersoldaten of 2 Platoon and Hauptmann Hans Wulff, their captain. He stood, placing the perfectly moulded black beret on his head with its silver emblem of their mounts emblazoned on the badge. He stepped smartly to the telephone and picked it up. "Ja, Hauptmann Wulff here," he said, then frowned and listened, snapping his fingers and gesturing to the soldier nearest him for something to write on. The soldier scrabbled in the top pocket of his green-grey overalls, and came up with a pad of paper and a stub of pencil. Wulff nodded and mm-hmmed along to the voice on the other end of the line as he scratched numbers on the pad. "Yes, I understand," he said in accented English. "Of course. We will leave immediately. You too. Goodbye." Hauptmann Wulff replaced the handset and breathed in deeply. He turned to his senior sergeant, Feldwebel Stefan Beck, and spoke solemnly. "We have orders," he said formally in their native language. "We are now in this fight, and we leave immediately. We place all ammunition with canister rounds, but keep a few high-explosive and armor-piercing just in case." Beck stood and rearranged the crotch of his overalls, as uncomfortable in the clothing as they all were, and growled to clear his throat before the 20 men of their platoon. 4 Leopard 2 tank crews and their 4 support soldiers were all that remained of their unit, who had been displaced from the training grounds in their own country by the tanks of the American and British squadrons. The huge spit of land in South Wales had reluctantly been their home, but at least it gave them the chance to hone their skills, driving and maintaining their beloved second-generation Leopard tanks in that eager and perverse hope of every young soldier that they would get to see active service and prove to everyone, but mostly to themselves, that they were a fine instrument of modern warfare. "Wolfsrudel!" Beck shouted, seeing all of their men smiling and bracing as he used the German for the wolf pack. "Weggetreten!" Wulff watched as the men did as they were told and fell out to their duties, wearing grins as wide as the tracks of their tanks, and turned to his senior NCO. "Beck," he said, with a slightly admonishing tone, "do try to remember not to call them that in front of our British allies, won't you?" Beck, not dissuaded in the slightest, assured his officer that he would not call their men Wolfpack again. It was a term of endearment, of pride in their commander, and fostered a strong sense of belonging. The problem was that the Allies would remember the Germans who roamed the Atlantic in packs of U-boats, and those memories would still be vivid. "What's the mission, sir?" he asked the captain hopefully. "We head east, then south. There is a mass gathering of the dead ones who are going to cut off the retreat of our allies. For whatever reason, their mission cannot fail.
so we are to attack the rear of the enemy. And then? Beck asked. And then we have to kill them all, I imagine. Receiving. Go ahead, Captain Palmer said into the radio after command insisted on speaking to the officer commanding the convoy. He frowned, his eyebrows meeting at odd angles as his face gave an unfamiliar betrayal for a man who almost always maintained his professional visage. "Time to intercept?" he asked, flickering his eyes between his watch and the map on the wall in front of his SSM. "Shit," he swore to himself, undetected by anyone inside the rolling armor, before transmitting on the radio again. "Understood. Out." He switched channels, transmitting the order to press on with as much speed as possible. Ahead, at the tip of their column, Maxwell's Spartan chose that exact moment to emit a loud, clattering noise and judder to a tortured stop, causing the wagon behind theirs to hit them hard in the rear, and concertina the entire column to a very badly timed halt. Peter had told Amber to hide behind the big chair, told her to stay quiet and out of sight as the noises upstairs grew louder. He ran on small, light feet to the bottom of the stairs, to wait the tense moments for the sounds of a moving corpse to reach the top and begin their halting descent to where their instinctive brain heard noises. Those noises denoted food, and food drove the thing's feet to move and propel it towards that stimulus. Peter hid behind the tiny protection of the interior wall to be out of sight of whatever was coming, and listened intently, trying to hear over the unnaturally loud sound of his own breathing. The footsteps came steadily, rhythmically, as though the creature coming down the stairs was an actual person in full control of their body, and not the shambolic, jerky actions of a zombie. This realization made Peter relax and straighten slightly, drawing in a breath to call out a hello. That breath caught in his throat as a new noise drifted around the lower part of the house, that of a gargling, throaty hiss. At once he knew he had made a mistake, a dangerous mistake, and one that he made because his focus was on the little girl and not on himself. He had never managed to corner himself in a house with one of the faster ones. In fact, he had only encountered them twice, and one of those times he had been forced to use the sawn-off shotgun to decapitate the thing. His eyes flashed left to the door, then straight ahead to the chair that Amber was hiding behind, before looking back towards the door. His brain calculated the distances, the time it would take to get her and get out, and his heart dropped in his chest to know that there was no way to get out. Unthinkingly, he acted as instinctively as the thing coming to investigate their noise and smell. "Amber! Run! Now! Go!" he shouted, his final word becoming drowned out by the ear-shattering screech coming from just the other side of the thin plasterboard wall. Amber ran, her small feet slipping on the floor and losing her a precious split-second head start. Peter watched her run, his breath held and his mouth open, then his terror doubled in intensity as he realized the one fact he hadn't accounted for in his escape plan for her. She reached the door, jumped up and dragged her small fingertips off the locking latch to make it snap back loudly against its spring. The door stayed stubbornly shut, and she spun to press her back hard up against the door in paralyzing fear as the zombie had emerged from the staircase and locked its clouded eyeballs on her miniature frame and mirrored her wide eyes with its dead ones. The baggy, pinstriped trousers still had the black and white checkered shirt tucked in, the raised collar skewed and crumpled on one side, where a chunk of neck was missing below the floppy mess of unnaturally blonde hair. Ashen grey lips peeled back from black gums to reveal the contrast of overly white teeth, and the room filled with the musty smell of old, dry body as it coiled its muscles and bound forward. The smell was the last straw for Peter. That instant transportation back to a life which he saw as more dangerous, more claustrophobic, and more terrible than the one he now lived, that smell of stale alcohol that made his mind see the woman he hated so much and had killed, but still felt cursed to his very soul for doing so. The memory of his mother made his body move before his mind even processed the emotions. His mouth opened to emit a strangled cry of fear and rage as his hands came up, bearing the pitchfork, which he instinctively aimed at the base of the zombie's skull. His legs propelled him towards it with a few short steps, before his left foot stretched out exaggeratedly to provide the thrust with the instinctive power it needed to penetrate the flesh and sinew and save them both. As that foot went forward to drive his body weight into the killing blow, his toes caught on the corner of the rug and pitched him downwards instead of up. Chapter 23. Palmer was bombarded with information via radio, learning for the first time that the stranded convoy was directly in the path of a swarm bigger than the one that had formed in the city, and double the size of the one they had encountered a few weeks before, during the Battle of the Bridge. That information made the confident young officer's face go more than a little pale and sagged his posture. Johnson watched from the corner of his eye as he pretended to study the map wall before him, noting that the captain's right hand was trembling. The tremble was small, but evidently uncontrollable. Deciding not to wait for the intelligence to come to him second-hand, he switched the channel of his own headset to listen in to the conversation. Hadlington's precise but peevish voice filled his headphones, and a surreptitious glance at Daniels on the radio beside him showed that the corporal was also listening. Catching Johnson's disapproving eye, he subtly switched back to the convoy channel and listened to the organization of Maxwell as he cleared out the obstruction to assess the mechanical failure of his own wagon. "We are pending approval for helicopter rescue, and other armored resources are on their way to you from your northwest," Hadlington reported, leaving out the somewhat salient fact that there would not be sufficient helicopters to extract the entire force. "We estimate that your time until interception is less than an hour, if you can get moving immediately." Palmer's eyes flickered again over the map, figuring out where the convoy would be at that time. He didn't like his estimate. "Wait, one," he said into the radio and turned to Johnson. "1 hour from here puts us where, SSM?" Johnson already knew the answer, just as Palmer did. "It puts us at or near the island. Too close for comfort," he said solemnly. "So we risk endangering the lives of everyone there," Palmer thought out loud. "ETA for aircraft extraction for precious cargo?" he asked into the radio. 3-5, 35 minutes, over, came the response. Captain and Squadron Sergeant Major looked at one another and exchanged a silent moment of understanding. The mission, the lives of everyone on the island, undeniably more important to the bigger picture than their small detachment. Johnson nodded to the officer, who swallowed and transmitted again. "Send helicopter evac," he said. "Convoy will stay in the open so as not to bring the swarm to your location. Out." The noise that 4 Leopard 2 tanks made, rolling over the M4 motorway bridge spanning the River Severn, was stunning. They pushed hard, demonstrating that they controlled one of the fastest main battle tanks on the planet at the time, and stopped outside Bristol to refuel from the large wagon following them. The troop had brought their entire fighting strength, as well as their own replenishments, and Wulf thought it infinitely more sensible to pause and refuel before they came within sight and smell of the enemy. Turning south and avoiding the sprawling city entirely, they rolled onwards, encountering larger concentrations of shambling zombies as they progressed. These walking corpses weren't always walking. Some crawled with damaged or missing legs. Others hobbled onwards with mechanical injuries which slowed them down too much to keep up with the main herd that couldn't be seen yet. The only indication that they were ahead was the distant cloud of dust that marked the southern horizon, kicked up by so many thousand pairs of feet, all trudging onwards with some as yet unfathomed common purpose. Hauptmann Wulf, captain of the troop, and breaking convention by commanding the leading tank, told his men to ignore the stragglers and press on through them to the main body of the enemy. Pressing on through, quite literally, the support truck following on behind the tanks drove over swaths of oily mess caused by the crushed bodies, and the men in the passenger seats of those trucks took only necessary shots from their G3 assault rifles against those zombies that posed a threat to them. The men in the tanks ahead had no space for the long rifles, so instead carried Uzi machine pistols for personal defense should they need to dismount. Their main tool for dispatching the massed dead would be their main 120mm guns and the canister rounds they carried. When the stragglers became an obstacle in themselves, Wolf scanned the ground ahead for a space wide enough to spread his tanks out and bring their 4 guns to bear on the mass, which was already beginning to take an interest in the sound and movement behind it. Having thought ahead in his own analytical way, Wolf ordered the 4 tanks to halt and disperse, then load high explosive rounds into their guns. Unlike their British allies, they didn't have to follow the projectile with a full bag charge for maximum effect and range, as they had the more advanced single-piece ammunition, which made their rate of fire slightly superior. He planned to stall the massive crowd with 4 large explosions and make them the centre of attention, to divert their collective attention back north instead of south, where his orders had informed him they must be prevented from doing so. "Halt!" he called into the radio in their native language, waiting as his next orders were followed and the tanks dispersed into a loose lateral line. "Targets to your front! Fire!" 4 huge concussive booms rolled out over the lush landscape, answered by the responding explosions of their high-yield munitions as 4 brilliant fireballs erupted in the distance. "Now," Wolf said seriously into the radio, "we have their attention." The men in his own tank smiled, as he hoped the others would be doing. "Load with canister, staggered fire by numbers, stand by," he ordered in crisply efficient German, watching as his own loader opened the breech and slid in the munition, which appeared the same as a very large bullet. The other tanks reported ready to fire, and Wolf ordered them to illuminate their headlights and fire smoke grenades on his instruction. "Deploy smoke screen in 3, 2, 1, fire!" As one, the northern skyline from the perspective of the zombies erupted with a series of 8 pops to gout billowing smoke. Almost the rear third of the huge gathering had already turned to investigate the explosions, and perhaps a further 10% of them now responded to the smoke screen display, to hiss and screech as they turned to investigate. "Canister to your front at intervals," Wolf said calmly. "On my mark." Then came the agonizing wait as the zombies had to be allowed time to approach for their evil and destructive munitions to be fully effective. Wolf watched through his optics, gauging the moment to be just right, and fired the first round himself from his commander's override controls. The muzzle of their long gun erupted in smoke and flame, recoiling violently to spew the contents of the canister directly into the path of the oncoming horde. The weapon itself, although modernized and made more lethal over time, had not changed much since its inception sometime in the 16th century. Deployed against infantry, it was brutally effective, as instead of firing single projectiles, the canister disintegrated as it was fired and spread the contents of hundreds of tungsten bolts towards the enemy, and it then fanned out to wreak havoc and death like a hideous and gigantic shotgun. The 4 rounds of canister were fired in staggered intervals in order that a fresh wave of dead filled the front rank before the next shot was sent out, and not wasted into already ruined bodies. It fanned outwards to rip bloody holes through the first 3 or 4 ranks before the kinetic energy of their multiple projectiles was spent. The tanks fired with their barrel only slightly elevated past the horizontal, as their expected advance would bring them perilously close to the maximum depression of the barrels and force a retreat in order to keep them at bay. Their coaxial MG3 machine guns could be brought to bear in closer quarters, but sustained fire with these guns had proved to require a change of barrels after an uncomfortably short time, in comparison to the British alternative in their GPMG. Of all the NATO countries, most had dropped the use of canister anti-infantry ammunition in favour of the armour-killing sabot kinetic rounds, or armour-piercing munitions developed to beat the improved armour of the Russian T-80 main battle tank. The Germans' reluctance to withdraw that ammunition had been a fortuitous advantage against their unexpected enemy. Wave after wave of the dead fell in bloody ruin, as great gouts of red mist filled the air above their shattered and dismembered bodies. Some unlucky ones nearer the front caught multiple pieces of the machined shrapnel and seemed to simply disintegrate as parts of their bodies vanished under the onslaught of metal. Round after round they fired, each report attracting more and more of the undead to turn and investigate the sounds. But the simple mathematics of the equation had never been in their favour. As devastating as their combined firepower was, As many shattered and ruined bodies they threw back with each efficient shot, the tide turned against them. "Back! Back!" Wolf called over the radio as his gunner fired their last shot at maximum depression. The tanks began to roll backwards to bring the front ranks back into their killing fields, but the progress only ramped higher in intensity as the faster ones, towards the front of the horde, forced their way through to the rear and pressed out ahead of the mass. Wolf engaged on the MG under his control, barking out rapid bursts of heavy machine gun fire at the smooth motorway tarmac at the feet of the faster ones, for the bullets to bounce back up and graze along, cutting off legs and shattering ankles to stop the advance. Faster, they reversed, outpacing the attack and firing relentlessly with all 4 big smoothbore guns spitting metal and death as their accompanying twin machine guns rattled away at the enemy. The tide turned in favor of the living as that fresh wave went down, and the slower ones, following their lead, were forced to climb over the mound of dead that marked the limit of the guns. The tanks pressed forwards, elevating their barrels to scour the lip of that barrier of dead flesh, to be scattered away until the skyline ahead was suddenly empty. They had attacked the horde, laid bloody ruin to so many thousands of them, and formed a wall 10 feet high and 3 times as deep, with more bodies than any of them could possibly imagine. And they had still only killed less than a quarter of them. Chapter 24. Lieutenant Commander Murray of Her Majesty's Royal Navy shouted at his support crew to hurry, because he needed to be in the air 10 minutes ago. He began his pre-flight checks, whipping through them at reckless speed before the aircraft had even been fully refueled. The split second he got a raised thumb from the helmeted man on the ground, he yanked on the controls hard to force the unnatural flying machine vertically skywards, before rotating to somewhere vaguely resembling his bearing and tilting the bulbous nose down to blast away in that direction. He had left the argument raging in the headquarters building, with that frustratingly punctilious major wanting to know precise fuel usage and carrying weights before he would authorize any mission. Barrett, the senior of the 2 naval pilots, opened a debate regarding seniority, if only to defer attention as Murray sprinted towards his helicopter with the coordinates scribbled hastily onto a scrap of paper. The Army Major brought in the Army Colonel, who of course wanted to know the whole story from the beginning and to congratulate people on a fine presentation, as though lives weren't at stake. Barrett fed wood into that fire as he argued with Hadlington, until everyone in the room froze at the sound of helicopter engines screaming inland over their heads. Barrett feigned a look of confusion and asked the room who the devil that could be, flying over their airspace. He gave his excuses and said that he would check that none of his men knew anything about it, leaving Colonel Tim Munro smiling up at Hadlington. The Major didn't know if that was out of mirth, that the men of the Fleet Air Arm had blatantly disregarded his instructions, or whether in fact the old man even knew what had just happened. "Major, allow me to tell you a brief anecdote from my school days," he said, as he leaned back and seemed to melt into nostalgia. "I was at Gordonston with His Royal Highness," he said wistfully, as most of his stories began, although he was younger than I by a few years. "I recall it was a springtime affair." He chuckled suddenly. "But then again, a Highlands springtime would freeze you southern folk to your chairs, and we were given a hearty run over the moors. We all agreed to take a short cut and slow down our progress to give the appearance that we had run the full circuit, despite the god-awful weather. When we got back, maintaining a good ruse as we staggered our returns, each boy was congratulated for their time and rewarded with hot porridge," he finished, smiling up at Hadlington, and having that smile echoed by the young lieutenant, who followed the colonel everywhere. "And, sir?" Hadlington asked impatiently, waiting with as much grace as he could before his annoyance overcame his manners. "And, Major," Colonel Tim said ruefully, "sometimes it's best not to notice when folk don't follow your orders, when you realize it was unreasonable to expect that from them in the first place." With that, he smiled, stood, replaced his uniform cap and strolled off in the direction of the bridge, to inspect the men as though on garrison duty in some pleasant foreign posting. Murray screamed his helicopter low and hard across the landscape. His anger at the ridiculous order came out through the controls, as he did the helicopter pilot equivalent of driving angry. Even if they had half a dozen Sea Kings, they would barely be able to withdraw the men of the convoy, so the lack of their second aircraft on the rescue mission made little to no difference. Hadlington had been waiting for permission to send the aircraft, and that permission was pending the outcome of the Allied attack on the swarm of dead. No update had come, either from the tank platoon themselves or the reconnaissance planes flying high above, and so Hadlington had lacked the flexibility to preempt the order from command and deploy a helicopter. As secret as the information had been, soldiers talking about a potential cure had tongues wagging all over the island. Surely, Murray had thought to himself, any potential cure is worth investing everything we have into recovering it. Shaking away his annoyance and incomprehension at the rigidity and stubbornly bureaucratic nature of the armed forces, he continued making his way towards the convoy, while behind him the first of the heavy shore bombardment began to land. "Helicopter inbound," Palmer said to his troopers, who had mostly dismounted to assist stripping the crippled Spartans at their front. Maxwell's in the lead had suffered a total mechanical failure and would not engage any gear either forwards or backwards, and the one behind would need 3 men working with sledgehammers for an hour to straighten out the bent metal and allow the tracks to move unimpeded. Palmer had decided to forget trying to bring them home and instead ordered as much ammunition out of those wagons and the men to squeeze in wherever they could find safe space inside the armour. When they had stopped, the rear sections of the Saxons had swung open, and the bewildered civilian, in a very dirty white coat, was unceremoniously bundled into the compartment, along with the box that the 2 Special Forces teams had recovered. One team sealed themselves up tightly again to protect the man and his items, and the others had spread out into the bushes on all 4 compass points. The Sea King was audible long before it was visible, and Palmer ordered some of his troopers to secure the patch of flat grass 50 metres away from where their wagons were stopped. The aircraft swooped in as the 4 bearded men, with their modern weaponry, emerged out of cover again and opened the rear of the Saxon to form a bubble of 8 armed soldiers around the man in their centre. He was transported as though swept along by armoured beetles, deposited into the belly of the helicopter, and then Palmer watched a very brief conversation of shouts and sign language take place between the soldiers. "You go!" bawled Downes to Bufford. "You're going straight out to sea anyway, and that's your remit, not ours." Buffs leaned back, regarding the SAS major carefully, before nodding once and signalling his men to climb aboard. He thought through the suggestion, weighing up the pros and cons of the concept, then decided that it was a tactical decision to send the SBS out to sea and keep the SAS on dry land, and nothing to do with organisational egotism. Buffett snatched 4 spare magazines for his MP5, all fully loaded. Seeing what he was doing and understanding immediately, his 3 men did the same and pressed the additional firepower onto the SAS men, who gave them grateful nods. Their new rule on ammunition against this unexpected enemy was the same as their personal mantra for explosives: P for plenty. As the 4 former Royal Marines climbed up, the others ducked low to retreat from the rotor wash, and just as soon as it arrived, the helicopter was gone. They jogged back to the armour without a second glance at the aircraft that could have whisked them out of the country to safety, to find Captain Palmer whipping up his men into fearsome activity. "Come on, let's move," he shouted, before he saw the Major and leaned over his open hatch to shout to him over the sound of engines sparking into noisy life. "The swarm hasn't been stopped, and they're still heading for the island," he said simply. Without another word, the SAS men filed back into the rear of their Saxon as the other was filled with men and spare ammunition. Mac paused only briefly to pick up the dismounted GPMG from one of the Spartans and give a nod to Desi to collect the link ammunition for it. Engines revved, and the reduced convoy headed towards their temporary home with the seemingly hopeless intention of preventing its being overrun. The twin Mark 45 127mm guns of the American destroyer began pounding as soon as they came in range of the Horde. Their heavy artillery shells soared high over the coastline to rocket inland and fall amongst the mass of bodies, startling everyone on the island. Their update, via Commander Briggs, had been that the tanks had intercepted the swarm and inflicted heavy casualties, but had floundered after they had been unable to continue their pursuit due to the piles of dead they had created. Forced to find an alternative route, their German allies were effectively out of the game. The convoy, no longer carrying the precious cargo, after a Royal Navy pilot had pulled them out of the flames, was also making its way towards the island, hoping to hit the horde of enemy in their flank. The captain of the ship saw no other way that the day could be won, so he ordered his ship to be brought up to the shore and for the guns to be unleashed as soon as they were in range. The only thing he wouldn't do was use the Tomahawk cruise missiles, following the presidential decree that they should not be used without direct White House authorization. But that didn't stop him getting his deck guns in the fight. Each huge round, falling on the crowd, did untold damage to those zombies in the immediate area of the splash and explosion, but every crater created by the big guns was instantly filled with the rolling mass of bodies, and each shot fell closer to the island as the targeting was adjusted. Briggs initially couldn't understand why there was a seemingly pathological need to attack the swarm instead of letting it dissipate, as most of the others had done. This especially, seeing as the island was no longer tactically important to the overall parameters of success, now that the contents of the London laboratory had been recovered, and he carefully offered that opinion to the captain.
"They've all got to be killed at some point, right?"
he responded with detached glee.
"May as well do it now, when the sons of bitches decided to have a civil rights march."
Briggs, as cold as he was, found the excitement for taking even formerly human life with such reckless overkill distasteful. And so it became a countdown. The swarm stepped closer to the island each minute, and each minute the guns of the destroyer degraded them further, until such time as the German tanks and the Brits in their armoured cars caught up with them and added their own hail of ammunition to the party, which, after just under an hour, was what happened. Just as the leading edge of the swarm came into sight, the two Chieftain tanks opened up directly into them with round after round. Every Fox car had been parked where their 30mm Rarden cannons could be brought to bear, and their speed loaders stacked with 6 heavy shots, ready to pour into the enemy. At the distances they could see on the island, their shot would not fall, because they were firing at less than 2 miles away. Every elevated section of the island that had line of sight on the single approach road rained down artillery on the smudge of approaching death, and none of them had resorted to using their machine guns yet, as the distance was still too great. When that enemy grew closer to under a mile away, then the belt-fed machine guns would spark into life and provide a constant and persistent clattering din to overpower all but the biggest of the explosions. Palmer's convoy arrived just as the vanguard of dead began breaking away to sprint ahead for the bridge, and their mounted guns rolled lead and tracer and the promise of a second, more permanent death. The German heavy tanks, unable to find a suitable route to catch up, despite their superior road speed for such large beasts, were 20 minutes too late to prevent disaster. Chapter 25. Peter pitched forward in slow motion, his brain telling him the gruesome outcome before he had even hit the carpeted floor of the living room. He knew that Amber would be bitten. Her young skin would be torn and would bleed, and he would hear her screams before he could get back to his feet and save her. He had promised her only a few days before that he would protect her, and wouldn't leave her, and now his eyes pricked with tears as he fell, because he knew the last thing he would see and hear before he died was the little girl being torn apart. That fear and desperation became resolve as he flailed about to try and recover his trip, which had only partly distracted the zombie from flying at the girl. That desperate resolve manifested itself into a blind thrust of the pitchfork in his flailing right hand, which bit into the fleshy back of the creature with little force and struck Bone straight away. Peter knew even as his face hit the plush carpet that he had failed her, because hitting Bone usually meant that the things just carried on as though nothing had happened to them. Confusingly for Peter, the sound of him hitting the floor sounded much louder and later than his brain expected, and he opened his eyes to see the feet of the zombie just in front of his nose. Leaping to his feet, he threw himself backwards and scrabbled for the spike he had sheathed on his right hip and held it out towards the twitching thing lying face down. He saw the single bare foot, purple and bloated from the blood that had pooled there when it died, and the other foot inexplicably covered by a brown sock, and he watched as the bare foot twitched again as though electrocuted. He got to his feet and stepped carefully closer, sparing a quick glance to Amber to see that she was staring at it with her head cocked in confusion. Peter kept the spike held in both hands, levelled at the prone monstrosity as he shuffled around out of its reach to get to her, and then he saw exactly what she could see. The zombie was trying to claw its way towards her, using only its head and neck as its teeth sank into the heavy pile of the carpet, making the attempts to drag itself forward both fruitless and pathetic. He relaxed and stepped closer, seeing his discarded pitchfork lying beside the crippled zombie and a single dark puncture wound at the base of its neck. He had no idea how it had happened, but the tip of a single prong on his pitchfork had penetrated the skin and tissue to force its way in between the 6th and 7th bones of the cervical spine and punctured the spinal cord protected inside. He had, effectively and completely accidentally, paralyzed their attacker. The two children stared at it as it tried to reach up for them, as though sheer will and determination could make the food come to its mouth. Peter spun the spike in his hand and walked around to the back of it, where he was furthest away from the teeth. Deciding that he preferred to do what he had to do at a distance, he slipped the spike back into his belt, picked up his pitchfork, and raised it in both hands before he looked up and saw Amber. He paused, indicating with a flick of his head that she should move and not watch. She shrugged and stepped aside to stand off to his right. With one hard thrust, he ended the pitiful attempts of the paralyzed zombie to drool him to death. Their sudden, terrifying fright forgotten, the two children searched the house together and filled the cart with everything they wanted, before wheeling it back to their new home. They made 2 trips back to that house, finding useful items as well as food and drinks, and more ammunition for the shotgun, which Peter took, even though he had only ever fired a single shot from the weapon. They stopped for some food before they abandoned that house, as it had been picked clean, before moving on to the house opposite. That house was, mercifully, free from zombies. As they were wheeling back their second haul from there, the sounds of rolling thunder began in the far distance. The thunder sounded in pairs, their echoing twin sounds undulating over and over until replaced by the next wave, to create a rolling wave of ever-increasing intensity until the entire sky was filled with ceaseless noise. Both of them stood still in the road and stared at the empty sky until Peter's nerve broke first. "Let's get inside," he said softly, reaching down with one empty hand, only half thinking about what he was doing. Just as automatically, Amber reached up and clasped his hand. The two of them turned and wheeled their piled-up cart back towards their new house and opened the front door. They worked in silence, stacking their haul in the kitchen as the world outside grew even louder, and after they had finished, Amber's face grew dark and worried at the sounds outside. Peter unwrapped chocolate for her in an attempt to take her mind off the growing concern of whatever terrible thing was happening outside. She sat subdued, chewing slowly and visibly upset. Peter racked his brain for what to say to her. He picked up the cassette player and headphones, wasting a few seconds before remembering that the batteries had slowly died the last time he had given it to her. He had yet to find a new tape to go in the player, but seeing as she didn't seem to mind the same song, it hadn't been high on his list of priorities when clearing the last few houses. He rummaged around in the kitchen drawer, where he had stored the batteries from the houses in that village, and found 2 of the right size, before fitting them to the player and taking it over to where she sat quietly. He handed it to her and smiled, seeing her small look of gratitude as she placed the red foam of the flimsy headphones over her ears. Hearing her hum along to the chorus was the sweetest sound he had ever heard, but it didn't drown out the sounds of what Peter suspected were bombs being dropped not far away. He went to close the small kitchen window in the hope that the sound would be muted, but as he did so, the cat emerged from below with a vertical leap which made him jump backwards in fright. His heart beating in his chest, he turned to see if Amber had been frightened by it too, but he saw that she was still engrossed in the music and hadn't turned around. The cat teetered on the threshold for a moment as it eyed him expectantly, then dropped down to meow loudly and rub against his hand, doing the dance it did when asking for food. Peter wasn't fooled. He knew the cat didn't love him, but was only acting so that he worked the can opener. But in that same moment he realized that he was fine being used by the animal, just because it had decided to stay around them, and because it made Amber happy. He fed the cat first, then made them something to eat before joining her on the comfortable chairs, where she sat listening to music and playing with the small plastic figures he had found before they had met. High on the cliffs, looking out over a misty English channel, two men ran into the main hall of the old building, wearing looks of fear and confusion. The man in charge, who had only called himself Michaels to them, seemed unconcerned, and that made them feel instantly foolish. He didn't get up, merely lounged in a chair, smoking and looking out to sea through the big picture windows. "Yes?" he asked, knowing what they wanted but making them feel like scared children for asking. "That noise," one of them asked timidly, hoping that the rest would be obvious. "What of it?" What is it? Please?" said the other one as he wrung his hands and seemed unable to stand still. "That, gentlemen," Michael said as he swung his legs down and stood abruptly, "is the sound of heavy guns. Some way away, I imagine, and nothing to bother us here. Anything else?" There wasn't, and he invited them kindly to fuck off and leave him be. In the hotel erected next to the grand building, two women sat with wide eyes as they listened to what sounded like the result of angering the weather gods raging in the skies of the south coast. "Automatic fire to your front, go on," Captain Palmer said unnecessarily, as the ragged remains of his overfilled convoy tore into the left flank of the massive horde of zombies. They were just out of sight of the island itself, but not of their effective fire, which tore great holes into the attack from their oblique angle. Palmer and Johnson were the only men in the convoy not closed down, as their vehicle was the only one bearing a weapon that could not be fired from inside. The Saxons were little more than armoured trucks designed to keep their occupants safe from enemy fire, and they were set back to the rear. Palmer didn't fire the machine gun because it was at the limit of effective fire, and the 30mm cannons on the Fox cars were lethal at that range, as they pumped shot after shot indiscriminately into the crowd. Both officer and SSM watched the fall of shot as the battle raged ahead, both noticing the regular timing between the huge splash damage of heavier munitions than they carried. "Your chieftains?" Johnson asked Palmer, knowing the answer was a negative as soon as he had said it, but failing to come up with an alternative explanation. "No," Palmer said. "Bigger. Must be the shore bombardment," Johnson exclaimed loudly over the noise of the battle raging around them as he finally understood what he was seeing. "Must be 5 or 6-inch guns," Palmer said. "Nice," Johnson said, with evil relish in response to one of those naval guns firing a round that exploded and sent body parts cartwheeling impossibly high into the air. "Press on?" he asked the officer, suggesting in that senior NCO manner that the officer needed a reminding nudge. Palmer picked up the handset and keyed the radio to respond. "Advance 100. The armour lurched forward, closer to the moving river of dead flesh, and rendering it that much clearer to their eyes. "Christ on a fucking bike," Johnson said in horror, as the sheer scale of the swarm was made clear to him. Then he ducked back inside and hoisted up his submachine gun as reassurance. "Indeed, Mr. Johnson," Palmer responded with his usual impeccable manners. "I just hope our chaps back at base are doing all right." "They haven't got near the bridge yet," Johnson reassured him, pointing towards the mess of nothingness and meat ahead of them. With no clear commander at the bridge, the men performed their own tasks in crews or troops or sections as they saw fit. The two tanks, one blocking the road and the other firing at a gentle angle from a piece of flat ground to the side of the roadway, poured a hideously destructive amount of fire into the oncoming enemy, who seemed only able to manage progress of an inch at a time. Added to that, the combined weight of every Fox car they had left, pouring 30mm rounds into the attack, and over a dozen belt-fed heavy machine guns blasting a storm of lead from their chattering barrels. Peculiar pops and thuds sounded occasionally as 3 51mm mortars were served effectively by the one crew left behind from assault troop and 2 teams of Marines. Those rounds were a mixture of high explosive and smoke, not for the vision screen, but for their incendiary properties of the white phosphorus fillers. Flaming zombies occasionally emerged from the smoke as it was whipped away by the strong wind for them to be blasted apart by high explosive or else cut down by varying degrees of direct fire. The barrels of the chieftain tanks were fully depressed by then, and unable to bring their muzzles to bear on the leading edge of the attack, instead concentrating on the lowest depression they could manage to degrade the enemy attack as best they could. On the slopes above them, Major Hadlington tried desperately to call in air support for the beleaguered defenders, as he saw no way to survive the unstoppable invasion, and almost lost the power of speech when he considered that the swarm had initially been almost 30% bigger. He had tried to order the Royal Navy helicopter to take off and repeat their trick with the music, but Lieutenant Commander Barrett was adamant that everyone, and he included the surprise shore bombardment in that list, would have to stop firing for long enough for them to take off and hover in close to the swarm to lead them away like the Pied Piper a second time. That pause would result in the bridge being overrun. Command were unwavering as they denied his repeated requests for airstrikes, as he was told over and over to wait, and that there were higher priorities, until eventually they stopped answering his hails. And then even the shore bombardment stopped, but not before one last errand round changed their situation for the worst. "Understood," the captain said to the bridge after receiving the orders to cease fire and withdraw to deeper water. "Gunners, cease fire! Cease fire! Helm, take us about due west." The gunners fired their final shot and powered down the huge deck guns as the ship's engines powered up to steam them out into the mouth of the Atlantic. Nobody asked a question about their sudden breaking off from the attack, but the captain answered the thoughts anyway. "Ours is not to make reply. Ours is not to reason why," he said with melodic sadness. The final 2 127mm high-yield explosive rounds left the long barrels of the deck guns at an impossible velocity and arced their way over the grey water. They were still over the steely waves of the English Channel when they began their long descent towards the target, unseen and in the far distance from where the projectile had started its journey. These last lonely rounds were fired as the ship had already begun to turn, dipping the nose of the vessel just enough to change the course of history, as the effect on the shot caused them to fall low and miss the zombies. What they did hit, and in spectacular fashion, was the concrete support beam of the elevated section of the causeway, and it caused a shudder to run through the entire length of the bridge. Huge chunks of rock and concrete spewed upwards high into the air, scattering body parts even higher and scattering them over the roadblock. Cracks appeared in the road, the sound of splitting concrete so loud that it was audible over the gunfire, and Horton felt his stomach lurch inside the closed-down tank, weighing in at a shade under 54 tons. As one, the 3 men of the 4-man crew housed inside the turret froze as their inner ear warned them of something more terrible than the approaching horde. There was time for Horton to say one single word before the tank lurched and dropped half a foot as the first parts of the degraded bridge began to give. "Fuck!" Horton and the loader below and beside him shot their hands up to reach the handles to open the hatches. Millard, Horton's gunner, sitting ahead and below him, crabbed backwards and upwards, so unbelievably fast that he climbed backwards over Horton to get out of the hatch before he could, but as he hauled himself out to lead for the roadway, 10 feet behind him the concrete cracked again, and the tank he leapt from vanished straight downwards. Sinking immediately in the 15 feet of water below, Horton lay flat on his chest and screamed, "No!" at the shimmering sight of his tank under the water. Bubbles rose as the tanks moved, crabbing slightly sideways as the driver, trapped in the forward compartment and closed down, threw the beast into reverse, and gunned the engine only to flood it with water after 6 feet of underwater travel. Horton watched, willing the man to open the forward hatch and swim to safety, but nothing happened. Standing to strip his webbing off, he was hauled to the ground by Millard, his gunner, who told him over and over again that he was gone. he was gone. But the 40-foot-long section of the bridge that had taken him down had also prevented the swarm from getting any closer, as they piled endlessly into the water to be swept away by the strong current in the direction of the wind. Gun and cannon fire still rained down on the swarm, but the damage had been done. Their forces were split and scattered, and events in the wider world had just taken a turn to make their small corner of Britain utterly irrelevant. Epilogue. Thousands of miles west, alarms had sounded and red lights flashed in a dozen underground control rooms all over the United States. Orders were shouted and urgent telephone calls were made. One of those calls was placed directly to the White House and interrupted the president's lunch. "Sir, they've launched," said the voice. The president's face dropped. He half expected and half hoped that this time would never come. The "they" part of the single sentence was as obvious as the thing that had been launched. Decades of conditioning, years of expecting the worst and mentally preparing for the day when the hard decision would have to be made, meant that when the time actually came, he didn't hesitate. "Launch counterstrikes," he said, giving his authentication before replacing the telephone in the cradle. "And may God have mercy on our souls," he added to nobody in particular. Silo doors opened, and rockets ignited, just as had happened in 3 locations in the Soviet Union. Their missiles, however, were aimed at levelling the remaining undead population of continental Europe to 0, to prevent the endless waves of attack on their borders. Those launches had been detected in the West, and the counterstrikes had launched before their nukes had landed in Europe. Despite the 2 huge nations being on the verge of war with each other, they still enjoyed direct contact between their governments, where nobody would ever be left on hold. Calls were placed, desperately asking for the launches to be aborted. Arguments raged, threats were levelled, and time was wasted. The nukes landed in Europe, closely followed by the 6 tactical strikes on military and government sites all over Russia. Despite the threats, the retaliatory strikes didn't come, and the US forces sailed away west to abandon Europe and the UK. The British were on their own, and the list of priorities was so long that the fates of a scattered mixed unit of military and 2 small orphans with their cat didn't even feature. This concludes Aftermath by Devon C. Ford, narrated by John Lee. Copyright 2018 by DHP Publishing. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with DHP Publishing Limited and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Abandoned by Devon C. Ford, narrated by John Lee. Prologue. "Unidentified vessel, this is the USS McAllister," came a voice over the crackling radio in an accent the captain of the ship had never heard outside of a television set. "You are ordered to heave to immediately and return to port. I repeat, heave to immediately. We will not allow you to enter deep water." Captain Mike Xavier, tall and lean but more powerful than his frame suggested, turned and surveyed the people assembled on the bridge of his large transport ship, with his piercing eyes made more prominent as they sat between a thick, dark beard and an equally thick mop of unruly hair. Despite the vessel's huge size, he had very little space for people on board, so whatever indoor areas that could be fashioned into accommodation had been hastily rigged up, and supplies had been stockpiled from wherever they could be found. They had been stolen mostly, but he believed in the needs of the many. He had close to 400 souls on his ship, curiously named the Aunt Margaret, but known affectionately by her crew as the Maggie, and he had been one of the few to emerge as a natural leader in the areas far from London and the initial outbreak. When the news reports went inexplicably dark, and nobody knew what was happening, he and his crew had picked up their heavy engineering wrenches and crowbars, and they defended the docks from the looters who ran riot in the centre of Liverpool. A week after that initial panic, new sounds rent the air over their oddly picturesque industrial Albert docks. Those sounds were of terror, of bloodlust and the primal fear of prey unable to escape a predator. Ahead of that wave of fear came the refugees, those human beings in possession of self-preservation instincts more attuned than others. Xavier made an instant decision, regardless of whether it was right or wrong, but he made the decision to help by admitting them into their safe enclave, even before he knew what they were running from. His men blinked, wide-eyed in disbelief at the instructions, but a growled order for them to move their asses was quickly obeyed. Over the next month, they had fortified the docks, saving people whenever they could and using their tools day and night to clear the strong fences surrounding the commercial docks of the undead. Had they not heard the accounts of those desperate people running through the open gates as those inside shouted them on, they might not have believed what came from the city to gnaw at the chain-link barrier in an unthinking bid to mindlessly devour the survivors. Xavier had left one of his more senior men in charge of the gate, a big French deckhand called Jean-Pierre, with arms like knotted and tarred ropes and shiny olive skin, and he showed his men how to lead the zombies away from the gates and put them down quietly. Les morts, he called them, the dead, and Jean-Pierre believed that the dead should be treated with respect, even if they were trying to eat them.
Unidentified vessel, unidentified vessel. This is the USS McAllister. We are a U.S. Navy frigate with a full complement of armaments. We are authorized and fully prepared to use deadly force if you do not heave to immediately and return to port. There will be no further verbal warnings. Heave to now.
Xavier, the son of a French merchant sailor and a local pub landlady, a native of the city and a man who had been on the docks since he was a boy, snatched up the binoculars on the side of the instrument panel on his bridge and scanned the horizon off to his right. He found the vessel, tiny in comparison to his own gargantuan freighter, and watched as it continued heading west under power and most certainly not heaving to. He didn't hear the double crump sounds of far-off deck guns firing a single shot each into the path of the commercial boat, but he saw the huge geysers of seawater erupt skywards in answer. "Fucking hell," he cursed to himself, the binoculars still glued to his eyes as he saw the two plumes of white water erupt directly in the path of the vessel. "Go back, for God's sake, man," he said in a low voice, willing the unknown boat's captain to turn back and not risk the lives of everyone on board. The other captain, whoever it was, tested the patience of the U.S. Navy officer, who gave his orders and showed anyone observing that he wasn't backing down. The warning shots were the last message, albeit not a verbal one, and Xavier had a sinking feeling about what was going to happen next. Dropping the binoculars and putting himself back inside the confines of the bridge, he gave a simple order to his helmsman. "All ahead stop," he said solemnly. "Bring us about." His helmsman responded with naval terminology betraying his roots, and the ship gave the smallest of lurches as their forward momentum was cut. The sheer size of his vessel and the massive displacement of water it created made it very difficult to feel the changes, but Xavier knew his Maggie well. Even before they began their slow turn to take themselves away from the distant, loose blockade that the ship's radar had warned them about, everyone on the bridge sitting high up at the stern of the big vessel started to watch, not needing the binoculars. They saw the explosion and its accompanying fireball as the bright orange ball spewed a great cloud of black smoke into the air. Nothing was said after the initial shouts and screams of alarm, but the atmosphere on the ship was one of frustration and fear. Picking the lesser of the two evils, they sailed back towards the docks and back towards the uncertain safety of northwest England. Chapter 1. Squadron Sergeant Major Dean Johnson's detached unit of light reconnaissance tanks and armoured personnel carriers had exhausted their supply of ammunition into the left flank of the massive horde of undead heading straight for their island stronghold. That horde looked for all the world as though the entire human contents of a large city had all decided to walk in one direction at the same time, and with no discernible purpose. It had, however, been degraded by over a quarter of its original number by the attack of a troop of 4 German main battle tanks, but the dead had piled up so high that the majority of the swarm had simply marched onwards and ignored them. That barrier of broken bodies prevented their advance and forced them to try and find another way around, but that delay had effectively removed them from the fight. Johnson's convoy, under the command of Captain Palmer, had been returning from London, where they had rescued an 8-man Special Forces team and the scientist they had been sent in to extract. That extraction had fallen foul of another swarm, another inexplicable gathering of the dead that were known to form and dissipate without obvious sense or reason. And even though that swarm was only a tiny fraction of the size of the one that had cut off their retreat, it was still large enough to make the tight confines of the city streets an impassable death trap. The armor had rolled in, snatched up their objectives, and rolled out with relative ease, but on their return journey they had been forced to stop and send their precious human cargo out by helicopter. Those objectives, the scientist and his box of virus samples, were escorted out by half of the Special Forces soldiers in the form of a 4-man Special Boat Service SBS patrol. They had flown south, out over the Jurassic coast of southern England and into the Channel, where the remnants of the military and government command hierarchy remained, and pulled whatever strings they had left at their disposal, which, tragically, weren't that many. The return of the convoy to their commandeered island base just off the coast was delayed by mechanical failures. They had to abandon the damaged tracked vehicles in order to keep moving and get into the fight, and they had arrived just in time to pour machine gun and 30mm cannon fire into the massed bodies heading for the causeway which cut them off from their people. The defenders on the island had brought tons of their own lead and explosives to bear on the attack from the remainder of the squadron's guns, as well as the 2 stranded chieftain tanks that brought them not only heavy cannons, but also their new commanding officer in the captain. The biggest weapons deployed in the fight were both unexpected and unrequested, as the American Navy destroyer had steamed towards the coast at full speed to bring both of their huge deck guns, their 127mm cannons firing high explosive rounds, to bear. However, as helpful as their unexpected assistance had been, it had also ultimately spelled disaster. Their final salvo before the big guns ceased their bombardment had struck the bridge itself, which connected the supports of the narrow causeway, their only way on or off the raised spit of land they had called home for close to a month. The bridge had collapsed, almost costing the lives of the entire tank crew who were the armed and armoured roadblock. They survived that, but the 3 men who had escaped the 55-ton coffin were forced to watch as their driver failed to make it out. Although cut off from the mainland by that final ordnance, it was actually the salvo immediately before that which caused the real problems. One explosive round, detonating deep within the attacking mass of dead, blew scattered body parts outwards in a huge half-sphere of gore and ruin. Some of that reanimated flesh landed on the island, including one shattered chunk of meat and bone that was wrapped in the remnants of grey overalls, with an embroidered logo that was illegible from the black gunk that had leaked into the fabric. The fabric obscured the ragged diagonal tear across the chest, leaving one complete shoulder and arm that was oddly untouched by the destruction wrought on the rest of the body. The head, although scorched on the side, where the bright white stump of an upper arm bone wiggled inside a shoulder joint exposed by the scoured flesh, remained fully animated as it thrashed around, trying to free itself from the confines of the clothing. That in itself would not have spelled disaster, only it had been one of the faster, smarter ones, what some of the people on the island called the leaders, what the Royal Marines called lemurs, and what others had no name for because they had underestimated not only their faster movements, but also their unexplained ability to think. Whereas every other shambolic, shuffling corpse was slow-moving and relatively simple to dispatch individually or in small groups, the faster ones displayed something resembling guile. This particular one,
or at least the half a torso, head, and one arm of it, freed itself from the restraint of what had been the last outfit it had ever put on, back when it had been a man and not a monster, and spun its head around, trying to get a fix on the myriad sounds echoing around the battle.
"5 left!"
shouted a hoarse voice from directly ahead, making the burnt and blackened face fix on the source of the sound and lock its milky eyeballs onto a target.
"More ammo!"
cried the voice, louder now, sending a man back to fetch more 51mm mortar rounds to lob high over the now severed road bridge and into the mass. They still kept coming, only to pour over the destroyed parapet and into the fast-moving current to be swept away in the same direction of the stinging smoke from their burning white phosphorus smoke bombs. As the fourth of those 5 remaining bombs popped out of the tubes and shot skywards, the hand of the animated piece of burnt meat had clawed forwards, using the gaps in the old stonework of the roadway to gain purchase and propel it onwards. Just as the last mortar round was dropped into the hot metal pipe to send it far away at an impossible speed, that hand reached out and locked on to the webbing belt of the soldier kneeling beside the weapon with his back to the unseen threat. He screamed, crying out involuntarily in fright, as he fell backwards with the pull and kicked out the leg of the man holding the mortar tube, sending the bomb, with its armed fuse, directly into a nearby building through a tall window. It exploded and poured smoke out of the shattered glass. Men screamed and shouted all around as they burned and panicked, but one scream overrode them all. The man who had been hauled back by what transpired to be just under a quarter of a former human being felt a desperate and strong hand clamp over his face, the sharp fingernails digging in for grip and finding the soft recess of his left eye socket and the vulnerable eyeball within. As the nail punctured the skin and drove deeply inside the skull behind the eye, he bellowed a high-pitched shriek of shock and agony. That shriek was quickly stifled when cold teeth clamped down on the warm flesh of his neck and burst the blood vessels beneath, before the skin gave way and a huge chunk of flesh came sinuously free. Blood pulsed out onto the stone in massive arterial gushes, soaking victim and attacker and painting them both the same color. The other man of that mortar team had fled as soon as he knew that the white phosphorus bomb would land inside their own lines, and as he didn't like the thought of having his skin burned off his back at a temperature of 5,000 degrees, he simply ran. The battle was being fought on 2 fronts by then. The enemy advancing towards the 30-foot-wide gap in the roadway was still being fired on, as the mass of dead were clogging up even the deep, fast-moving coastal water and piling up on the nearest bit of sandy edge to the island, where their numbers would eventually break any but the stoutest of obstacles. The rest of the efforts of the living were spent in evacuating injured men from the building that was now burning violently, and they were carried and dropped some distance away, as their rescuers went back to save men and equipment from the flames that by now reached high above the pitched roof. A groan to the left of the quarter zombie caught its attention, making it perform the same grotesque travel by clawing its own remains across the cobblestones to find the source. That source was 4 men, 2 of whom writhed and moaned. One merely emitted a series of long, intense grunts, as if he were screaming inside a dream from which he couldn't wake, and the closest to the zombie simply lay still. It didn't know how it knew, but some instinct or smell or other sense told it that this man was already dead, and was simply not registering as food when there was moving prey nearby. But the body did present itself as a reliable handhold, with which the crawling nightmare could haul itself over to fall on the 3 wounded men, who, as loud as their screams were, could not raise the alarm over the cacophony of war and flame and smoke. By the time those 3 men had bled to death from the cruel bites to their throats and forearms and wrists and hands and faces, the first soldier to have fallen prey opened its milky eyes and sat up to search for fresh meat of its own. "Attack, rear! Attack, rear!" came the panicked shout of one man who was fumbling with the Sterling submachine gun in his shaking hands. But his frantic shouts went unheard as he fell victim to his friend of many years, who, in that instant, did not recognize him as anything but food.
By the time the firing to the front had faded away, and those soldiers at the front of the line, led by Lieutenant of Marines Chris Lloyd, had been reorganized and moved on to defend the beach, there were 6 fully mobile zombies hunting men in the rear of their forces, thanks to the impossibly damaged remains of just one man. There were shouts and gunfire from the waterline below them, but the higher-pitched screams of women further up the island's incline grabbed the attention of 3 of the zombies, who began shambling their way uphill and into the undefended streets filled with civilians. Cut off, under attack from the water and with a growing enemy gathering strength from within their own enclave, the people left behind on the island were doomed. Chapter 2. Peter and Amber had huddled together as an unseasonably chill wind ripped across the coastline. She had listened to the music on his cassette player until the batteries wore down, to then play the songs in slow motion. She hugged the limp and dirty stuffed lamb up under her chin and sat in her characteristically quiet manner. It wasn't cold inside their new home, even with having to leave a small window open so that the cat, who had decided the 2 small humans belonged to it, could come and go as it pleased. But the whistling wind made them both feel insecure and forced them upstairs, where they sat with their knees drawn up and quilts wrapped around them, just waiting for the night to end. Part of that collective feeling of unease was the hour of booming noise in the distance that began like thunder and ended like the ceaseless banging of multiple drums, until no single sound was distinguishable from another. Those sounds had dropped suddenly in their intensity, as though the bass drum had simply stopped working. Then the other sounds faded away to echoes of nothing. Still, they sat quietly upstairs in the big house they had taken over, and each drifted deep into their own thoughts before sleep took them. Peter replayed the events of that day over and over in his head, of how he had truly known terror like he had never experienced in his life, when he thought that he had failed Amber, and that she would be killed by the zombie that had caught them unprepared in the house they were searching for supplies. He was sure, or at least he hoped, that she did not know how close she had come to being failed by him and being eaten, torn apart in blood and screams. He again thanked whatever it was up there looking out for him and giving him his streak of luck, which, he had to admit, was still teetering on the side of good, given that they, were still alive. He had guessed that the rolling thunder was some form of battle raging in the distance, but since he felt he had no place among the grown-ups left behind, after everything went wrong, he decided that seeking out their assistance wasn't a priority for him and his ward. And, he thought logically, if the army, or whoever, are in the middle of a battle, then they're probably worse off than we are. After they had made it back to their new place and dragged the last of 4 cartloads inside to stockpile their plundered resources, Peter had allowed himself to replay the recent events and paid special attention to the minute details his mind conjured up about the last 3 monsters he had killed with his pitchfork and spike. 2 of those, he hated to accept, were conquered by sheer luck. The female zombie who had walked into the house where he had first found Amber, the woman who used to be a nurse, or who at least dressed like one, had moved faster than he'd expected, and only his good fortune had pinned her snapping jaw shut as he missed her brain with the weapon. He had pulled his back up, his spike made from an offcut of the pitchfork, and he'd managed to kill it, but he'd felt then that it was too close for comfort. He hadn't had time to consider the what-ifs of that scenario, because he had convinced the young girl to come with him and flee the village, ranging over low hills and fields until they found somewhere safer to be. The other 2 had been dispatched only hours before, the first a naked, bloated and repulsive creature rising from the low green water of a brook. He'd been crossing the small bridge and had not even seen it until Amber's curious and eerie warning had made him turn back to look at her. The memory brought with it the smell, and his stomach flipped angrily as it threatened to show him the can of soup he'd had earlier. Shaking that away, his mind brought back the slow-motion action replay of the last zombie he had killed. That one terrified him the most, not for fear of his own violent death and dismemberment, but for the fact that the thing was reaching out for Amber when his run of good luck had struck again, and the tip of his pitchfork, thrust out ahead of him as he fell,
punctured the spine of the thing and paralyzed it from the neck down. Amber seemed unperturbed by this, and he reckoned that she didn't know how close she had come to getting killed. He knew that she didn't realize he had fallen over the raised edge of a rug and nearly ended her life through sheer clumsiness, and he had no plans to tell her. Ever. He'd been doing fine for a few weeks after his miserable existence on the family farm came to an uninspiring but utterly bowel-loosening, terrifying conclusion. He had been driven off his land by a crowd of zombies, a crowd larger than all the people he had ever seen before in one place together. He had been quietly going from house to house, moving at night and sneaking into the quaint country homes to eat whatever tinned food they had and drink the water left in their taps. He didn't understand why some houses still had running water when others did not. But in terms of priorities, he decided that it didn't really matter. That quiet drifting had lasted until he was woken one daytime by men in a car who had dragged away a woman from a cottage opposite his hiding place, leaving behind his new purpose in life in the form of a crying, terrified girl. He had been happy just looking after himself, but that existence had been pointless, other than to simply remain alive until something changed. As a rule, he avoided any other people, alive or dead, but now that he had a child to look after, he felt differently about everything. Amber, or 4 3/4 years old of her, was more than half of his own age, as he wouldn't turn 10 for another month, but that age difference was relative and circumstantial. He was old enough to protect her, so he did just that. Add to that the responsibility of the cat who had followed them for miles from their last hiding place, and his need to be on the lookout for cat food, as well as anything that could sustain them, and Peter felt in that moment more than a little overwhelmed by life. It had always been his sister who had looked out for him, who had protected him and not told him about the dangers of life because he was too young to have to face them. Now, following that model, he became that person for Amber, who could not protect herself. Standing up as quietly as he could, because she had finally fallen asleep, Peter tiptoed down the stairs and into the dark, open-plan ground floor of the modern house. It was dark because they had tightly drawn all of the curtains on the front and upstairs rear of the house, leaving the long wide picture windows of the kitchen uncovered, as that was overlooked by nothing, and he decided it was safe to leave that way. A small window beside the back door, one high up and too small for a person to climb through, was left open as a means for their 4-legged follower to use as access. Pet wasn't the right word for it, as no person can ever claim to truly own a cat, as the species practically invented the word capricious. Nevertheless, it had followed them and stayed with them, if only for the fact that Peter used the magic tin opener and fed the black and brown cat a meal that it didn't have to hunt first, while avoiding the foul-smelling, slow-moving humans who seemed to want to grab it every time they saw it. Peter was happy for the cat, because each night they had been together, it had reappeared at some point and was always curled up, on or next to Amber, whenever they woke. When it realized they were awake, it would purr loudly, like marbles rolling around inside a hard leather case, and it would nuzzle the girl until she giggled. The sound of her laugh cut through his soul every time he heard it, as though that sound alone was the only thing worth going through their daily routine for. As soon as he walked into the kitchen and gently turned the tap to run cold water into a glass, a noise sounded at the window, and Peter's head whipped to the side to see the animal teetering on the frame, half in and half out of the house. It meowed at him, rolling the sound into a chirping gargle before dropping down with a thud onto the worktop and then to the floor in stages as it trotted to his feet with a raised tail curled over at the tip like a question mark. The rattling purr wound up to its full intensity, and he stepped carefully over the cat to pick up a tin of the smelly meat chunks in gravy, and he opened it to stop the noise and the nagging which snaked between his ankles in a ceaseless figure-8. He put the dish on the kitchen bench and watched as the cat sniffed at the meal, then looked back at him to emit a croaky meow, and stepped lightly to the tap, which was still dripping from when he'd run himself the glass of water. It fussed at the tip of the tap, turning its head and licking at it to force a small dribble of liquid to run out, which it lapped at. "You thirsty?" Peter asked it, speaking more to himself, but seeing the cat respond to his words with another chatter of dry-throated meowing. He opened 3 cupboards in turn, looking for something appropriate and finding a small glass cooking dish which he filled with water from the tap. The cat stepped with one paw onto his forearm to begin drinking as the tap still ran, and made it awkward for Peter to hold the dish until he managed to put it down near the food. He watched, sipping his own water, as the cat lapped desperately at the cool liquid, to slake a thirst the boy hadn't thought to predict. When it had finished, it sat down and wiped a paw over its face to clear away the droplets attached to the fur on its snout, before dropping down again to trot across the tiled floor, tail raised in the characteristic curl, and up out of the window again. Peter thought about the brook, and the only natural source of water he had seen in the small village, deciding that the cat probably didn't want to drink from it because of the rotten corpse contaminating it. He took his water to the wide corner settee in the open lounge area, shrouded in late afternoon gloom with the curtains drawn, and he sat. The thunder, or the guns, as he had guessed they were, had stopped hours since to leave a menacing memory, and the air outside had taken on an ominous silence, with the exception of the gusts of wind which howled in fits and bursts. He knew he would have to wake Amber up soon to make her some food from their newly acquired stocks that were piled neatly on the kitchen benches in order of category. As long as they didn't attract the attention of any crowds of the monsters passing through, and as long as none of the other houses in the village held unwelcome surprises of more than 1 or 2, or, worse still, the faster ones, who seemed to collect a gang of the others around them, he guessed they could stay there for weeks, if they were lucky. Chapter 3. Corporal Daniels, sitting inside the ungainly but more spacious static armoured vehicles, their remaining sultan, tried repeatedly to get a response on the radio until a hand rested on his arm. Turning to the big man in the small seat beside him, his squadron sergeant major shook his head once at him. The sudden silence was replaced by a muted and weak banging sound from outside their hull, making the 4 men crammed inside freeze and listen. A faint moan drifted to them, telling them instantly what was outside, looking for a way in. Their mixed convoy now comprised a single-tracked Spartan, their command vehicle of the Sultan with its oddly configured taller profile, 2 of the brutish and rugged Saxons, which contained Maxwell and his 2 crews from the abandoned Spartans, and a 4-man Special Air Service patrol, as well as their 4 remaining Fox armoured cars of Strauss 1 Troop. 31 men, squeezed into 8 of their original 10 vehicles and dangerously short on ammunition, after pouring lead into the disgusting, roiling mass of decaying bodies, now sat in silence inside their armoured hulls, and they waited. Waiting was something they were accustomed to, only not in those specific circumstances. Anyone in any branch of the military would be intimately acquainted with the concept of hurrying up and waiting, but none had ever faced any concept of danger anywhere near their current stress levels. They waited for an order, waited for something to do and to feel useful. The sounds of moans and bodies bumping into their vehicles echoed and sowed the seeds of panic and fear amongst them. Only a few men held their nerve convincingly, and 4 of those were in the rear of 1 Saxon personnel carrier. Major Downs, officer commanding the SAS patrol, and referred to simply as Boss by his 3 men, regarded the rest of his small detachment. Mac had his eyes closed, but Downs knew he would not be sleeping. Even if he was, he knew that the man would come awake instantly and be fully combat effective inside of a second. Beside him, and similarly motionless, was Smithy, and to Downs' left was Des, who was slowly and quietly checking the action of the dismounted general-purpose machine gun, or Gimpy, taken from one of the abandoned Spartans. He evidently liked the weapon, but being the patrol's demolitions expert, it came as no surprise that he held a reverence bordering on an inappropriately romantic involvement with a weapon so capable of destruction. His fingers ran over the linked ammunition for it with a light caress, part technical assessment and part suspect eroticism. The weapon was undoubtedly a serious piece of kit, and indeed their own vaunted regiment had demonstrated that a single belt of 200 rounds of the heavy 7.62mm ammunition could be used to create a doorway in a brick wall. In polar opposite contrast, their personal weapons were the small-caliber, suppressed version of Germany's best mass-produced submachine gun, the Heckler & Koch MP5SD. Spitting their lethally accurate 9mm projectiles with a coughing sound and able to fire in single-shot, 3-round burst and fully automatic modes, it made them a perfect weapon for close-quarters battle with the undead, who seemed to demonstrate an unnerving ability to locate their prey by sound alone. The noises made by the few undead pawing over their vehicles outside didn't bother them, as it wasn't their problem to deal with yet. But that wasn't to say that they weren't aware of the threat, in case it became their focus in the near future. In the command vehicle directly behind them, Captain Palmer and Squadron Sergeant Major Johnson exchanged a look. It was instigated by the young officer, and it asked for ideas as to what the hell they should do next. They were desperately low on ammunition, unable to raise anyone on the island or anywhere else for that matter, and they had to make a decision. That decision hinged on whether the island had been overrun or not, but to find out they would be forced to leave the safety of their armor. Using the viewports available to him, Palmer tried to count how many screechers, as their detachment of mixed forces called them, were in their immediate area. "Retreat a few 100 meters," Johnson suggested in a low voice, seeing no response to his words from the officer, other than his fingers moving to switch the channels on his radio to address the convoy. "Withdraw, minimum 300 meters," he ordered, hearing the engines of the different vehicles bark and growl into whistling, clattering life as gears engaged with heavy mechanical clunking noises and engine pitches rose to a high whistle before they performed turns and drove away from the wide swaths of broken dead. Sergeant Strauss, commanding the Fox scout car at the rear of the column, pointed out a raised bluff of ground ahead and to their right, which could accommodate his troop to provide all-around cover. Occupying that position, alien to the warfare he had trained for, to give any attacking force a clear view of their silhouettes, but far more sensible for fighting the new, biting, unthinking infantry they had been forced to rapidly adapt to, Strauss opened his hatch and scanned the landscape below them. The scene was utterly repulsive and stomach-churning. It was horrifying to behold the incredible destructive power of their guns, which had spread shattered and ruined bodies over almost a mile of flat ground, all the way to the huge mounds of zombies laid to waste by the combined might of tanks and shore bombardment. Strauss was torn between a perverse pride in what they could do against vast numbers of enemy infantry, and yet simultaneously sickened by the unnecessary waste of life. His only blessing, he knew from unwelcome experience, was that he was not close enough to truly experience the smell. Physically shaking his head to force his thoughts to return to the task in hand, he transmitted a report for the benefit of their commanders below. "Approx 30 screechers in close," he said, estimating the numbers of undead who had shambled their way towards the retreating armor. "No lemurs." "Roger, Foxtrot 10, stand by to engage enemy." Captain Palmer's voice came back before it was interrupted by another transmission. "Cancel, cancel," it said intently. "Charlie 112, last call sign. Confirm enemy numbers and confirm negative lemurs, over." Charlie 11, Strauss guessed, was the unit call sign for the SAS team currently sitting in the dark rear of a Saxon below his elevated position. Looking back towards the shambling attack, he responded with, "Stand by, Charlie 11, and double-checked his numbers and his assessment of their capabilities. Moments later he gave the report more concisely. "Hello, Charlie 11, this is Foxtrot 10, confirmed negative for lemurs, enemy at 60 yards and closing, count 32, confirm 3-2, over." "Roger, all units hold fire, repeat, hold fire, Charlie 11, going Foxtrot," came the confident and slightly harsh response. Almost every man in their convoy had been to Northern Ireland, and all had trained for that theatre, and all of them knew what going Foxtrot meant. The 4 SAS men were going outside to bring the fight to the enemy on foot, and their reason for doing so was solely to keep things quiet. Inside the back of the Saxon, Downs replaced the phone handset with its inbuilt press-to-talk function and nodded to Trooper Williams, the yeomanry man assigned as their driver from Maxwell's troop. Turning to his 3 men, he saw them all readying themselves and their weapons. Desi looked momentarily forlorn as he gently set down the long machine gun and drew back the bolt on his MP5 to see the glint of brass in the dim light of the Saxon's interior. Waiting until 6 eyes looked up at him from the order to break out, Downs nodded once again and growled the words, "Let's do this." The dull afternoon light lit up the interior as the rear doors were thrown open and the men filed out in no desperate hurry. It wasn't as though they had to flee the truck and find hard cover to protect themselves from culvert bombs or enemy fire, but Williams marvelled at how rapidly their ingrained training had adapted to a different way of life and death. The last man turned back and shut the door, pausing as he was about to close it, and leaned his head back inside to fix the driver with a stern look. "I'll be back! Ha!" he said, as he barked a laugh and shut the door, casting the interior back into darkness. Downs ignored Smithy's levity, knowing that trying to stop the man making jokes was as effective as trying to tie knots in snot. "Spread out, cover in pairs, don't take chances," he said unnecessarily, knowing and trusting the men to do precisely what was required and not to take stupid risks. That was often, he found at least, the biggest misconception about the men in his regiment. They weren't unstable and insane risk-takers with no fear of death. They were just fiercely fit and committed individuals whose personal limits were higher than those of the average person. They were usually cold, methodical, tough men who lived to do their jobs, and that was why they got the best missions, the best kit, and existed outside of the stiff regime of the big green army machine. Instinctively breaking off into pairs, as testimony to the thousands of hours spent in training, one covering and one moving, Mac dropped in behind Downs' shoulder, and they stalked forwards to close the gap between themselves and the shuffling zombies. Des and Smithy spread out to their left, mirroring their movements. After an advance of 30 paces to halve the gap between vehicles and zombies, their weapons began to cough the small bullets at the heads of the shambling attackers, bullets ripping into open moors to destroy brainstems and render them safe with next to no noise. "Stoppage!" Downs heard to his left in the unmistakable accent of his Londoner, Smithy. He didn't need to look, but he knew that Des would already be standing over him, his left lower leg pressed into Smithy's back, as he physically let him know he was there, covering him as he knelt and cleared his weapon. If he couldn't clear it quickly, or the enemy advanced too close, then he would call out and rise up to draw his secondary weapon and start popping heads with the Browning high power holstered on his right hip. That would be less than ideal, as only one of them had managed to find a suppressor for their sidearm, and that was Downs with his Sig Sauer P228. "Clear!" Smithy called. Again, Downs didn't look, because he was still selecting targets and firing 3-shot bursts into torn and rotting faces. But he knew that Desi would have stepped aside and removed the contact from his partner's back, allowing him the space to stand up safely to rejoin the fight. Less than a minute into their encroaching action, and the loose attacking formation they faced was down. In turn, each man of their respective pairs took turns to perform a tactical reload, when they clicked a fresh magazine of 9mm rounds into their guns, regardless of whether the current load was fully expended. The partially empty magazines went down the front of their dark smocks to be retrieved and refilled later. "One more," Mac warned in his characteristically dour voice, made even more dolorous by the Scottish accent. All eyes shot forward and all widened as they realized the last one approaching them wasn't shambling or stumbling, but it seemed to be jogging in a slightly drunken fashion. "Fucking Lima," Mac warned, with more intensity in his voice, then dropped to one knee and flicked the fire selector of his own weapon from semi-auto to 3-shot, and began squeezing off bursts to bring it down before it got to them. The others joined him, 2 firing bursts, and 2 firing longer streams of automatic fire until the thing stumbled and clattered to the roadway 20 paces from them. Loud cracks echoed to their ears as the thing broke bones in the tumbling fall, for it to land, skidding on its face on the tarmac. The 4 men rose, never taking their eyes off their attacker and the surrounding landscape, as the thing emitted a shrieking groan and rose on its hands to try and get to its feet. One foot, the leg damaged irreparably by either the gunfire or the fall, faced backwards, and as it tried to get upright, the bones crunched again, bright white shards puncturing the skin and clothing grotesquely, until it slammed back down to its face to crack its nose and leak black, thick gore from the nostrils, which dripped into an oily puddle before it. The thing began to crawl towards them on three limbs faster than it had any earthly right to do, like some reincarnation of the exorcist. As one, the three men took an involuntary step backwards and raised their weapons to crouch into the short stocks and take aim. Downes lowered his MP5 and stepped out ahead of the line, making the others drop the ends of their muzzles and display their ingrained respect for the killing power of guns. Stepping forwards confidently into the path of the crawling monstrosity, he raised his primary weapon at waist height and stitched a burst of automatic fire into the skull to obliterate it. "Stay," he said conversationally, as the others joined him at his side. "Well, would you fucking look at that?" Smithy spoke with an incredulous tone. "That is the worst fucking outfit I have ever seen." Chuckles sounded among the four men as they finally took stock of what the nearly headless lemur had been wearing before he died and turned. "I mean, come on," Mac said, picking up the thread. "This wanker actually chose to wear that when he was alive." The four men looked down, regarding a shiny shell suit so offensive that none of them could make sense of the number of bright colours which adorned the body. It looked just as if he'd been wearing white and had turned inside a paint shop and thrashed around until he was covered from head to toe. "Reckon the guy who owns Campari is still alive?" Desi asked, as they turned and began to walk back, reloading their weapons. "If he is," Smithy answered, "can we just pretend he's a zombie and slot him anyway?" "My thanks, gentlemen," Palmer's voice cut over their chatter. They looked up to see the young captain in command of the armour approaching them. "I did say we would see each other soon," Downes said, offering a hand for him to shake. "You did," Palmer accepted, "but I didn't think it would be so soon, nor under such circumstances." "True, Captain," Downes said, "very true. Have you contacted your base yet?" Palmer's face dropped into annoyance and worry before he answered, nudging his head to one side and indicating that the SAS officer should follow him away for a private talk. "No, they aren't responding to our calls. Do you think we can push through to retake the bridge?" he asked. Downes thought, casting his mind back to the rotting rolling hills of dead and writhing bodies. "No, we have to find another way. I doubt your wagons would punch through, and going on foot is suicide." "Damn it," Palmer cursed, then turned as his name was called urgently from the open hatch of the Sultan behind him. Chapter 4. Long before the German tanks had been mobilized, and the combined UK Special Forces teams had arrived at their underground objective in London, an Allied team had been covertly inserted onto British soil. They did so via the side door of a twin propeller plane, and the team of four dropped out at just under 10,000 feet to freefall, before opening their canopies to arrive quietly at the twin of the nuclear power station near the south coast. As the 3 men and 1 woman of the Forsvarsspecialkommando, or FSK, plummeted towards the green landscape to the north and east of London, one of them marvelled that they were being deployed at all. The Norwegian government still hadn't officially acknowledged the existence of their elite commandos, even though they had been undergoing intensive training ready to play their part for NATO should the Cold War gather any kind of intense heat. Now, instead of deploying in secret under cover of darkness to erode the infrastructure of the Soviet Union, they were heading down to secure a location for a team of American engineers to turn down the dial on the nuclear power plant. The first parachute commando out to the door, eager to be the first pair of boots on the ground and prove that she was more capable than any man, levelled herself out and glanced at the altimeter on her left wrist as she reached terminal velocity. She knew the other 3 men of her team would be close behind her, but the low cloud cover prevented them from seeing their objective from height. As Astrid Larsen fell, she adjusted her attitude to allow for her right hand to reach behind and pull the cord to release her parachute above the cloud cover, so as not to issue a loud crack when the chute deployed at low altitude. Taking a breath and holding it, she steadied her torso against the violent change in direction as the air caught the canopy to snatch her vertically. As soon as she located the steering lines, she heard a whistling, flapping noise and checked up again to ensure that her rig had deployed correctly, but her vision was drawn to a man-sized missile. Her commander, Erik Nielsen, last man out of the plane, flew past her out of control and left her with a snapshot of his hand pulling desperately on the reserve chute. Within a heartbeat he was gone, swallowed by the cloud layer sitting close to the ground, and another noise pulled her eyes back up. Spiraling and yelling in fear and frustration, another of her team fell at a far faster rate than her own descent, as he twisted inexorably, agonizingly, trying to release the partially open canopy that dragged him down at a rate he couldn't hope to survive. He too disappeared into the clouds, and a second later she followed, pursing her lips against the sudden cool sting of the moisture. Emerging through the layer herself, she took in the scene below, which set her jaw tight and forced her adrenaline levels higher still. The compound, strongly fenced and very secure, as she would expect with anything nuclear, had somehow been infected with the disease that threatened Europe and the wider world, and this had the unfortunate side effect of containing the enemy inside a confined area. Having inexplicably lost at least 50% of their strength in the drop, Astrid forced herself to concentrate and find a safe place to land. Hauling on the steering lines, she aimed for a single-story building and its flat roof, flaring the canopy with all of her strength at the last moment to try and arrest as much of her momentum as possible. Losing her footing on the loose tar and shingle, she scraped herself painfully along the roof until she could unfasten the straps of her rig and shrug out of it to unstrap the weapon from her chest. Astrid, like all of her team, carried the same weapon as the UK Special Forces in the form of the MP5SD, the suppressed submachine gun, but unlike them, the Norwegians all carried the same HK P7 pistol, with the fat cylinder protruding from the barrel, which she wore on her right thigh. Extending the parachute stock of the gun, she nestled it into her shoulder and took aim over the iron sights to the ground below. She saw Nielsen, at least she assumed it was him as there was no canopy around the man, partly embedded in the soft grass, with limbs sticking out at horrendously unnatural angles. There was nothing she could do for him, as landing at terminal velocity wasn't much known for its survivability. Turning her head away from the stomach-churning sight of kneeling people tearing into her commander's body with teeth and nails, and thankful that she was too far away to hear the ripping and crunching noises she imagined, she looked towards the sound of distress to her right. Obscured by the angle of the building, she could see the upper body of another team member, the unfortunate one with the partially failed canopy deployment who'd come in too fast to control his landing. The man, Jonas, was caught up in an upright metal support by his snagged canopy. His right arm hung limply, and he cried out either in pain or fear, or both. Astrid didn't know what was beneath him, but she saw him struggling to free his pistol with his left hand and clamped the slide under his chin to charge the weapon. He achieved this on the second attempt, and began to pour shots downwards towards an enemy Astrid couldn't see enough from her position. She stood to her full height to try and gain an advantage, but still could not sight his attackers. All too quickly his magazine was expended, and he tucked the weapon under his arm as his rhythmic yells sounded short of breath. Performing a one-handed reload, he repeated the process to charge the weapon, but stopped to throw his head back and howl in pain. His whole body convulsed, and the firing resumed, but the yells stopped and his face flushed red. Finally, locating Astrid in his vision, he shot her a look of panic, fixed her stare for a second, and turned the gun on himself. Astrid watched him, her face a silent rictus of horror as the top of his skull burst to fountain blood and bone directly upwards before his limp, lifeless head and body slumped down. He twitched, shaking as though someone was trying to help him down from where he hung in the tangled lines, and the realization hit her at the same time as his body was pulled down out of sight that he was being consumed by ravenous teeth. Scrapes to her left made her drop to her right knee and raise the gun, with her left arm resting on her left knee,
providing instant stability to the weapon. As soon as she had sighted down the length of the barrel, she immediately pointed the weapon up and relaxed. Christian Berg, the only other surviving member of her team, had landed on his feet perfectly and jogged a handful of steps with the momentum to slow down as he stepped out of the rig he had unfastened on landing. Under any other circumstance, such a stylish entrance would prompt bragging and laughter, but as the last man to land, he had seen the whole grim show unfolding. Unstrapping his own gun and extending the stock, he asked Astrid, in their native Norwegian, what she knew. "The commander is dead," she reported, by pointing at the knot of kneeling figures who feasted on him. "And Jonas just put a bullet in his own brain." "Bitten?" Berg asked. "I didn't see, but I have to assume so. He was hung up in his lines," she said, pointing in the direction where his canopy flapped against the metal poles. "Nilsson hit his canopy in freefall," Berg reported woodenly. "I didn't see it, but I heard it. Jonas must have been unable to recover." Astrid pursed her lips in thought, sending up a brief prayer to the old gods for surviving what had become a catastrophic loss of life in seconds. 50% of their team dead from just their insertion was devastating. "We still have the mission," she said, subtly reminding Berg that, at less than 2/3 his size, she still outranked him. He nodded, stepping to the edge of the low building and bobbing his head fractionally as he scanned the ground, making a rough head count of the visible zombies. "Do you see any of the faster ones, like in the intelligence report?" she asked his broad back. "I can't be certain," he said cautiously, "but I would still prefer to stay up here until they are gone. Shall we? What do you suggest?" "We call them over," Berg said simply, "and shoot them." Astrid shrugged, checked her watch and calculated the time left before the helicopter would be swooping in to drop off the engineers. "You think it will work?" she asked. Berg smiled, shrugging, and repeated a phrase that translated into English as, "Birds fly not into our mouths ready roasted." Astrid understood. It was time to go to work. It took them close to 40 minutes to attract the attention of the majority of the zombies and draw them close enough to dispatch them with bullets to their heads. Those less interested in them had to be confronted at ground level, and the pair moved close to each other, at one point ending up back-to-back, when Berg was forced to resort to his secondary weapon, as it was quicker to draw and use the pistol than to reload the MP5. The air around them stank of cordite, and their barrels ran hot, as they expended most of their ammunition. When they had finished, when no other enemies came for them, and they were left dominant in the field, they finally had the time to attend to their fallen companions. Or at least attend to what was left of them. Nilsson had somehow landed on his back, and had been all but hollowed out. His face was gone, and his intestines had been spread over impossibly long distances, as the zombies eating them had wandered towards the new sounds and dragged the glistening snakes with them. It was an ignoble and unworthy end to a respected, capable man, but the mission came first, and they managed to pick through his remains to recover the spare ammunition he carried. Both surviving members of the team were down to their last 30 rounds, as they had been forced to dispatch twice the number of enemy than would have been necessary, had they suffered no losses on the insertion. They found the body of Jonas, still partly suspended by his parachute, and tried not to look at the exposed bones of his legs, where he had been chewed at, like a hanging treat in a birdcage. Silently, his weapons and ammunition were taken to replenish their expended rounds, and the pair entered the building with one of the swipe cards that the whole team carried. The engineers arrived via helicopter less than an hour after they had secured the power station. 2 men, tired and both wearing a few days' worth of stubble, followed their escort inside and went about their work in near silence, save for a few necessary words to each other. They finished quickly, far more quickly than the 2 surviving Norwegians had expected, and they packed up their gear to trudge exhaustedly back to the helicopter, which was sitting motionless on the hard standing near the main entrance doors. Those doors were sealed behind them, and the helicopter's engines sparked into life to spin up the limp blades to a screaming whine. Over that noise, Berg shouted a warning. It wasn't any identifiable word, merely a panicked shout of rage and fear and alarm, as he slammed his body into the path of the running shape, rounding the corner of the building like a professional sportsman checking an opponent. The combined impact of an inhumanly reckless run and the commando's large frame sent the five of them tumbling to the ground. Astrid rolled clear of the obstruction at the front of the melee and rose to her knees as she brought up her MP5 in one smooth movement, her right thumb pushing all the way down and flicking the fire selector through to automatic. The fat barrel of the gun spat savagely, emptying the magazine into the rising creature as it leapt into the air to tower over her countryman. The end of the barrel tracked upwards with the movement as it rose, its chest rippling with the impacts of the bullets, until finally the angle of the weapon elevated enough for the thudding noise to become hollower. The splintering, cracking sounds of the creature's skull coincided with the sudden limpness in the attack. At the peak of its ungainly leap, the wide, cloudy eyes over bared teeth went slack, and it fell flat on top of Berg's broad back to drive the air out of him, and the two engineers underneath. Its head flopped, pouring a mouthful of oily drool onto the rolled-up sleeve of one of them. Silence reigned, broken only by Astrid sucking in a breath and dropping the spent magazine from her gun to click in a fresh one, as she stood and kicked out at the torn and broken body to launch it off the living ones. "Christian, are you okay?" she asked in Norwegian, in a tone bordering on panic. "Are you hurt?" she said insistently, speaking in English this time, to all of them, but still mostly concerned with her teammate. "I am fine," Berg answered, his fingers going to the back of his head where it felt tender, to check his fingertips and find them sheened in the slightest trace of blood. He looked at the red smears on his skin, then at Astrid, as they both registered a look of shock. Dropping her weapon to swing on the strap over her torso, she stepped forwards and pulled his head down to look for a wound. Berg said nothing. He wouldn't ask questions that he didn't want the answer to, nor would he offer empty reassurances to her. "I can't see any broken skin," she said finally, feeling the relief in him as he sagged. He stood, looking at the two terrified Americans who remained on the rough concrete, bathed in the rotor wash of the helicopter spinning up above them. "You?" he said to them, watching as they checked themselves over and offered shocked reassurances that they were fine. "I grazed my elbow," one of them said weakly, showing a patch of scraped and bleeding skin. He looked dismayed when the minor injury was summarily ignored, and they were bundled into the helicopter. The two Norwegians put on headsets and listened to the pilot as the helicopter's engines dialed up their intensity, and they rose into the air to turn south and out to sea. Feeling the chill of the speed and altitude, the engineer, with a fresh cut to his elbow, pulled the gore-soaked sleeves of his shirt down and felt the cold of wet blood and drool on the injury, rubbing tenderly at it as he felt a sudden sting. Chapter 5. "Hold the line, boys!" Lieutenant Chris Lloyd called out to his Marines. "Conserve your ammunition!" He pressed his own cheek back into the stock of his L-85, the newly issued SA-80 rifle, renamed and given an innocuous code name, as was usually the way with the British Army. It was typically ironic that the SA-80, as in small arms for the 1980s, only just started to come into issue when the decade began to draw to a close. Lloyd had seen how the RMPs and some troopers looked with jealousy at the Marines' guns when they were still being issued with equipment left over from the Second World War or the 60s and 70s. That jealousy, as much as he understood it, given the futuristic bull-pup design of the rifle, was misplaced, in his opinion. He, or at least his sergeant, the irascible Bill Hampton, ensured that the Marines kept their weapons in pristine condition. It was easy, given the amount of time they were hurrying up and waiting, but it was also a sad necessity, because every speck of dust, every grain of sand and every wet leaf or glob of mud seemed magnetically attracted to the gun's working parts. That was a constant source of annoyance, especially knowing that the word was beginning to spread that the forces would be conducting build-up training for a sandy theatre of war very soon. No major prizes were issued for guessing where that would have been, but it seemed unlikely that they would be deploying anywhere soon. A shriek to his front focused his mind, as the fence before him bent nauseatingly inwards.
This prompted a sharp thrust of the attached bayonet into the open mouth of the dripping wet teenager in a navy blazer and diagonally striped tie, the entire scene eerily lit by the flames of the burning building growing larger off to his right. "At least the bloody spike doesn't malfunction," he thought to himself. As another surge of bodies swept over the fallen schoolboy, Lloyd stepped back and fired a long burst of automatic 5.56mm at head height, and temporarily cleared a section 5 paces wide. Clicking on an empty chamber, he hit the release catch and missed as the empty magazine fell away, out of his fingertips. Ignoring the drop, he snatched a fresh magazine from the pouch of his webbing and slapped it home, to rack the bolt and feed a fresh bullet into the chamber. Bringing the rifle back into his shoulder and nestling it in tight, he inadvertently caught the annoyingly sensitive magazine release catch again and succeeded in firing only a single round before he clicked dry again. "Fucking," he swore as he turned the weapon to look for the fault. He saw it instantly, as the profile of the weapon looked almost ridiculous without a magazine seated behind the trigger mechanism. He felt a thump on his shoulder and turned to see the troop medic firing his own weapon one-handed, as his left hand held out the dropped ammunition to his officer. "Thanks!" Lloyd shouted. Not that he expected Seeley to hear or answer him. The man was working, as were all of his Marines as they fought incessantly to prevent the impossible tide of dead rolling out of the water like waves of animated meat. His men were fighting shoulder to shoulder with others. There were 3 men wearing scarlet berets, whose long, self-loading rifles, SLRs, barked loud reports of the heavier 7.62mm rounds over the sharp crack of their own lighter ammunition to overpenetrate and sometimes to take more than one screecher out as the heavy bullets ripped through the meat wall ahead of them. Add to that the rattling staccato sounds coming from the Sterling submachine guns fired by the troopers of the dismounted armor squadron and the shrieking moans from their enemy. The noise was confusing, terrifying, and deafening. Antiquated as they were in Lloyd's mind, those submachine guns still killed zombies just as effectively as their new rifles. He didn't know what was going on in the rear, nor could he hope to know that he and his men were wasting ammunition when they should just have been getting off the island by any means necessary. "What the hell was that?" Denise Maxwell said, in response to a muted scream from outside. She and her daughter were in the front room of the empty townhouse, halfway up the hill, which was being shared with the injured Graham Ashdown, her husband second in command, and his wife and son too. Another scream sounded, closer this time, and was deeper in tone than the first. "Okay, something's definitely going on," she said, as she rose to her feet. "Other than what's happening down there, I mean," she explained, meaning the incessant small-arms gunfire from below. She stepped close to the door and pressed her ear to the wood, holding her breath to try and hear more of whatever was beginning to unfold on the island, while the others in the room stayed quiet. Screaming and flailing her arms, Denise flew back away from the door to land half on an armchair covered in a hideously patterned coarse brown material. The door banged again, desperate hammering making the 2 young children cry and huddle away from the door. Just before one of them voiced their fears, another noise added to the banging. "Denise, are you there?" hissed a woman's voice. "Let me in if you're there, please." Flying back to her feet, Denise flicked the lock over and pulled the door wide to scan left and right in the narrow street before grabbing the woman by her clothing and pulling her inside unceremoniously. Dishevelled, red-faced and half out of breath, Kimberly Perkins spilled inside and for once didn't try to hide the scarring on the left side of her face. The bumpy, mottled skin showed up a different colour from her flushed cheeks, but the situation outside was obviously more pressing than her insecurities. "They're here," she said in a shaking voice through gasps of breath, "on the island. We need to go." The news left them shocked into silence. That silence seemed to anger Kimberly, and she turned to look for bolts on the door, only to make another desperate sound of exasperation as she found none. "Damn these country people and their unlocked doors," she cursed to herself, having to satisfy her need for security by killing the main light and flicking over the catch to make sure the feeble door was locked. In the gloom of the darkened interior, she walked confidently towards Denise and grabbed her arm to shake her out of her shock. "Denise, we have to get off the island now," she said to her, as kindly as she could, but failing to hide the intensity and fear from her voice. "Where should we go?" Denise's eyes met hers, but her mouth opened to emit nothing but silence. She opened and closed it twice, her look turning from dull shock to something leaning heavily towards debilitating fear, until she finally managed to speak. She cleared her throat. "We have to get my Her eyes grew wider as she realized that her husband, Simon Maxwell, was still out on a mission. "There's no time," Kimberly snapped. "We can't just wait to be rescued. Now, how do we get off the island?" she said, shaking Denise again. "We need a vehicle," Ashdown said as he struggled to stand. His neck was still bandaged, and his left arm was in a sling after the near-miss escape from when half of a former Royal Military policeman had dragged him from his moving vehicle and tried to eat him alive. "We load up and get to the bridge, but there's a tank blocking it," he finished. "Can't we tow it out of the way?" his wife asked, as she clutched their son to her side. "It's a tank. It weighs more than 50 tons, he said. But seeing that his words hadn't made themselves clear, he explained it simply. "There's no way in hell we can drag it clear." "So?" Kimberly snapped, eager to speed up the process. "The helicopters," Denise said. "Go up the hill and get on a helicopter." She had started grabbing up her possessions, throwing items into a fabric shopping bag with round wooden handles that clacked together in her hand. "After that, I have no idea," she finished. "After that," Kimberly said, "is irrelevant unless we get the hell off this bloody island." They moved, leaving via the back door to the house and filing along the cobbled rear path past the wall of dark brick. Kimberly walked at the front, the two women with their children in the middle and the slow-moving but armed Graham Ashdown at the rear. Kimberly stopped at the wooden gate, secured with a twisted loop of wire hung loosely over the post which caught the gate, and it perplexed her momentarily until she saw it and pushed it upwards to free their escape route. Pausing to look back at the small flock she was leading, her eyes caught a glint of dull reflection. Turning towards it, she took in the shape of the short wooden handle and the wedge-shaped head of the small splitting axe stuck into a piece of wood. It had obviously been recently used, given the bright slices of fresh wood on the half-covered pile, and she reached out to snatch it up on impulse. The worn curvature of the handle felt somehow reassuring in her grip, but not as reassuring as the weight of the head when it came loose from the grasp of the wet wood it was partly buried in. She hefted it once, feeling the weight and the way it moved in her hand, and she turned her eyes back to the darkening streets to lead her people uphill towards what she hoped was safety. "Behind!" Marine Seeley screamed, repeating the warning and simultaneously turning away from the bending fences to advance 3 paces and drop to one knee. He pressed his eye into the scope and began squeezing off disciplined rounds in 1s and 2s, forcing Lieutenant Lloyd to realize the peril he and his men were in. He looked back, seeing a loose formation of uniformed men and civilians shambling towards their undefended rear. Undefended, at least, until their medic turned to pick up the magazine for his weapon that he had dropped, much in the same way as his lieutenant had. He had recognized the jerky movement of the ex-people behind him instantly and shouted the warning as he began to pour careful fire into their heads. They were so close that the skulls filled his scope, forcing him to take his eye away after he had expended half of the magazine to locate the next closest attacker and drill around through their head. The detail in the scope showed him flashes, almost like mental Polaroid pictures of things he didn't want to remember. An eye plastered shut with thick blood pouring downwards from a deep gash to a scalp, a nose bitten clean off, exposing the 2 gaping holes of nostrils as though the flesh hadn't been completed over the skull, a throat torn clean out, showing a bloody network of tubes and sinew underneath a mouth that screeched but emitted no sound. Standing tall, leaning into his weapon and bawling for his men to turn around and fight off the rear assault, he swallowed his fear and resolved to fight harder than he had before. More weapons joined that fight, and just as terrifyingly sudden as that attack had begun, it faded further away, and allowed them to take more carefully aimed shots at heads not so disturbingly close. Renewed shouts of alarm sounded from behind them, and Lieutenant Lloyd turned to see the harsh consequences of taking away half of their guns for a few precious moments. The fences and long lines of cruel barbed wire were pushed inwards and worryingly close to what must be their breaking point, where they threatened to give way at any moment under the crushing weight of screechers crawling out of the water to flood his small force. Lloyd faced a choice, an imminent and desperately important choice, and he had only a few precious seconds to make it before his inaction threatened the lives of everyone. He looked once back up the hill, then back to where the sea was spewing undead horrors onto their inadequate defences, and he made his decision. "Fall back! Fall back!" he bawled at the ragtag collection of military police, yeomanry, and marines. "On me!" With that last command, he ran out ahead of the men and steadied his footing before thrusting the fixed bayonet into the eye of a woman he half recognized from the island. He thought nothing of that act. He couldn't afford the time or the distraction caused by emotions or sentimentality. Without looking to see if the men behind were following him, he pressed on ahead through the streets with his rifle up in a fast-forward, reckless approximation of the FIBUA course, the fighting in built-up areas training he had led his men through before their most recent tour in Northern Ireland. Had the instructors seen his insane dash into danger, he would have instantly failed the course. But they weren't fighting snipers and bombers now. They were fighting a new infantry that didn't use weapons, didn't lure them out of their protective vehicles to detonate homemade explosives packed into ice cream tubs. They merely swarmed over them in great numbers without feeling pain or holding any regard for anything but a bullet or a bayonet to the brain. He moved fast, his nerve finally breaking and forcing him to glance behind to see a tight knot of soldiers moving in support. He saw 2 scarlet berets among the bare heads and the dark green headgear of his men, and he guessed that he must have absorbed some of the others with him. The cacophony surrounding him made it difficult to discern between the different reports, but he was certain that he could hear 3 distinctly different weapon reports coming from the loose formation of men catching him up amidst the gunfire and the screams and an outraging crackling of the burning buildings near the road bridge. "Where are we going, sir?" one of the army men asked him. "Up," he answered, racking the bolt to seat another bullet, ready to fire in his rifle after reloading. "Bring as many people as we can along the way, but the island is lost." To the credit of each man there, none of them showed anything but a grim and determined resolve to survive. They were cut off. The enemy was among them, and they had to fight. Chapter 6. "Send!" Palmer snapped into the radio handset, then frowned as he listened to the response. Johnson watched his face, not liking what he saw, and glanced to the only other man present who was privy to the information. Corporal Daniels, normally a steady man, looked ashen. His mouth opened slightly, his eyes went vacant, and he trembled. Johnson looked back to the captain. "Understood," he said simply in a voice that sounded hollow and final. "Good luck. Out." He handed the handset back to Daniels, having to nudge the man in the shoulder with it to bring him back to his senses and take the offered equipment. "SSM? The island is—" He paused, swallowing. "The island is cut off. There was a shore bombardment from the Navy, and unfortunately it brought the bridge down with the loss of one of our MBTs." Johnson slumped back in the too small chair and looked aghast. The loss of the main battle tank was a huge blow, but the bridge being brought down was their worst-case scenario. They couldn't fight their way back home, nor could their reinforcements come to their aid. Any vehicle left on the island was staying there. "It gets worse, I'm afraid," Palmer said as he rubbed his face, fingers scratching on the fair stubble of his cheeks. "The virus is loose there. There's an outbreak, and I fear that very few of them are going to make it out." That news, and the sinking realization with it, dropped Johnson's heart straight down through his guts. For some bizarre reason he couldn't fathom, his thoughts went to the attractive woman who inexplicably wanted to get to know him. These thoughts came to him in a flash, much faster than time passed, as though the feeling and thoughts all arrived at once and were decoded instantly in his mind. He guessed she would never get the chance to know him now, and he regretted his guarded responses to her questions all those hours ago, when they had enjoyed a companionable drink with Maxwell and his wife. Maxwell, he thought selfishly, as he tried to find a way to tell him. Shit! Denise! The kids! Palmer seemed to read his thoughts and held up a hand to stop the question before it was formed in Johnson's mouth. "Yes, most of the men have people there.
have family, myself included," he said, making Johnson feel a small stab of regret for the junior lieutenant, not out of sadness for losing the man, but for the pain that loss would bring his older brother. Even more wretchedly, he realized that sadness wasn't for any regretful loss of life, but for the fact that it would make their officer less efficient. He let the silence hang heavy for a moment before the squadron sergeant major cleared his throat and asked a simple question. "What are our orders, sir?" Palmer turned slowly to regard him, his face morphing out of stunned sorrow and back into something infinitely more tempered by professionalism, and his words sounded confident and resolved. "Ammo count, half of the guns cleaned at once," he said, dishing out administrative tasks that levelled the men with familiar activity. "Assault troop to Reki south for high ground and try and observe the island," he said, and then remembered that assault troop was down to a single vehicle and a scattering of men among the other vehicles. "Cancel that. Send a pair of foxes." Johnson nodded, then rose to pull himself out of the open hatch above. He was on the verge of reminding the captain that they only had one single Spartan of assault troop left, and no wagon ever rolled on its own, but the man had evidently recalled the facts and changed the order. The only foreseeable problem with the amended orders was a mechanical one. The fox, as well armed as it was, performed like it was made of chocolate when asked to go off-road with any meaning. He gave his orders to Strauss, one of the few men without family locally, and hence unburdened by the weight of the news Johnson was forced to keep to himself for the time being. He gave the orders, mixed with part of the information, that the bridge was down, and sent the two crews off to find the high cliffs overlooking the rock that used to be their temporary home. As he walked back towards the command vehicle, the tall man wearing black clothing and dripping in non-standard weaponry cut across his path. "Sergeant Major," he greeted him. "Sir," Johnson answered. "I wonder if you had any joy contacting your base." Johnson looked over both shoulders and lifted his chin in the direction of the Sultan. The SAS man had only a personal radio set, which required complex setting up, differing lengths of antennae, the blood of a unicorn, and a bucket brimming with good luck to make it work sometimes, whereas their command vehicle had 3 sets permanently working. "Best you come and speak to the captain, sir," he said ominously. Downes listened to Palmer's report wearing a blank look. His bright eyes oozed alertness, but his expression and features remained stock-still and emotionless. "You still have RN aircraft there?" he asked, meaning the Navy helicopters, one of which had only recently removed their precious cargo and half of the Special Forces soldiers. "Unable to raise them," Palmer said. "One would hope they are evacuating personnel." "Indeed," Downes responded before changing the subject. "What's your redundancy?" Palmer looked shocked, mainly because he hadn't considered abandoning the island and resorting to occupying a backup location, at least not without proof that the island was beyond their help. His lack of answer gave Downes the information regardless. "In the absence of orders from command and any viable way to assist anyone left at base, you will need to consolidate," Downes said. "I would suggest that we form up in sight of the base and prepare to receive any additional personnel via helicopter, but after that it is our duty to remain operational." Palmer viewed him as coolly as he could, fighting the urge to snap at the senior officer out of fear and frustration. He kept his head level and his eyes fixed when he answered. "Are you assuming control of the men, sir?" he asked formally, leaving a tense and awkward silence. "No, Captain," Downes said, with a small smile intended to appease the younger man. "I am not. Merely making a suggestion." "Very well," Palmer said, returning the smile to show that his hostility was fleeting. "I've deployed 2 wagons to get sight of the island, and we will wait for their report. Anything else you need, sir?" "No, Captain. Just shout us if you need us." With that, Downes climbed up and out of the Sultan awkwardly, showing them that he was not used to travelling in an armoured squadron. Palmer turned back to Daniels as soon as the sound of his boots hitting the rocky ground outside floated in through the open hatch. "Corporal, keep trying the island. Use the RN and marine frequencies too if you can," he said, watching as Daniel snatched up a piece of paper that had numbers scribbled in pencil on it from where he had wedged it beside his radios. "And let me know as soon as one troop provide a report." "Well?" Mac asked Downes as he ducked back inside the open rear door of the Saxon. "Well, their base is cut off. Looks like the Navy tried to help and accidentally blew the bridge." He waited as the snorts of derision rippled around his 3 men, and they can't raise anyone on comms to see if they are flying them out, because there's an outbreak on the island. Fuck knows where this is going. He let them assimilate the new information in their own time, copying their actions of refilling spent magazines from the big bag of bullets laid out between them. That bag, as heavy as it must have been, had been strapped to Mac's back the entire time they had been deployed, as though it weighed nothing. "And Oz?" Des asked, as he thumbed bullets into the metal and compressed the spring. "Nothing from Central Command yet. They're still trying. And unless we use their Sultan to re-bro us, then I doubt we'll have much luck ourselves," Downes answered, meaning the Yeomanry's ability to rebroadcast the communications from their man-portable radios through the command vehicle and increase the reliability tenfold. "Are they just not getting through?" Mac asked in his characteristically grim tone. "Or are they not answering us?" "I don't know," Downes said pensively, "but I don't like it." The Bell helicopter carrying the 2 engineers and the 2 surviving Norwegians flared in to scrape its skids on the deck of the dull grey American vessel, the USS Merle, beside the taller, bulbous airframe of a Royal Navy Sea King. Deck crew, wearing their different-coloured helmets, ran low towards them and helped the 4 passengers down. "Captain wants to see you too," shouted one man, pointing behind himself at a sealed doorway leading inside. Astrid glanced up at Berg's face, seeing nothing betrayed in his stony expression. Technically, they didn't fall under anyone's command, but with the situation as it was, any senior leadership still active under the NATO banner took authority of troops they found stranded or abandoned with them. The 2 Norwegians walked towards the doorway and into the gloomy interior without looking back to the engineers, one of whom was growing pale and had broken out in a sweat. The ship was a hive of well-run efficiency, with people teaming the decks and everyone working like ants to play their own small part in keeping the destroyer operating at maximum capacity. The arrival of 2 civilian nuclear engineers on a non-nuclear warship was of such little importance that nobody noticed them. Nobody noticed the pale man stagger slightly as his feet hit the deck, not even his fellow engineer, and his arrival went totally undetected. He followed the lead, winding his way across the flat top of the landing space, and bounced heavily off the doorway to crash bodily into the bulkhead inside.
"Hey, buddy,"
said a sailor approaching them.
"You okay, man?"
"Yeah," he gasped as he tried to stand and smiled to show he was fine. "Just feeling a little queasy, you know."
"Ah,"
the sailor responded with a grin.
"You'll get your sea legs soon, don't sweat it."
The engineer smiled weakly again, stood upright, then rolled his eyes back into his head and pitched backwards to slam unconscious into the deck.
"Okay, how long has he been out?"
asked the diminutive doctor as he strode into the treatment bay in the ship's medical department.
"Only a few minutes,"
said the sailor, who had bodily carried him there to save time.
"Reckons he was seasick or something."
The doctor placed one hand on the engineer's forehead and frowned. "Seasickness doesn't usually cause a fever, sailor," he said, then announced more loudly to his medical personnel, "I need IV fluids and get these clothes cut off. We can't rule out infection."
"Infection?"
the sailor asked, wearing a suddenly worried look on his young face and taking an involuntary step backwards. "The first sign of the virus," the doctor explained as he was helping to strip the man, "is a raised temperature. After that it varies, depending on the severity of the injury. Get me a vitals monitor on, somebody," he called out to the room. The sailor carried on backing away, mumbling something about returning to his duty, and left the engineer to have his clothes cut away from his body. Heavy shears chomped at the thick material covering his legs to reveal pale flesh. The doctor had recognized his pallor and ordered the fluids as a first measure to prevent the man going into shock. Checking every part of his body meticulously, the only break in the man's skin was in the form of a small graze at his elbow. The injury was less than superficial, but the swollen, angry red skin around it screamed infection. He checked the graze closely, unable to find anything resembling a bite mark, and chewed his lip in thought. "Okay, I need 200 cc's of IV antibiotics, flush it through with saline and keep the fluids going. This man has a severe infection, but it doesn't appear to be that infection," he announced, as he stepped back and peeled off his surgical gloves.
He left the treatment room to return to his other patients, feeling satisfied that he had averted disaster for the time being. The engineer, unconscious and having already spoken his last words, burned out from the inside. The combined spittle and blood from the last zombie Astrid had dispatched after Christian Berg had driven them all to the ground had soaked his shirt sleeve and leaked into the open cut on his arm and infected him. The severity of the infection was lessened by the means, but the end result was just as inexorable as if his throat had been bitten out. The doctor had been called back in and had ordered an ice bath to be used to try and break the fever and prevent damage to the brain. No amount of medication or any other intervention had brought the man's temperature down, and his convulsions raged intensely for half a minute until he went suddenly still. Paddles were charged as the man was hauled unceremoniously out of the ice bath and dried off desperately, but they were too late to save his life. "Time of death," the doctor said, glancing up at the clock on the bulkhead. 1832. "Someone find out who he was, and I'll inform the captain." Chapter 7. "Welcome aboard the Merle," announced the tall, almost gangly man who rose from his command chair on the bridge. The two FSK commandos stood rigid for a moment, seemingly all that would pass for a salute to the American, and he shrugged as if to convey that he didn't expect anything more. His gaze lingered on Astrid for a half-second longer than he had regarded Berg. "I'm Captain Alder. This is Commander Briggs from the British Navy," he said, indicating another tall, thin man who had risen and now offered a hand to them. "Royal Navy," he corrected the American, who shrugged again and allowed one corner of his mouth to lift in a small smirk. "Your report?" Alder asked him as he retook his seat. Berg glanced at Larsen, who raised her eyebrows slightly before responding. "Что вы думаешь?" Astrid muttered to Berg quietly in informal Russian, as they often did when they didn't want to be understood by others. Berg answered her question of, "What do you think?" with a shrug of his own, meaning that he saw no reason to withhold anything. "What do you know of our mission?" she asked, ever careful and secretive. "Assume I know everything up to you getting there," Alder responded, in a tone that indicated he had no time left for need-to-know matters. Astrid kept her face neutral as she cursed the arrogance of the man inside the safety of her own thoughts. "We suffered 50% fatalities during insertion," she began, in deadpan but perfect English. "We cleared the objective and protected the engineers as they shut down the plant. We were extracted." Captain Alder, clearly annoyed at the brevity of the report, needled her with his next question. "Too many of the infected there for you?" "No," she snapped back, a little too quickly and forcefully, and betraying her raw nerves about it. "There was a parachute malfunction which caused our commander to land at terminal velocity. On his way in he caught the rig of our other men and tangled him up. He survived the landing but was caught up. They started eating his legs, so he shot himself in the head." Alder took his turn to keep a neutral face and dropped the goading in an instant. "I'm sorry to hear that. Well done on completing the mission. Get some food and ragtime and we'll see about getting you home. But we've got more than enough to be getting on with here. Dismissed." Both commandos stiffened again and turned away, seeing the sympathetically smiling face of Commander Briggs. He finished polishing the lenses of his glasses on the tail of his black uniform tie and gestured for them to follow him out of the bridge. "We are a little overcrowded here, as is everyone in the Joint Fleet, I should imagine. There's food being served in the galley, and I'm sure you'll be able to find somewhere suitable to rest your heads for a while if you wish," he said almost apologetically, as though he was unable to be as gracious a host as he could be. "You are English, so why are you here?" Berg asked, in an inquiring tone so direct that it bordered on rude. "I was attached as an aide between Her Majesty's forces and our American allies," Briggs answered blankly, as though he wanted to say more, but was simply too well-mannered and polite to voice his opinion. They followed him in silence until he had shown them the head, galley, and an area that was used for makeshift beds, which were little more than a thin mattress and some stiff blankets. They still carried their weapons, which under normal circumstances would have raised eyebrows or even attracted challenges, but it seemed that every third person they saw had a sidearm on their belts, or even carried long guns. They ate, At least they put some stodgy form of food inside their bodies, out of nothing more than an ingrained need to stay fully effective, and then they found a quiet corner to clean their weapons, which they had no idea they would need far sooner than expected. The engineer, pale and naked on a metal gurney in the medical, opened his eyes. They weren't the eyes he had previously seen through. In fact, he could barely see a thing. Not that he could comprehend anything he saw through them anyway. The eyes were milky orbs. His skin remained deathly pale and his right hand twitched in unison with his fluttering eyelids. The two medical orderlies, their backs turned to him as they chatted inanely about an upcoming baseball game, as though the world weren't burning all around them, didn't notice the small movements of what they thought was a dead body behind them. The engineer sat up slowly, demonstrating a core strength that he did not know he'd possessed when his actions were cognitive. Then he bent at the waist and rose silently, fixing his half-blind gaze on the backs of the two young sailors who were still talking without a care in the world. Swinging his right leg off the cold gurney and slapping it gently onto the cold deck, he followed it with his other leg as his eyes stayed glued to the source of the sound. As his second foot slapped down, the slight noise made the hairs on the back of one orderly prickle, and he turned to see the dead body standing upright and staring straight at him. He turned back, frowning, and looked at his friend before opening his eyes wide in terror as his head whipped back to the standing corpse. Too late, he found himself face to face with the body, which was a head taller than he was. Cold hands clamped either side of his face as the sharp fingernails dug painfully into the thin flesh over his skull, but no scream came from him as the open mouth of the zombie clamped hard onto his own and bit hard, to tear his lips and the tip of his tongue away in one savage rip. The zombie rocked, staggered one pace to its right, then turned to mindlessly view the source of disruption. Dropping the shaking, gargling mess of the young man it had already infected, the thing that used to be an engineer turned and cocked its head slightly at the other sailor, who was nursing a hand with broken bones after throwing a pointless right hook into the side of its head. Stepping backwards and babbling incoherently, his shoulders clattered into a wall cupboard and bounced him back slightly, directly into the jaws of the naked man, who bit into the right side of his neck so hard that the last sound he heard was a crunching noise followed by a squelch. Hot blood ran down his upper body and he blacked out, never to wake again. Not alive, at least. The second sailor's body hit the deck and knocked down a tray of instruments, making a harsh rattle of metal echo into the gangway outside the sealed door. The falling instrument tray made an IV stand teeter before finally toppling over to bang loudly against a metal surface just as two other sailors were walking past. The two men froze, looking at each other in silent question. One of them rapped his knuckles against the metal door and called out, asking if everything was okay in there. The only response was a strangled, screeching cry from inside, a cry that the two sailors had not heard before, and did not have a hope of comprehending, and they threw open the door to offer assistance.
"What do you think we will do next?" Berg asked Astrid quietly in their native language as they cleaned their weapons.
"Probably go home and wait years for another mission," she replied sullenly, before she remembered that she should act the part of the senior commando, even if there were only two of them left of their unit.
"Will they try to reclaim the countries lost to the disease?" he asked almost rhetorically,
"or just seal them off and let it die out?"
"Will it die out?" she asked,
perplexed at the concept of a virus burning itself out of a host was a possibility. Berg shrugged.
"Who knows?
Some scientists at home think that the infected hosts will all eventually die out." Astrid stopped cleaning her MP5 as she considered what he had said. The theory was feasible, she had to admit, as the ones she had seen all smelt like they were rotting. She had to accept that if the infected weren't preserved, then they would eventually decompose enough to not pose a threat to the living. Almost simultaneously, the two FSK commandos finished reassembling their clean weapons and clicked fresh magazines into place. Weapon discipline made them not chamber around, as the effects of a negligent discharge inside a small metal box weren't worth the risk, and both drew their pistols to clean them just as an alarm sounded. The two looked at each other, neither willing to take the risk that it was just a drill or a false alarm, and both stood to ready themselves for yet another fight. By the time the engineer had infected and killed 4 of the sailors, it had stumbled out of the open doorway, still naked except for a sheet of red blood down its front from the dark mouth that chewed at an unrecognizable chunk of grisly flesh hanging past the bloody chin. It paused in the empty gangway, head swinging left and right as it searched for the next sound to entice it onwards. A shout from the right made it stagger off in that direction, just as the first medical orderly, with a ragged chunk torn from his neck, rose to his feet, opened his own sightless eyes, and staggered off after his killer. The infection spread rapidly, as each open compartment was packed with people who had no means of escaping a threat they weren't prepared for. The 2 zombies ravaged the human contents of 3 compartments, killing everyone inside without mercy or thought. Sailors beat at them with fists, with furniture, but the confines of the ship's interior were too cramped, and nobody brought a weapon to bear. By the time the death toll had reached double figures, the 3 bodies from the medical bay had risen and wandered off in another direction, and so the disease spread undetected and rapidly below decks. By the time the first shot, fired, blew the entire right side of the engineer's face away, there were close to 20 animated corpses roaming the lower decks, tearing flesh with nails and teeth. The engineer slumped forwards as though the power had been cut to his body, but stepping awkwardly over his prone body came more monsters, just as eager to rip away skin and disembowel anything not already dead. The rest of the magazine was expended in rapid fire, but the shots were wasted into the chest cavity of the medical orderly, who fell upon the sailor with the gun, as his teeth found the exposed skin above the collar of his uniform. He died, gargling and spasming uncontrollably, as his finger pulled repeatedly on the trigger to punctuate the sounds of his violent death with the sound of the gun clicking dry. "Something is definitely not right," Astrid told her tall companion. In answer, Berg simply readied his MP5 and pointed it away from them as he chambered around to make the gun ready. She copied his actions, and the 2 settled into a ready crouch to make their way back toward sunlight, as though the outside offered any more protection than the tight corridors below decks. They stalked onwards, the harsh sound of the insistent, repetitive klaxon drowning out their words and forcing them to communicate on a level that only highly trained soldiers could manage. With looks and nods, they cleared the corners and secured doors, so as not to leave any surprises behind themselves. As they climbed the ladder to the next deck, they encountered people moving, running in panic, and amidst the chaos, 1 or 2 voices rose to force order on the sailors. Lowering their weapons and keeping their eyes down, the 2 Norwegians pushed their way through the crowds, hearing snippets of conversation and questions. Wearing plain clothing with no insignia or rank helped, as they were assumed to be outside of any military hierarchy. As the mass of people dissipated, they rounded another corner and came face to face with 2 men dressed similarly. Both were fiercely bearded. All seemed to recognize the elite status of the others, as one glance at their weaponry told them that they were on a similar level. "Larsen and Berg, FSK, Astrid said over the sound of the alarm. "Bufford, SBS, said the man at the lead, before nodding over his shoulder and introducing the other man as Owens. "What's happening?" she said to him. "I overheard someone saying there was an outbreak below decks. It's probably spreading fast on ship. The quicker they die, the quicker they turn," he added, making Larsen frown. "You've seen it?" she asked. "Not up close," he replied, "and I don't fucking want to either." "Agreed. So how do we get off the ship?" "2 of my boys are watching our helicopter. We've come back for the pilots," Bufford answered. Astrid glanced at Berg, who simply nodded once. "Do you have room for 2 more?" she asked. The leader of the SBS team, having trained extensively in Norway with the Royal Marines before joining Special Forces, knew of the reputation of the FSK, and agreed without hesitation. Another 2 well-handled MP5s supporting his team was not an asset to be ignored, in his opinion. "Let's go, then," he said, and led the way. Chapter 8. Lieutenant Commander Murray's co-pilot and loadmaster fell without even having a chance to put up a fight. The 3 of them were alone in a small compartment, occupying 3 of the 4 bunks, with the vacant mattress becoming home to their flight helmets and the loadmaster's rig.
The door had been left open as they were waiting for orders, and they were as unaware of the drama unfolding on land as they were the lethal outbreak beneath their feet. A knot of 4 men, all in U.S. Navy uniforms, and all soaked in blood, burst into the open cabin and tore into the co-pilot before he knew what was happening. Only Murray, who was pulling up the top half of his all-in-one flight suit, was spared, as he had yet to unlock the door to the head. They, or at least Murray, had lucked out, as very few cabins had a bathroom even close to them, let alone inside them, and only their supposed temporary stay had granted them a cabin near to the flight deck at the stern. Now, with 4 strangers and 2 former friends banging and clawing at the door, he sat back down and waited for inspiration, or death, whichever came first. Bufford led his now 4-man, or 3 men and 1 woman team through the deck, with speed and purpose, as the klaxon stopped howling over the speakers. His other 2 men had been sent topside to make their way to the stern, and the waiting Sea King. Their drills were slick, having all learned from the same advanced rulebook, and he was grateful of the additional firepower after less than a minute, when one of the faster ones, dressed as a cook, but looking more like a butcher, rocketed around a corner at a full sprint and cannoned off the bulkhead, to sprawl on the deck 10 paces from them. Instantly, he and Owens dropped to one knee and opened fire with single controlled shots, just as the tall Norwegian stood over them and added a burst of fire from his own weapon to ensure that the thing never got back to its feet. As they stood, Bufford looked behind to see the woman, Larson, also rising up from her knee, as she had instantly turned to protect their rear. Satisfied that 4 was definitely better than 2, they pushed on. Glancing at a scribbled note in pen written on his left wrist in the gap between sleeve and glove, he checked the cabin designations to look for the flight crew. He didn't know why he had done that, but something deep inside him said that he needed to be aware of them, in case they had to leave in a hurry. He doubted he would have been so cautious on a Royal Navy vessel, but being away from Her Majesty's Forces' hospitality set him on edge. 4 more, left side, he called out for the others to hear. No sooner had he said that than the sounds of shrieking and banging echoed down the tight gangway to his ears, and he knew with total certainty that it was coming from the 4th cabin ahead on his left. Stalking as silently as he could, he held up one hand, and sensed the others stack up behind him until a hand rested gently on one shoulder. He held up 3 fingers for them to see, folded one down, then gripped his weapon again and swung into the doorway to duck low. Owens came in behind him, weapon up high at shoulder height, and immediately the rounds spat from their guns to drill into the backs of skulls as 6 of them fought for space at the front of an interior door. Berg stepped inside to lean his head and shoulders through the door to take out one of them, before a thudding stream of automatic fire sounded in the corridor. Berg ducked back out, doubling the fire out there, but the 2 SPS men had to trust them and remain focused on removing the threats inside the small compartment. As the last body, wearing the flying uniform of a Royal Navy officer, fell to the deck, the sounds of gunfire outside were replaced by metallic scrapes and clicks of guns being reloaded. "We're clear," announced Bufford in a low voice. "Clear here also?" responded the woman's voice from behind him. Bufford carefully stepped forward, firing one more single shot into the skull of a sailor who still twitched, and raised his gun again as another sound startled him. It was the sound of the door being pushed open and hitting the knee of a body, preventing it from opening more than a few inches, and the movement of his gun was met with a sudden cry of, "Don't shoot!" "You the pilot?" Bufford asked as he lowered the gun all the way. "What's bloody well left of him, yes." Murray spat back angrily as he shoved the door hard to make a big enough gap to squeeze out of. As he emerged, one shoulder of his dark suit seemed almost black in the unnatural light. "Which one of you damned fools shot me?" he snarled through gritted teeth as the injured arm hung uselessly to drip fresh, bright red blood onto the corpses. "Oh, for fuck's sake," Bufford muttered before raising his voice. "Either of you 2 medics?" "I am," came Larson's reply, as she stepped carefully over the broken bodies and visually assessed the pilot. "Sit down. Take this off, please," she said, as she slung her weapon and reached into a pouch to retrieve a package that she tore open with her teeth. She wiped the fresh blood away from the wound high up on Murray's right arm and pulled him around roughly to check for further injuries. Murray protested, issuing a few choice words in a hissed voice.
Seems to be a flesh wound only, Larsen said, uncoiling the clotting bandage and wrapping it tightly around the injured body part, despite the pained noises coming from her patient. We are good to go, she said, the word sounding only slightly awkward in her mouth. Can you still fly? Buffett asked intensely. Murray seemed to consider the question seriously, as though the concept of him flying with a bullet wound in his arm was even a possibility, and he flexed his bloody hand a few times as he rolled his shoulder with a wince. Not very far, but yes, he said quietly. Good, can we get the fuck out of here then? Owen said from the doorway, where he had joined Berg in protecting their exit. With the same formation of the 2 SPS men in the lead and the 2 FSK commandos at the rear, they had Murray protected in the middle and holding a semi-automatic pistol taken from the holster of one of his besiegers. They moved more cautiously, more slowly, as the injured Murray would not have been able to keep pace with their drills, even if one of them hadn't accidentally shot him with near-catastrophic results. Gunfire rattled dully from the lower decks, muted by layers of metal which prevented the shrieks of attacking zombies from being clearly heard. The resulting cacophony was more of a white noise than any discernible sounds, more the absence of silence, or at least the absence of the normal sounds expected in that environment that became deafening. Corridor after corridor, ladder after ladder, zombie after zombie, they moved onwards. They fought every step of the way, senses so heightened that their breath came in rapid gasps, and they coughed at the sweat running into their eyes in the unnatural environment of heat and thick air that seemed to contain less oxygen than it should. The desire, the pathological need to get outside overtook them and heightened their stress levels immeasurably. Eventually, to their great relief, they broke out into the afternoon sunlight and set foot onto the flat helicopter deck. Immediately the 2 pairs fanned out left and right to clear the wandering bodies in their path. The last few, too consumed with devouring a kill, didn't even turn around to face the new threat as they gorged on the fallen body they obscured from sight. "No," Bufford said aloud. "Oh, fuck, no!" and ran forward towards the last few zombies. "Buffs, wait!" Owens growled, before following, as he knew he would be ignored. Bufford ran forwards, taking shots at the bloody beasts as he went, until his magazine ran dry. Reaching the supine body the zombies were gorging themselves on, he let the gun drop on its sling and reached for his right hip behind the pistol to draw his polished pioneer's axe. The final zombie, tall and broad and dressed in black, with a beard as wild and unruly as Bufford's, rose up to stand over him and bare its teeth. The axe swung downwards savagely, making the sickening crunch of bone and brain echo across the deck as it crumpled under the blow to land hard on the deck. Placing one boot on the shoulder of what had previously been his teammate, he pulled the axe clear and looked down at the second man he had personally sent to secure the area. "Buffs," Owen said, placing a hand gently on his friend's shoulder, but keeping a very wary eye on the hand holding the gore-smeared axe. "It's okay, mate. They're gone now." Owens trailed off as he looked down at the last member of the team. The 2 Norwegian commandos approached and glanced down at the 2 dead soldiers, both face-value carbon copies of the men they had joined forces with, from their weaponry down to their beards. "Let's get the fuck out of here, then," Buffett said in a dead tone as he stripped the spare ammunition from his former teammates, acting as though he had washed away the loss and guilt, but knowing that he was merely ignoring it for the time being. Bypassing almost all of the checks required by the manual to safely get a Sea King helicopter into the air, they did the equivalent of jumping in a car and driving off without even adjusting the driving seat.
"Mayday, mayday, mayday!"
Captain Alder barked into the radio handset as his bridge crew were breaking out weapons from the lockers in the bulkheads.
USS Merle reporting an outbreak. Repeat, we have infected on board and require immediate assistance.
He flinched and dropped the mic as he fumbled for the pistol on his belt. The noise that had made him react was the double assault of a body slamming heavily into the watertight door and the muted screeching noises that seemed to come from everywhere. His hand shook, the barrel of the gun wavering as it pointed towards the sealed door, until good sense took over once more, and he returned to the radio.
"Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is the USS Merle, reporting an outbreak, requesting immediate assistance."
The fleet flagship and enormous floating city that housed the Admiral was a polar opposite of the situation aboard the beleaguered destroyer. The Admiral, still and calm despite his mind screaming at the distress call playing over the loudspeaker, stood and smoothed down his uniform.
"Sailor, cut that,"
he said, meaning that he didn't want the transmission playing out loud any longer. There was nothing he could do to help those brave souls, but he knew that he had a duty to the world to make sure that the infection did not spread. That meant that the weight of the decision he was about to make, and the consequences of the order he was ready to give, rested squarely on his shoulders.
"Helmsman, take us out,"
he ordered, hearing the appropriate response, and walking to a workstation covered in switches and dials. Picking up the satellite telephone used for communications which they couldn't afford to be overheard, he contacted the captain of the submarine, silently slinking along in the depths like a shark. He gave his orders quietly, calmly, waited for the acknowledgement, and ended the call. He immediately placed another call, this time far to the west, and gave his recommendation.
"Understood, Admiral,"
came the reply from Washington. "Initiate purge and quarantine." "Godspeed." The Admiral returned to his chair and sat.
"Lord, forgive me for what I have to do,"
he thought, as he kept his face expressionless, and gave the next orders before he pulled the entire fleet out of UK waters to enforce the quarantine. 4 torpedoes were fired in 2 rapid pairs, each targeted on the unsuspecting destroyer. The rippling, rolling explosions struck in sequence from bow to stern and transformed the warship into a mass of black smoke and fire. In the ensuing chaos of the ship sinking, one dull grey helicopter, flying low over the water, heading north, went unnoticed as the combined NATO fleet abandoned the UK mainland to push further out to sea and leave the entire UK and European continent to its fate. As soon as they had withdrawn sufficient distances, another order was given, and each person on board the ships in the fleet turned their eyes away as the evening horizon blossomed brightly with huge mushroom clouds as the nukes of the Soviets and the Americans detonated in a spectacular display of the destructiveness of humankind. Chapter 9. "Sir, one troop are reporting in," Daniels said to Captain Palmer, who switched channels and responded. Daniels listened in as he was still on that channel, but Johnson watched their faces for any sign of bad news. Hearing the end of the one-sided exchange and understanding Palmer's orders for the 2 Fox cars to return to their position, he waited for the update.
"As bad as we suspected,"
Palmer said to Johnson. "The bridge is cut, heavy damage and a fire burning near the causeway, and there appears to be a rolling small-arms battle going on." "Helicopters?" Johnson asked. "Nothing yet, and unable to raise them. I fear that our specialist colleagues may be right."
"About what, sir?"
Johnson asked. "About having to have a redundancy. About setting up on our own and accepting our fate, if you will." Johnson frowned deeply, only inside, so that his face remained a resolute mask of professionalism and efficiency, as befitted his rank and position.
"With all due respect, sir," he began, "those bloody ballerinas from Hereford can
Mr. Johnson," Palmer interjected sharply. "Firstly, I believe our situation negates the need for such manners. If you wish to disagree with me, simply state your opinion without adding your due respect. Secondly, I would suggest refraining from such opinions about the Special Air Service. They have just conducted a rather admirable action on our behalf, and also—" He paused theatrically and looked up at the open hatch before adding in a lower voice, "You never know when they're listening."
"Very well, sir,"
Johnson said, as he tried to hide a small smile at the weak jest. "I believe that we should not give up on the island for a few reasons, namely that the majority of our fighting strength is still there, not to mention the men's families and over 100 civilians. Regardless of whether we can rescue any arms or armour, we shouldn't abandon this area until we know for certain."
"Sir."
"Noted, SSM," Palmer responded flatly, re-establishing the hierarchy with a simplistic grace. "Thank you, sir," Johnson responded, climbing out of the Sultan to check on his men, to perform some useful activity and prevent his mind from overflowing through his mouth. He didn't make it all of the way out before the radio sparked to life so loudly that he heard the tinny rattle from the headphones from half outside the hatch.
Dropping back down, he saw Daniels had snatched up the set and had one earphone pressed to his left ear. His right hand scribbled furiously with pencil on a pad of paper as his mouth hung open. Palmer and Johnson watched on, neither of them breathing. A metallic shriek forced Daniels to drop the headset and pull his head away as he screwed up his eyes. Palmer and Johnson waited in the sudden silence of the interior of the tracked vehicle as their radio operator turned to face them. "It's—" he began, before swallowing and composing himself. "It's the Russians. And the Americans. They've launched nuclear strikes."
"Where?"
Palmer said, almost jumping out of his seat.
"On who?"
Johnson said at the same time, bombarding the corporal, who was forced to hold up both hands to ward off the questions for a moment as he closed his eyes and took a breath. "They didn't know for sure," he said in a low voice, cracking with stress. "But it isn't us. They think the Soviets launched on Europe to stop the advance, and the Americans launched on them, thinking they were retaliating against Ivan launching." More silence hung in the cramped, oily confines of the command vehicle until broken by the captain. "So, we are largely unaffected, then?" he asked hopefully.
"I doubt it,"
Johnson muttered sourly, his face no longer hiding his opinion. "The message said that they've cut us off. We're quarantined. Nothing in or out," Daniels finished ominously.
"Quarantined? Bloody quarantined!"
Johnson snarled. He glanced to their officer, who simply sat with his head in his hands and said nothing.
"Sir?"
Palmer looked up, suddenly appearing more exhausted than he had ever looked before, as though the combined weight of the last month of fighting, the implied loss of his only remaining family member, and the 3 days without proper sleep had all hit him at once. "I had a fear this would happen," he said in a small voice. "It appears that the right hand is unaware of what the left hand is doing. Either that, or the right hand no longer cares about the left." Johnson guessed that they were the metaphorical left hand in this ambiguous description, but the first thing that the captain had said worried him deeply.
"What would happen, sir?"
he asked carefully. "It's what senior command called, rather melodramatically, I thought, at the time I might add, their doomsday protocol," he admitted, in a voice almost inappropriately laced with humour. "When we were initially deployed to the city to exert control, there were fears of our lack of ability to contain the outbreak. I had assumed after the events of the last month that they had abandoned the idea, but it seems that I was wrong. Major Hadlington and I discussed the possibility, and he assured me that Command at Sea were no longer considering it."
"What is the Doomsday Protocol, sir?"
"Precisely," Johnson asked, not truly wanting the answer but knowing that he had to ask. "To sever all physical ties between the UK and the rest of the world. To literally cut off our island and let whatever it was burn itself out. It seemed that the cat was somewhat let out of the bag, given that Europe is gone, so I had assumed that the plan was shelved. It seems in that assumption that I was mistaken. Either that, or the plan has been widened to incorporate the rest of Europe."
"Makes sense,"
Daniels mumbled to himself, prompting both senior men to turn and regard him. "Elucidate, if you please, Corporal," Palmer asked, making Daniels turn to Johnson for a translation.
"Explain,"
the SSM said simply, bridging the gap between Sandhurst and a basic secondary school education. "Well, as far as we know, it hasn't spread to the Yanks," Daniels said. "Not unless they bring it back from here. If I was them, I'd blockade the whole bloody Atlantic and bomb the shit out of everywhere where the screechers are. Alive. Or whatever it is." The captain and the squadron sergeant major regarded each other, agreeing with the simple sentiment with a casual tilt of the head.
"So what does that mean for us?"
Johnson said out loud, half verbalizing his own thought process and half asking. "Not a great deal in the immediate," Palmer said, suddenly more confident and alert, as though he had shaken off his brief funk of self-pity and concern. "We still have to find a way to get as many people off the island as we can and find a position to occupy until all this nonsense blows over." The stereotypical upper-class frippery in his tone gave Johnson a bizarre sense of hope, of reassurance and even eagerness, which he knew was partly down to the faith he had in the officer who was never originally his. "I'll see to the men," he said, excusing himself with an unnecessary task to fill his time, and climbing out of the vehicle. Turning to the map on the wall and tracing the contour lines instinctively to find higher ground, Palmer selected 3 options within a close enough radius, utilizing Daniel's local knowledge on a few points, then called for Downs and the freshly returned Sergeant Strauss to join them. The cramped interior was made far worse, forcing Daniels to climb out to allow the others to see the map. The 3 locations were marked and briefed, designated as Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie, as was the ingrained Army way, and Strauss' troop was deployed with the SAS team to assess and secure any site that would suit their needs. Just as they deployed, the hope of further bodies to bolster their number became a stronger reality, as the radio burst into life once more. Sergeant Horton, having survived the collapse of the bridge and escaped the sinking tank, blackened by soot and smoke and streaked with white lines of sweat, turned his head from left to right. The Sterling machine gun, devoid of a magazine, hung from his right shoulder and clanged against his body awkwardly with every faltering step he took. With 4 other soldiers, he advanced up the hill away from the bright flames of the burning buildings near the short end of the bridge. Behind them, zombies poured from the beach unimpeded by anything but the barrier of broken bodies and the remnants of the fences, as they came on and tangled themselves in the ragged collection of ruined corpses and loosely strung barbed wire. They crawled over the other bodies of their kind to spill a mess of clawing, gnashing, screeching, and hissing meat onto the cobbles. Horton turned away, still followed by the 3 men in armor uniform, who took his lead unthinkingly. Ahead of them, far ahead and out of reach, a large huddle of men stood shoulder to shoulder, facing outwards as they made slow but defended progress up the street towards the higher ground. Others occasionally ran to them, bursting from buildings to run desperately and push through the ranks of their outward-facing formation and into the safety of the interior. Horton ignored the sprawling crowd filling the lowest part of the island and turned to break into a sluggish jog up the slope. The forgotten machine gun banged into him rhythmically as he moved faster than the 3 soldiers following him to stretch out a lead. The rattling intensity of the gunfire ahead of the sergeant rose and fell as new threats emerged to be rapidly put down with disciplined fire. Rising above the noise of the different caliber weapons was another sound. The loud, clear voice shouted out directions of zombies as they moved. The voice directed the entire ragged array of people as they bunched up and moved as one organism with its beating heart barking orders from within. Horton moved as fast as he could, alone now, as his 3 followers had dropped back so far as not to be in a position to offer him any support. Heading for the center of the noise, for the beating heart of the group, a scream to his left made his head whip around to fix on the source of it. A door slammed, and Horton swerved without thinking to burst through it. Emerging into the light of the headquarters building, he fixed his eyes on the woman leaning over the desk. Her hand clamped around the radio handset as she yelled words that he didn't understand. She turned and saw him, her eyes recognizing Horton's cloudy orbs staring back at her over his torn face and blood-sheeted chest, and taking in the gore splashed down his uniform from the hole in his neck. She swore as he drew back bloody lips over red-stained teeth. She let out a shriek of pure horror before he flew at her. "Convoy, this is the island!" snapped the female radio operator with such panic or undisciplined radio protocols that the beginning and end of the transmission were cut off. The voice transmitting didn't wait for any acknowledgement, but simply ploughed on without the remainder of the hurried message. She had emerged from the toilet where she had been shoved, no doubt saving her life from the sounds of screams and ripping death in the room outside. "We're overrun, and... oh, fucking..." The transmission died, as unbeknown to Daniels, Johnson, and Palmer, the operator died only seconds afterwards, and at the hands, teeth, of a man they all knew. The 3 men exchanged looks, as if the bad situation they all knew about had suddenly become much worse, and all 3 of them knew how powerless they were to help. "Ghost Rider to any of you tank monkeys still breathing air," said the headset, before any of them could utter a word about the last transmission. Behind the cocky voice and disregard for operational radio use was the unmistakable whine, the high-pitched screaming of jet engines spooling up and rotor blades spinning. "Morris?" Palmer said into the radio,
forgetting his own discipline and committing the cardinal sin of using names over the air. "Is that you? What's going on?" "We're here," Morris replied in a suddenly serious voice, the sound of the engines rising further. "Give me a grid and get ready to receive incoming." Palmer shot a glance at the map on the wall before Johnson spoke up. "Not here," he said, earning an annoyed look from the captain. He kept his explanation brief and spoke succinctly. "We don't have the transport or the safety here. We need somewhere to defend and resupply before we take on more people." Palmer thought for a second, his young brow furrowed with the effort of rapid calculations, before turning back to Johnson. "The camp? It's our best bet, and it's close," the SSM replied, making Palmer glance back to the map wall to convey the grid coordinates for Daniels to relay. "Back to where we bloody started," Johnson thought depressingly, "and in a shit state, too." Chapter 10. Kimberly, hatchet in hand and slipping in her sweaty grip, led her line of people through the narrow cobbled pathways that ran between the backyards of the terraced houses. Twice she had nearly beheaded or bludgeoned innocent refugees, all running away from the noises of the raging battle below. The second person she raised the axe to, lowering it as soon as the string of expletives made it obvious that the shadow was alive, told her about the explosion and the fire at the bridge. In the one light, her eyes locked once with Ashdown, who shook his head slowly to tell her that their slim plan for escape by vehicle was dead before it had truly begun. A shriek in a street behind them made everyone flinch and duck down. Children began to cry, and heads turned back to the fierce woman they seemed to have collectively decided was in charge. Kimberly looked to Ashdown, who was being tended to by his wife as he rested against a wall and breathed heavily, evidently still not recovered from his injuries and near-fatal encounter. Taking the initiative, she snapped her fingers twice to make the small noise echo loudly along the stone corridor over the raging sounds of the battle below. "Follow me," she hissed loudly. "We're going uphill towards the helicopter." Her column grew with each occupied house they passed, until she led over 20 people upwards into the night. She had no idea why she chose to put their collective faith and safety in a guess, a desperate hope that they could evacuate by air. The alternative was certain death, but the confidence they all showed in her decision was almost palpable. Inside, her mind screamed in fear and self-doubt, but outwardly she led, and they followed. "This way!" Lieutenant Palmer hissed at the line of civilians skulking through the darkened alleyways. He had gathered a collection, mostly the old and the young and the infirm, but he had managed to threaten and cajole the men of 3 Troop to move whatever vehicles they could, and to abandon those they could not. All around him, men cowered behind low walls and behind coal bunkers with their weapons pointed nervously downhill. "I say," he said more insistently, his nasal voice cutting the air at the perfect tone to whip Kimberly's head around to look at him. Lieutenant Palmer flinched in fright at the speed that the face turned and seemed to look directly at him. Logic cut in on the dance between sense and fear, skipping fast through his mind, and it reminded him that the Screechers didn't carry weapons and walk low to the ground to hide their presence. He waved them over, seeing the few become over 20. "Lieutenant?" Kimberly asked, recognizing the shape of the man and his voice, even though the gathering dark prevented her from making out his features in any great detail. "Indeed," Palmer replied. "Get your people under cover and keep them quiet. We will have to move shortly." Kimberly started to say before she was cut off. "We are heading for the landing area. We at least have 1 helicopter left, and I'm hoping that we can get as many of us off this cursed rock as possible." With that, he turned away from her and left her to repeat the whispered message to every third person that slunk past her. "Stay hidden. Keep quiet. We're getting out of here." Lieutenant Palmer, pulse racing and the weight of command pressing down heavily on his shoulders, took 3 soldiers at random to accompany him, and for the first time in his brief military career he wished that he had taken the time to get to know the names of the men under him. At least he did, now that he had to rely on them to save his life if the need arose. He moved low, ignoring the trained cautions that the more experienced soldiers had ingrained when it came to exposed areas and corners.
Palmer's lack of military experience made his progress faster and ultimately safer, as this new enemy did not set up ambushes or use ranged weapons. The key here was speed and stealth, weighing up one against the other to remain undetected. He was certain that none of them had infiltrated this high up the hill, but the sounds of gunfire from below grew steadily louder as that fight headed unavoidably upwards. The hulking silhouette of the ungainly and bulbous helicopter tickled the skyline ahead of him, lit by occasional flashes from behind him and set against the lighter sky over the sea. The sound of a weapon cocking rang out at the same time as a challenge pierced the air a little louder than was necessary.
"Put that down, man!"
Palmer snapped at Brinklow, the loadmaster now famous thanks to his musical escapades at the first battle for the island, who had already been serving in the Royal Navy when the officer was born.
"Sorry, sir. Mr. Barrett and Mr. Morris are ready to start pre-flight," he said, turning to point uselessly into the dark. As soon as he had said this, the pilot appeared and called out to see who it was.
"Lieutenant Palmer, sir," Palmer said respectfully, almost pronouncing the slight bow of aristocracy in his DNA.
"We have almost 40 people not far away, soldiers and civilians."
Lieutenant Commander Barrett was silent for a moment before responding.
"Depending on how far we evacuate, we can take 30 at a time, just so long as they aren't carrying too much equipment," he said, after the brief mental calculations.
"Where to, sir?" Palmer asked. Barrett didn't respond, merely climbed back aboard the aircraft. A pregnant pause of no more than 20 seconds elapsed, then a loud noise made them all flinch in the dark, as the helicopter's engine sparked into sudden, raucous life. Barrett dropped back down and ran over to put his mouth to Palmer's ear.
"Get everyone up here," he said. "We're going to rendezvous with the remainder of the armor that went to London."
Palmer nodded and turned away, his mind registering but ignoring the comment about his brother's column only having a remainder of its original strength. Barrett climbed back into the fuselage and settled himself into the figure-hugging seat high up in the cockpit. He lifted on his headset and listened in to the end of the conversation his co-pilot was having with the older brother of the army officer he had just sent away.
"Roger,"
Morris said over the radio. "Ghost Rider out."
"I do wish you wouldn't call us that, Morris,"
Barrett said in mild annoyance as he strapped in and flicked switches.
"Where are they?"
"Not sure precisely," Morris responded as he worked his own controls. "But they have given us an RV point to start dropping people, and they're on their way as we speak."
"Did they say why?"
Barrett asked. "Indefensible position, I should imagine, but they didn't specify," Morris responded, and kicked the engine speed up a little further.
"Gary,"
Barrett said into the microphone attached into his helmet, speaking over the operational open mic for their crew.
"Go on,"
Brinklow said.
"Prepare to load 30 at a time and make sure you make the first batch heavy with soldiers to secure the RV."
"Understood," Brinklow answered.
"Flight time?"
Barrett asked Morris. "A little under 5 minutes. I'd estimate a 15-minute turnaround tops."
"Okay. First load expected any time soon. Let's get them the hell out of here."
"Okay, everyone," Palmer announced peevishly. "Follow me, if you please. We will get you all evacuated in batches, so I ask you that you not push one another and follow instructions."
He turned to lead them away, hearing the muttered insults aimed at his back, and chose to pretend that he didn't hear them. One man, however, stood tall and spoke at a normal volume, which earned hisses of shushing from everyone in earshot.
"Me and my wife have to be on the first flight," he began,
prompting even the seemingly arrogant Lieutenant Palmer to stare at him in shock.
"My wife is pregnant,"
he insisted, with a face that not even he could keep straight. Palmer glanced at the woman, clearly more than double the officer's age and with a noticeably flat stomach, as she tried to pull her husband's arm away, looking at the man with an incredulous stare of mixed disgust and horror.
"Madam,"
Palmer said, echoing some of the exquisite manners and gallantry of his older brother, "my congratulations to you and your husband, but please be patient with our efforts to evacuate everyone." With that, he turned away and called for a sergeant to relay his instructions. Those instructions were accepted and followed, leaving him almost shocked at assuming control of the men was so easy. His mood dropped instantly, knowing that the two intimidating sergeants in his squadron weren't present, not to mention the SSM, or Palmer's own brother, who he knew the men would follow without question,
and with something bordering on adoration. The knowledge that he was the best choice for leadership in a pool of one left him a little soured, but he knew he had no time for self-pity. The group made their slow progress uphill, unimpeded by the undead that tore the lower slopes apart in their unending quest for living flesh. The first 30 bodies were loaded onto the helicopter, and the door slid noisily shut before the engines screamed intensely as the wheels squeaked on their suspension shocks in takeoff. The noise was incredible, making everyone duck their heads low as the sound of the helicopter faded away to leave them in the relatively quiet darkness. The gunfire still sounded loudly from below them as they began their agonizing wait for the aircraft to return. "I'm out!" shouted a Marine desperately from Lieutenant Lloyd's right side. "Here, lad," came his sergeant's implacable voice. "Don't bloody waste 'em." Lloyd smiled despite the situation, ever grateful for the squat and seemingly indestructible NCO who kept his men in top condition at all times. He knew that the fatherly sergeant would have a number of spare items on or about his person that the lads would either have a habit of losing or forgetting. He had probably stuffed a half-dozen spare magazines for their rifles down the top of his camouflaged smock, on top of the full pouches he had. At any one time the man probably had the equipment of 2 Marines in his possession. "Civvies on the left!" came another shout, making their officer turn to face that direction. The 20 men he had under his unorthodox command were roughly half and half Marines and Army, and of the latter he could only tell who was who due to their different weapon reports. The front door of a nearby building was open, showing 2 frightened faces in the light of their sporadic muzzle flashes. "Split!" Lloyd called out, pushing his way into the outer rank to force a gap, and began waving the survivors out of their hiding place and towards the dubious safety of his flock of armed sheep. They ran, no hesitation or delay, and piled into the formation only for it to close up like some previously unknown single-celled organism. They had almost the same number of civilians huddled together in the middle, and the majority of the fighting was directed back downhill, where a loose gaggle of zombies advanced well ahead of the tidal wave still pouring from the now open beachhead. "Mark your shots, boys!" Lloyd called out to reassure them, only to be heard so that they knew that they were still led by someone confident. Their slow retreat moved at the same speed as the mass of the main advance, and soon their only contact was with the surprise arrivals of people who used to be their own, and the few faster ones. Lloyd was reminded of that additional danger by a shout from their front rank facing the main assault. "Lima breaking out!" came the shout, "and it's bringing more with it." Lloyd was preparing to call a halt and drop his front rank to their knees to meet the renewed foray, but another voice called over the din. "Keep going, I'll get the fucker," said Enfield, his cool-headed sniper, who pushed ahead and sat back on his right foot with his left knee up to steady the long barrel of the big rifle he unslung from his shoulder. His spotter and constant shadow advanced a few paces with him, also dropping down to kneel and scan his weapon over his sniper's head to deal with any threats that presented themselves to them. Over the tumult of noises, a single booming report echoed over the rest, followed by a crisp shout of "Lima down!" as the 2 men jogged back to the safety of the huddle. Looking ahead to the area lit by the raging fire, Lloyd saw that the vanguard that had flowed out of the main group, hot on the tails of their leader, now faltered and milled about. Around him, the firing had ceased and was replaced only with the crying of the refugees and the clicks and scrapes of weapons reloading. "Keep moving!" he called, just as they noticed the growing sounds of a rotary wing aircraft surging back over their heads to flare in high above them to land on the island. Chapter 11. The first load to disgorge from the belly of the aircraft spilled out into the darkness, led by Sergeant Rod Sinclair and half a dozen of his troop, to spread out and adopt defensive positions as the unarmed civilians huddled together. Satisfied that the area was clear after the silence resumed from the harsh invasion of the helicopter, he sent 3 of his men to open and clear a large, low hangar building, as others activated a few flares so that the returning helicopter could find them easily. Alone, with only what they carried on their backs, and feeling abandoned in the dark, they prayed for the aircraft to return soon.
"I hear them," a trooper said beside Lieutenant Palmer, who craned his neck up to concentrate on the sounds in the air until he could hear the thudding whine of the rotors at the edge of his hearing. He turned to the group, guessing he had maybe 2 more loads until they were safely away from the infected and cut-off island. He had heard the battle below them appearing to grind to a halt and the cessation of regular gunfire, and had assumed that whatever resistance still lived down there was overrun by now. As the helicopter flared and touched down, he counted off another 30 as he slapped their backs and shouted the number out loud. He got to 25 and held up an arm to stop the civilians advancing, nodding to a group of soldiers standing ready to climb aboard. The man he had stopped pushed him off balance, shouting. Palmer righted himself and pushed back, finding himself outweighed and shorter than the men. The helicopter took off, leaving him with only a handful of soldiers at his disposal as the man surged forward to push him again.
"We should have been on that helicopter!"
raged the man. "My wife is pregnant!"
"No, I'm not, Gordon,"
snapped the woman beside him as she tried to pull his arm back. He shook her off angrily, raising the back of one hand towards her in the dull glow of a light bathing the landing area in a weak yellow. His wife shrank back instantly and cowered, displaying the measure of a man her husband was in front of everyone watching. Palmer drew himself up and spoke loudly. "Now look here, sir," he said haughtily, unable to get another word out as the man punched him squarely on the nose and felled him like a small tree. Screams erupted from the group in response, and the injured Graham Ashdown limped forwards to stand between the young officer and his attacker. "I know you're scared, mate," he said with his hands held out. "We all are, but there's no need for that."
"You can fuck off too,"
snarled the man as he stepped forwards and snatched for Ashdown's gun and knocked him down on top of Palmer, making both men cry out. Another noise cut over those sounds and brought with it a stunned silence. The sound was a strangled cry, punctuated with a gasping choke and an unmistakable whimper of terror. Palmer and Ashdown righted themselves and looked up to see the man on his knees with eyes as wide and bright as headlamps on a truck. The only thing brighter than those eyes was the slither of sharpened metal at the edge of an axe blade, which was hooked around his windpipe and forcing him to remain very, very still. Kimberly tossed her hair out of her face, for the first time revealing the entirety of the scar running into her hairline and distorting the shape of her ear. She leaned down and whispered in the man's ear, making his eyes widen that little bit further. Without another audible word, the young woman straightened and released him by removing the weapon. The man put both hands to his throat and got unsteadily to his feet to stagger away to the back of the group as Kimberly took his wife gently by the arm and deposited her with Denise and the others of her original group. Returning to Ashdown, she helped the injured man to his feet and then looked down to extend a hand to the young officer. Taking it, he was shocked to feel the strength in her grip as she hauled him up, looking him directly in the eye as she spoke. "There is only one way to deal with a bully, Lieutenant," she said with edged steel in her voice, "and that is to scare them more than they scare others." With that unexpected advice given, she turned away and walked tall back to her small huddle that was comforting the woman she had just publicly removed from her abuser, to wait in silence for the last ride out of that hellhole.
"On the right!"
called out an RMP, his scarlet beret still sitting atop his head perfectly above a stained face that looked calmly over the long barrel of his heavy rifle. Lloyd followed the sound of the voice and looked beyond, seeing a small crowd of bloodied uniforms mobbing something or someone.
"Hold!"
he bellowed, feeling the formation halt awkwardly.
You, and you,"
he said, slapping the backs of the nearest soldiers, of whom only one was originally his own.
"With me. Spikes only unless you absolutely have to,"
he finished, telling them to use their bayonets and not to fire and attract attention unless it was vital. They advanced, still unnoticed by the small mob of former colleagues and civilians who pushed at a door hungrily. The door was not barred or closed, and each surging attempt to gain entry was rewarded with a flash of light from within. Lloyd looked at his 3 soldiers, his own eyes trying to radiate calm when theirs were wide in terror, and he pointed to the bayonets on the end of their guns, then to the base of his neck, and to the backs of the zombies who were still unaware of their presence. They nodded, and the 4 of them advanced in a cautious line, just as the door was ripped inwards, and 2 bayonets were thrust forward to spear the faces of the leading zombies. The 2 crowding behind them, eager for fresh meat, fell inwards to sprawl on the floor, and they fell to the blades as they punctured the skulls of the downed enemies. To Lloyd's total surprise, a tall man with a shock of white hair emerged from the doorway, wielding the most unexpected weapon he had seen used in his life. Colonel Tim lay waste to 3 zombies standing before him with the heavy Scottish claymore blade, severing 2 heads with clean swings and driving the wide point straight through an eye socket to burst the blade out of the rear of his attacker's head, with a shout of pure rage to kill the last of the group. Seeing the 4 men with raised weapons ahead of him, the rictus of war left his face almost immediately as his genial smile returned.
"Bagged 2 brace of the blighters now,"
he said gleefully, as though proud of his achievements on an organized hunt, rather than fighting for the survival of the human race against the undead.
"Still, I imagine you chaps have plenty under your belts by the look of you."
Yes, sir," Lloyd said. "Would you come with us, Colonel?"
"Of course. Good idea. Lieutenant—"
"Lloyd, sir," he replied, disbelieving even his own polite words in the midst of what they were going through. "If you wouldn't mind," he said, gesturing for the senior officer to accompany him back to the loose rally square on the main street.
"Come on, you 2,
the colonel announced over his shoulder to the 2 privates assigned to keep him out of trouble. They stooped to pick up bags, no doubt the colonel's chess set or fine china instead of anything useful, and they rejoined the group.
"Fine show, boys,"
the colonel announced as he smiled at the terrified faces.
"Top shelf."
Chuckles rippled through the loose ranks, in spite of the gravity of the situation, and Lloyd swore he could have heard one of the reservists mutter, "Typical bloody Rupert. There should be one of them puppets of him on that spitting image on the telly."
"Up we go, everyone,"
Lloyd said, seeing how alarmingly fast the main group of zombies had advanced as they had been stationary.
"Up we go,"
Lieutenant Palmer announced, in ignorant echo of his Royal Marine counterpart on the slope below him, as he counted another 30 onto the helicopter, leaving only himself and 2 others on the cobbles. Looking up at the loadmaster and seeing the mental calculations going on, he read the answer in the man's eyes and turned back to get the last 2 on board. As he turned, he saw a sight that filled his heart with happiness, and then sank it to the soles of his boots because he knew that he was in for a fight.
"Every man with a weapon to get off right now!"
he screamed up at Brinklow, who nodded and went inside to physically remove the soldiers from the aircraft and propelled them towards the door. Palmer pushed them away from the aircraft, where he arranged them into a loose line.
"Don't bloody look at me! Face front, damn you!"
he bawled, finding a gravelly edge to his usually genteel voice. The confused soldiers, all of them having thought themselves safe from the horrors they were about to escape, now found that they were thrust back into the fight under the leadership of a man who was as untested as he was disliked. As their new and unwelcome reality dawned on them, their eyes spied the formation heading for them in the gloom on the slope leading to the base of the island. Palmer, having seen and recognized what was heading for them, had made the decision to stay behind and fight a last stand in the hopes of saving more people. But as soon as he shouted his last instructions to the helicopter's loadmaster and shielded his face as the huge aircraft surged upwards, he felt suddenly and terribly alone, as though he had just condemned all of them. Looking around and wishing he had kept one of the sergeants to lead the men with him. Or for me, more like, he thought sourly, as he watched in horror as the men somehow organized themselves. "Take aim!" one of them shouted, as Palmer saw them raise their weapons to their shoulders. He opened his mouth, desperately willing himself to find his voice before the order to fire was given, when another voice cut the air like the tearing of sheet metal. "No!" the voice shrieked, higher-pitched and lacking the baritone edge usually expected with battlefield orders. "They're still alive!" Palmer turned to see Kimberly beside him, shoulders back and head high, with a small axe gripped firmly in her right hand. Before Palmer could utter a word in support, the men realized their mistake. Guns were lowered, and hushed shouts of encouragement rang out to bring the large knot of men to them. "Identify yourselves!"
one nervous soldier shouted. "Fuck that, mate!" came the breathless and unexpectedly thick Midlands accent of a man emerging from the darkness dressed as a Royal Marine. "Give us a gap, like!" The men split in the centre, allowing the formation to pour through like a large-scale display of water moving between cells in the body. The front line closed up again, swelled and extended by the addition of over a dozen fighting men. "Who's in charge here?" called a confident voice, if a little ragged and out of breath. "I am," Palmer said, feeling suddenly threatened by a real soldier challenging his authority. "And have we not set a formal challenge and password?" he said, surprising even himself with how obnoxious he sounded. "Not you, Palmer?" Lieutenant Lloyd asked, as he rested his hands on his knees briefly. Palmer said nothing, merely cleared his throat with a sound that reminded him of a small dog attempting to be threatening. "If you haven't noticed, man, we're not fighting the bloody Russians," Lloyd said with gentle mockery that lacked the tone of confrontation, "and I doubt these bastards are trying to infiltrate our lines. Do you?" Palmer was left dumbstruck by his own stupidity and had to admit that it was unlikely. "Quite," was all that he said by way of admission. "What happened at the bridge?" "Bloody artillery shell dropped the causeway," Lloyd said, "and somehow they got behind our defences. So many went into the water that they piled up on the beach and poured through the fences. We could have held them, but they started coming from behind us." "Is this everyone?" another voice asked, cutting over them both. Lloyd stood up straight on hearing the voice, in spite of not being able to fully see the speaker. "Everyone we could save, yes," he answered solemnly. "We had close to 400 people here," Kimberly said, "and now we've sent out 60 with what? One more load to go out?" "I apologize," Lloyd said with the slightest hint of warning in his voice. "We did what we could." "I'm not criticizing," she said. "I'm sorry if it sounded that way. It's just that the helicopter can take 30 people if they aren't carrying much with them. We have 45 people here as far as I can count, and most of them have weapons," she said, leaving the implication open and obvious. Palmer and Lloyd locked eyes in the low light available from the dull light source near the makeshift landing pad. "What's the turnaround time?" Lloyd asked. 15, give or take," Palmer answered, as both men lapsed into silence, as they figured it would be over 10 minutes before the helicopter returned, close to 15 before it departed, and a full 30 before the final sortie flew and evacuated the last of the living from the island. That realization hit both men at once, and both turned to shout orders to the men holding the ragged line. "Grab anything you can for a barricade," Lloyd called out. "Dig in, chaps. Anyone with grenades, please shout up," Palmer said. "I'll keep the others out of the way," said a female voice from behind them. Then footsteps rattled away over the cobbles as Kimberly went about her own self-appointed duties. "This is going to be tight," Lloyd said. "Indeed," Palmer concurred. Chapter 12. "Roger, ETA 16 minutes, out," Murray said into the radio, grimacing as he shifted his grip on the controls, making the airframe wobble slightly. "Are you sure you are all right to fly?" Astrid Larsen asked, her shouted voice coming through the headset clearly. "Madam," Murray barked, his voice strained because of the pain and numbness coursing through his body, "I quite understand your concern, but the situation hardly allows that I can merely pull over and let someone else drive, does it?" "You make a good point," Astrid said, ducking her head back out of the cockpit to return to the 3 men in the rear. She had been volunteered to check on their injured pilot after the turbulence had caused the 2 SPS men to actually sit down and strap in, a rarity with any Special Forces troops, in stark comparison to the regimented practices of their original units. "He says that he is fine," she said to Berg, in their native language, in response to his raised eyebrow in the red-lit interior of the aircraft, then turned to the other occupants and explained in English. "He says that he is okay," she said in English, raising her hand with her thumb and forefinger held together in a circle in the international scuba diving signal for OK. She didn't quite believe his assurance, but as the pilot himself pointed out, there was no other choice as there wasn't much in the way of rest areas in the English Channel. They needed to get to dry land, and they had precisely one choice in pilots, which is why all 4 surviving Special Forces commandos strapped in and hoped for the best.
Who is in charge here?
Captain Palmer called out in echoing similarity to the struggle unfolding on the island as he dismounted at the landing area back in the camp where all of his surviving men had started their war, even if he hadn't.
Sir,
a voice called from the darkness.
On me, man,
Palmer snapped. Sergeant Sinclair jogged in, giving the report of the action on the island, the abandoned equipment, the airlifts, and most worryingly about the outbreak. "Second load just arrived, sir," he said, "expecting the last in roughly 15. "Understood, Sergeant. Thank you. SSM?"
"Sir,"
Johnson said from directly behind the man, not waiting respectfully out of earshot, as he wasn't a fan of second-hand information. "Mr. Johnson, I'll trouble you to take on the defences here, if you don't mind."
"Very good, sir,"
Johnson said as he turned away.
"Maxwell, all-round defence. Protect this LZ until the rest are evac'd from the island. We can't see for shit, so it looks like we're holding this position until daybreak, which is—"
He paused to look at the luminescent tips on the hands of his watch.
8 hours at least.
"Will do," Maxwell said, the unspoken stress of his own family's welfare only just creeping into his voice, but not affecting his abilities as a soldier. Johnson listened as Maxwell went along the perimeter to arrange the men in pairs, unable to see his work well, so relying on his other senses. "Sergeant Major," said a voice from his left, making him turn.
"Who's that?"
he growled, perhaps a little more harshly than he expected the words would come out. "Sinclair," came the response.
"Rod, how are your boys holding up?"
Johnson asked, meaning the question to be aimed directly at the NCO, but allowing him to give his answer on behalf of Two Troop. It was the original, asking for a friend, hypothetical question. "They were pretty rattled, to be honest. Better now that we're away and out of the fight for now," he answered, giving the answer that Johnson expected, that Rod Sinclair was terrified but holding it together, just as his boys were. "We've got a building open, Sergeant Major," he went on, "and there's a brew on if you wanted one."
"Good man. Civvies okay?"
"Not the best," Sinclair answered, his voice giving the indication in the dark that his brow was well and truly knitted. "Lots of us and them left behind, if you know what I mean."
"What's the bill so far?"
Johnson asked, meaning the butcher's bill of losses. "There's another load on their way, hopefully, but we'll be lucky if we've come out with a quarter." Johnson said nothing, only stayed stock still and absorbed the fact that they had 75% less life to protect. Those figures swam in his head and tortured him as he tried to imagine the secondary losses, that of the number of fighting men lost and no longer a resource to protect the others. That train of thought delved deeper into his sudden depression as he considered how many of his men would be fighting fit after the inevitable loss of their loved ones. He thought of the blame, of the bitterness, as men struggled to cope with grief and anger. "Sergeant Major," Sinclair said, interrupting his thoughts and bringing him back to the moment.
"Sorry, yes, thank you," he answered hurriedly. "I'll have Maxwell take over out here if you wouldn't mind arranging things inside. Keep them quiet and calm."
"Will do." Johnson listened as Sinclair walked away, pushing down his own feelings as far as he could to survive the night and start afresh in the daylight. He wanted to let someone else decide, wanted to crawl under a rock, or just use one to bash his own head in for the failures and the losses. He paced, cursing himself for anything he could have or should have done differently. He should have pushed to have them all evacuated weeks ago, should have refused to accept the orders to sit tight and wait for all this nonsense to blow over so that the BBC could resume their normal, polite service and tell people not to panic. As he paced, a smell hit his nostrils and reminded him of the rank insignia on his uniform, kicking back into the role of the squadron sergeant major, a man with the senses of Superman, able to detect the lowest of mutterings over distance, and now, in this case, the unmistakable smell of burning tobacco. He stalked the defensive positions like a hunting bear, soft-footed and slightly crouched, moving carefully so that his equipment didn't rattle and betray his approach. His nose led him directly to a position occupied by two men, but their low conversation didn't identify them to his ears. The faint cherry-red glow of the tip of a lit cigarette was what had sparked his senses, and the anger he felt for the breach of routine was heightened to a fury, given the situation. Careful not to be in a position where he could be shot or run through with a bayonet when he startled the men,
he crept close and put his face between their heads, which faced outwards. "You fucking idiot," he growled, feeling both men flinch and jump in terror. "If I can smell your bloody smokes, then what do you think the screechers will do? Stroll up and offer you a light and then be on their merry way? For fuck's sake, I can smell you further away than a Union Street hooker's clout!" The soldier, who had been attempting to hide his moment of stress-relieving indulgence by blowing the smoke inside his uniform coat, coughed and stubbed out the cigarette desperately as he tried not to breathe out. The smoke left in his lungs burned him as it leaked in small tendrils out of his nostrils. "Hand them over," Johnson growled, hearing the rustling of clothing as the packet was placed carefully in his outstretched hand. "And the matches? I'm forced to trust you with a gun, but obviously trusting you with the ability to make fire is too much responsibility for one fucking moron." A lighter was placed in his hand on top of the cigarettes. "What about you?" Johnson said to the other soldier. "Don't smoke, sir," he whispered. "No? But you didn't think to tell this waste of space not to?" he asked menacingly. No answer came, so Johnson rose to his feet and slapped each man across the head before stalking away. Both soldiers stayed frozen in position, unblinking and barely breathing. "Where the fuck did he come from?" the now former smoker asked in a quiet voice. "I have no idea," replied his mate, "but I'd rather go back to the bloody island than get in the shit with him again, dickhead." Johnson walked carefully back towards the darker shapes of the low buildings illuminated by the dull glow of the red light from the flares marking the landing zone. He walked inside, seeing a few shrouded lights with people huddled around them. "Sergeant Croft!" he called out, getting no reply. "Quartermaster!" he tried, hoping that Rochefort would at least be there. Still no response. "Corporal Manda!" he barked, a little louder now, hoping to find any of the men he had left in the island headquarters. "Didn't make it, sir," a trooper said from his position sitting by his right foot. "You injured, trooper?" he asked in a neutral voice, ready to launch into a display should the man prove to be fighting fit and avoiding the outside work. "Ankle, sir," he replied, gesturing at a foot strapped heavily with bandages raised on a wooden crate. "Did you see it?" he asked quietly. "No, sir, but I saw a load of the bastards go into the HQ. Too many to—" He trailed away, suddenly feeling the pang of guilt and responsibility. "It happened, son," Johnson said almost coldly. "No point in worrying about it now." Unable to face the others and field more questions, he took himself away to a quiet corner of the large room and closed his hand around the cigarettes in his pocket. Suddenly stopping squeezing, as he realized he was ruining a finite resource, he released them and gently extracted one from the packet and straightened it, before putting the filter in his mouth and lighting it. He smoked half of it, suddenly no longer enjoying the harsh burn in his throat and chest, and tossed it onto the concrete floor to grind it out with his boot, as though the action could assuage the myriad emotions he was experiencing. Walking back outside, he passed the injured soldier again and tossed him the rest of the smokes without waiting to hear any thanks. As he walked towards the exit, a noise to his left in the darkness caught his finely tuned ear and diverted him to investigate. Pulling open boxes one at a time to try and find anything useful, or at least valuable enough to trade, the man kept glancing behind his right shoulder as though he expected to be caught at any point, like a child raiding a biscuit tin. His glances towards the obvious route showed his inexperience, as the sound of a throat clearing behind his other shoulder made him spin and bring up the bayonet he was using to pry open the crates. Johnson caught the wrist holding the blade with ease, his large hand and fingers crushing the tendons to weaken the grip instantly, to force the weapon to clatter to the ground, just as his right hand raised to grab the throat of the man. 2 long strides forced him out of the shadows and into the weak light, and the recognition did not lower Johnson's blood pressure one bit. "Trooper Nevin," he snarled, "kindly explain to me what you just did wrong." Nevin, as Johnson well knew, could not explain anything, as the hand gripping his throat stopped all normal traffic of air and words. Whether he realized it or not, the question was not intended to be rhetorical. "Nothing?"
I shall explain for you, then," Johnson said more loudly, as he continued to march him backwards and choke the life out of him. "Firstly, you cowardly piece of shit, people need protecting, and, much as I am ashamed to admit it, last time I checked, you were supposed to be a soldier and not a burglar. Secondly, you flap of gristle, you ever raise a hand to me again and I'll rip the fucking thing off and shove it up your arse." "Sergeant Strauss," he said, shouting the last two words louder than was sensible, but the rage was pouring out of him like steam by then. Boots sounded on concrete, and 3 men appeared, Strauss at the head of them. "Ah," Johnson said conversationally, as Nevin's feet began to dance and his face turned purple. "I believe this is yours, Sergeant." "It is, sir," Strauss said, his eyes promising punishment close to murder. "What was it doing?" "I believe it was raiding the supplies here instead of doing its job. See to it that it finds itself in a particularly uncomfortable and dangerous position to prove to me that it is worth keeping around." "Yes, sir," Strauss said, stepping forward to catch the collar of Nevin's jacket as the hand choking him opened. The loud gasp of involuntary air intake was cut short as he was hauled away backwards and dragged to the exterior perimeter to stand the rest of the night as sentry. Johnson, still shaking with anger and emotion, had no time to dwell on the incident as he heard the far-off rhythmic thud of rotor blades. Barrett, ignoring the professional pride of the flawless touchdown he normally observed, flared and dropped to the tarmac hard and powered down only just enough to keep the aircraft on the deck for as long as it took to unload their human cargo. Johnson jogged over, grabbing the loadmaster and shouting in his ear. "I thought this was the last load." "No," Brinklow shouted back as he shook his head emphatically. "2 more. The other aircraft is on the way back there now." Johnson took this in as he watched the faces getting off the helicopter, seeing that not one of them was military, which meant that either all the rest of his men were lost, or, more likely, that they were still there fighting, but now with dwindling numbers. He turned to shout another name. "Captain Palm! Here!" Palmer shouted from directly beside him, craning up to lean his ear towards the bigger man and hear what he needed to say. "Still 1 more load on the island. I'm going back with them," he shouted, stabbing a thumb over his shoulder at the helicopter. Palmer absorbed this for a few seconds, then nodded once and held up a single finger before turning away and taking off at a jog. Johnson turned to the nearest trooper, pulling 2 spare magazines from the man's pouches before he hauled himself on board the aircraft, pausing as the loadmaster looked at him briefly and shrugged. Johnson turned back to see Palmer and 2 troopers with their arms full. Palmer passed up a dismounted GPMG, and then Johnson took the 2 full boxes of linked ammunition for the big gun. The last box had the lid lifted back for his inspection, and he kept his eyebrows raised as he looked back to the captain, who shot him a wink before retreating. The engine screamed, and the ground fell away beneath Johnson's feet. Chapter 13. "Here they come," Sergeant Hampton called out in warning before leaning into his rifle and firing single shots at the heads illuminated by the fire hastily lit in a wheelbarrow further down the slope. The fire was a double-edged sword, as the flickering flames no doubt attracted the zombies, but the payoff that the soldiers could see their targets was worth the disadvantage. All along the weak barricade, men started to fire with him, striving to bring down the fastest-moving zombies who had stretched far ahead of the mass, rolling relentlessly uphill towards their last stand. The only person not cowering in cover or firing over the barricade stood there feeling suddenly useless as she gripped the small axe in her sweaty palm. She looked around left and right, desperately searching for anything that could be used to stem the tide of dead and help the fight. Shouts from the front sounded intermittently as men were pulled back from the centre of the line, having run out of ammunition. Each man withdrawn to stand as a second line, with bayonets ready, made Kimberly more and more fearful that they would be overrun before the helicopter returned, and she knew that she would be forced to retreat with the other civilians and abandon brave men to a fate she couldn't bring herself to imagine. Before her nerve broke, the firing died off, and she stepped cautiously forward to see that the advance line of zombies had been brought down. "Ammo count!" Lloyd shouted. Men fumbled in pouches.
some bringing out a spare magazine and calling forward another soldier with the same kind of gun to thicken and strengthen the line, which still looked impossibly weak. She caught Lloyd's eye and saw the resignation, the acceptance there. She also saw from the glint in his eyes that he would not stop fighting. "Eyes front!" Hampton shouted again, having finished dishing out the remainder of his ammunition to 3 Marines who had joined him in the very centre of the barricade. All eyes turned to the front, and all hearts sank as the advancing mass was lit up by a few light sources. "Well, fuck my old boots," said one man on the front line. Now, Lieutenant Palmer admonished haughtily in an attempt at joining in the men's humour. "Ladies present, boys. No need for barrack-room language." "Sorry, sir," quipped the man, "but there's a few of them." A few of them was something of an understatement. Palmer and Lloyd both stared ahead before facing each other and guessing at numbers. 500? Palmer asked quietly. "More," Lloyd said, before realizing that Kimberly Perkins was standing within earshot. "And how many bullets left?" she asked. "Not nearly enough," Lloyd said, with the same sad resignation his eyes had conveyed. Kimberly bit her lip, making the 2 officers misunderstand, and tried to reassure her. "Wait here," she said, then disappeared into the darkness further up the hill. "Well, there isn't really anywhere else to be, is there, Christopher?" Palmer said, with all the poise he could muster. "No, Ollie," he answered, "there bloody well isn't. Look alive, boys!" he called out. "All we have to do is hit 3 of them with each bullet." The weak ripple of laughter died away in Kimberly's ears as she ran up the slope, her eyes wide to try and make out the shapes of what she hoped to find. Single loud shots sounded at regular intervals behind her, making her jump as she felt her way along in the darkness, eventually finding the slatted metal indicating what she wanted. "Sir!" Marine Lee called out as he lowered the small binoculars from his face. "He did it, sir!" "Did what?" Lieutenant Lloyd asked as he stepped close. "Did for 3 of the fuckers with 1 bullet," Lee answered with a toothy grin as he nudged his head at their sniper, who rested the long barrel of his weapon over the barricade. It took a moment for Lloyd to understand that his jest had just been taken seriously, even more time to realize that it had been achieved, but he knew that if any of them could time an accurate shot to line up 3 of the shambling corpses for such a trick shot, then it was their implacably calm Marine Enfield with his accuracy international. "Double rum ration for that man," Palmer announced gleefully, earning an almost audible groan of embarrassment from the collection of men, mostly Marines, at his attempt at a joke that was only a century out of date. As their groan died down, a louder and infinitely more menacing groan rolled upwards to their tenuous position near the top of the hill. 2 other noises pricked the air at the same time, the unmistakable and heavenly sound of thudding helicopter blades and the unexpected sound of a big diesel engine barking into life. As one, the men holding the thin line turned to the loudest and nearest source of sound and saw headlights descending the hill towards them. They shielded their eyes from the bright lights, as their night vision was instantly ruined, and the vehicle came to a squeaking halt before their meagre barricade. "What's the meaning of this?" Palmer called over the clattering of the engine, drowning out the rippling moans from further down the hill and the incoming aircraft. Kimberly jumped down from the driver's side as she left the engine running, and either hadn't heard or had simply ignored Palmer's protest. "Clear everything out of the way!" she shouted, climbing back up into the cab without waiting for any response. "Surely she's not trying to—" Palmer said, just as he saw Lloyd's face crack into an evil grin that bordered on madness, until his own mind tipped over into understanding. "Clear the barricade!" they both shouted in near unison, and watched as the men shoved and pulled at the furniture and crates, providing them with the thinnest of barriers between supposed safety and a seemingly unstoppable onslaught of undead. Neither officer knew if the men understood the tenacious young woman's plan, but it only mattered that, at that very moment, they followed orders. When the roadway was sufficiently cleared, Lloyd called for men to stand clear, then held his left thumb up clearly in the light of the headlamps. Inside the cab, Kimberly saw the gesture and did that curious, almost automatic action with her left hand of wiggling the gear stick to ensure it was in neutral, pointlessly, as she wasn't depressing the clutch, and the big green truck was still idling and stationary. She leaned her right leg out of the open door in readiness and used both hands to depress the heavy button and release the handbrake, with her left foot wedged unnaturally on the middle pedal. The truck lurched slightly, creaking against the brakes, as the pressure from her foot was less than that of the handbrake. She took 2 steadying breaths, her head rising up to see the oncoming horde a little over 100 paces away, then rolled to her right and out onto the cobblestones. The truck moved slowly at first, despite the pull of gravity. Its hulking green metal and canvas rolled slowly forwards as it began a journey that the laws of physics had already dictated. As certainly and as inescapably as fate, it rolled faster and faster by the second, as it accelerated on a journey that would only end in devastation, but the devastation they wanted. As soon as it passed through the gap created in the barricade, orders were shouted for the hold to be sealed again and for the men to make ready. Kimberly ran to the barricade, slapping both hands onto an upturned sideboard as she watched, open-mouthed, at the rapidly retreating back end of the Bedford truck. The sheer bulk of the vehicle obscured the sight of it crashing headlong into the leading wave of the crowd. She didn't see it, but she heard it, the soft, wet sounds of metal hitting flesh, the muted pops and crunches of sinew and bone giving way so terribly and inevitably under the onslaught of the tons of metal bearing down on them, crushing them, driving them into the roadway to be crushed and smeared as inconsequential sacks of meat, flinging them aside either whole or in parts, until the resistance of so many hundreds of bodies adhered to those same inescapable laws of physics. The truck slowed, still rolling downwards to crush and destroy the bodies as it went, until it burst from the other side of the crowd to slam into a single-story building and all but collapse it on impact. The remains of the roof caved inwards, cascading tile and stones to the ground and interrupting the instincts of the zombies at the rear. Those mindless monsters, the ones following the others in front with no understanding of why, were drawn to the noise and diverted from the main attack to mill about the nearest source of noise. At the head of their advance, those few not crushed by the hurtling truck stomped onwards. "Is it going to blow up?" a voice asked from behind the barricade as it broke the silence. "No, lad," came the gruffly amused voice of Sergeant Hampton. "That's only in the His retort was cut off by a double crump of explosions, making them all duck instinctively. Nervous eyes peered over the barricade to see a cloud of smoke where the blast had come from, just as the air above them tore with the ripping sounds of the helicopter passing low overhead. It flared, spun on its axis, and exposed the open side door, where the indomitable squadron sergeant major stood with his feet firmly planted and murder in his eyes. "Take us directly over them and go slow," Johnson had shouted into the headset he had been given by the loadmaster. A pause told him that either the pilot was deciding whether to do as he was asked, or that he was looking for the best way to approach that horde. Johnson rummaged in the box, held down by heavy canvas netting, and came back with both hands full. "Hold on to me," he shouted, as he fixed Brinklow with a look and didn't wait for an answer. The loadmaster did as he was told, and took a firm grip on the belt of his webbing as the big man leaned perilously close to falling out. Barrett slowed the aircraft from the flat-out speed he had forced it to on their return journey, just as Johnson saw the most unexpected event unfold below. A Bedford truck, he had no idea whether it was being driven in a fruitless escape attempt or not, gathered momentum as it rolled towards the attacking horde. His mouth dropped open as it slammed into the leading edge, obliterating the first dozen ranks of undead inside of a second as it ploughed through them mercilessly. His mouth stayed open, even if it did curl slightly into the very beginnings of a horrified smile, as the vehicle carried on throwing them down and crushing them as effectively as interlocking fire from heavy machine guns. He watched as the truck emerged from the far side of the horde to splay its headlight out from the grotesque shadows that had danced through the crowd, bursting into the relatively empty street behind their combined mass, only to slam into a building to bring it down. In the poor light below, Johnson saw the faint edges of the cloud of dust and steam caused by the crash, and put his hands together to hook his thumbs into the release pins and pull them simultaneously. Holding both hands as far out from the open fuselage door as he could, Johnson gauged the drop and distance so far as was possible in a split second and opened both hands to drop the small bombs at what he hoped was the biggest concentration of dead left standing. He didn't hear the double whoomp and crunch of the grenades exploding as the hurtling aircraft was over them too fast for the sound to carry. His next glance down showed the ghostly outlines of upturned faces before the aircraft lurched and the wheels bumped to the ground to make him feel impossibly heavy on his feet. Staggering, he climbed down and reached back for the precious tools he had brought with him. "Sergeant Major?" a nasal voice called from behind his turned back. Johnson turned, hefting the long machine gun in one hand effortlessly and a box of linked ammunition in the other. "Lieutenant," he acknowledged simply, no sound being heard over the engines, but his mouth clearly making the word, as he walked past the young officer and towards the barricade. Palmer was left standing under the wash of the spinning blades as the surge of civilians rushed towards the door. He switched on, counting them in and counting half a load. He fixed the loadmaster with a look until he was sure he had his attention, then held up a flat palm and told him to wait, mouthing the word carefully until he received a nod in reply. Lieutenant Palmer ran to the barricade, placing a hand on Lloyd's shoulder to get his attention. 15 more on this load," he shouted, making the 2 officers and the SSM scan their lines. The numbers were evident. They would have to leave behind 8 men. "The other one is on its way," Johnson shouted, seeing instant confusion on the faces of the 2 men before his eyes flickered away to take in the sight of men without magazines in their guns. "The other's seeking," he explained. "It's coming back in a few minutes." The officers looked at each other before Lloyd spoke first. "Leave me and my Marines here. You get your lot gone." Palmer seemed to bridle, as though the implication were that the Marines were the superior soldiers and, by definition, braver. Then his chest deflated, and he looked expectantly, hopefully almost, up at the SSM. "I need your medic and a few more back at the rendezvous. Feel free to stay with me, but I need a few of the best you have with me, and I need you to go back and look after what's left of our boys," he said, in a tone that brokered no argument as he fixed the Marine lieutenant with a stare that spoke volumes. It said that Johnson was, in no uncertain terms, ordering the lieutenant back to base. It said that he wouldn't ask or even allow anyone else to stay in his place, and his firm grip on the GPMG solidified that intention. Lloyd held his eye for a moment longer and turned to speak to his sergeant. Johnson faced Palmer. "Get the men without ammo on board," he instructed, "and get yourself back to the captain. Sir." Palmer swallowed, nodded, and turned to do as he was told. Chapter 14. "Look alive!" Johnson roared, as he opened up with his big machine gun, firing short bursts as he swung the barrel left and right to target the closest groups of zombies. The arrival of the helicopter and the brief time it was nestled near the top of the island had served to encourage them all to renew their uphill journey, because they associated the noise with potential prey. The harsh, rattling, percussive hammering up close deafened the men as a Marine to his left focused on feeding the belt carefully into the weapon. Johnson knew they could ill afford a malfunction just then, when his unexpected arrival had quadrupled their firepower all by himself. When the first belt was about to run dry, he let go of the trigger, feeling as well as hearing the sudden drop in noise, but imagining that the attack renewed in intensity as his gun went quiet. He knew that wasn't right. He knew that only a living enemy cowered in cover when in the sights of such a weapon, and these mindless, undead screechers held no such regard for their own lives. A slap on his shoulder told him that a fresh belt was seated, and he bent to the sights again and began hammering away at the remnants of the horde. When that second belt ran dry, he took his eyes away from the attack and glanced down at the box behind him before flicking his gaze up to meet the eye of the staunch Marine sergeant to nod to him once. The sergeant, Hampton, had stayed behind with 5 of his Marines, all volunteers to a man, and included their sniper, who went about his own work methodically to line up 2 or more advancing heads before squeezing the trigger and sending a fat, heavy round through their collective skulls. Hampton hauled 3 of his men back from the barricade and began dishing out grenades like bottles of water on an aid mission. The Marines, far more accustomed to the small bombs than their tank-driving counterparts, threw with ruthless efficiency to cut huge chunks out of the oncoming waves and fill the air with the crump and bang of explosions to punctuate the heavy rattle of gunfire. The intensity of the noise was so extreme that the arrival of the second helicopter was felt before it was heard, as the rotor wash pushed them forward when it flared to land close behind them. Johnson felt that arrival, but could not afford to take his eyes from the enemy. The final belt of ammunition was slapped into his gun as he could feel the heat from the barrel radiating back to his face. 400 rounds had already been expended through it, and his shoulder burned in pain with each squeeze of the trigger. He pulled it in tighter and carried on, deafened by his own personal destruction, but yelling for the others to fall back. He felt another slap on his shoulder, this one telling him it was time to leave, and he stood a little taller to make his final stand. The zombies were close by then, close enough to make out detail of their uniforms and faces. He squeezed the trigger in one last surge as he bared his teeth and emitted a low growl of anger and frustration, firing an extended burst of fully automatic fire as he depressed and swung the long barrel left to right to left to spray the heavy bullets at the knees of the ranks of undead. His mind registered that they were thinning out, that he could not see heads of the 5th and 6th ranks of attackers, but there were still more bodies than bullets. When the gun finally ran dry, he dropped it where he stood and turned to run towards the helicopter just as the barricade fell inwards under a wash of dead meat. "There's a fight going on down there," Lieutenant Commander Murray called into the headset to warn his 4 passengers. "I've got muzzle flashes and what looks like grenades." Wordlessly, the 4 rear passengers unstrapped themselves and stood, holding on to whatever they could as they readied themselves to get back in the fight. All 4 of them, 2 bearded Special Boat Service troopers and 2 Norwegian commandos of the FSK, were all on the edge of their nerves, but what marked them out as special was their ability to compartmentalize, to forget their emotions and to focus on the task in hand. Both teams, originally 4 apiece, had been halved in brutal savagery only a few hours before, but the remaining men and women vowed to not be so easily taken. As the helicopter slowed and turned to present the open side door, the noise of heavy gunfire pounded them over the noise of the thudding blades and screaming engines. All 4 hopped to the ground and fanned out, 2 left and 2 right, in pairs of mixed teams. Astrid dropped her right lower leg to the ground and rested her suppressed weapon on her left knee as she scanned for targets. The leader of the SBS team, the man even she had found herself calling Buffs, crouched over her with his weapon scanning in opposite arcs to her own. Uniformed men ran towards them, empty-handed or with useless rifles dangling on slings, and began to throw themselves on board the aircraft. A huge, rattling burst of automatic fire from a weapon far heavier than their own submachine guns sounded ahead from the makeshift barricade, and as soon as it stopped, Astrid saw a lone figure turn and sprint for them just as a wave of undead crushed the meagre obstacle to pour over it. She was hauled to her feet and propelled towards the open door, but she spun with the force and brought her weapon back up to face the threat. Undetected, except by the ones pulling their triggers, rounds spat with snapping coughs from their fat-barreled guns to cut down the zombies regaining their feet and cover the man who ran straight towards them. As he slowed and began waving his arms at them to retreat, the sheer presence of the last man to fall back dominated the area. He grabbed them and pushed them inside, before throwing himself bodily on top of the living bodies in the open doorway.
"What the fuck are those idiots doing?"
Johnson thought to himself, incorrectly recognizing the profiles of the 4 shooters as the SAS team he had sent to scout potential safe sites for them.
"How did they even get on the helicopter?"
came his next thought, before a shriek from behind him refocused his mind and forced him further on. A whip of wind passed his face, buffeting him almost imperceptibly under the downforce of the rotor blades and the dust and debris it sent towards his squinting eyes. Another half-felt sensation behind him made him stagger slightly, as a flailing hand of a now-dead Screecher hit his leg as it tumbled to the roadway with 2 out of 3 bullets fired into its skull from the burst of one of the guns ahead of him. Slowing as much as he dared and roaring at them to get on the damned aircraft, he grabbed at their equipment and sent them hurtling towards safety, before diving headlong on top of them and bawling at the top of his voice.
"Go! Fucking go!"
he roared, feeling his body weight instantly tripled by the forces of gravity as the helicopter launched vertically skywards. As he rolled to get to his knees, a slap of meat on metal made his eyes fix on a bloody hand gripping the ledge. Impossibly slowly, inch by terrifying inch, the top of a head rose to meet the hand and revealed the face beneath. Despite the gore and blood, despite the missing right cheek, exposing teeth all the way back to the molars and gouged-out left eye, Johnson came face to face with his missing radio operator, Corporal Mander. The former corporal hauled himself upwards, performing a one-handed chin-up of such epically strong proportions as to betray how the mind limits the body's ability. The ravaged mouth opened and leaned forward, making Johnson close his eyes and accept that he had nowhere to go. A metallic clang sounded in front of his face, thudding the metal deck of the helicopter and vibrating his head painfully. He opened one eye to see the glinting head of an axe and 4 severed fingers. Following the head to the handle, his eyes matching the flowing contour of the wood and up the slender wrist and the forearm, to see the concerned face of the young woman who had terrified him so much with her unexpected interest in him. She didn't smile, but her look of cold steel filled him with a warmth he suspected was rather unbecoming of a man of his position. Corporal Mander went for the radio, but found his path blocked by the tall and spare major from the Intelligence Corps.
"I said we are to evacuate immediately,"
he hissed at him. Mander ignored him, pushing past the man and going for the set on the desk. He had no time to explain to this man, who, even though he was a reservist himself and not a full-time soldier, he saw as lower down on the food chain. Had a man like the captain given him an order, he would have followed it, because he knew him to be a clever man who was tried and tested in battle, or even his squadron sergeant major, who Mander saw much more of, often being on the radio and pretending not to listen to the senior men of the squadron discussing matters. If Mr. Johnson had given the order to strip naked and do the hokey-cokey, then he would do precisely that. But not this man. He snatched up the set and began to give a report over the channel he hoped his counterpart, Daniels, would be listening to in the Sultan, out there somewhere. But after only a few words, the door burst inwards. Major Hadlington screamed foully, his high-pitched wails drowning out the entire upper spectrum of Mander's hearing as he went down to 3 of them. A noise behind him made him spin, amazing even himself that he could rip his eyes away from the officer being torn apart, and he saw the female radio operator who had relieved him. She was emerging from the door of the toilet near the radio desk, and their eyes met and locked for a second. Saying nothing, he shoved her hard back inside and slammed the door just as a body fell on him from behind. Teeth ripped the skin from his face and lanced pain throughout his entire body as hot breath burned his eyes with the foul smell of salt water gone stagnant. His brain registered renewed screams, the same terrible high-pitched shrieking of impossible agony, and just as teeth gnawed at his right elbow and the lower parts of the limb was torn sinuously away, his consciousness fled. Minutes later, the former Corporal Mander woke, inasmuch as his reanimated body opened its milky eyes and pushed itself one-handedly off the blood-drenched floor. 3 others were in the room with him, not that he recognized them, and the thing they fed on didn't smell fresh to him. He heard noises from outside, from beyond the door left hanging open, and he stumbled his way through it. Outside in the cool, dark air he lifted his chin and sniffed deeply, turning his face left and up to where the sounds of gunfire echoed from past the huge crowd of the others like him. Shortly after that, a huge green truck rocketed past him, the oversized wing mirror clipping his shoulder hard enough to break it in 2 places and spin him around to land hard on the cobbles. He righted himself again and reorientated towards the renewed sounds of heavier gunfire. His long, halting stumble uphill was sparked by the thudding sounds of a huge machine which started to move as he approached. Clamping his one remaining hand onto the lip of the open door, he hauled himself upwards, to be rewarded instantly with the smell of fresh meat. He opened his mouth, savouring the delights to come, and was suddenly in mid-air and falling back towards the ground where he had started. The smell of meat vanished, and his remaining senses blacked out in a heartbeat as his skull burst on impact to spill his brains onto the roadway. Chapter 15. Barrett slammed his aircraft down to the dark ground, his entire body fatigued with the physical effort of piloting the big helicopter for over an hour of intensive short hops under immense pressure. Real, literal, life-and-death pressure. He waited until given the all-clear from his loadmaster, signifying that everyone was off, and he moved his helicopter to the flat area adjacent to the landing spot, hovering it just a few feet off the ground as the tall beast crabbed sideways. "Julian! Julian!" a nasal voice called out, snapping Captain Palmer's attention directly to the unnecessary source of the noise. Mixed relief and annoyance washed over him, and he stepped straight to his younger brother and hushed him, if anything for the embarrassment of the men seeing their officers engaging in such an emotional reunion. "Lieutenant!" he snapped, sending the message loud and clear which they both heard in their late father's voice. "Stop your caterwauling!" he cried from the depths of their shared childhood. "You're neither women nor animals. Show some decorum!" Second Lieutenant Palmer stopped, wiped the look from his face, and resisted the urge to hug his big brother and not let go. "Sir," he said formally, finally, "I'm glad you're safe." "Where's the SSM?" his older brother fired back, seemingly unaffected by the emotion of their being reunited. Palmer, Jr., swallowed down the first 4 things he wanted to say, settling on a brief but thorough report. "He stayed behind, waiting for the other aircraft, and in command of the final group." "I see," the captain said, dropping his eyes in thought. Without another word, he thrust a pad and pencil into his younger brother's chest and waited for him to take them. "I've begun taking a record of who we have left. Unless there are any surviving members of Assault Troop left behind, I'd suggest you start with Sergeant Sinclair's men." The younger Palmer, left without the emotional response to his survival that he had hoped for, and, worse still, unrecognized for the fact that he had finally led fighting men in contact and done what he felt was a good job. The final nail in the coffin of his elation was seeing his brother, the man he idolized and tried to emulate all the time, physically grab hold of another officer and turn him to walk away. "Chris," he said, using Lieutenant Lloyd's first name in a rare display of familiarity, "with me, if you please." Second Lieutenant Palmer sneered, almost crushing the pad in his hand and digging the dull point of the pencil into his flesh painfully, then stomped away to take the most uncaring and callous butcher's report ever. Nestling the aircraft gently back to the ground, Barrett flicked the switches to kill the big jet engines and sank into his seat in pure physical and psychological relief. Pulling off the helmet and headset, he basked in the sudden, if only relative, silence. The silence was shattered by the shouting of a polite inquiry, even if the voice calling out was filled with tension and authority. "I say," the voice called again, "where are the others?" "I'll deal with this, Harry," his co-pilot said, as he pulled himself from his seat far faster than his slightly older comrade. "You take a moment." "Thank you, James," Barrett said tiredly to Morris in an unusually intimate moment where the two men used each other's given names, similar to the conversation that had just occurred 24 paces away. "Ah, Captain," Barrett heard Morris exclaim from behind him as he leaned back and closed his eyes briefly. "Lieutenant," Captain Palmer said, as formally as his rushed mood allowed, "might I inquire where the rest are?" "Yes, Captain," Morris said with a groan as he climbed down. "The other aircraft, by my reckoning, should be roughly 6 minutes behind us, all being well." "All being well?" Palmer asked pointedly. "Well, yes," Morris replied, fighting the urge to recite no less than 2 film references, given the evident seriousness of the question. "The sergeant major was rather heroically taking on an entire horde of undead when we left," he said, hurrying to add his next sentence, given the widening eyes on the face of the army captain. "But he was far from alone. He had Marines and some of your men around him, and they were fighting hard." "And the other helicopter?" Palmer asked. "Got released from command to return, I presume," Morris said, leaving the explanation for Lieutenant Commander Murray's return flight for the pilot himself. "They should have collected and been in the air by now," he finished. Palmer nodded, the gesture unseen in the poor light, and adding a verbal acknowledgement hurriedly.
and turned away to wait for the telltale sounds of the other helicopter coming in. "Head count!" Johnson shouted as he shakily regained his feet. The sound of his voice was snatched away in the massive drone of the jet engines and the thudding blades. A headset appeared on his chest, held out by a lean, blonde woman he did not recognize. He knew instantly that she did not belong as part of their civilian complement, given her clothing and equipment, but similarly couldn't place her or understand how she came to be there. Pulling on the headphones and adjusting the boom microphone, he untangled himself from the long spiral cable snaking upwards. As he did so, his eyes took in 3 other forms in similar clothing and carrying weapons he hadn't seen for real outside of anti-terrorism displays, marking out the 4 of them as special forces, and he half recognized the brooding, bearded man to his left as one of the SBS team who went out on that very helicopter. "Report," he said. "There was an outbreak on the ship," said the bearded man, not adding a sir or other appropriate deference, which all but announced his specialist status. "They sank it just after we took off. The whole fleet is pulling back, and they've fired nukes on Russia because Russia apparently launched nukes on Europe." All of this information, although garnered from different sources, slotted in with what the SSM already knew. He glanced around the others in the dull, red-lit interior, seeing the filthy and exhausted faces of men, of soldiers and marines, who had fought hard, right down to their last bullet, of men who had gone toe-to-toe with the Screechers and taken the fight to them with the bayonet, of men who had gone to the brink of survival and still couldn't believe that they had got away with it. Johnson looked at those faces, counting 13, including the 4 mysterious passengers already on board, and watched in sudden terror as every one of their eyes went wide. Lieutenant Commander Murray, staying quiet and concentrating hard after the adrenaline of the rapid landing and takeoff, headed inland at speed. As he levelled out the angle of attack, flattening the aircraft to cruise, his hand slipped on the throttle and slowed the aircraft. His grip on the cyclic was shaky, his palm seemingly sweaty, but the myriad smells inside the helicopter masked the metallic tang of fresh blood where the wound in his arm had opened up once more. So intense was his concentration that he missed the signs until they were too late, and as the aircraft slowed more and more, his foggy brain, left weak and confused by the blood loss, registered the warning too late. The unbending laws of physics, that point where gravity outweighed lift, kicked in hard, and the bulbous, ungainly helicopter dropped like a stone. As the momentary weightlessness made the eyes of all the passengers bulge, Johnson was pitched over to land hard, flat on his back. His eyes registered a handful of others in similar positions as another weird sense tugged his insides backwards through his spine as the aircraft's tail whipped around to overtake the cockpit and eject 2 men from the open side door and into the night air. It was that last second spin of the fuselage, combined with the lucky position he had fallen in, that made the difference between survival and death to Johnson. As the tail of the craft hit the main part of the church, which was the only tall feature in an otherwise unremarkable countryside village, the belly of the helicopter slammed into the ground hard. So hard, in fact, that the 2 people who had somehow managed to stay standing were flattened into the deck on impact, like meat concertinas. The severe spinal injuries alone would have killed them, but the worst were the ones who were neither lucky enough to be in positions to survive the crash, nor to be killed in an instant. One man, a Marine, was on his knees after the lurching change of direction had spilled him forwards. As the belly of the aircraft hit the ground, his face was pitched forward so violently to meet the upcoming rush of the metal deck that his face flattened, and the contents of his shattered skull pulped into a foul ooze that sprayed instantly out in all directions, as if a grenade had detonated inside his head. Another was only halfway falling when they struck the ground. There was an eruption of bright white bone from his shoulder as the straight, bracing arm forced the flesh outwards, until the force ripped the entire shoulder off, to pour thick, hot blood in great gouts over the deck. Johnson stared at a face opposite where he lay, his ears screaming with the tortured noises and his head pounding. He was both soaked with the blood of others and sprayed with so many different fluids from the injuries that he felt like a modern art project. The face, remarkably unblemished, if still very dirty,
looked at him with pure disbelief and shock. The eyes were wide, the eyebrows slightly lifted, and the mouth open to complete the look. Johnson found his eyes staring straight ahead at the chin of the face, scanning downwards towards his own toes to see the lifeless eyes in more detail, then back up to where the view made him pause for a few heartbeats, until he finally understood what was wrong. The man's head appeared to be on backwards to his body, and the oddly twisted folds of his skin around his neck, under his ears, told the story of how he had somehow had his head twisted backwards in the crash. As the sounds of dying metal faded, Johnson's eyes closed a fraction more with every laboured outward breath until the darkness, ever so subtly, overcame him. Peter, unable to sleep because of the sporadic noises far off in the dark night, sat on the kitchen worktop in silence and waited, straining to hear what he thought had been a helicopter. He had long ago conquered the normal childish fears of the dark, having been forced to sit in pitch-black woodland by his father until he had stopped crying and started listening. "Nothing can creep up on you in the dark," his father had told him, "not if you listen properly." Despite the valuable lesson so heartlessly delivered, Peter knew with utter certainty that there were, in fact, things that could creep up on him in the dark, and they frightened him even more than the memory of his father. He had crept back upstairs twice to check on Amber, finding her in a different position each time, but always with the threadbare stuffed lamb clutched to her body, and the cat somewhere on or next to her, curled into a tight ball. Now, just when those far-off sounds faded into nothing, he slipped down from the kitchen side to land silently on the tiled floor in his new socks, which had been liberated from the bedside drawers of the former occupant, and which were evidently too large for his small feet. As he reached out to shut the small window, since the cat had now decided that it had enjoyed enough fun roaming the countryside, and had come back inside to settle, another sound pricked the very edge of his hearing. Instinctively opening his mouth and turning his head to the side to allow for better hearing, he heard a mechanical noise, which his young brain automatically associated with the word falling. Sure enough, the spinning, almost Doppler effect sound was answered by a single loud crash. Peter hesitated, then shut the window quietly and climbed the stairs with deliberate placement of his feet to move noiselessly, as had become his first instinct. Creeping to the drawer curtains at the large master bedroom overlooking the road, Peter inched back the edge of the curtain so as not to make any movement that might attract unwelcome attention. He scanned the skyline over the barely discernible rooftops of the few scattered houses on the opposite side of the single road running through the village. Cutting up each section of what he thought was the horizon into small sections, and looking carefully at them one by one, he could see no evidence of anything he was expecting. He had to admit to himself that he didn't really know what he was expecting, but he hoped that he would recognize it when he saw it. With the front aspect giving him nothing, he gently lowered the curtain and walked silently to the rooms at the rear with the largest windows, offering what would be stunning panoramic views in sunlight. Still being careful to move the curtain slowly, he was more confident that looking out of the rear was safer, because it looked out directly onto the low-rolling fields, instead of the roads and houses on the opposite side. Still, he could make out nothing. Unable to come up with any further options that didn't involve going outside in the dead of night, he decided that his curiosity would have to wait until daybreak, and he crept back to where Amber slept, to settle down on his own bed beside her. Chapter 16. "They're late," Lloyd offered pointlessly. "So it would appear," Palmer responded in an almost distant voice as his head was turned upwards to the night sky. Their reverie was interrupted by Corporal Daniels, who was calling the captain's name in a voice that bordered on the too loud, given their tenuous situation. "Here," Palmer responded, knowing that the man clearly had something important to say, hearing the insistence in his voice. "Sir," he began, as he leaned in to prevent their voices from carrying too far, which was odd, since they were hoping to expect a helicopter to arrive and land there soon. "Word from Charlie 1-1. They've scouted one of the options now and are happy that we can defend it if we need to." "Excellent," Palmer answered. "Which one?" "It's actually not on the list, sir, but they came across a sign for it and decided it was worth a flutter." "What is it, then?" "Some kind of historical country estate, sir," Daniels told him. summing up all that he knew of this place in his next sentence. "It's mostly got a wall around it, but there are weak points they can strengthen with vehicles and obstacles." "Sounds like my cup of tea," Palmer said casually, as he could almost hear the cogs turning in the brain of this radio man who seemed to take everything literally. That trait made him entertaining when drinking, but less so in high-stress combat situations where a metaphor is used casually. "How far away, Corporal?" Palmer asked before the next question wasted precious time. "Roughly 40 minutes by road, as long as we don't have too many detours, sir," Daniels responded. "Thank you, Corporal. Anything else of note mentioned?" "No, sir," Daniels said. "Very well. Mr. Lloyd, will you kindly speak to Sergeant Maxwell and see to it that we find sufficient transport for everyone?" Lloyd's boots answered for him as he set off towards the large building they had occupied, with a muttered "Sir" as he went. "Daniels, stay on the radio and see if you can find someone to refuel our Spartan." "Yes, sir," Daniels answered, turning to leave before he hesitated, and half turned back. "Sir?" he inquired. "I shall be here, Corporal," he said in a resigned voice, "waiting for the helicopter's imminent arrival. On that note, kindly send me the first man you see to act as a runner. Thank you, Corporal," he finished, dismissing the man, who did as he was told, grabbing a pair of troopers who were walking nearby and passing on the captain's orders. "Here, sir," said Trooper McGill from Sergeant Strauss 1 Troop as he approached the darker silhouette of the officer. "You needed a runner?" "Yes. Both of you to the other aircraft and pass on this message. Attempt radio contact with second helicopter. Send update to me directly," he said, affecting a more formal, almost robotic tone for the wording of the order, before adding, "Then one of you remain and wait for news, whilst the other returns to me for other orders." "Yes, sir," McGill answered, intending to come back himself, despite the two of them having just been rotated out for a short break to eat and rest. "Now," Palmer muttered under his breath, as the unexpected delay was beginning to cause him more than a little anxiety with each minute that ticked past, "where the devil are you?" Johnson's eyes flickered open, his brain not understanding, but his instincts kicking in as a response to the intense heat he felt. The outbreak of a fire somewhere inside the fuselage was threatening to consume the surviving helicopter passengers with smoke and heat before the flames burst out to devour anything left behind. Groaning and turning in agony to rise unsteadily onto all fours, Johnson took one long, deep breath in and vomited hard onto the hot metal deck under his face. Gasping and gagging for air, he repeated the process twice, until he had totally voided his stomach, which he hadn't realized was still so full. He couldn't remember when he had last eaten, but he knew from the semi-digested smell that it must have been some time ago. "Any—" he tried to call out, coughing hard to prompt another dry retch and a nauseating belch with it. He cleared his throat and tried again, this time emitting a cracking, rasping, hoarse whisper. "Anyone alive?" he called out, earning a groan from his left, where a hand fluttered from beneath the uniform of a Marine with a broken body. He reached out, grabbing the hand, and was in the process of trying to haul it towards himself, when a much stronger grip clamped on to the shoulder straps of his webbing and began to shunt him backwards in jerky movements. His right hand fumbled numbly as he cried out with an unintelligible moan of fear and anger, and, almost drunkenly, he worked the stiff leather strap away from the handle on the front of his webbing until the bayonet slid out uncertainly into his hand. He began to thrust it weakly upwards at the face and head behind him, striking out blindly in a desperate attempt to save himself from being eaten alive. "Oi!" came a simple answer, rich with annoyance and impatience. "Mind sticking that fucking thing somewhere else." Johnson, as though alcohol had dulled his wits, couldn't understand why this zombie had the power of speech, or what new manner of hell he was experiencing. He even wondered for a brief moment whether he was alive at all, or conscious, or whether what was happening to him now was simply his imagination providing him with yet another nightmare to endure. He didn't respond to the request and continued to jab upwards with grunts of effort as he stabbed until he felt his body weight drop suddenly and his wrist was grabbed. The bayonet was prized from his fingers, and the voice sounded in his muffled brain once more. "It's all right. I've got you," it said, in a voice that might have been meant to be soothing. "I've got you." Johnson didn't quit, but his mind and body retreated. They let him down, and he was forced to submit to being disarmed and dragged backwards out of the helicopter and onto damp grass, with the last thing he saw from inside being the fluttering hand gaining flat purchase on the deck to push upwards. The smells and other stimuli around him still got through, but it was as though he was conscious in a coma and aware of everything around him, yet unable to break the barrier and communicate. He was propped with his back against a tree and had a weapon rested in his lap. His numb hands twitched as though he wanted to pick it up, to drop out the magazine and check for brass, then reload and make the weapon ready to fight. But nothing happened. His head lolled to the side, and he was forced to watch in silence as the shape which had dragged him out went back to the helicopter to be silhouetted against the dull light coming from inside it. That shape returned again and again, each time dragging another person out of the wreckage until his last return journey showed only an armful of equipment. He didn't make another trip back inside, but returned to where he had placed Johnson and 4 others. Johnson's wits slowly returned, and he became aware of new sounds and sensations. He could hear and feel his breath again, and he could now smell the acrid smoke and see the first flickers of orange light coming from the fuselage to make the shadows dance. That smoke was laced with the indescribable tinge of plastic, which made his ever-increasingly alert brain register stimuli with knowledge. Electrical fire, he told himself as he connected the dots. Probably a short in a wiring loom. Whether he was right or not made no difference to him. He was just happy that his brain was beginning to function again and the ringing in his ears was fading. With that torturous white noise dissipating, a crack of a twig in the undergrowth made his head whip to his left, causing sudden pain all down his body, although the instinctive movement of his hands made him feel reassured. He had grabbed up the Sterling submachine gun and pointed it waveringly in the direction of the unexpected sound, only to wait for nothing to happen. Couldn't be a screecher, he told himself. Not even the fast ones would hold off on an attack. Must be an animal. That's right. Just an animal. He jumped in fright as he failed to detect the approach of someone from in front of him, and he found himself looking into the pale face of the woman he hadn't recognized from the flight out. Up close, he saw that she had long facial features and wide, pale eyes. His assumption that she didn't seem to be a Brit was confirmed when she spoke to him. "Do you have any pain in your neck?" she asked in accented English with an undulating quality to the rhythm of her words. He shook his head, deciding that pain, by his measure, was something that stopped him working. "Any double vision or spots in front of your eyes?" she asked, as she shone a painfully bright light into his face. "No," he grumbled, pushed further into consciousness by the light, which now left him night-blind. "How many?" he asked, meaning to get the number of survivors, but already having a terribly low figure in his head. 6, she said, devastating him with the news of over 2/3 of the bravest men lost. Johnson grimaced and began the laborious process of struggling to his feet. The woman helped him, watching him like a hawk as he rested for a long time with one hand on the tree trunk and the other cradling the weapon as he rested it on his knee. Eventually he righted himself, and the woman told him she had to check on the others, and left without another word. The SSM's vision returned slowly, and he used the trick of not looking directly at something in the dark to try and see the shapes with the edge of his eye. It worked to a degree, and he could see a taller man helping a shorter one walk. The shorter man tried to wave him away and pushed on with a pronounced limp, which made him only place his right foot on the ground for the shortest possible time. He didn't last long doing this, and he dropped to the ground again, cursing. Johnson staggered towards him, seeing the other man who was helping morph out of the shadows to become the SBS team commander. "Go see to the others," Johnson told him. "I'll deal with this." The bearded man left without saying anything else, disappearing into the gloom to leave the SSM looking down at the Royal Marine Sergeant. He couldn't recall the man's name, but knew him to be a good, reliable man. He was also lucky, evidently, and tough. "Ankle?" Johnson asked him as he knelt heavily beside him. "Me," the sergeant gasped through gritted teeth. "Bent the fucker backwards when I landed. Popped straight back in, but it's knackered." Johnson fumbled with his pouches, trying to find anything to strap the man up with, finding only the clotting trauma bandage given to him when they first deployed with weapons. Wrapping it tightly around the knee, and hearing the controlled intakes of breath through the muted growls of the injured man, he tied off the bandage tightly, without twisting the built-in tourniquet too tightly. The man reached into his own pouches and passed another one to the SSM. "Stick another one round it," he said breathlessly, "high and low. Keep the joint straight. I'm Bill Hampton, by the way." Johnson did as he was asked, nodding as he remembered the man's name the second he had said it, immobilizing the joint to prevent the damage from worsening and the pain from debilitating him. When he was done, the sergeant held up a hand and Johnson looked at it briefly before hauling him to his feet. The curious walk the sergeant stomped off performing would have been hilarious to watch in any other circumstances, as he hopped forward with his left foot before swinging the straight right leg around in a low swoop to propel him forward again. The man must have been in incredible pain, but his resolve burned through as he stooped awkwardly to retrieve a weapon from the pile of salvaged equipment. Righting himself and inspecting the action of the SA-80 rifle, he looked around and chose a defensive position where he could lean on the low graveyard wall to defend the crash site. "Enfield!" he called out softly. "With me, lad." Johnson was startled again, evidence of just how dulled his senses had become because of the crash, as a tall man moved past him in an almost ghostly way. The man had a long rifle on his back, strapped diagonally, but he also stopped to retrieve a weapon from the pile and moved to take up the position with his sergeant. A raised voice, off to his left, made him turn back, dizzying himself again with the regretfully fast movement of his head. He saw the blonde woman kneeling beside the bearded man over another figure and heard that same accented, undulating voice. "Can you hear me? Open your eyes for me," she said loudly. "It's no good," the bearded man said as Johnson approached. "She's out cold." "Who is it?" Johnson started to say, before his eyes took in the unconscious woman with the livid cut to her scalp which had sheeted the right side of her face in blood. "Kimberly," he blurted out. "Miss Perkins," he added, even now conscious of the looks he would be receiving in the dark. "We need to get out of here," the bearded man said as he rose. "Every dead fucker inside of 5 miles would have heard that come down, and every other dead fucker will come this way when that fire takes off for good," he grumbled, as he turned to face the SSM. "Bufford, Sergeant, Boat Service," he said by way of introduction. "Johnson, SSM, Yeomanry," the taller man replied. The two shook hands briefly in the growing light from the flames in the near distance. "I can carry her," Bufford said. "Can you walk okay? Use a weapon?" "Yes." Johnson answered both questions with a single word. "Where to?" "No idea. Pilot bought it on impact, and I don't know the area or the objective." "Objective is the armor camp," Johnson told him, "and I do know the area. Give me a second," he said, as he walked unsteadily away towards the church. Returning a few seconds later, he announced, "St. Goswald's." "And where's that?" Bufford asked. "Bad news. It's about 20 miles off course," Johnson answered. "We're at least 12 as the crow flies from the camp, and overland at night gives us no chance of making it today." "Comms?" Bufford asked. In answer, Johnson turned to look at the helicopter which now burned against the church to light the area. The three of them paused in silence for a moment. Then, as though some silent signal had been received in all of their brains at once, they adjusted their equipment and readied themselves for a long, tense walk. Bufford bent and picked up the woman to cradle her in his arms, and the rest of the weapons were doled out, with the foreign female holding out one of the suppressed weapons to Johnson. He took it, but her grip on the weapon didn't release. "It's belonged to my friend," was all she said, then turned away to take her place in the slow-moving line of people. Chapter 17. Daybreak saw Captain Palmer with red-rimmed eyes still looking up at the skies in the forlorn hope that a helicopter would magically appear and solve all of his worries. The butcher's bill he had asked for had resulted in a total of a little over 40 men remaining and as many civilians. They had rescued Marines and troopers alike, but as yet none of the men with scarlet berets had been accounted for. Hearing the piecemeal accounts of the battle on the island made him realize that the fiercest fight would have been at the low ground,
where all of the Royal Military Police had been posted. The most interesting of those accounts came from the Royal Marine Lieutenant who had given his report in a flat monotone with distant eyes. He had said how his collection of men had been losing the battle for the beachhead, and when he'd realized that there were infected running around in the rear, he'd abandoned the fight to make it uphill and collected people wherever they could. The way he described his loose formation made Palmer think of older battles, where infantry found themselves caught in the open by cavalry, and they contracted to form a rally square and defend themselves against the men on horseback who could cut down a fleeing man with laughable ease. That loose formation, horribly clear in the captain's mind, crab-crawled its way up the steep cobbles until Lloyd joined the defence of the helicopter landing with the captain's younger brother. Palmer wanted to ask how the second lieutenant had performed, had wanted some reassurance that he shouldn't be ashamed of how much the men disliked him, and that, when the chips were down, he had stepped up to the mark and become a leader. He was too polite to ask outright, so waited for mention of him in Lloyd's report. The Marine had said how he had joined the defence, not assumed command of it, and that reassured him somewhat that the family name wasn't tainted with a useless soldier. The stories of that defence came from different sources, all of which spoke of desperation and the relief that came with the arrival of the big Sergeant Major, who laid down a thunderous fire from the weapon he had been handed just before he took off. The scramble of the civilians to get away, the arrival of the ebullient, if not questionably senile Colonel Tim, who recreated the tales of how he had slain the enemy with his family's claymore, utterly failing to understand that the enemy of which he spoke had been former friends and comrades of those he recited his heroic deeds to. As always, the two privates charged with his protection and general babysitting stood behind him, wearing blank expressions of apology for what they were hearing. Sometime in the night, long after the runner he had released to his other duties had returned to say that, try as they might, the other helicopter crew simply was not responding to any of their hails, Palmer had returned to more practical matters and focused on organizing food, water, and transport for the survivors, and turned his mind towards the immediate matters. "Sergeant Maxwell," he called, as he walked towards the huddle of men planning around a map. "Sir," the sergeant said as he stood. "A word, if you please, Sergeant," Palmer said, retreating a few steps back from the others. "Mr. Johnson hasn't returned, as I'm sure you are aware," he said in a soft voice. "No, sir," Maxwell replied, in a voice laced with anger and regret. "You will assume his duties for now as senior NCO," Palmer told him. "I've discussed the matter with Lieutenant Lloyd, and he is in agreement that we form the men differently. We don't have the numbers to operate as an armoured unit, nor do we have the machinery or firepower." "About that, sir," Maxwell said, his face showing no excitement or pride at his field promotion, as he genuinely felt no excitement or pride in having to replace a man he respected. "I think it's possible to get through the camp to fetch more wagons and ammo for them." "Do tell," Palmer prompted him. "See, sir," Maxwell explained, "we've landed in the opposite side to where we started, before you joined us, I mean, and we could cross the training grounds in the middle to get to the other entrance. We can pick up more wagons there, hopefully fuel them, and come out to where the ammo dump is. We can meet up at the place the others have found, then." Palmer paused to think about it for a moment, one finger tapping at his lips. "Very well," he finally agreed, "but not you. Sergeant Sinclair can take a dozen men and make sure that chap who Mr. Johnson had a dislike for is attached, unless you think that's unwise." "Nevin, sir. I'll make sure he's on that, don't you worry," Maxwell assured him, taking to his senior NCO role naturally. "I'll see to it. When do you want to move out?" "As soon as possible, I'd say," Palmer told him. "Get these civilians somewhere that they can get some proper rest and something to eat. Speaking of that, the rations? Plenty of rat packs, Captain. Reckon we will probably need 2 trips to get people and supplies sorted," he explained, cursing the unusual lack of large transport trucks found by the dozen in such camps. "But I dare say the helicopter can take a good few of the people or supplies." Palmer thought again, tapping his lip with the tip of his forefinger once more before he turned and called the Marine lieutenant over. Lloyd joined them at a jog, despite being only a half-dozen paces away.
All civilians, equipment and rations to be loaded on board the available transports and the helicopter. Discuss with Lieutenant Commander Barrett which he believes is best to go on board their aircraft, heavy rations or people," he said to Lloyd, before turning back to Maxwell. "Get Sinclair to pick his men, make sure Trooper Nevin is included, and discuss your plan with him before bringing it to me." Both men accepted their orders and went about it as Palmer walked away, preparing to smooth their resident senior officer into condoning their plans. Finding the man with his feet up and a tin mug of something hot nestled in his hands, he switched on every drop of aristocratic charm and made his approach. "Colonel," he greeted the man warmly, "I trust you are well." "Captain," the colonel said, as he made a silent gesture of snapping his fingers before his face. "Palmer, sir," Palmer said, with a hint of a bow in deference to the man. The gesture pleased the colonel, evidently, as he slapped his thigh. "Palmer, yes, of course. Sit down, man. You must be positively exhausted," he finished, leaving Palmer unsure as to whether it was a question or a statement, so pitching his response at an equably ambiguous level. "Quite," he said, with all the upper-class mannerism he could affect. "The thing is, sir, I've rather got my hands full with the more mundane matters, and we could do with you taking the lead on something, if I could be so bold as to impose." "Tell me, Captain," the colonel said, as he leaned back in his chair and lowered one arthritic leg to the ground at a time. "Supply raid? Attack on an enemy's stronghold? Speak, man." "Nothing quite so strenuous, I'm afraid," Palmer responded with a winning smile and a chuckle. "It's more that I need someone to spearhead our move to the other location, somewhere far better suited to our style, I might add." He finished with a rueful look. "I'm your man, Captain," he said, as he stood and rubbed his hands together. "And, Captain, sir, I appreciate we are in the field, but a shave and some appropriate headgear will make all the difference to the men," the colonel said, reminding Palmer that the man was quite out of touch with reality. "Yes, sir," he said. "I shall do my best." Amber awoke not long after the sunlight shone straight beams through the small gaps in the curtains. Peter was awake, having only napped on and off through the rest of the night, after he had searched for what he suspected was a crashed helicopter. Leaving her before she woke, he went to the upper windows again, and this time made out a thin pillar of oily smoke behind them over a low rise. Chewing his lip, as the distance was much further than he'd imagined, he went back downstairs and poured himself more water before opening the window, ready for the cat to leave for the day, and then went back to their room to sit on his bed and think, before Amber finally stirred and displaced the tight coil of dirty fur. The cat woke, unfolding itself like a snake emerging from a pot, and stood on all four paws to arch its back upwards in an upside-down U as it tensed and held its tail out stiffly behind it. As lazily as it started, the stretch ended suddenly as the cat sat back with lightning speed and stuck out a hind leg to lick at the outstretched limb. "Hello," said a small voice, making Peter's heart skip as Amber had spoken once more. He opened his mouth to respond, but stopped himself from making any sound as he watched her reach out and fuss the cat, seeing it slink backwards and forwards past her hand to ensure that both sides of its face were adequately rubbed against her. Again, with no indication, the cat stepped lightly off her bed and trotted from the room with its tail held high and curled over at the end. "It's like a question mark," Peter said softly, turning to look at Amber, who rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked him a question with her tilted head. "His tail. He curls it over like a question mark at the end." She shrugged, as though the observation was pointless to her, but conveyed no annoyance at him speaking. She climbed out of bed, hair a mess, and tucked the stuffed lamb that Peter had given her back into bed. He couldn't help but smile as she arranged the duvet nicely over it, ensuring it was smooth and that the lamb was comfortable. She walked out of the room, wavering from side to side as she hadn't fully regained her alertness, and he heard her shut the door to the bathroom. Peter had taken the precaution, as unpleasant as it was, of placing a small bucket inside the bowl so that the flush wouldn't serve as a dinner bell and attract anyone or anything to their presence. He planned to take the bucket into the secluded back garden and pour the contents into the brook which ran past, the same one that would still hold traces of the bloated, rotting corpse he had killed. The theory of this worked fine, and he had been forced to do something similar in his past, when he and his sister had been banned from using the taps or flushing the toilets. He waited in the room, planning to let her go downstairs before he added his own waste to the bucket to take it straight outside. The bucket would then go into the downstairs toilet off the kitchen for them to use throughout the day. He had plans for them, and with it looking likely to be a hot day, he was hoping to get started soon before the sun got higher in the sky. His thoughts of what to do, namely emptying, clearing out and marking the nearest houses before shutting them up tight to prevent anything getting inside them, were interrupted by a shout. It was Amber, clearly, but the shout was more of an open-mouthed grunt. He flew from his bed and raced towards the bathroom, the spike he had fashioned already in his hand, but instead saw her standing in the doorway, beckoning him frantically towards her. He ran, his loose socks bunching up on his feet as they caught in the thick carpet of the landing as he covered the short distance to her. He didn't know why, but his protective urges with her ran so deep that his body responded without his mind making a choice. Before he reached her, she skipped back inside and climbed up onto the side of the bath to lean on the sink and shoot a hand straight out ahead of her, extending a finger out of the window. Peter's gaze started at her shoulder, followed down her small arm and stared past the pointing digit to the daylight outside. Neither of them moved, and neither of them breathed as they watched the line of shapes advancing slowly. Peter's heart dropped, having never expected to face the dead coming from the unexpected side across the brook from the fields beyond. As he looked, and as his brain began to register something wrong, or at least the absence of something wrong, it finally dawned on him that the line of people walking their way weren't dead, and that frightened him more. Chapter 18. "Hold up," Johnson said exhaustedly, as he nodded his head behind him at the stiff-legged Sergeant Hampton, who offered no argument. "He needs to rest." The man he had called, the bearded SBS sergeant, said nothing, but simply pointed to the hedge line ahead, indicating the nearest cover. Reaching it first and scanning left and right, he caught the eye of the blonde woman and pointed her to his left as he went off to the right. Pushing out a perimeter, Johnson thought, as his brain gave commentary on everything. He could barely think as he put his effort into carrying the dead weight of the woman he was trying not to look down at. Every time he did, he missed his footing and staggered off sideways, instead of concentrating on making forward progress over the uneven ground. 3 of them had taken turns at carrying Kimberly, the injured Hampton and the small-statured Astrid Larsen being excused the responsibility. They trudged and traipsed their way across country, twice struggling to find breaks in the dark and having to track sideways to find a stile or a gate to get through the thick hedgerows. They had to pass Kimberly over hand to hand, seeing as the blow to her head kept her unconscious throughout. Then they climbed over themselves, their actions punctuated by some of the most colourfully bad language any of them had ever heard coming from the mouth of Sergeant Hampton. Kimberly, being unconscious, escaped the experience, and the sniper, Enfield, had heard it all before. But the others, even the experienced and irascible Johnson and the SBS man, turned an eyebrow up at it. Astrid, despite her strong grip on the English language, misunderstood most of what he said, and struggled to find any logical sense in the way he combined religion with farm poultry. Resting Kimberly gently onto the ground and arranging her into something resembling a recovery position, Johnson slumped beside her and caught his breath for a few moments. "Village ahead," Enfield said, peering through the scope of his big rifle. "Can only see the rear of these houses, but there are rooftops, behind which means more houses opposite, another church too," he finished, stating the obvious as the short spire was the tallest feature ahead of them. "Jesus, tit-wanking fucking Christ!" Hampton blasphemed in a foul hiss of words as he lowered himself as close to the ground as possible before submitting to gravity and slumping down the rest of the way to land heavily and spark off the string of obscenities. Bufford trotted back to them, stopping at speaking distance and dropping to one knee with his back to them and scanning the open countryside with a relative air of relaxation. He knew that he'd have plenty of time to react should any of them discover their ragged group in the open. Seeing that the bearded man had returned, or contracted, as their own word would have translated,
she mirrored Buffett's stance to overhear what was being said. "Looks like a small village," Buffs told them over his shoulder, feeling confident enough to turn his head as he spoke. "We either bypass it or we rest up," he offered them. Johnson assessed those options, thinking that a day to sleep sounded like bliss, more so that it meant he wouldn't have to take his turn carrying the unconscious woman who, despite her slim body, still weighed too much to carry easily because of her dead weight. Had she been able to put an arm around his neck and sit up, he would probably have been able to carry her for miles, but the pressure of keeping her head from dangling backwards dangerously made it infinitely harder to manage. It wasn't as though handing her over to Enfield or Buffett made it any easier, as he then had to raise the unfamiliar gun and take his place at the head of the slow-moving column of people, which qualified, to the now indigenous population, as a walking buffet. Twice the woman, Astrid Larsen as she had introduced herself, had offered to help the injured Hampton, and twice he good-naturedly requested that she kindly left him to it. "Keep your hands off me and on that bloody weapon, missy," he growled at her the last time she asked, "because if you're half as good with it as I suspect you are, then we don't want you cuddling me when it's game time." "Resting up for the day means moving at night," Johnson answered, "which I shan't imagine is a problem for you three," he said, as he used his head to indicate Larsen, Enfield, and Buffett. "But he's in no fit state to creep about." He jutted his chin at Hampton, who just glowered at him, "and neither am I if I'm carrying Miss Perkins." Travelling silently in the dark was the preferred method for Buffett, but he was accustomed to operating in teams of 4, with all of them trained to the same level. Enfield, who already had the demeanour of a wraith with a resting heart rate of 2 beats per minute, was similarly capable, as would Hampton have been if he'd had the full use of 2 legs, but Johnson had to admit that he himself was far from the specialist infantryman. He had become a manager, and civilian life held no equivalent to his position unless it was a powerful foreman in a large plant with lots of staff, who would shirk off from their duties if given any opportunity. He had become something resembling a bureaucrat, even if he could still hold his own in a fight. The biggest problem was that his way of waging war allowed him all the time in the world to deal with a slow-moving army of unthinking infantry, as he would be behind metal of differing thickness, ranging from light reconnaissance vehicles to main battle tanks. He would have numerous other similar vehicles at his disposal, and would be able to combine them to bring a devastating firepower to bear on the enemy. The only problem with that kind of warfare was that to keep his dozen or so fighting vehicles in the game, he would need a support network of at least 3 times that number, keeping them supplied and running, and there simply weren't enough of them left. He found himself feeling, as painful as it was to admit, a little surplus to requirements. Astrid Larsen, with her undeniable Nordic features and stereotypically white blonde hair, also stumped him. She was tight-lipped about her unit, revealing only that she was FSK, which, as far as he knew, didn't exist. However, when Buffett had muttered in his ear that she had now lost her entire team inside of a day, he stopped asking. On one of their short breaks, he had asked the SBS man, in his opinion the most likely man to know, who and what she was. "Norwegian commandos, trained to the same level as us and the Hereford boys, seeing as they are mostly free-fallers," he explained quietly. "Infiltration, erosion of infrastructure, collapsing transport and communication networks, that sort of thing. The plan was that if Ivan went for it, then the Norwegians would be in under cover of darkness and shut most of their Western capabilities down inside of a few days. That's why people don't know about them." "Chances are," said their quiet sniper to change the subject, "that we've missed them already." Faces turned to regard him, as often people did when he spoke, because he had the uncanny knack of appearing invisible in company. "Possible," Hampton said, "but I think they'd either wait for us or at least send out the other helicopter to look for us." "Unlikely," Johnson said in a solemn tone. "If it was me at the camp waiting for the final evac, I'd assumed that they hadn't made it off the island. So what would be the point in wasting fuel and risking a resource to check a negative?" That silenced the others. "Probably right," Buffett agreed. "Under normal circumstances, with full support, we'd never just give up on anyone.
But no, with no support and too many priorities all at once, I think they just look to consolidate. So, we find somewhere to hold up here, then. Rest? Hampton asked, unable to keep the hope out of his voice. Heads turned to look at one another, faces showing agreement as they all submitted to the idea of sleep soon to be found. As one, with the exception of the unconscious Kimberly, all of them emitted a yelp of fright and alarm as something landed inside their discussion. The mess of dirty-looking fur emitted a chirping, meowing sound and looked up expectantly, only to flatten its ears and shoot away close to the ground, eyes wide in fright at their response. "Fuck was that?" Hampton exclaimed, in a voice far higher pitched than the others had heard come from him before, having only responded to the reactions of everyone else, as his eyes had been momentarily closed. "Bloody cat," Johnson said, looking around for any sign of the creature which had disappeared as suddenly as it had emerged. All around him chuckles sounded amid gasps of breath being caught. "Let's find somewhere before we get ambushed again," he told them, dragging himself to his exhausted feet and feeling every part of his body ache savagely. "And before I completely seize up," he added. "Bill, you stay here with her. Enfield too," he said, and received nods from them. "Shall we?" he added to the others, seeing them rise up wordlessly. Bufford nodded them forward, intending to cross the brook and approach the secluded rear of a large house. "Amber!" Peter hissed desperately, as his face showed a terrible fake smile. "Get your shoes on. We need to go, now." She looked at him with wide eyes, panic evident, but good sense and obedience taking over in a second. She ran, flying up the stairs and grabbing her precious things before coming back down with the lidless pot of toy soldiers and her threadbare lamb. Peter stuffed his own feet into his shoes, the oversized socks bunching uncomfortably at his toes, and grabbed the handle of the trolley by the front door. This, he realized, had been his best idea yet. If they had to leave in a hurry, which it turned out that they now did, then he didn't want them to have to worry about supplies or going on the run with just what they could carry. So he loaded a small amount of food and water, which would sustain them for at least a few days. Grabbing up his pitchfork from where it rested by the front door, he dragged out the trolley and beckoned her to come with him, before reaching back and closing the door gently, so as not to announce their presence by slamming it. In an empty village, devoid of all signs of life and without any background traffic noise, a slamming door would sound like a shotgun. As that thought hit him, so too did the handle of the shotgun as he shoved his backpack further up on his shoulders. He ignored the heavy clunk on the back of his skull and instead surveyed the 3 nearest buildings that he could get to quickly. 2 of those he had cleared, but one still contained the body of the big monster who had so very nearly taken Amber, and the other was the church. His only knowledge of church was that the one his school made them go to was cold and draughty, and he reckoned very unlikely to hold food, water, or beds. So he steered them straight to the house that he knew held no zombies, no bodies, but also no food or supplies, other than what they carried. Decision made, he turned back to Amber and smiled falsely, whispering for her to follow him. "Someone definitely used this as a base," Johnson said, lowering the weapon after every room had been thoroughly checked. "Couple of unmade beds upstairs, all the curtains closed tight, stacked supplies." "So where are they?" Bufford asked. Johnson looked at him and shrugged as though that question was irrelevant right then, looking down at his boot, which had caught something small and green on the floor at the foot of the stairs. Bending down to retrieve it, he held the little plastic soldier up before his eyes, twirling it slowly to take in the posing figure as it drew back one hand, ready to lob a German stick grenade high in the air. Giving a small chuckle of amusement, he slipped it into a pouch without knowing why. They went back and retrieved the others, getting wet in the process of crossing the brook and passing Kimberly over, hand to hand once more. "Why didn't we try to fashion a stretcher?" Johnson asked himself, blaming the lack of logic on having just barely survived a helicopter crash which had killed over 2/3 of the occupants. As far as excuses went, he decided that was a pretty good one.
They laid the unconscious woman on the large corner sofa, and all gulped down bottles of water from the plastic-wrapped pallets. Tins were opened and food consumed, driven by the desperate need to refuel exhausted bodies, and then they began to relax ever so slightly. When they found themselves inside a clean environment, they noticed something unpleasant. After 2 or 3 days spent constantly on the move in high-stress situations, every one of them smelt terrible, with the exception of Kimberly, who had only really joined the fight properly the night before. Astrid made the first move, turning on the kitchen tap and watching the water fall into the wide square sink. She let it run for a while, making a curious noise of mixed shock and pleasure. "We have hot water," she said in awe, turning to look at the others with a smile. "2 at a time," Johnson said, taking charge as was his natural way. "Wash equipment, bodies, clothes, in that order," he added unnecessarily, knowing that the 2 Special Forces personnel and the 2 Royal Marines were unlikely to prioritize anything over their weapons and equipment. "Looks like it'll be a hot day," Buffett added, "and that backyard isn't overlooked, so we can probably dry stuff on the patio soon." And that was what they did, taking it in turns to step into the shower upstairs and rinse off all of their equipment, letting the water run red to brown to pale pink as they stripped down and squeezed out the garments one at a time. It took all day for the 5 of them to get clean and dry off, putting back on their stiff clothing to dry it the rest of the way as they sat in the sunlight streaming in through the wide kitchen windows, and they cleaned their weapons. They ate, answered the corresponding calls of nature, and found the bucket system in the downstairs toilet, which they ignored for the time being, and sometime in the afternoon Kimberly groaned, opened one eye, and let out a cry of panic. Chapter 19. Second Lieutenant Palmer climbed into the cab of the truck at the head of the convoy, behind the only 2 remaining tracked vehicles. He knew his brother was there, running the whole operation and leading the shattered remnants of everyone to a new place. The helicopter took off, its belly stocked with a mixture of people and supplies, as the naval aircrew had suggested, not putting all of their eggs in one basket, so to speak. As it thundered off, destined to reach their new position far more quickly than the land convoy, Palmer glanced off to his right, where the collection of a dozen men were gearing up, ready to raid the rest of the massive base, under Sergeant Sinclair's leadership. He had asked to lead the raid himself, pleading with his older brother for permission to take command, but he had resolutely denied him. "Sergeant Sinclair's command will be wholly sufficient, I'm sure," he said coolly. Now, devoid of all responsibility and only given a privileged seating position in the truck, due to the vague respect the men had for his officer's status, he nestled his gun in his lap and waited to be awarded a scrap of gainful employment. The hope, from what he had gathered from the end of the briefing he had heard but wasn't invited to, was that those dozen men would secure more fighting vehicles and ammunition to secure their new site, which he had heard was a country estate. Having experienced his fair share of such grand residences, even having grown up in one, Palmer knew what he was expecting, and that was old brick-walled perimeters, ornate gates set inside them, and a magnificent house in the centre. He imagined outbuildings, servants' quarters, and maybe stables, large enclosed gardens and acres of land which would have been tended over generations, and likely a decent swath of woodland to boot. The men, he imagined, and for that matter probably all of the civilians, would not have experienced such accommodation before, and he anticipated that they would be embarrassingly impressed with the place. His disdain for the commoners returned with sudden and renewed acidity, because he had had a taste of leading men in combat and was now once again forced back into the wings to wait and try not to get killed. He sat back and ignored his driver's attempts to engage him in conversation, like the sullen child they all imagined him to be. "Keep it simple, boys," Rod Sinclair said as he checked the action of his weapon for the 20th time and betrayed his nerves. "In and out, nothing heroic. We just grab enough and get gone." Men shuffled their feet nervously, nodded their cautious agreement, and generally worried over what was to come. Much discussion was had about the other side of the base, the place they had spent the first days of the shitstorm that had enveloped their world. The difference now, however, was that the word had spread about the so-called Doomsday Protocol. The nuclear strikes on Europe and the Soviet Union would have untold consequences, and every man who thought about that ran his mind through the thick mud of stressful what-ifs. The consensus that they had been effectively cut off as a nation, that they had been quarantined and abandoned, led to many having dark thoughts, and without the leadership of men they believed in, they felt growing pains of hopelessness. They set off in a loose line as they kept their footfalls soft and their eyes alert, moving through each enclosed section of the base as though it were cellular, and they molecules passing through the barriers. Their progress was halting, as some sections were locked, and it forced them to take an indirect route. The helicopter crew on their flight out had passed over the area they were heading for, and had reported no signs of life, which was a bizarrely ambiguous use of words, but they did report that a section of perimeter fence appeared to be down, which was what had them all on edge. No doubt about it, they were going into contact and they had to be on their toes. At the rear of their formation, not immediately at the back, where he would be instrumental should there be any rearguard fighting required, and far enough back from the front that any contact there would be unlikely to affect him, lurked the only man in the patrol not there voluntarily. Trooper Nevin wore a face like thunder, and muttered curses to himself constantly about Sinclair, about the captain who had been forced to intervene with a threat of shooting him for dereliction of duty, and about Johnson, who had accused him of stealing supplies. Sinclair, he decided, would get them all killed. He thought he was a timid man and probably not cut out for leadership, and Nevin couldn't understand why the men followed him so eagerly. He couldn't see past his own sullen, self-centered nature to fully comprehend that the men followed Sinclair because he was humble, honest, and hard-working. He earned the men's trust instead of demanding it, which is why he did not struggle for 11 volunteers to join him. Nevin also failed to grasp why that bull of a man, Johnson, had thought it was so bad that he was using his initiative and searching the crates for anything useful. To accuse him of stealing, no matter how accurate the charge, just added to Nevin's hatred of the man who had humiliated him back on the island with a single short punch, which, if he still thought about it, hurt him even now. He never understood why the corporals and the sergeants hated him so much, even when the officers tended to leave him alone, probably out of fear.
Not that bloody captain, though, he sneered to himself in thought. He's a right bloody Rupert with his silver spoon up his arse. His little brother is a weasel, sure enough, but this one thinks he's a soldier.
In truth, the reason the NCOs despised Nevin was mainly because the man was capable, very capable in fact, but at his very core he was lazy. That laziness took more concerted effort than simply performing the tasks he was given most of the time, but in their previous lives as reservists he had never usually been under such scrutiny for so long. The only exception to this was when the squadron conducted a tour of Northern Ireland, and Nevin was focused to the point where some even considered him for promotion. Of course, as soon as they were out of real danger, his attitude returned to that of the same shirking, malevolent bastard they had seen before, and any hopes of promotion were dashed. He still resented that, thinking himself better than most, but what nagged at him now was that the only time he had been expected to perform, he had panicked, and a man had died. Nevin rationalized this again, telling himself that the death of Trooper Harris was the man's own fault for not keeping watch, and not taking the warning he had given him seriously.
Wasn't my fault,
Nevin had reassured himself.
Stupid bastard should have listened.
Of course, that bravado he had now convinced himself to show in his own head wasn't present when that bastard Johnson had ripped him a new one again and promised him punishment for it. That, he reckoned, was why he had to go on every mission there was, so that people like Johnson could force more work on his shoulders.
Well, not any more,
Nevin promised himself. First opportunity I get, I'm fucking out of here. And he meant it. He would look for greener grass. He would find somewhere that appreciated him. He would find another group of survivors, which, he reasoned, there absolutely had to be all over the place, and he would get away from the army and its bloody rules. He would live like a king, he told himself, and all he had to do was get away. His hand went inside his smock, closing around the grip of the ungainly revolver he had found prior to being half-choked by the SSM. He had all 6 chambers filled with the little .38 bullets and another dozen loose in his trouser pocket. Despite holding his Sterling and 4 spare magazines for the submachine gun, having the unexpected Second World War-issued pistol made him feel safer, more prepared somehow for the mischief he intended. Trooper Nevin, as much as he would never understand it himself, had seen death, and it had made him quite insane. "Over there," Sinclair said in a loud whisper, before holding out his flat hand to the rest of them and miming a chopping motion in the rough centre of their number, effectively halving them. He wiggled the hand backwards and forwards as though he were actually trying to physically separate them, and when the 2 men at the divide had shuffled sufficiently apart, he gave his orders. "You men," he said to the rear group, which included Nevin, "go straight for the hangar doors and wind them open. You men," he said, switching his gaze to the front of the group, "take up defensive positions at and around the entrance. You and you," he said, picking 2 troopers seemingly at random, "watch the flanks of the hangar. We get the easiest available vehicles, fuel them up, and drive out to the armory. I need at least 1 Bedford, too," he added for the 10th time as he recited their objectives, for the small arms ammunition stores. "Let's go, then." The men nodded back at his anxious face, and he led them out. Almost a month before Sinclair's small detachment tiptoed their way back into the base from the far side of its multitude of fences and walls, and shortly after they had first fled in the night, the large building they had used to house the civilians in a hurry had been one of the last places to be evacuated. In that haste to get out, the building had not been checked, not that a sweep of that building would probably have prevented the sequence of events that had followed. One woman, in an attempt to sleep in relative peace, was tucked away in a small cupboard with a Green Army sleeping bag when the call to evacuate had so unexpectedly come. As much as the Army loved lists, the woman had been missed off their rota when they had ended up on the island, as there were simply too many things to do, and too few people to organize them. They had abandoned the base just in time, closing up the gates behind them in an attempt to keep it clear of infestation for as long as possible, but they had no way of knowing back then that they had only narrowly avoided total annihilation at the hands, teeth even, of a small swarm of them approaching through the shrouded woodland behind them. That swarm, driven on by the cacophony of engines and gunfire, converged on one section of perimeter fence, and the combined weight of their moaning, hissing, clawing bodies collapsed it, to pour them through the gap like so much water through a drain. The swarm dissipated once inside, spreading out to advance in a seemingly unending mass, all heading in the general direction of the main gate, where the last stimulating noises had come from. It was as though the zombies shuffled along with some half-blind and half-remembered sense of purpose until something warm-blooded presented itself. The woman slept on, her ears stuffed with twists of toilet paper to block out the noises of so many people crammed into one place, so she had no idea that the ground outside the building was now crawling with the people the soldiers were calling screechers. A woman in a skirt and blouse, streaked with dried blood and filth, and her high-shouldered matching jacket torn half off her, walked oddly with stiff legs as she rose and fell a few inches every time she put down her right foot. So advanced was her skill and experience at wearing the high heels that she had miraculously retained one of them. The other foot, bare below the torn remains of her tights, scraped on the tarmac as she veered away to the building, which still smelled faintly of something that her subconscious brain told her was edible. Her hair was a mess, but her face seemed strangely unblemished, with the exception of one long thin scrape caused by a low branch of a tree as she had advanced through the woodland, not knowing why. That mostly flawless face, with its 2 milky white eyes set above the scratch, locked on to the doors of the building, and her body followed. Pushing into the doors and bouncing back slightly, her hands raised in another half-remembered gesture, and her body went forwards again, applying enough pressure through her outstretched palms to force the aperture open. On hearing the bumps and creaks of doors, 2 other zombies split away from the edges of the crowd and headed towards the new sounds without knowing why. They followed the woman on one high heel through the door and into a large room where the smell of living people filled their nostrils and sparked them into more animated action. They stomped through the room in ungainly, uncoordinated actions, knocking things over as they went. Waking cramped up and in need of a thorough stretch, the woman pulled the twists of paper from her ears and worked her jaw to rid herself of the stiffness. As she did, she froze in the dark, hearing a muffled noise from outside. A noise wasn't anything to worry about in itself, and she couldn't place her finger on why the noise disturbed her, but her spine tingled, and her breathing doubled in speed to become shallow as her body flushed with adrenaline. Inching the door open outwards into the corridor, her eye caught movement off to the right. As soon as she saw the woman with one high heel, she pulled back and shut the door, banging it just loud enough to know that she had been heard. Holding her breath and gripping the door handle with all her strength, the tears began to flow down her face as she heard the faint click-slap of uneven footsteps coming for her. The sound stopped at its loudest, and the sudden noise of the zombie's face banging into the door elicited a scream of such volume that it was answered threefold. The woman screamed, drawing in breath just as the response came from the other side of the thin wood. The racking, shrieking intake of breath through a ravaged throat promised the woman such a malicious death that she cried again, sobbing as she gripped on to the door handle with all her might. Two other shrieks responded in addition to the first, signalling the anticipated feeding frenzy to come when they unearthed their trapped quarry. Those shrieks carried outside through the doors and to the ears of other zombies. Every one of them, to hear it, turned and made for the doors to push their way inside and cram into the back corridor, where the shrieks were incessant outside a cupboard door. Those who didn't hear the initial screams followed the ones closer to the building who had detected it, and they were sparked by the movement to follow and cram inside until the building could hold no more bodies. Those who had either bypassed or been ahead of the noisy discovery simply wandered away, stimulated by an elusive bit of wildlife or by far-off noises, but those inside the building had been trapped inside by the need to pull a door to leave. They could easily have crushed their way through the doors, but the outside world offered no reason to get riled up and spark such action. Inside the besieged cupboard, the woman screamed and sobbed her way into hyperventilation and eventually unconsciousness, until the combined weight of bodies outside, which could not grasp and turn the round doorknob, broke through the plasterboard wall instead. The renewed screams from inside were short-lived as the woman was grabbed by dirty hands and ragged nails and pulled through the gaps to be ripped apart and devoured in the narrow corridor. Like some grim and grotesque approximation of crowd surfing at a rock concert, the woman's body never landed on the ground, not in any entirety at least, as she was pulled open and eaten above head height by the 50 or so pairs of hands that reached for her. She never returned, never came back as one of them, because there was nothing left of her to reanimate within seconds of being discovered. Although she suffered an unimaginable, horrendous death, at least for the woman who had tried to find some peace in quiet sleep, her nightmare was over. There were over 300 zombies crammed shoulder to shoulder in that building for over a month. Nothing outside had managed to stir them into action, and they seemed to slow down and stand still in some form of hibernation. They simply stood, swaying in silence, waiting for something to spark them into undead life once more. That stimulus, that spark to ignite their hunger once again, came in the form of 13 soldiers pausing just outside the back corner of the building for orders to be hissed. "Let's go, then," Sinclair hissed, totally unaware that he had just awoken the beast. Chapter 20. The country residents teemed with life, as if it were an ant colony, only instead of the ants there were military personnel and civilians mucking in together to make the grounds as impenetrable to the undead as possible. Despite the obvious military leadership, the nearly 100 people milling about were almost half civilian, and seemed to be operating under the army control quite happily. Not all of them were able, obviously, and one large reception room, which Captain Palmer stated with confidence was the drawing room, had become a haven for the young and the old or incapacitated together. Not the incapacitated soldiers, however, for even the injured men could be propped up to keep watch. That contingent appeared to fall under the leadership of Denise Maxwell, who, after being reunited with her husband, had taken to her own new and unofficial role of senior NCO with as much practicality and necessary enthusiasm as her husband had, despite the terrible circumstances leading to his elevation. Cooper, the tall man from admin troop who was usually flanking the now missing and presumed dead Sergeant Croft, had been one of the only members of his subunit to survive, and as such was now following the captain with a clipboard liberated from the kitchens. 3 surviving officers, not counting the Special Air Service's Major Downs, who was off doing who knew what, paced the ground floor with a small entourage. There was a 4th officer to have survived, but the colonel had been in need of a lie-down when he arrived at the house, so he was shown to one of the larger bedroom suites, and most likely slept through all of the hustle and bustle taking place on a floor below him. "Mr. Maxwell," Palmer Sr. said, slightly louder than his conversational tone, as though stopping and turning to find the man would break the flow of productivity. "Sir, organize a small detachment, mechanically minded people if we have enough, and send them to the nearest farms. I want heavy machinery. Diggers, specifically, and 2 of them, ideally. Also, we need sufficient fuel for them, and a report on anything else useful, such as building materials and the like." Oh, hold on a second, sir," Cooper said as he almost dropped his clipboard, attempting to find a note on a sheet clipped towards the back. "Aha!" he declared, finding the piece of paper he wanted and unclipping it, whilst simultaneously managing to drop half of the other papers and the clipboard to be left holding a scrap of paper and half a pencil stub. The whole procession stopped to regard him and made his embarrassment far worse, so he spoke with a quiet voice and flushed cheeks. "The farm on this estate, sir," he said. "There's a digger on there. It's on the report from the SAS blokes." "Sergeant," Palmer said as he turned towards Maxwell. "I'll sort 2 teams," he replied, "one for here and one for the other farms. I'll ask the Major if he doesn't mind doing one of them." "Good man," Palmer said, as he turned and resumed the procession, leaving Trooper Cooper to scurry and catch up after snatching the loose paper from the old thick carpet. "Now," Palmer said, changing the subject as he glanced at his watch, "when are we expecting Sergeant Sinclair and his men?" From the air, a view which only a very few of them had enjoyed, the estate they had selected looked ideal for their needs in enough ways to make them choose it as soon as it was found. Judging by the ornate building's front and high brick wall extending around most of the grounds, the Palmer brothers employed their classical education and declared the estate to be very early Victorian, most likely planned and built almost 100 years before. A trooper had found a plaque near the large front doors, which indeed proved the officers right, detailing the years it had been commissioned and completed as 1891 and 1895, respectively. The main house had a 4-story central square and a 3-story wing either side of that, with a curious rectangular lump added on to one wing, which had housed a larger and more modern kitchen built in the 50s. There were numerous outbuildings forming a part of the ready-made defences, including stables which had been converted into garaging, as well as a massive coal bunker and log store. All of these buildings had been painstakingly checked and cleared, and the entire place declared empty. Various opinions had been offered about why, but in Palmer's view, the rich occupants were likely to have been skiing at that time of year in the Alps, or enjoying some time in their European residence, which would fashionably be on the southern coast of France near to Nice. There were food stores, not enough to sustain them all through the next winter, obviously, but there were still untouched harvests of ripening maize to reap in nearby fields. The boxed supplies they had brought with them would sustain their people for months, but on calorific value alone, and not volume. They had to supplement, and they had to think fast about it. The day wore on, passing the midday point, and those not actively engaged in strenuous tasks began to worry about the failure of the others to arrive. People consoled themselves and offered their own silent hopes that the men were loading up as much hardware as they could find to bring back to their warm new home in the sun. Not many had the opportunity to sit and worry, as tasks were dished out to small groups of men and women alike, and those tasks ranged from creating an inventory of the food stores in the vast cellar under the kitchen to estimating the amount of solid fuel remaining for the fires. Most people hadn't realized yet, but without significant stores of wood and coal and oil for the heating, the coming winter was looking to become a fight for survival against more than just zombies. The 2 patrols went out, the SAS men returning first with a digger, to hand over the prize and report to a team of 3 men from one troop, who began to use the narrower rear bucket on the machine to excavate a trench, under the orders of Captain Palmer. 50 yards out, he ordered simply, working west from the driveway, 6 feet deep and 6 feet wide. He received only nods of compliance and verbal affirmations of his instructions. They went to work, creating the barrier which would slow the advance of any concentrated attack for time enough to emplace heavy guns, and also to prevent the straying of zombies in 1s and 2s into their safe area. There were men on patrol around the perimeter and others on standby in 2 Fox cars, which contained almost all of the ammunition left for the vehicles, ready to react to any concentration of enemy and cut them down. That ammunition, those 30mm rounds for the small cannons and the linked bullets for the machine guns, were a finite resource, just as the bullets for their personal weapons were. The only thing that wouldn't run out of ammunition would be their bayonets, but for trained soldiers to be forced to rely on cold steel, that would sap morale faster than ice sapped body heat. The only thing to be done was to stay busy, prepare their defences, and hope. By mid-afternoon, Palmer had gone to find the crew of their only remaining helicopter. Lieutenant Commander Barrett and his co-pilot, Lieutenant James Morris, were playing cards in silence at a table made of dark wood and spindly and elaborately carved legs in one of the grand bedrooms they had adopted as their quarters, while their loadmaster snored gently on the chaise longue underneath the high window. "Gentlemen," Palmer said, as he knocked twice on the open door, passing through it, "I was wondering if I might—" He trailed away, his nose involuntarily twitching at some newly detected smell that broke through his normally impeccable manners to contort his face. "I say," he asked quietly, "what in God's name is that odour?" "That, Captain," Morris said with evident amusement, "would be the boots of Chief Petty Officer Brinklow. You're trained for biological attacks, I presume? What course of action would you suggest?" "I'd suggest burning the man's boots for starters," Palmer responded before he could gather himself, "and possibly something similar for the man himself." Both pilots chuckled their amusement at his disgust and retort. "Captain," Barrett said, as he regarded his hand before selecting one card to lay down and make Morris huff a sound of annoyance, "believe me when I say you get used to it after a short time. I honestly can't even detect it any longer." "I'll have to take your word for that, I'm afraid," Palmer said, getting back to business. "I wonder if I could impose on your time." Both pilots laid down their cards and paid him their full attention to betray their professionalism. They may have appeared to have been doing nothing, but their reaction showed just how ready they were to be needed. "I have some concerns," Palmer began. "Concerns I obviously don't wish to share among the men and the civilians, you understand, and I would like you to conduct a reconnaissance for me." "The other helicopter?" Morris asked. "Yes, primarily," Palmer said, "and also I'd have rather expected that the men left to gather more arms at the base would have been back by now, or at least made contact. I've just checked with Corporal Daniels, who is rather uncomfortably posted inside the Sultan in this heat, and he hasn't heard from anyone." "Absolutely," Barrett said, seeing Palmer deflate ever so slightly with relief. "However, we don't have sufficient fuel to do that. We'd need to refuel somewhere before any of that, and the only fuel reserves we know of are in areas that we also know to be overrun. You see the predicament." Palmer clearly did see the predicament. His right hand reached up and scratched the 4 days of stubble on his chin and cheeks, giving him the look of a much rougher man than he was. His thoughtful pause paid off, as Brinklow spoke from the gaudy, one-sided couch in the room. His snoring had faded away without any of the officers noticing, and he had come awake silently to listen to the conversation. "The island is out, obviously," he said, as he swung his legs down and slipped them into his boots. Palmer felt as though the source of the smell had been plugged, or at least muted in some way when he did this, and as far as I know, there's none left at the base. The only other option I can think of is going back to Yeovilton. His suggestion silenced the room as the others waited for the logic behind the idea to explain itself. When nobody spoke, Brinklow gave the explanation himself. "We know we can reach it with what we've got left, and we know there was a lot of fuel there when we left. It's unlikely that it's all gone because, unless someone went back with a few tankers and emptied it in the last month, then it's still there. The only downside is that we don't know how many of the bitey bastards are there now. Sirs," he added weakly to defend his gruff language. Palmer turned to the pilots, who in turn looked at each other, then shrugged and looked back at the army captain. "Makes sense," Morris said. "We'd need some boys to defend us as we refueled, obviously." Barrett added. "I'll ask Lieutenant Lloyd," Palmer said. "His men should at least be more familiar with the base than my chaps." "And they are specialist infantry," Morris added, wincing immediately as he had spoken without thinking. "Obviously, your men have fought bravely." "I understand your point, Lieutenant," Palmer interrupted to save time spent having his ego massaged. "I'll see to it. What time frame?" "As soon as possible," Barrett said, rising from his chair. "We'll start pre-flight checks now. We'll start the search of the island and work out from there, assuming we have fuel." Palmer nodded to them and left, remembering as soon as he had moved from the room that the Marines officer was deployed and their sergeant currently missing. Grabbing a soldier from his former headquarters troop to first check his current duty, and finding it less important than the task he wanted, he sent the man to find any of the Marines and to ask who their most senior man was on site. "I shall be downstairs," he told the men. "Tell them to find me there." As he spoke, another thought struck him. "And after that, find the SAS major and request that he speak to me." The man had done his job quickly, resulting in the tall and seemingly bored Royal Marine medic arriving and offering a tired salute to the captain. "Corporal Seeley, sir," he said in a thickly accented voice that made him sound almost bored. "And you are the senior man?" Palmer asked. "I think so, sir, with Mr. Lloyd out and about, with the other corporal, and Sergeant Hampton not here. Then I guess I'm it." Palmer nodded and was saved from saying anything further on the matter as the tall man wearing black walked in and nodded to them both. Marine Corporal and Army Captain returned the nod, and Downes turned to face Palmer expectantly, with his eyebrows raised. "I'll get right to it, then," he said to the two summoned men in the small parlour they occupied. "I want to send out the helicopter with the purpose of finding the other aircraft and giving us some definitive answers about what happened. I also wish to chase up the detachment still at the base. The crew are preparing to leave soon. However, I need a security detail for them as they will need to return to their original station for refueling. The status of that base is unknown. My thoughts were to send our Marines, since they would have knowledge of the base, but I rather fear that they have somewhat depleted numbers, given that they are currently out on mission. Corporal Seeley here is the senior man, currently." "That's it, sir," Seeley said. "I'm the team medic," he explained, pointing out that, whilst a trained and experienced commando, he was not a usual leader of men in action. "I'll take my team if you wish," Downes said, knowing that the offer was expected and hoped for. "Saves my chaps getting stagnant," he added almost jovially. He had stripped off his smock to reveal thick arms, with the sleeves of his black top pulled up and bunched above his elbows. Given the size of his forearms, the chance of them slipping back down unintentionally was almost negligible. Palmer thanked them both, let Seeley off the hook to return to his duties preparing the house and grounds for defence, and indicated for Downes to stay a while. He walked to the window, looking out over a palatial inner courtyard with enough tended grass to grow crops for half of them, and he let out a sigh of near mental exhaustion. "You're doing a fine job, Julian," Downes told him gently, "making the best of what we have here." "Thank you, Major," he said. "Clive," he said, making Palmer realise that he had never actually given the unnervingly quiet Major his first name. "What were you before?" Palmer asked. "Before your current post, if you don't mind my asking." "Not at all," Downes said. "I was the cliché, as it happens. Paras served my first stint with the regiment as a troop boss," he said, meaning his own regiment, as all soldiers said of their military family, and was invited back as a major. "Only one of mine is a para, the other two are what everyone calls crap hats. I doubt it matters now, but we were in Afghanistan for the last 9 months, nearly, playing Cold War games with the whole enemy of my enemy thing." The way he spoke showed that his education was at least mostly equal to Palmer's, perhaps not as expensive as the boarding schools he and his brother had attended,
but definitely privately funded. He had lost the upper-class edge of that education and accent now, probably because of the company he had kept, and by not being insulated from his men, as officers in regular army units would naturally be. He had lived and breathed as one of the men, had foregone any sense of entitlement for himself or servitude from his men, and that bond seemed far stronger than the discipline of Palmer's own ragtag squadron. "I'd heard of such clandestine missions," Palmer said. "All very secret squirrel," he said with a smirk, as he used the terminology of his men. "Very," Downes said, "but I honestly felt for our Russian enemies in that hellhole. To be conscripted and barely trained, then sent into the most inhospitable place on God's green earth, barring the Borneo jungle in the wet season maybe, where your enemy sneaks around in the dark to cut your comrades." He said this in a Slavic accent and rolled his R's theatrically, to pieces, so you can hear their screams all night, is just barbaric. He trailed off, leaving them both in thoughtful silence before Downes slapped the younger man lightly on the back. "Give me a straight-up zombie fight any day," he said nonchalantly. "We'll talk when I'm back, Captain. Keep up the good work." Chapter 21. They gorged themselves, relatively speaking, on the stores of canned food stacked neatly in the house. Without bothering to heat anything, a hardship that didn't seem the slightest bit important to people who had operated in or trained for war, they took it in turns to spin the handle of the opener and tuck greedily into the contents. Johnson peeled back the metal lids of 2 tins, shoved a fork and a spoon into them without recalling what went in which tin, and walked over to where Kimberly was propped up in the middle of multiple cushions, with her right leg elevated on yet more soft cushions. "Thank you, Dean," she said with a hint of an awkward smile. He held out the can to her, furrowed his brow and switched hands to offer her the other. "Fruit salad," he said. "I've got baked beans, if you wanted those instead." "No, no," she said weakly. "Fruit salad is fine." "You need the sugar," Johnson said, as he sat beside her as lightly as possible, yet still crushing the settee under his bulk. "Make sure you drink all the syrup. Build up your strength." "She needs fluids and rest," came the unintentionally harsh-sounding voice of Astrid Larsen. "But I suppose that this fruits salad will be good." Johnson nodded, rising to leave Kimberly in the capable hands of the medic, whilst he stalked away to find a place to sit and eat his cold beans. Dropping himself down on another settee next to the injured Bill Hampton, Johnson froze with his shoulders hunched until the foul stream of hissed swear words finished pouring from the Marine's mouth. Glancing across at him, he saw the man fixing him with an evil gaze, which no doubt would have terrified the young Marines under his command. Johnson, however, was no 20-something Marine, and returned the look with his own 1,000-yard stare. His look didn't silence a platoon or 2 of Marines. It cut through an entire squadron's chatter, as well as the sounds of their engines, to focus over 100 minds on his next words. The 2 men stayed like that for a second, trapped in some approximation of stags locking horns until one backed away to avoid injury. "Watch me fucking leg," Hampton muttered, as he looked back down at his own tin of cold food. "Sorry, Bill," Johnson said, as he leaned back and stirred the contents of his own tin to realize that he had given himself the fork and Kimberly the spoon for her fruit salad. "Fuck it," he thought, licking the fork clean and tipping the tin up to his mouth to drink the contents like an especially thick cold soup. Hampton was wearing boxer shorts, fresh socks from his own kit, and a T-shirt which was fractionally too small for him. Still a very fit and strong man, he had run ever so slightly to fat, having spent more time sitting at a desk due to his rank and responsibilities, and the shirt showed up the bits he might not want people seeing. Johnson looked at him and decided that he probably couldn't care less what anyone thought of him. His swollen right knee was propped up and looked angry, where the bruising was already starting to show. Larsen sat with Kimberly, checking that she was still making sense after the bang to her head sustained in the crash had left her unconscious for almost a day. When she had come around, screaming terribly, as her last memory was that of being in a helicopter dropping unexpectedly from the sky, Astrid had calmed her, filled her in on what had happened, and taken her away to the bathroom, where she cut away her clothes and washed her,
tending to each injury as she discovered it. They hadn't noticed throughout the remainder of the night or the first part of the day as they carried her, because she was wearing black denim jeans, but she had sustained a nasty cut to the inside of her thigh, which refused to stop opening up and bleeding if she moved. Muffled cries could be heard by the men downstairs as she sat still and bit down on a towel as Astrid put 3 stitches in the wound before cleaning the rest of her. That injured leg was now elevated on cushions to keep the blood from pooling around the injury and putting pressure on the stitches. She was flushed pink after being scrubbed clean with the last of the hot water and dressed in oversized jogging bottoms and a sweatshirt, both emblazoned with some American university logo and name. As Johnson sat beside Hampton, both eating their cold meal in grumpy silence, Bufford returned to the large open-plan living area after coming down the stairs. "Your man is keeping watch," he said to Hampton, meaning Enfield, the Marine sniper. "Not that there's much to see, but he insists. I've given him another can of scran and told him to get washed up because he's honking. The water's icers now, but he's not bothered. He could do with his slug because he looks ready to cream in." Hampton nodded sagely and chewed before swallowing and opening his mouth to respond to the SBS man in front of him, but then he put a finger to his lips and burped around it, before wincing and hitting himself in the chest lightly to somehow ease the heartburn and indigestion he was feeling. "Yeah, we're all chin-straps, mate, but his oppo got zapped in the crash. Inseparable, those two were. Lee and Enfield, spotter and sniper, couldn't fucking write it." He paused for them to chuckle. "But they were A1, mate. Gin." It was Bufford's turn to nod sagely then, sparing a thought for the other Marines who hadn't made it out, before Hampton changed the subject again. "Mates of mine went SB in '83. Steve Priest?" Hampton asked, hopefully. "C Squadron," Bufford answered immediately with a straight face. "Good guy." "Yeah," Hampton laughed lightly. "Fucker for biting, though. Always easy to get a wind up on him." Buffs smiled at his memory, saying, "I'll spell him upstairs. Make sure he hits his grot soon," and walked away, leaving Johnson and Hampton alone again. Johnson finished his tin of beans, using the pointless fork to scrape the rest of the juice towards the edge, where he slurped it into his mouth. Wiping his face with his hand, he turned to Hampton and asked, "Is that why your training takes so damned long?" "What you on about?" Hampton asked back, suspecting that he was being set up for an intermilitary jibe. "You have to learn a new language when you go on your long romantic walks, camping in Devon. English is just fine for everyone, you know." "Fuck off, Pongo," Hampton responded with a smirk. "Seriously, though, is Enfield going to be all right?" "He'll manage," Hampton answered sincerely. "No idea what he'll be like when the job's done, but he'll manage for now." "When's the job done?" Johnson nearly scoffed. "When's that going to be?" "Fuck knows," Hampton said, his tongue protruding from one side of his mouth as he spun his can spanner, which had appeared from a pouch on his kit resting beside him, and he attacked another can, this time ravioli. The 2 men sat in silence just as the 2 women in the same large room sat in quiet conversation. Footfalls above them denoted where Bufford and Enfield traded places, for one to stand guard whilst the other washed, and shortly afterwards the sniper made his way down the stairs, wearing some ill-fitting shirt and loose trousers over his slim frame. He nodded to both his sergeant and the army sergeant-major and laid out a towel on the low coffee table, before resting, first, his salvaged L-85 on the cloth to strip and clean it. Then he rebuilt it and checked the action to load a magazine, ready to go to work. The big sniper rifle came next, the big bolt being drawn back and the breech cleaned almost with a tenderness. "You're good with that?" Johnson said blandly, unsure himself if it was a question or a statement. "I'm all right," Enfield said. "I'm just lucky that it makes sense to me when it doesn't for others. On the sniper course, the staff hated me because I just understood how things worked. Wind, distance, elevation, relative elevation between shooter and target, air density, humidity, rainfall, curvature of the earth. All things that people had to learn the hard way, but they just make sense to me. So, yeah, I'm all right with it. But I'll only be all right with it another 46 times, if you get my meaning." Johnson did. "And with the other one?" he asked, pointing at the new bullpup rifle. "Less so," Enfield said after regarding it for a time. "But I have 100 chances more with that than this," he said, nodding between the guns as he packed up the cleaning kit and rolled it tight to fit back into his pouches. "Speaking of that," Johnson said as he groaned and creaked his way to standing up, "Miss Larson, could I borrow you?" Astrid patted Kimberly's leg as she stood and walked towards the kitchen in Johnson's direction, carrying the empty food tins. "Sergeant Major?" she asked, her accent making the inquiry sound formal. "I was hoping you could give me a rundown on stripping this," he asked, holding up the suppressed MP5 she had given him. "I'm assuming it needs cleaning." Astrid picked up her own identical weapon and sat at the white kitchen table. Johnson searched the drawers under the granite worktop and located what he wanted on the third attempt, selecting 2 tea towels and laying one down as a kind of placement, whilst offering the other to the hard, blonde woman. She took it silently, laying out the cloth just as he had. Johnson sat beside her, better placed to mimic her movements without his brain trying to switch the left and the right. "Charging handleback. Verify empty chamber. Remove rear stock pin. Remove folding stock," she said, with an air of robotics as though she was literally translating the manual in her head into English. "Hinge down the lower mechanism and slide back charging handle. Remove bolt and carrier assembly," she went on, performing one task at a time and waiting for him to copy the actions. "Rotate bolt head. Locking piece, firing pin, and spring all come out. There it is," she said, opening her hands to demonstrate just how simple it was. Johnson rebuilt the gun, making the same movements in reverse until it was whole again, before stripping it down a second time as Astrid watched. She only had to correct him once, and after that he had the task down and began to clean the working parts. She had stripped, cleaned, and oiled her weapon before he had finished, but stayed to watch. Of the 4 magazines he had for the weapon, Johnson found only 2 of them to be fully stocked, so he stripped the bullets from the spare magazines for his Sterling, which had been lost in the crash. Discarding the old magazines, as they had none of those weapons left, he stored the handful of spare rounds in a pouch, ready to refill the magazines, and returned his webbing and weapon to where they rested against the stairs, along with the others. Clean, fed and resting, the 6 battered survivors from the second helicopter lapsed into uncertain silence. Amber cried. She hadn't cried since Peter had first found her, but now she buried her small face into his only slightly larger chest and sobbed quietly. He didn't know what upset her most. It could have been the fear of having to rush out so suddenly after waking, or, more likely he guessed, she was upset that the cat had not come with them. They had fled in plenty of time to avoid the people, and Peter didn't dare close the curtains overlooking their former squat now, for fear that anyone there would notice the change. As a result, they were forced to live at the back of the house and avoid the front rooms, which meant that they were limited to existing in the kitchen downstairs and the bathroom and a small bedroom upstairs. He considered leaving the village again, just packing up whatever they could carry and running out of the back. But that would take them back in the direction they had first come from, and that felt too much like defeat. He would go in a different direction, but the careful glances he stole at their old house showed the figure of a man watching through the partially open curtains. Any flight out the rear of the house would no doubt be noticed, and he wanted to avoid these people at any cost. As he sat with her, long after she had finished crying, now just pressing her head into him to emit the occasional spasm of breathing in, he flashed back to the reason he was besieged by fear. The things, the monsters, the X-people. They terrified him well enough, and with good reason. But the people were somehow worse. He didn't understand why he had a hard time trusting adults, and he didn't realize the impact of the neglect and abuse he had experienced. But that mistrust and fear was solidified when he had watched Amber's mother being dragged away unconscious, leaving behind a helpless girl. He had been the helpless one once, and he'd had his older sister to protect and shield him from the harsher realities of life. But now his innocence, whatever was left of it, his naivety, was gone. It had died with his mother, or his dog, as he couldn't be sure which one of the 2 hateful creatures he was upset about, and it had died with the disappearance of his sister and father before that.
It had disappeared with the sickening slaughter of the farm animals at the hands and teeth of the crowd of monsters which had swept through to wipe his home off the face of the earth. All of these factors and experiences combined to form a hard casing around his personality, and the final part of that armor was watching men drag away a woman and leave her little girl behind. "I'll never leave you," he whispered to her, stroking her hair and shushing her softly. "I'll never leave you." And he wouldn't. He swore it, to her and to himself. He would wait out the day and lead her towards yet more uncertain safety to avoid the terror of what the men would do to her. Her breathing had softened, become deeper and more rhythmic, to tell him that she had fallen asleep in his arms despite not having long woken. It was the stress, he supposed, just as he closed his eyes to rest with her for a time and pass the day in safety and silence. A sound threw him straight back into the fight for survival. Chapter 22. "Can't sit here all day," Bufford said. "Perimeter is insecure. I want to push it out. Who's coming?" Johnson rose to his feet, cursing every part of his body that ached, which he realized with annoyance was every part of his body. They had changed back into their uniforms by the afternoon, having washed and mostly dried them, and shrugged back into their equipment harnesses. Astrid Larsen stood and put on her kit, her slim frame carrying the black equipment with uncommon ease, as she checked that Kimberly would be fine without her. The woman with the scarred face waved her away, telling her not to fuss over her, and that she felt like a nuisance. These protestations were ignored as Astrid checked the dilation of her pupils once more. "Any severe headaches or bad dizziness, send for me," she told Hampton, who was still established on the other settee with his swollen knee raised. He had allowed Enfield to clean his rifle, and he sat with it resting across his lap, facing the front door as a guard. Enfield readied himself to go with them, the huge and angular rifle strapped diagonally across his back, and the four of them made ready to move out. Hampton watched, amused and interested in how the concept of rank had gone out of the window. None of those who had survived the crash were regular soldiers, not one of them a uniform filler by any stretch of the imagination. He was a Royal Marine sergeant, and the lowest ranking of them was a specialist commando sniper with skills far beyond the others in many senses. The bearded man from the Special Forces was evidently a former Marine, as his lingo paid testimony to, and nobody achieved an NCO rank in Special Forces without being any good. Johnson, despite being what Hampton would unkindly call a weekend warrior or a hobby soldier, was evidently an experienced and capable man, having achieved the highest rank available without becoming a member of the officer class. His own officer, Lloyd, could be forgiven any scorn for being one of them because, unlike the Army, the Royal Marines officers lived and fought as one of the team and had to pass the same tests as their men, instead of sipping sherry and brandy and relying on family connections like the other branches. The anomaly for Hampton was the Norwegian woman. She had been very quiet, probably due to the same loss that all of them felt for the dead left behind in a burning aircraft. But her loss would be worse, as she was now the only one left of her team and her countrymen. She was totally alone, and to make it worse for her, even Hampton couldn't comprehend how a woman could be a frontline soldier, let alone a highly trained one. He kept his misogynistic thoughts to himself. Not that he saw much wrong with the blatantly sexist ideas bouncing around his brain, as she had done nothing to prove herself capable since he had first met her. Now, watching the four of them stack up by the front door ready to move out, he saw the natural abilities and training of those most suited to the task taking over. All of them would be CQB and FIBUA trained. That is to say, they had been taught to engage the enemy in close-quarter battle and fight in built-up areas. Indeed, he and Enfield had attended the same refresher training before their last Northern Ireland deployment. He also knew from conversation that Johnson had toured there, so he would have had the same level of training, albeit to a far lesser degree, as the man was a tanky. The SB man, Buffs, would be able to do room clearances in his sleep, and if he had to guess, the woman, Astrid, would have done a fair bit of that kind of work too. The natural selection of leadership seemed to evolve before his eyes, as the most experienced took the lead, with the second best at his shoulder. The third strongest link would be taking up the rear, and the weakest of their small team would be placed third in line, where he wouldn't have to make any decisions to engage without following a lead. The senior man, the highest ranking, fell into place to learn the tactics of Special Forces room clearing fast, and, on the job, not once complaining or trying to force a plan on the others. Hampton's appreciation for the man went up then, as he liked to see humility where it counted. "On me, alternate eyes left and right," Buff said. "At the door we check, do a perimeter in twos, then go in. I want the nearest houses cleared one by one. We start with the church, head along that side of the road for 3 houses, then cross over. That gives us a buffer we know is clear at least. Questions?" There were none. They moved out, eyes wired for any threat, and the first 2 people in the team feeling only slightly out of sorts for operating in a clandestine manner during bright sunshine. The church was reached within seconds, with Buffett pointing at himself and Enfield, then pointing a flat palm held vertically like a blade and indicating that they would head around the left side of the building. He pointed at Larson and Johnson in turn, making the same hand gesture around to the right. The instructions were given fast and clean with no misunderstanding, and he hoped that he would not need to repeat them so long-windedly for the next house. That was the problem with operating at a level of elite excellence. Nothing else compared or came close when you had to work with men who didn't have the benefit of that training. Johnson nodded at his partner, both moving off as Buffett pointed at Enfield's SA-80 and wagged a finger, before pointing at his own suppressed submachine gun. Enfield nodded, clicking on the bayonet to demonstrate that he would not fire a noisy shot unless absolutely necessary. The big man and the slim but strong woman crept around the side of the church, finding a small stone bridge spanning a brook which trickled and bubbled away beneath. A rotting stench filled their nostrils, forcing both of them to react in disgust. Johnson peered over the edge to see the whitened, bloated and decaying body lying flat on its back in the shallow water, and a wide-eyed, blind stare of white eyeballs bored back up at him. He peered at it, knowing it to be twice dead from the wound in its head. He found Larson's eye and indicated that the thing had been stabbed through the skull. She nodded at the information, knowing its relevance, and adding it to the evidence of survivors in the village, or at least that there had been some recently. They continued, meeting the others at the rear of the churchyard, where Johnson indicated for Buffs and Enfield to go back around their way. He pointed out the corpse, indicating again, in silence, that it had been rendered safe in an effective manner, which wasn't often seen before the world went to flesh-eating shit. Buffs nodded his understanding, no doubt filing the information away just as effectively as Astrid had. Then he led the way back to the front, where a small crowbar was produced from down his back. Jemmying the heavy wooden doors open with ease, the team poured in and checked the few rooms. The smell of death hit them immediately. Despite the warm weather outside and the direct sunlight that was pleasantly hot, the air inside was cool and damp and laced with the musty stench of death. The source of the smell was discovered in one of the cloisters, and the disturbed flies buzzed angrily away from the remnants of the vicar's hanging body. Beside the wooden pulpit, which had tipped on its side, no doubt as the man's final act, lay next to it a writhing pile of gore where the maggots fed on the filth leaking from his body. Entire chunks of the man had fallen away, decayed from the inside by the gruesome act of nature and the passage of time. They all took in the scene, and all withdrew to search the building for anything of use. Some small supplies of food, mainly biscuits and the makings of hot drinks, went into a bag they found, to be deposited on the front doorstep. Bufford's pointed instructions made it clear that they would check and search every building and come back for the hall after the work was done. Shutting the door on the church, they cast their minds to the next property. The front door was stubborn and very locked. Without firing weapons or kicking it in with enough noise to bring unwelcome attention down on them, the team went back around their perimeter to try the back door. The splintering of the wood from the heaving crowbar sounded louder than gunfire, but the old wood refused to budge, instead bending and not allowing them access. A snap of Astrid's fingers sounded, and she waited until the 3 men looked at her, before pointing upwards to a partially open first-floor window. Buffs and Johnson cupped their hands and hoisted her high up, to watch
as she gripped the exposed window frame with one hand and pushed up the locking bar to swing the opening wide. She hauled herself the rest of the way, slipping through the veil of a net curtain to shoot an upturned thumb back out. Soft sounds came from inside the house as she made her way down the stairs. A strained click and a metallic scrape indicated that the back door was unlocked. The door creaked open to show her in the ready stance, with the parachute stock of the gun tight into her shoulder as she leaned into the weapon and pressed her face against it to aim down the barrel. "Upstairs, clear," she whispered, as the others joined her inside, and Enfield shut the door quietly. "But you can smell this? Yes?" They could smell it, the same sickly, vile odour as before, and as they advanced on the few rooms downstairs, a scene unfolded which further solidified their belief that someone capable was operating in this tiny village long after the fall of everything. A zombie, a bloody big one even by Johnson's standards, lay face down on the living room rug, with its head haloed by a small puddle of dark filth. The stench of the thing was obvious even when the door was closed, but up close it was incredible. Unlike the dead vicar, the flies had not touched this body, which only seemed odd to them afterwards, as though the priority of thoughts allowed only so much working memory at any one time. What was evident, despite the decay, was that this zombie had also been rendered safe. "Immobilized," Larson said, pointing at a stab wound in the neck, as she covered her mouth and nose to inspect the body without touching it, or at least a miss to the head. Nobody answered for fear of having to draw in breath. They searched the house, satisfied that the only occupant was rotting in the room they were happy to shut off. "In here," Enfield said, waiting for the others to join him. They weren't so unprofessional as to rush and make noise, and his call was made in a tone that didn't spark fear. The four of them found themselves looking at an open wardrobe, with a solid metal cabinet with two keyholes, one high and one low, on display behind the rows of large shirts. "Keys," Buffs whispered, and everyone cast out to magnify their search parameters for much smaller items. Each room was checked, every drawer and pot emptied for sign of the keys to allow them access to the gun cabinet. They all drew a blank, until one last thought dawned on Johnson. "In its pocket?" he said softly, seeing the disgust on at least one face. Larson looked at the three men in turn, seeing no obvious sign of any of them volunteering for the task. Tutting loudly, she walked out and downstairs and into the kitchen, where she went straight to the under-sink cupboard to where she had seen what she needed. Pulling on a yellow washing-up glove, she strode towards the living room as she took a big gulp of a deep breath and walked in without breaking step. Slinging the gun behind her and bending down so as not to kneel in the leaking fluids coming from it, she thrust a hand into the trouser pockets of the corpse and let out a dry retch of disgust. Steadying herself and breathing into the crook of her elbow for a few beats, she repeated the process on the other side, until she jerked at the body and came out with a triumphant look on her pale face. Walking straight past them as they scattered, she thrust the gloved hand holding the keys into the sink and turned on the tap to rinse them of the greasy gore that covered them. She breathed hard, repaying the debt of oxygen to her body after holding her breath, and shook off the excess moisture into the sink before leading the way upstairs. Johnson didn't know exactly what they were expecting, certainly not anything resembling the military hardware they all possessed, but somehow the 2 shotguns and 1 rifle still disappointed him. Enfield reached in to inspect the long gun, running his hands over it and feeling the weight and balance of the weapon as he tried to get to know it. "This'll do," he said, reaching into the wardrobe again for a padded gunslip and settling the new weapon inside. The boxes of bullets were handed out to him, as were the 2 empty magazines, which both held only 5 bullets each. The 2 shotguns were also inspected, each placed into a similar carrying case and each with a large bag of ammunition to go with them. They were double-barreled, but even 2 shots, when you had none, were better than nothing. "Cut them down?" Buffs asked Johnson. "Back-up weapons?" Johnson nodded, thinking that nothing short of either platoon or company-strength support weapons would be useful against more than a few of the things together, but that stealth was more sensibly employed. An army accustomed to war before the inception of firearms would fare better than the current model, he also thought, then looked down at the submachine gun in his hands, looking tiny in his grip, despite its fat barrel. He hadn't fired the thing yet, but he knew that there was no such thing as a silent weapon. Even the percussive cough it would make would be nothing compared to the ringing crack that the impacting round would make, but at least the sound shouldn't carry for miles, like the booming report of a rifle or a shotgun. With Johnson shaking himself out of his thoughts, they gladly escaped the smell of the house before moving on to the next one, taking only the salvaged weapons with them. And that next house held items they were not expecting to find. Chapter 23. "Yes, Desi," Downes said comically, as though talking to an eager child. "You can bring it." "Woo!" Desi said, playing the part. "Thanks, Dad," he said, as he hefted the rescued GPMG and the belted ammunition to go with it. "Can I have a go on the load door gun, too?" Downes fixed him with a stern look which was still partly in character, and glared at him until he folded. They had adopted a small ground-floor room on one of the wings, a short distance from the main entrance, as their own. As was always the way with them, whatever part of whatever camp anywhere in the world they occupied, it became a kind of holy place that young soldiers stared at in awe, and others just pointedly ignored, unless they had cause to be there. As for the men themselves, even the major, as they walked around without displaying any rank or insignia, they were often referred to as "Oi, mate" by most regular soldiers. They dressed for war, putting on more layers and heavier clothing by necessity than the heat of the late summer made comfortable. Despite the warmth, none of the men was foolish or vain enough to wear short sleeves, and when they were finished, only the lack of black hoods pulled up and the anonymity of a full-face respirator made them look less the part than the iconic imagery of the embassy siege some 9 years prior. That was the look that most people associated with their regiment, black-clad counter-terrorist soldiers shrouded in mystery. But the truth was something wholly different. When the younger Captain Downes had returned to his parent unit, the parachute regiment he still officially belonged to, as very few of the SAS were what was called permanent cadre, he was grilled by his peers about his experiences, and found that all of them had entirely the wrong idea about the vaunted elite. Officers were allowed to apply for selection, passing the same grueling tests as any man, in addition to the planning exercises they had to complete, and if successful, they would serve a tour as a troop leader. That said, being the officer in charge of an SAS troop usually meant working for an experienced sergeant and listening to the more experienced soldiers under their technical command. After that, the young officers, lieutenants, and captains were returned to their units to develop and earn promotion. Even fewer were invited back for a second tour, but of those, only the absolute cream made it back as majors to lead squadrons and hopefully perform well enough to be invited back for the last time as commanding officer. That was Clive Downes' career goal, once upon a time, not too long before. Colonel Clive Downes, Commanding Officer 22 SAS. After that, who knew? A regimental posting back to the Paras as a colonel, a generalship, a UN or NATO command somewhere possibly, but he knew he certainly wouldn't be running around leading a four-man patrol of the toughest soldiers he had ever met. Now that the world had gone to shit, his career aspirations were dashed, but those were the last things on his mind. What was important to him were the lives of his men, the others around him, and surviving the whole shit-show. He turned to Mac and stood for the sergeant to check him over. The Dar Scott was the only one of them to actually be permanently posted to their regiment, after years extending his attachment and making the dizzy heights of sergeant, and then leaving behind his original corporal rank when he left the parachute regiment years before. The others, Des and Smithy, were crap-hats, meaning that they had come from regiments that weren't prized for breeding the elite soldiers, unlike the parachute or rifle regiments. Who and what they were before hadn't really mattered to Downes even 2 months before, and it mattered even less so, now that they were the only ones of their regiment left that they knew of. Downes knew of the Doomsday Protocol, just as he knew of the various other members of the regiment who had been deployed to other parts of the world. If any of those postings became relevant, then he would say so, but for now,
knowing that half of them were deployed to protect key European sites and routes from the risk of the Soviets capitalizing on the widespread panic, didn't bode well for their overall numbers. No, as much as he hated to admit it, they were among the last of their kind. "Come on," Mac said, snapping him out of his dark reverie with a slap on the shoulder. "My turn." Downes checked Mac's equipment, making sure nothing was loose and nothing rattled. He counted the magazines in the pouches of his webbing, totaling up the number of individual bullets at over 200. That might have seemed like a lot when looked at in the calm, cool daylight, but he knew from experience just how fast ammunition ran out. He liked to carry as much as was possible without hurting himself or compromising speed, because his only contacts with organized sectarian criminals over the water had led to a sudden and worrying lack of ammunition available. His memories of cowering in a soggy ditch, crawling a few yards, and popping up to fire the magazine from his rifle in bursts before reloading and repeating were vivid and unwelcome. Ever since the day he had finished his tour and returned to a maroon beret, he'd lobbied his own regiment to increase the standard ammunition issued to each man on active patrol, and each time the bureaucrats shot down his suggestions. In the Special Forces, he found the welcome rule-bending approach to such matters. If he or any of his men wanted a certain weapon or caliber for a particular deployment and could justify it, they got it. If they wanted new kit, more demolitions, then they requisitioned it and they got it. In the last requisitions they made, the one for the barrow load of 9mm rounds for their 4 MP5 SDs, as well as their pistols, they had also managed to get their hands on a pair of AA-12s. As far as weaponry went, Downes knew these to be possibly the evilest things on the planet, with the possible exception of a bear trap. Both Mac and Desi carried one, and they were the polar opposite to Smithy's silent killer of a stolen Soviet sniper rifle. Both 12-bore shotguns were fully automatic, and both were loaded with an 8-round magazine. They also carried a replacement magazine in the form of a 20-round drum, but the sheer size and bulk of them made it impossible to be carried as a backup when equipped with the high-capacity load. Checking that it was secure, Downes recalled that Desi also carried one, along with the small demolitions pack and a few Claymore anti-personnel mines. Along with the big machine gun and 3 belts of ammunition, Downes knew that he would be overloaded, even though he was the exact opposite of what people expected a Special Forces soldier to be. Des wasn't a huge man, but his strength and stamina were like that of an ant and a goat that had been spliced in a laboratory. Even still, Downes wanted him unburdened. "Desi, give me the shotgun. You're overloaded." "Oh, come on," Desi whined, as though his commander was his father telling him that he couldn't bring a toy. "So the MP5, sidearm and Gimpy aren't enough for you? Are you planning on taking on the entire bloody zombie apocalypse by yourself? Don't be a twat. Hand it over." Desi glared for a second, his sullen face bordering on the belligerent as he removed the attitude only seconds before Downes would have an opinion on the matter. Dropping the kit in his hands, namely a large machine gun normally serviced by 2 men, he unslung and handed over the shotgun. "I like to keep this handy," Des said with a smirk and an appalling American accent, "for close encounters." "Drum mag?" Downes asked, completely ignoring the alien's quote and taking the gun. He reached out his other hand to receive it before turning to Mac and having him help add the extra armament to his back. "We good?" Downes asked them, getting nods in return as the 4 of them filed out of their little den, carrying enough firepower to start, or end, a small conflict. The main pilot, Barrett, was his normal, miserable self. Mac put that down to living in the pocket of his co-pilot, who permanently cracked jokes and quoted films, as well as the loadmaster, who was either asleep or else played music which, in a world where silence meant survival, seemed unwise. "Counterintuitive, I think is the word," Mac mused to himself, as was his way. He liked to find the longer words for everyday things, as he believed a wider vocabulary made him more sophisticated, separated him from the beasts. For a man who only spoke when he had to, a wider vocabulary seemed a wasteful hobby. He glared at the 2 Southerners, waiting for them to switch on and drop their constant clowning, which they always did the second it was time to concentrate. Downes stepped aboard the aircraft, followed by Smithy, who turned to reach out a hand to take the heavy machine gun from his friend, who then climbed up himself. Mac took one long, lingering panoramic view of the inside of the huge square and the inner courtyard. "Mac!" Downes shouted, raising his voice again as the whining noise of the starting engines ramped up. "Let's go!" "Hey!" Mac replied to himself. "Still got a bad feeling about this one," and climbed up into the Sea King. The flight to Yeovilton took less than half an hour, and their arrival was marked by a slowing of their airspeed and a looping, banking manoeuvre to allow a clear view of the area. "Fence is down in a few places?" Morris's voice came through the headset from the cockpit. "Looks like the base was tramped from north to south a while ago." "Any sign of movement?" Mac asked, just as Downes's mouth opened to say the same thing. The two men's eyes met, both waiting for the answer to crackle into their ears over the deafening whine of the engines and rotor blades. That pause stretched on almost reassuringly in the sense that the immediate answer wasn't an affirmative, and also reassuring in that the man was obviously looking and not giving some half-assed answer which could put them in danger. "Nothing moving," Morris said in a clear, flat tone. "Okay, put us down as close to the refueling point as possible," Downes said, as he put an automatic hand to the boom mic attached to his headset and unclipped his belt to rise. "Swing by and show me the landing site," he said, as he gripped on tight and leaned his head around to look out of the open side door. The pilot took them around, slowing almost to a static hover as Brinklow pointed straight down to a rank of large fuel tanks. Downes called into the headset that he had seen it and that they should take them in to land. He turned to face his team and gave instructions. 180 cover, push out 20 and drop. Desi, centre with the Gimpy," he finished, putting the biggest firepower, that of the GPMG, in the hands of his demolitions man, in the middle of their small defence, so as to give it the best arc of fire available. He didn't need to add that they should keep it as quiet as possible unless forced to go loud by numbers they couldn't deal with easily. They all unstrapped, readied themselves, and hung on tight as the wheels bumped into the tarmac to signify that they should jump down. Their legs bent under the excess weight of their gear and armaments, and then forced themselves straight again to make them upright through sheer power and strength of will. Fanning out to cover the side from where a threat could come, the four men rested into position and kept their senses fully alert over the sights of their guns. Their senses of sound and smell were useless, as behind them the stink of hot oil and exhaust gases swirled around under the deafening rotor wash and forced them to use sight alone, as Brinklow rushed around with Morris to refuel the helicopter. Their concentration was such that the refueling was completed in a time which seemed too short, but Brinklow was tapping Downes on the shoulder before cupping his hands between his own mouth and the Major's ear. "Refueled!" he yelled over the noise of the engines ramping up again. "Small arms locker in there if you want it," he shouted, pointing to a nearby single-story building which had the appearance of a guard station. Downes nodded, turning and running low to Mac to use hand signals to indicate he should follow him. He tried to catch the eyes of the others, but their position and concentration was such that he had to jog the distances to both of them and repeat the process of giving hand signals for them to redeploy and cover the helicopter with just the two of them. Brinklow followed Downes and Mac at a respectful distance, so as to stay well away from any contact that might present itself. The two soldiers stacked up on the door, and Downes waited for Mac's hand to rest on his shoulder before placing his left hand on the door handle and turning it. Letting the door swing open a fraction, he fought against the natural urge to reach to his chest and throw in a flashbang to stun anyone in the room. Instead, he pushed the door wide and called out a hello to see if anyone or anything inside moved. Nothing. The ambient noise of the nearby helicopter still drowned out any chance of detecting the slight sounds of small movement, so he went in to clear the room. Mac followed, going right to Downes's left as their gun barrels swung left and right, always pointing in the direction of their eyes. 2 doors came off the main room and they were cleared similarly, resulting in the posture of both men relaxing as they stood tall and lowered their guns. "Weapons locker," Brinklow said, pointing to a badly painted wooden cupboard of a size and design that appeared out of place. "And ammunition," he said, indicating a heavy lockbox underneath a desk secured with a heavy padlock. Downes opened the tall cupboard, finding the contents to be a squad's worth of new personal arms, 8 SA-80 rifles and a longer, bigger version called the LSW, or Light Support Weapon, which was effectively a smaller caliber version of the heavier GPMG machine guns. The LSW was significantly more man-portable than the older GPMGs, or just a longer-barreled version of the SA-80, however you chose to view them. A locking bar ran through the rack, preventing the weapons from being removed, which was secured with another bar, far smaller than the one on the lockbox, and Downes turned to Mac. "Desi got a cutting torch in his DEMS kit?" Mac shrugged, turning to the door and checking the outside before jogging across the open expanse towards the helicopter. Downes saw Mac take the big machine gun, kneeling down to settle behind it, as Des ran back to the helicopter and reappeared with the black rucksack, which he shrugged into, and jogged towards the building. That rucksack, the team's demolitions kit, was usually condensed for whatever option they had, but having the helicopter to carry them, Desi had added everything he could find to cater for their needs. "What do you need, boss?" he asked as he strode in. In answer, Downes pointed at the locking bar and the heavy padlock on the metal box under the counter. Des nodded, dropped the bag and rummaged for a set of heavy bolt croppers. The tool made short work of the smaller lock, with only the strength of the man's arms needed to be employed. Snapping the lock away, he knelt and began to work on the far thicker metal of that padlock, making difficult crimps into the bar at intervals before dropping the tool and reaching into his kit to spark up the small gas cutting torch he carried. Downes knew that without a far larger gas tank, the tool wasn't going to last for long, but it didn't have to. Even such a small prize of a few hundred rounds of 5.56mm was worth the effort. So Des worked the torch into the gap where he had cut crimps into the metal, killing the torch to snatch up the croppers before the metal cooled too much. He sat down and brought up his knees to brace one arm of the tool against his knees, with both hands on the furthest arm away. A grunt built up low in his belly, building into a growl of massive effort as the long arms of the tools flexed before a muted click sounded. Relaxing, he prized the tool open again and used his gloved hands to swivel the hot remains of the lock and remove it, before shaking his hands at the radiating heat. "Good to go," he said, looking up at Downes with a smile, and breathing hard